In the biology classroom, the scent of formalin mingled with the musty odor of old wooden desks, creating an atmosphere of cold detachment. Lin Yang leaned against the lab bench, his hands clenched tightly, as if protecting something precious he couldn't afford to lose. Unexpectedly, a gentle fragrance drifted closer. Light footsteps. A soft silhouette. Su Xiaowei had arrived. She was the cheerful and enthusiastic senior from the biology club, known for her bright eyes that sparkled with warmth and her smile that never seemed sharp or cutting. Unhurried yet direct, her gaze fell upon his protective hands, her curiosity both straightforward and luminous. She leaned in slightly, her eyelashes fluttering as she spoke with a tone that was part coaxing, part probing. Just one look. Lin Yang felt his ears grow warm, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as his gaze scattered. He stepped back half a pace, his spine pressing against the cool surface of the bench, his breathing constrained, his fingertips instinctively tightening further. Fighting his hesitation, he said in a low voice, "Do you really want to see? It's not very friendly when awake. I am afraid it might startle you." She crouched down, resting her chin on her hands and looking up at him, as if waiting for a definitive answer or perhaps some kind of surprise. Her gaze was bright, her tone light, her smile warm. His caution was heavy, his hesitation deep, his protection tight. They stared at each other in silence, an invisible tension pulling between them. Lin Yang finally relented, taking a deep breath as if making a resolution. "All right, just one look." He deliberately slowed his movements, careful and cautious as he drew from his chest that tiny, rounded life. The little creature lay quietly curled up, its soft texture as warm and supple as leather. Su Xiaowei's eyes immediately lit up, her delight restrained yet unmistakable. So soft. She extended her slender index finger, gently exploring, her fingertip barely making contact. She felt carefully that faint rise and fall, more secretive than a pulse, more subtle than breathing. She whispered in admiration, "It's so adorable. May I look closer?" A barely noticeable blush colored her cheeks, like the horizon touched by evening clouds. Lin Yang was struck by how the word adorable touched some hidden part of his heart, his face reddening another shade. He pressed his lips together, keeping his voice low but with underlying confidence. "You haven't seen it awake. It's fierce." He paused, gazing gently at the small bundle in his palm, his tone carrying helpless affection. "And it can grow quite large and is very capable in battle. It just sleeps too much." Even he didn't understand where this deep slumber came from. Once asleep, it simply wouldn't wake. Su Xiaowei listened intently, leaning even closer. She held her breath and gently poked the round little belly with her fingertip, but the small creature showed no response, its sleep undisturbed. She tried coaxing it a bit more, but still saw no signs of awakening, only that extremely faint rhythm of life pulsing slightly beneath her finger. Finally, she withdrew her hand, restraining her reluctance as she carefully placed it back in Lin Yang's palm. Her fingertip inadvertently brushed his palm, creating a slight tickle like wind sweeping across grass tips or snow falling on a sleeve. Lin Yang almost instinctively curled his fingers, protecting the small creature even more tightly. Su Xiaowei stood up, her smile bright once more. "Let's go. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. If we dawdle any longer, we'll miss all the excitement." She headed toward the door first, her ponytail bouncing lightly, her steps clean and decisive. Lin Yang followed, his pace neither fast nor slow, his breathing steady though his emotions remained unsettled. When Lin Yang arrived on this giant planet called Blue Star, he began what could be called a protagonist's script, completely alone. Here, exotic beasts roamed freely, secret realms were everywhere, and the rules were coldly unforgiving. His parents had died early, leaving only that palm-sized beast egg. Later, in an accident, blood splattered onto the eggshell, and unexpectedly, it hatched this sleeping little bundle. From that moment on, this small creature became his only family, the fire in the night, the lamp on the road, the attachment he was unwilling to show others or let go of. In the gymnasium, an entire grade of high school seniors wore expressions mixing excitement with anxiety. Some looked up, some whispered, some clenched their fists, some bit their lips. Lin Yang took his place with his classmates as their homeroom teacher. Mr. Li pushed up his signature black-framed glasses, the lenses reflecting tense faces. He raised his voice, maintaining a steady rhythm to suppress the restlessness. "Quiet. Today marks a watershed moment in your lives. Professional awakening happens right now." He spoke slowly, each word clear, like driving stakes into their hearts. Professional grades from low to high are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and the legendary SSS. Professions fall into 3 categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. Those who awaken combat or support abilities shouldn't be arrogant. Those who awaken lifestyle abilities shouldn't be discouraged. Logistics are equally indispensable. The massive gymnasium had been cleared and temporarily transformed, with an ancient gray-white circular altar erected at its center. The stone blocks were carved with intricate runes that glowed faintly, as if pulsing from within. Even from a distance, One could feel a spiritual pressure emanating from the center. Students lined up by class, ascending the stone steps in order, each step leading into the unknown. At the altar's center, the priest conducting the ceremony wore ancient robes and maintained an expressionless face as he placed his hand on a floating crystal orb. Each time a student took position, the crystal orb would emit light of varying intensity, with phantom text appearing afterward, results clear and cold. Expectations burned like fire, results fell like ice. Wang Chong, Frank, minor, lifestyle class. Li Fong, Drank, masseuse, support class. Zhang Wei, Crank, shield warrior, combat class. Zhao Gang, Brank, alchemist, support class. Time was crushed second by second, the air growing heavy, the atmosphere hardening. Some remained silent, some smiled bitterly, some felt fortunate, some disappointed joy and sorrow, cold and heat, strength and weakness stood in stark contrast. Until a slightly chubby boy's result was announced. Sun Hao, a rank, chicken farming master, lifestyle class. Suppressed laughter erupted from the crowd before being forcibly contained, not loud, but enough to leave the subject stunned. Sun Hao's face flushed red as he scratched the back of his head, walking down from the altar in confusion. The principal stood at the front edge of the viewing platform, his brow furrowed into deep lines, his gaze growing tighter with each sweep, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Even he was worried. Would their first high school fail to produce even one top-tier combat or support professional this year? The oppression felt like lead weights, pressing down heavily into everyone's hearts. But the story's turn came in the very next moment. The crystal orb at the altar's center suddenly burst with blinding ice blue light, not a brief flash, but sustained brilliance like the core of a polar region. Tiny ice crystals rose and slowly fell, the air filled with subtle tremors as the entire altar emitted a low but clear humming. The crowd's chatter was frozen, breathing tightened, gazes drawn in. The judgment text gradually condensed, the result approaching, ever closer shrank. Combat class. For the first time, the ancient priest's voice, usually as still as a deep, well-carried and unmistakable tremor. He took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly. Frost Mage, combat class. The awakened one, Zhou Shuer, whoosh. The deathly silence shattered instantly. Gasps, sharp intakes of breath, and cries of disbelief erupted like a tidal wave exploding above the stadium. Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto the center of the altar. That cold, beautiful girl. Wisps of frost mist coiled around her slender shoulders as her gaze shifted from initial bewilderment to ice-cold determination. In the stands, the principal clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. His tense expression finally relaxed as he exhaled deeply, wild joy nearly bursting from his smile. He slammed the railing hard. Strength combat class. And an ice elemental mage with the most explosive attack power. This verdict alone would give the school a decisive advantage in this year's resource allocation. The principal's nerves finally eased, thinking today's main event was over and he could simply bask in the afterglow of success. Just as his gaze casually swept across the altar, at the end of the line, an unremarkable young man stepped onto those stone steps. Lin Yang. The cold stone surface crunched under his feet. The moment both feet stepped firmly into the central runic area, the small sleeping creature in his arms suddenly trembled. Silently, a profound light burst from Lin Yang's chest. The light was like an entire miniature galaxy compressed and ignited, ancient, yet brimming with vitality. Whoosh! The streaming light flew like a weary bird returning to its nest, diving with perfect precision into Lin Yang's chest. Ugh! He felt as if a warm sun had been stuffed into his chest, scalding yet gentle warmth instantly flooding through his limbs. He froze, his mind blank, instinctively looking down. His hands were empty, yet his chest glowed faintly. What's happening? Little one, how did it get inside? No time to think. Boom! The altar beneath his feet roared like an awakened ancient beast, letting out a deafening bellow. A blinding pillar of light shot skyward without warning. This time it wasn't just ice blue. Crimson, golden yellow, indigo, emerald green, deep purple, countless aurora-like bands of color twisted and coiled, instantly swallowing Lin Yang's slender figure completely. The entire stadium from dome to the farthest corner of the stands blazed bright as day under this wild, yet sacred radiance. Hum, hum, hum. Magical fluctuations transformed into a world-destroying tsunami of energy, sweeping in all directions. The ancient stone foundation carved with runes let out tooth-grinding groans. Spider web-like hairline cracks spread visibly across the surface of the foundation stone. Students sitting closer to the stage were knocked off balance by the invisible shockwave, crying out in alarm. In the next instant, the clamor seemed frozen by absolute zero, as all sounds suddenly fell into deathly silence. The entire space felt drained of air, leaving only tomb-like stillness. Gazes converged into a blazing torrent as thousands of eyes locked onto the pillar of light still erupting violently. Shock, bewilderment, terror, and disbelief mingled on every face. An oppressive weight descended, causing many to forget to breathe. At the center of the light pillar, Lin Yang's figure was completely engulfed. He seemed to drift to the origin of the universe as countless streams of information, power, and whispers crashed through his consciousness. The small beast that had long since merged with his body now pulsed like a newborn star, resonating unfathomably with the altar and his very soul. At that moment, an ancient and majestic voice, if representing the will of the world itself, branded itself into his soul. Ding, supergrade soul fluctuation detected. Finding successful. Congratulations, host. On awakening the growth type, hidden profession forbidden spell Archmage. Current profession level, F. Mental power. Profession traits, growable, unique, infinite mental power, law level destructive power locked. The cold mechanical notification exploded in Lin Yang's mind, each word hammering against his nerves with crushing weight. The 4 words, forbidden spell Archmage, carried earth-shaking authority, yet the glaring letter that followed was like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. Grade F. On the massive profession crystal pillar, the brilliant light rapidly dimmed, leaving only a solitary F. The principal stared at it with constricted pupils, his voice cracking with disbelief. Grade F. What about that terrifying energy that nearly tore apart the awakening plaza and shook the heavens? What about the phenomenon of all crystal pillars dimming in reverence? All of that for just an F? The principal's mind crashed. In the dead silence, a mocking snicker dropped into the crowd like a stone hitting water, detonating the entire plaza. Ha! Ha! Grade F. Actually, grade F. I nearly wet myself thinking I was about to witness history. Forbidden spell Archmage? More like forbidden waste god. With grade mana, you probably can't even cast a single spell. The most useless hidden profession in history? Oh wait, maybe the only grade hidden profession ever. Unprecedented. The drawn-out tone triggered even louder laughter. Waves of mockery crashed from all directions against the lone figure standing before the awakening crystal pillar. The awe and envy that the phenomenon had initially inspired now transformed into arrows that blotted out the sky. Blue Star's history did include forbidden spell mages, all at least grade, wielding world-destroying skills that consumed enormous amounts of mental power. Even grade high-tier forbidden spell mages often depleted their entire mana pool with a single spell. With Lin Yang's grade attributes, he would likely never be able to cast even one forbidden spell in his entire lifetime. Lin Yang stood motionless, his right fist silently clenched until his knuckles turned white. Disheveled hair fell across his face, concealing his expression from view. Only he could see the pale blue system panel before him. Mental power, law-level destructive power, locked. Like a beast slumbering in the abyss, cold vertical pupils quietly opened. Lin Yang's figure appeared exceptionally small beneath the towering, awakening crystal pillar. The dim sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting its glow across the plaza, while the crystal pillar refracted cold light, like countless fine needles piercing the young man's lean silhouette. Gazes swarmed from all directions, contempt, schadenfreude, and pure malice mingled together, clinging to the air like thick mud. He kept his head down, his knuckles white from clenching, his shoulders trembling slightly. To onlookers, this was clearly the silent despair and humiliation of being branded and frank waste. But only Lin Yang himself knew that the trembling came from explosive joy threatening to burst, for the wild beast stuffed down his throat was roaring, and he could only bite down hard on his teeth to suppress the violent spasms brought by this euphoria. Frank. Forbidden curse Archmage. A harsh, raspy voice tore through the crowd's whispers. Everyone turned toward the sound to see Principal Chun Guodong's plump face, which had been flushed red from the earlier phenomenon, now drained of all color like a frostbitten eggplant. His small, shrewd eyes fixed intently on Lin Yang's back, then darted to the crystal pillar where the now dimmed yet blindingly conspicuous F rating glowed. His lips trembled, fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and complex emotions churned in the depths of his pupils, elation, terror, and helplessness tearing at each other. Any profession with God in its name throughout Blue Star's awakening history which one hadn't suppressed the universe with boundless potential? It meant supreme power, the school's glory, and endless future policy support with surging enrollment. Chun Guodong's mind was already racing, submitting special approval applications to the Education Bureau, securing resource allocation, overwhelming publicity campaigns. But it had to be forbidden curse Archmage. It had to be those very words nailed to the pillar of shame for useless professions. Were forbidden curse mages weak? Strong. Unimaginably strong. With a flip of their hand, they could summon clouds and rain. A single curse could topple mountains and rivers, eclipse the sun and moon. Whether for ultimate single-target assassination or massive battlefield clearing, the power of forbidden curses was enough to overshadow all other professions. In theory, they should stand at the very apex of the pyramid, wielding influence that could determine a nation's fate. China's history was not without forbidden curse mages. Decades ago during the Meteor War, one such mage, also rated rank, emerged. The entire nation was shaken, the leadership ecstatic, believing they had finally obtained a heaven-defying trump card. The country poured unimaginable resources into him. Top-tier mana potions flowed like water. Rare elemental cores piled into mountains for his absorption. The strongest protective equipment and most profound cultivation methods were all offered, hoping he would unleash that world-destroying curse at the crucial moment. The results were indeed dazzling. One carefully prepared, blazing judgment shot skyward, instantly evaporating a surging river and obliterating the hundreds of thousands of elite beasts entrenched along its banks, along with 100 miles of terrain, tearing open a decisive breakthrough for the frontline army. When the battle report arrived, the entire nation celebrated. Behind the celebration, however, were finance ministry officials scratching their heads and pulling out handfuls of hair, along with treasury coffers that had been nearly emptied. Post-battle calculations revealed that the resources consumed by that single forbidden curse, converted to common currency, would have been enough to arm an entire mage corps of over 100 high-ranking elemental mages. That mage corps, by combining their collective power and accepting certain costs, could achieve similar or even more flexible battlefield coverage effects. What was truly terrifying was that even a dozen high-tier mages working together could never match the resource consumption rate of a single strength forbidden spell caster like a bottomless black hole. Strength talent brought not only world-destroying power, but also an insatiable hunger for energy, wealth, and manpower. Every advancement in realm, every forbidden spell cast, was like throwing an entire mountain of ore into a black hole, only to watch it vanish without a trace. The nation gritted its teeth to sustain such support, while all logistics departments walked on a knife's edge, knowing that one misstep meant plunging into an abyss. Finally, the nightmare became reality. In a decisive battle that would determine the nation's fate, the strength forbidden spellcaster hailed as the strongest flame of hope, made a microscopic miscalculation regarding his own limits and mana consumption, an error of less than 1,000th. Yet it became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The forbidden spell energy instantly spiraled out of control. The golden-red magic circle exploded. Howling chaotic currents tore through everything, and the blazingly invisible flames of law devoured like a greedy glutton, draining his life, mana, and even his soul in the blink of an eye. When the dust settled, only a charred skeleton remained on the ground, bleached white as if weathered for 1,000 years, alongside a robe stripped of all luster that crumbled to ash at the slightest touch. That scene was forever burned into the minds of all high-ranking officers and support mages present, marking the complete collapse of the nation's forbidden spellcaster strategy. From that day forward, forbidden spellcasters throughout Hua country and even across the entire Blue Star were branded with 3 labels: the most useless of the useless, resource-devouring beasts, and high-risk walking bombs. They possessed nuclear-level destructive power, but their operational costs could bankrupt a nation, while the wielders themselves could transform into human explosives at any moment, obliterating friend and foe alike. The resources required to cultivate one strength forbidden spellcaster could produce dozens or even hundreds of stable, reliable high-tier professionals. Even a fool could do that math. If strength ended so tragically, what fate awaited Lin Yang, whose professional assessment was merely frank? A cold, regretful sigh drifted from beside the principal. Zhou Shuer, shrouded in pale ice-blue frost, and having just awakened as a winter mage, stood still like an ice fairy. The trace of curiosity that had appeared on her exquisite face during Lin Yang's grand awakening phenomenon had completely vanished. She shook her head slightly, as if refusing to witness this inevitably disappointing conclusion, turning her clear gaze toward the pristine sky in the distance. The names Lin Yang and Frank, God of Forbidden Spells, were no longer worth even a shred of emotion in her heart. The commotion below not only failed to subside due to the principal's loss of composure or Zhou Shuer's indifference, but grew even more brazen as Lin Yang made his awkward exit. TSK, God of Forbidden Spells? The name might scare a bull to death, but he falls over at the first breeze. Frank. Haha. I awakened as a berserker and at least got crank. Exactly. That useless profession isn't even as practical as my barbecue master. At least I can grill skewers to feed myself. I told you so. How could some parentless orphan have that kind of luck? Heaven is fair. Always putting on that high and mighty act for who? Thought he could turn his life around through awakening? Dream on, right? Even if you awaken successfully, how could you compare to my family's 3 generations of wealthy merchants? Venomous words like icy poison, accompanied by harsh laughter, penetrated Lin Yang's ears from all directions. Every word, orphan, scholarship student, cut through him like a dull blade, slicing repeatedly through his buried memories. The hardships, loneliness, and injustices he had deliberately buried were now torn open, raw and bleeding, by these vicious words. Lin Yang stumbled down the final step, his legs unsteady, as if all his strength had been drained by this sudden blow. His head hung low, disheveled bangs half concealing his face, shoulders trembling uncontrollably, looked like a pitiful creature, humiliated beyond measure. What others couldn't see was that in the shadows, his mouth was twisting upward into a grotesque arc of madness, his teeth bit down hard on the inside of his lower lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding his tongue as he desperately suppressed the hysterical laughter threatening to burst from his throat. It hurt, it really hurt. Physiological tears welled up in his eyes, which to onlookers only served as proof of his humiliation, causing the mocking voices to surge again like a flock of bloodthirsty crows. Only Lin Yang himself knew he was about to burst, not from despair, but from overwhelming joy crashing through his nerves like a tsunami. He had thought his parents' only legacy was that perpetually sleeping beast that did nothing but act cute and nap all day. But just moments ago, a cold system notification accompanied by the declaration of God of forbidden spells had thundered through his mind, followed by an indescribably vast flow of information. This was his long-awaited golden finger as a transmigrator, true inheritance that had slumbered in the depths of his soul until awakened by the ritual ceremony. That sleepy little furball was merely a decoy. The real treasure was the system that had crossed over with him. Frank? He laughed maniacally in his heart. Screw Frank. What others saw as a worthless label was perfect camouflage for him. The lower the initial rating of a growth-type profession, the more terrifying its potential ceiling. Forbidden spell masters drain mana like water? Are bottomless resource black holes. But he possessed infinite mental power. What did this mean? It meant those terrifying forbidden spells that could drain the life force of rank forbidden spell masters were as natural as breathing to him. It meant those astronomical resource costs that even nations feared were nothing but a joke to him. The only price he might pay for casting forbidden spells was getting hungry. As long as his stomach was full, he could cast forbidden spells endlessly, until the end of time, until the world fell silent. Other forbidden spell masters might run out of mana, but what did that matter to someone with an infinite mana bar? The cacophony of mockery, the cheap pity, the complete condemnation of his profession based on narrow-minded prejudice, all of it seemed so absurd and insignificant now that Lin Yang had fully awakened his system. In the bustling testing hall, crowds surged like waves, their gazes weaving an invisible net of contempt, ridicule, and pity that pressed down on his shoulders. Lin Yang kept his head low, like someone nailed to a pillar of shame, yet his steps remained steady as he moved toward the edge of the crowd, seeking a corner forgotten by the chaos. System, open the panel, he thought. In the next second, a blue light screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Archmage. Class rating, F growable. Level 1. Strength, 10. Average healthy adult 10 points. Agility, 10. Stamina, 10. Spirit. Talents, 1. Thought manifest magic unique. Growable, Spirit. Low-level destructive power to be unlocked. Innate talent of the Forbidden Spell Archmage. Cast forbidden spells without incantation, 100 skill cooldown reduction. 2. Elemental Dominion, all elements. Currently unlocked. Ice Forbidden Spell Archmage naturally dominates all elements. Skills. Ice Forbidden Spell. Sigh of the Ice Queen manipulates ice and snow laws. Releases area effect Forbidden Spell. Deals massive ice magic damage with freezing effect. Damage and range increase with Forbidden Spell Archmage level. Hiss. Lin Yang sharply inhaled, his shoulders nearly convulsing as if struck by a massive wave. He bit down hard on his cheek, teeth chattering, using every ounce of strength to suppress the wild laughter threatening to burst from his throat. Frank? Useless god. Screw that. Every word on this screen was like mockery of the world's ignorance. Student Lin Yang. Don't be too heartbroken. A voice came from behind, carrying emotions so complex they seemed twisted. Lin Yang blinked away the tears that had welled up from suppression and slowly turned around. Principal Chen Guodong stood 3 steps away, his slightly hunched frame constrained by a tight suit, his chubby face forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. His expression was a jumbled mix of shock, disappointment, and professional concern. Half a step behind him stood Zhou Shuer, the shrank frostmage who had just become the center of attention. The girl's spine was straight, her delicate face covered with a thin layer of frost, cold air emanating faintly around her like an exquisite ice sculpture. Her gaze toward Lin Yang was calm and indifferent, as if she were merely looking at irrelevant scenery. Ahem. Chen Guodong cleared his throat, trying to inject some warmth into his voice. Student Lin Yang, although, well, this forbidden spell god profession, based on historical experience, may have certain strategic limitations, but he carefully chose his words, avoiding sharp terms like useless or worthless. A god-tier profession is undeniably extraordinary. It's extremely rare in the entire history of Blue Star. This alone brings tremendous honor to our school. The school will remember your contribution. Lin Yang kept his head down, shoulders trembling slightly, his voice muffled. Thank you, Principal. His appearance of being deeply hurt, yet maintaining politeness, stirred a faint sense of guilt in Chen Guodong's heart. Although it's only Frank, it's still a divine profession after all. Who knows? It might be of great use in the future. Maybe during the college entrance exam, I could spend some life force and help the school take first place. Very good. Having that kind of spirit is what matters. Chun Guodong leaned back in his high-backed chair, puffing out his chest to project the full authority of a principal. Professional awakening is just the starting point level, is what's crucial. To help you improve your strength as quickly as possible before the college entrance exam, the school has specially approved your entry into a low-level dungeon, the Shadowed Grove. He paused, his gaze shifting between the two students before finally settling on Lin Yang. Considering your professional characteristics, the school has also arranged a support team for you. A shield warrior for protection, a priest for healing, and a cleric for buffs. This is the most reliable leveling configuration. With that, he waved his hand grandly, as if bestowing a tremendous favor. Additionally, the school will provide an extra piece of beginner equipment as encouragement for outstanding new students. Student Shuer, you choose first. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Guodong pulled several pieces of faintly glowing equipment from his storage ring, arranging them on the mahogany desk. An earring set with an aquamarine gem, a magic staff covered in frost crystal patterns, and a heavy tower shield nearly half a person's height. Zhou Shuer glanced over them, and, with barely a pause, her pale fingertip pointed steadily at the blue earring. I want this tranquil earring. Her voice was crisp and cold. The attribute that slowly restored mental power was perfect for an ice mage with high mana consumption. Good. Chun Guodong nodded, then looked toward Lin Yang with encouragement and reassurance. Student Lin Yang, you pick one too. This apprentice barrier breastplate has considerable defense, or this longsword. Lin Yang looked up, his expression emotionally sparse, his gaze passing over the bulky breastplate before settling on the wooden magic staff. The staff's tip was set with a cloudy ice crystal, its appearance simple and ancient. He reached out and grasped the shaft, feeling the cool, rough texture of the wood grain. Powerful beginner magic staff LV1. Physical attack 7. Magic attack 9. Attack speed 10. Casting speed 10. Hit rate 5. Rarity 1. Elite quality blue. I'll take this one. Lin Yang's voice was calm, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the cold crystal. The attributes were mediocre, but sufficient for him. Good choice. The magic staff suits your professional direction very well. Chun Guodong forced himself to add that last part, then grew serious. Tomorrow morning, you'll enter the Shadowed Grove with your team. Remember safety first, follow orders, take it steady. Principal. Lin Yang suddenly interrupted, his voice quiet but clear. The team? I don't need one. What did you say? Chun Guodong didn't catch it at first, thinking he'd misheard. Zhou Xuaner's ice blue eyes focused on Lin Yang for the first time, clearly astonished. No team? And Frank forbidden spellcaster, who couldn't even cast a single skill, going into a dungeon alone? Did he want to become monster food? Meeting their bewildered stares, Lin Yang's lips curved in a barely perceptible smile that held indescribable meaning. He waved the magic staff in his hand, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. I'll go in alone. Having others would just split my experience. This is absolutely ridiculous. Lin Yang, do you even know what you're saying? Chun Guodong practically roared, his voice so thunderous that the blinds trembled, and droplets of saliva were clearly visible in the mottled beams of light. The dark forest may be a low-level dungeon, but the monsters inside aren't made of clay. Even the most common goblin would treat you like a snack. His chest heaved as if ready to explode at any moment, his finger jabbing forcefully at Lin Yang. You're an frank professional who can't even cast a basic fireball spell, and you want to go in alone? Are you looking to die? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rage that had nearly burst from his throat, his tone shifting to something heavy and slow. I know you feel frustrated, and I understand that young people are hot-blooded and can't stand being wronged. But reality is reality. Acting on impulse will only get you killed in there. Accepting the school's arrangement is for your own good and shows responsibility for your safety. The air seemed frozen. The principal's roar still echoed off the walls. Zhou Shuer, who had remained as still as a statue, finally showed a slight ripple in her ice blue eyes. She studied Lin Yang for several seconds, her expressionless face forming a sharp contrast to the previous outburst. How do you plan to fight monsters? Her voice remained cold, yet cut straight to the heart of the matter. What couldn't Frank with no skills use to fight magical beasts? Lin Yang didn't answer immediately, instead focusing his gaze on the ordinary-looking wooden novice wand in his hand. A cloudy ice crystal was embedded at the tip, and the attribute panel displayed a glaring hit rate of 1, as if mocking its user. His fingertips gently traced the wand's surface, the corner of his mouth lifting almost imperceptibly. Then he raised his head, his gaze sweeping past the principal's flushed face before finally settling on Zhou Shuer's eyes, calm as a frozen lake. With this, he raised the wand slightly, his tone as casual as if discussing dinner plans. By hitting them, the brief statement landed like a stone, and dead silence instantly consumed the office. Chun Guodong's gaping mouth froze midair, his eyes bulging like brass bells. For the first time, Zhou Xuaner's eyes clearly flashed with speechlessness, hitting them. Using that broken stick to beat magical beasts? Did he think he was playing whack-a-mole with a baseball bat? The oppressive silence made breathing nearly impossible. Finally, Lin Yang tucked away that faint smile, nodded slightly to the principal, and turned to pull open the heavy wooden door. Daylight and voices from the corridor flooded in, dispelling the accumulated stuffiness. Zhou Xuerer followed behind him, her high heels clicking crisply against the empty floor. Lin Yang, she called out from behind. Lin Yang's steps faltered slightly, but he didn't turn around. Would you like to? For the first time, she showed hesitation and a sense of responsibility. Team up with me. It would be safer. Even though this classmate was considered frank trash, she couldn't bear to watch him die from reckless pride. Lin Yang finally turned around, his expression calm as still water, simply waving his hand. No need. His tone was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. You. Tiny cracks appeared in Zhou Xuaner's icy mask, anger and confusion flashing in her eyes at being rejected. She had just opened her mouth when a male voice, clearly fawning yet superior, cut in with undisguised malice. Xiaoxua, why are you teaming up with this loser? Are you trying to drag down the team's standards? As soon as the voice rang out, all eyes turned toward the newcomer. It was Zhao Kai, the famous rich kid from Linhai No. 1 High School, his designer sportswear spotless, his slick back hair gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Just moments ago at the Awakening Plaza, he had laughed the loudest and mocked the most viciously. Now, he glared at Lin Yang with disgust practically spilling from his eyes. This orphan piece of trash who awakened in frank ability and still acts all high and mighty. Why do you even care if he dies? It'd be better for the country if he did, save some resources. He grew more excited as he spoke, his words flying faster, his finger nearly touching Lin Yang's nose. Hey, you Lin, what kind of tone were you using when you talked to Zhou Xue just now? Huh, did awakening and frank ability fry your brain too? Looking for a beating, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right here and now. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Lin Yang showed neither anger nor retreat. He quietly observed Zhao Kai, the corner of his mouth curving into a hint of amusement. That smile was so faint it was barely visible, yet it pierced Zhao Kai's heart like an invisible ice needle, making him inexplicably uneasy. Still, he forced himself to raise his voice. What's there to be afraid of? He's just an frank loser. Zhao Kai, right? Lin Yang finally spoke, his tone as calm as casual conversation. I wonder if you've read a novel called Supreme Imperial Weapon. Zhao Kai was taken aback, not expecting such a sudden shift to literature. He nodded instinctively. I have. What? Oh. Lin Yang's smile deepened, appearing harmless as a lamb. Then you should remember this line from it. The Quasi Emperor at his peak, with limited lifespan remaining, approaches bearing the supreme imperial weapon. As the words settled, Zhao Kai's pupils contracted sharply, and a chill shot up his spine to the back of his skull. Lin Yang's tone remained calm, yet it seemed wrapped in ice shards. Tell me, if I really didn't want to live anymore. He paused, his gaze lingering on Zhao Kai's pale face. What if I placed a little forbidden curse at your house for fun? What do you think? The surroundings fell into instant silence. A forbidden curse master. When mental power is insufficient, one can cast forbidden curses at the cost of life force. This was common knowledge on Blue Star. This person might only be frank, but who could guarantee he wouldn't truly go mad? Gulp. Zhao Kai swallowed hard, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He tried to raise his voice, but it came out weak. You're just trying to scare me. I don't believe it. I don't believe you'd waste precious life force over such a trivial matter. You damn well better. His words cut off abruptly because Lin Yang maved no incantation, no charging up, not even a change in expression, just casually raising his right hand and lightly rubbing his thumb against his middle finger. Snap. A crisp finger snap exploded through the air, as if some invisible switch had been instantly flipped. The entire campus of Linhai No. 1 High School seemed gripped by a giant icy hand. The stifling summer heat was sucked away in one breath, the temperature plummeting at a visible rate from over 30 degrees to the 20s, to the teens, to single digits, below zero. In just one breath, midsummer became the Arctic. The bone-piercing cold struck like countless tiny ice needles, penetrating through clothing and stabbing mercilessly into every pore. The corridor windows cracked with a sharp sound as thick frost spread across them instantly, blooming into intricate ice flowers with patterns so delicate they looked knife-carved. In the air, countless rice grain-sized ice crystals materialized from nothing, drifting and falling like the prelude to an approaching blizzard. Ah, so cold. What's happening? My God, is it snowing? Screams erupted from the crowd, but everyone quickly realized this wasn't snow at all. These were much sharper ice crystals. Throughout the corridors and classrooms, students scattered with their heads covered, screams echoing one after another as the entire academic building plunged into chaos. The next moment, an even more terrifying sight appeared. Above the rooftop, all the dancing ice crystals seemed pulled by an invisible giant hand, spinning wildly, condensing, and taking shape. In just a few breaths, an enormous female face that blocked out the sky materialized in midair, forged entirely from pure ice and snow. That face was breathtakingly beautiful. Flawless contours, ice blue pupils as deep as an eternal frozen abyss, long eyelashes like transparent snow feathers refracting cold light. A noble nose bridge and elegant, yet bone-chillingly cold lips carried an inviolable majesty. Hair formed of ice and snow flowed like a silent glacier, floating quietly around her face. Sacred, ancient, and utterly frigid pressure radiated from her eyes and brows, as if with just one glance, all things in heaven and earth would freeze solid. What on earth is happening? Principal Chun Guodong stumbled out of his office, glasses sliding to the tip of his nose, eyes wide with shock. The north wind swept into the corridor, making his teeth chatter, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Everyone was stunned except for one person, Zhou Shuer. For the first time, this rank winter mage's face showed utter shock, her ice blue pupils contracting. While others only felt the bone-piercing cold, she clearly sensed that this wasn't ordinary ice magic, but the very source of ice law that could make souls tremble. This was an extreme cold that could freeze even time and space. Oh no, Zhou Shuer screamed, whipping her head toward the boy beside her who remained eerily calm. It's an ice-forbidden spell. The Ice Queen's Lament. Lin Yang, have you lost your mind? Casting this will drain you instantly, you'll die. Her voice cracked and turned hoarse, echoing through the corridor that had become an ice cave. Except for high-level teachers, all the students will die. Zhao Kai, why did you have to provoke him? Thud. Zhao Kai's legs gave out as he collapsed on the spot, warm liquid instantly seeping from his crotch and forming a thin layer of ice upon hitting the ground. His face turned ashen, tears and snot streaming down as he looked up at Lin Yang like he was witnessing the Grim Reaper descending to earth. No. Lin Yang. Brother Lin. Master Lin. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I'm nothing but a fart. You're magnanimous, just let this fart pass. I'm still a virgin. I don't want to die. Please withdraw your divine power. Withdraw it. He babbled incoherently, kowtowing frantically like a pecking chicken. Gone was any trace of his rich second-generation arrogance, only the most primal fear of death remained. Lin Yang glanced down at Zhao Kai, who was trembling like a leaf on the ground, making a complete fool of himself, then looked up at the breathtakingly beautiful, yet terrifyingly imposing giant face of the Ice Queen in the sky. The playful curve at the corner of his lips slowly faded, leaving only an almost indifferent calm in his eyes. All right. His voice wasn't loud, yet it easily drowned out Zhao Kai's heart-wrenching wails. Since you know you were wrong. He paused slightly, as if considering whether to say more, then casually waved his hand toward the sky with the tone of dismissing an incompetent assistant. That's enough for now. I don't need you anymore. You can go back. His words fell into silence. Dead silence, like a curtain of darkness suddenly descending. In the hallway, all the frozen students remained motionless. Principal Chun Guodong leaned against the doorframe, half his body stuck in the doorway. Zhao Kai still sat collapsed on the ground, his mouth twitching. Even the stunning giant face made of ice and snow showed a rare flicker of confusion in its abyssal eyes. The Ice Queen wore a look of utter bewilderment. The next moment, an even deeper silence completely enveloped the frigid corridor. Everyone stood like sculptures cast in cold iron, heads tilted back, mouths slightly agape, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Then, the suffocating giant face of ice and snow in the sky, along with the soul-freezing extreme cold, vanished silently like a receding tide. 1 second, it was an apocalyptic scene. The next, the bone-chilling wind suddenly ceased, the dancing ice crystals turned to mist, and the temperature rose at a visibly rapid pace. The frost flowers on the windows crumbled into fragments and melted into droplets that rolled down. The sunlight became warm again, as if that moment of frozen time had never existed. It's gone. The forbidden spell stopped? How is this possible? Aren't forbidden spells supposed to be unstoppable once cast? How did he do that? The brief dead silence was replaced by even more turbulent gasps and exclamations. Everyone's gaze fell on the still calm figure in the center of the hallway, Lin Yang, holding that crooked beginner's wand in one hand. Fear, bewilderment, awe, all mixed together on their faces. Principal Chun Guodong leaned against the doorframe, his glasses askew, muttering to himself. A forbidden spell can be stopped midway? Decades of established professional knowledge crumbled in that moment. However, not everyone was awed by this miracle. Zhao Kai sat collapsed on the cold floor, the wet, cold stickiness in his pants making him uncomfortable all over. Even more uncomfortable were the contemptuous and mocking glances cast his way. The immense shame and fury of being publicly humiliated burned away his last shred of sanity like poison fire. Lin Yang, you fucking... He suddenly sprang up, his face burning from deathly pale to a sickly flush, pointing at Lin Yang's nose, his voice sharp and cracking from extreme shame and rage. Keep acting for me. That move definitely drained your life force. You're bluffing. You're nothing but an empty shell now. Let's see what else you can. A crisp, casual snap of fingers, almost nonchalant in its delivery, rang out once more. Snap. The voice wasn't loud, yet it felt like an invisible ice pick piercing through all of Zhao Kai's roaring, shattering the fleeting warmth of survival. Buzz. That soul-freezing hum, hauntingly familiar, returned once more. The temperature, which had just normalized, suddenly plummeted, as if a colossal invisible hand had forced it into liquid nitrogen, dropping faster and fiercer. 30 degrees, 10 degrees, sub-zero. A bone-chilling wind transformed into countless icy blades, howling as they swept across the campus. Just thawed water droplets solidified into even thicker layers of ice in the blink of an eye. The window panes, frozen stiff, groaned under the pressure. The breath of relief that students had barely released turned into screams of terror as they hugged themselves tightly, the blood in their veins seeming to freeze over. In midair, ice crystals frantically converged and condensed. That immense, breathtakingly beautiful face of the Snow Queen emerged in the heavens once more. But this time everyone noticed something different. The once unfathomable, glacial eyes of the flawless face suddenly rolled upward with exaggeration, revealing a colossal and unmistakably human eye roll. The eye roll was deliberate and vivid, the oppressive aura still freezing enough to halt all life, yet somehow laced with a peculiar air of begrudging exhaustion, a tinge of working overtime unwillingly, indignation, and an unmistakable frustration of you again. Silence fell over the corridor, absolute and suffocating. Screams lodged in throats. Zhou Shuer held her breath as Principal Chun Guodong's worldview shattered into pieces. The fleeing students, who had been scrambling like rats, suddenly seemed frozen in place, their gazes darting nervously between the enormous eye-rolling face in the sky and the person in the middle of the corridor, the one responsible for it all. Lin Yang remained there, holding that seemingly pathetic, beginner's mighty magic wand. His expression as calm as if he were taking a stroll in his backyard. It was as though he had casually pressed the air conditioning's cooling button again. His gaze slowly drifted to Zhao Kai, whose face had gone from flushed red to ghostly pale in an instant, his mouth still frozen mid-roar. The faintest curve tugged at the corner of Lin Yang's lips as he spoke, his tone leisurely. You were just saying, what else could I possibly do? Go on, I'm listening. Stillness. Absolute stillness. Every frozen student in the corridor, as well as Principal Chun Guodong, remained in their skyward pose, their eyes darting incessantly between the towering face and that unimpressive magic wand. Zhao Kai was completely dumbfounded. Collapsing onto the icy ground, he felt the dampness spreading from his pants, now frozen solid, sticky and uncomfortable, though far less agonizing than the turmoil roiling within him. One thought repeated frantically in his mind like a racing marquee. This guy is insane. Completely and utterly insane. All of this over one sentence. Pulling out a forbidden spell, just like that? Is he trying to get himself killed or what? Madman. The voice wasn't loud, yet it felt like an invisible ice pick piercing through all of Zhao Kai's roaring, shattering the fleeting warmth of survival. Buzz. That soul-freezing hum, hauntingly familiar, returned once more. The temperature, which had just normalized, suddenly plummeted, as if a colossal invisible hand had forced it into liquid nitrogen, dropping faster and fiercer. 30 degrees, 10 degrees, sub-zero. A bone-chilling wind transformed into countless icy blades, howling as they swept across the campus. Just thawed water droplets solidified into even thicker layers of ice in the blink of an eye. The window panes, frozen stiff, groaned under the pressure. The breath of relief that students had barely released turned into screams of terror as they hugged themselves tightly, the blood in their veins seeming to freeze over. In midair, ice crystals frantically converged and condensed. That immense, breathtakingly beautiful face of the Snow Queen emerged in the heavens once more. But this time everyone noticed something different. The once unfathomable, glacial eyes of the flawless face suddenly rolled upward with exaggeration, revealing a colossal and unmistakably human eye roll. The eye roll was deliberate and vivid, the oppressive aura still freezing enough to halt all life, yet somehow laced with a peculiar air of begrudging exhaustion, a tinge of working overtime unwillingly, indignation, and an unmistakable frustration of you again. Silence fell over the corridor, absolute and suffocating. Screams lodged in throats. Zhou Shuer held her breath as Principal Chun Guodong's worldview shattered into pieces. The fleeing students, who had been scrambling like rats, suddenly seemed frozen in place, their gazes darting nervously between the enormous eye-rolling face in the sky and the person in the middle of the corridor, the one responsible for it all. Lin Yang remained there, holding that seemingly pathetic, beginner's mighty magic wand. His expression as calm as if he were taking a stroll in his backyard. It was as though he had casually pressed the air conditioning's cooling button again. His gaze slowly drifted to Zhao Kai, whose face had gone from flushed red to ghostly pale in an instant, his mouth still frozen mid-roar. The faintest curve tugged at the corner of Lin Yang's lips as he spoke, his tone leisurely. You were just saying, what else could I possibly do? Go on, I'm listening. Stillness. Absolute stillness. Every frozen student in the corridor, as well as Principal Chun Guodong, remained in their skyward pose, their eyes darting incessantly between the towering face and that unimpressive magic wand. Zhao Kai was completely dumbfounded. Collapsing onto the icy ground, he felt the dampness spreading from his pants, now frozen solid, sticky and uncomfortable, though far less agonizing than the turmoil roiling within him. One thought repeated frantically in his mind like a racing marquee. This guy is insane. Completely and utterly insane. All of this over one sentence. Pulling out a forbidden spell, just like that? Is he trying to get himself killed or what? Madman. I. Zhao Kai's lips trembled, his throat seemingly blocked by a chunk of ice, managing only a single syllable. Whoosh. Through the thunderous wind, a bulky yet impossibly fast figure lunged forward. It was Principal Chun Guodong. Usually impeccably dressed in his suit with a greasy shine on his face, he now moved with the agility of a fat bear whose tail had been stepped on. His chubby right arm transformed into an iron clamp, locking around Zhao Kai's neck, while his torso twisted with force, executing what was unmistakably a textbook in disturbingly perfect thunder, plow-hot blade. Bang! The dull impact echoed through the air. Zhao Kai didn't even have time to scream before being hurled like a broken sack, sliding across the cold, smooth floor until he crashed into the corner. The excruciating pain made him curl up like a shrimp, hands desperately clutching his throat as he coughed up tears and snot. Chun Guodong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses that had nearly slipped off, his gaze behind the lenses cold and sharp, yet his voice boomed through the corridor. Senior student Zhao Kai? For malicious bullying of classmates and endangering the safety of all faculty and students. Behavior of extremely vicious nature. By emergency resolution of the school board expelled. Effective immediately. The moment his words landed, his expression instantly switched to a beaming smile as he turned to Lin Yang, rubbing his hands obsequiously. Student Lin Yang, rest assured, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with you. Zhao Kai brought this entirely upon himself. Our school has always been fair and just. In the corner, Zhao Kai struggled painfully while clutching his neck, trying to speak hoarsely. Principal. I cough. Swish. Another cold figure glided over like a phantom. Zhou Shuer. She looked down at the pathetic Zhao Kai on the floor, as if examining a bag of trash ready for disposal, her expression frozen with contempt. Her delicate jade hand moved decisively, delivering a precise chop to the back of Zhao Kai's neck. Ugh, his eyes rolled back, and Zhao Kai completely lost consciousness, bringing instant silence to the corridor. Only then did Zhou Shuer look up, meeting Lin Yang's surprised gaze, her tone flat as if reading a lab report. He has acknowledged his mistakes, has no objection to the school's disciplinary action, and expresses his deepest apologies to student Lin Yang. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the unconscious body on the floor. Did he really say all that? Yes. Chun Guodong practically shouted his response, his tone absolutely certain. Yes. Zhou Shuer followed immediately after, her expression completely unchanged. The two spoke in perfect unison, as if they had rehearsed it 100 times. Lin Yang's mouth twitched, nearly breaking into laughter. He shrugged. All right then, considering his sincerity, I'll be magnanimous and forgive him one last time. As the god of forbidden spells, unlike those struggling elemental mages, Lin Yang had no need to communicate with elements or curry favor with spirits. His talent was called elemental dominion, absolute dominion. As long as he didn't give his approval, the forbidden spell capable of freezing the entire campus would remain in its delicate, ready-to-release state, hanging over everyone's heads like the sword of Damocles. At that moment, high above, the beautiful face formed of ice and snow had rolled its eyes to the heavens, its massive crystalline pupils filled with the exasperation and irritation that screamed, "Are you freaking done yet?" Thanks. Lin Yang finally seemed to remember the matter at hand, casually waving toward the sky with the relaxed tone of seeing off a visiting friend. You can head back now. Come play again when you're free. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd that had just been stunned by the principal and Zhou Shuer's shocking maneuvers was once again collectively petrified. In midair, the magnificent phantom of the Ice Queen seemed to freeze at that casual, "Let's play again," her entire figure stiffening slightly, her massive white eyes rolling even more dramatically. In the final moment before completely dissipating, everyone clearly saw those perfect crystalline lips silently, but forcefully mouth a distinct phrase F. U. C. K. Lin Yang looked up, showing no anger but actually laughing out loud. He hefted the magic wand in his hand and gazed thoughtfully at the sky where the phantom had vanished. Hey, this Ice Queen is quite polite. Before leaving, she didn't forget to ask if I've eaten. What a considerate person. As his words fell, the terrible cold that had frozen everything retreated like a receding tide. The temperature shot up rapidly. Thick ice on the windows cracked into droplets that splattered onto the floor, as if shattering everyone's worldview. In the classroom, from the principal to the students, everyone stared blankly at Lin Yang with expressions of terror, bewilderment, and awe. finally crystallizing into a shared understanding. This guy is a death-defying lunatic, wasting precious life force just to set off world-ending forbidden spells like fireworks, while casually greeting the Ice Queen. Who would dare provoke him? He was practically a walking human nuclear bomb. The next morning, outside Linhai City, at the entrance to a dark forest den, newly job-changed senior students crowded the small clearing like migrating sardines, their excitement, nervousness, and restless anticipation for the unknown filling the air to capacity. Suddenly, a figure appeared, casually strolling over with an unremarkable magic wand in hand. Strangely, with him as the center, the crowd from number 1 high school parted like they'd been split by an arctic wind, instantly creating a vacuum around him. All the number 1 high students seemed frozen in place, shoulders tense, eyes averted, some even pulling their jackets tighter as their teeth chattered slightly. It felt like a 10th-of-Sandy-year-old glacier was walking among them. Hiss! Someone whispered with a trembling voice. A spiky-haired student from number 2 high school looked completely confused and couldn't help but poke a pale-faced boy from number 1 high. Dude, what's going on? Who's that guy? Why are you all acting like you've seen a ghost? Why are you shaking when he shows up? The boy's lips trembled as his gaze flicked toward Lin Yang before quickly dropping, his voice barely audible. Don't ask. Stay away from him. Exactly. Just seeing him makes me feel cold. A girl from number 1 high agreed, hugging her arms with lingering fear in her voice. Damn, so mysterious. The spiky-haired student was even more bewildered, but seeing how the number 1 high students avoided him like a venomous snake, an inexplicable chill rose in his heart too. This guy is ruthless. No, he's a madman. His current image in the minds of number 1 high's teachers and students perfectly matched the suicide bombers from the Red Alert game. No matter how tough you think you are, push someone too far and they'll blow up right in your face, taking you down with them. And the damage is absolutely devastating. Can't mess with that. Seriously can't afford to. Better just steer clear, right? A bizarre vacuum zone forcibly pushed the crowd away from Lin Yang. Yet he stood there as if in his own private space, casually waiting in line. The powerful novice wand spun between his fingers, its cloudy ice crystal tip catching the sunlight and casting cold glint. She seemed to be quite enjoying this clear passage. Not far away, 3 principals huddled together. The lean principal from 2nd high adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and raised an eyebrow at his counterpart. Old Chun, that kid is your first highs. Frank Divine class this year. His inquiry carried a hint of schadenfreude. That's right, Lin Yang. Chun Guodong's nose twitched slightly, his expression complicated. The portly principal from 3rd high rubbed his chin, looking utterly puzzled. Strange, a divine class profession testing as Frank? Your awakening crystal at 1st high needs a factory recall, doesn't it? You're asking me? Chun Guodong spread his hands innocently. Who am I supposed to ask? If it weren't for Zhou Shuer, that shrank frost mage holding things together, I'd probably be packing my bags this year. His words dripped with grievance, but the barely concealed smugness was crystal clear to the other 2 old foxes. Cut it out. The 2nd high principal threw a punch at his shoulder. You've gotten shrank and you're still complaining? Go celebrate in private. Exactly. The 3rd high principal chimed in, both of them seeing right through Chun Guodong's humble bragging. The crowd suddenly parted as an icy presence cut through. Zhou Shuer approached, clad in form-fitting ice blue combat gear, her skin pale as snow, her aura fierce and cold. Behind her followed a stern, burly man carrying a tower shield, a gentle girl wielding a staff, and a silent youth bearing a cross. Zhou Shuer stopped before Lin Yang, her ice blue eyes calm and emotionless. Lin Yang, dungeon limit is 4 people. I can drop the priest and let you join the team. She paused. This way your efficiency and safety are both guaranteed. Onlookers screamed internally, and shrank powerhouse personally offering to lead, even willing to adjust the team composition. This is like winning the lottery. But Lin Yang merely glanced up lazily, his wand spinning casually in his hand. No thanks. He added offhandedly. Too many people, too noisy. It'll hurt my leveling efficiency. Zhou Shuer's eternally frozen face visibly frosted over even more. Her ice blue pupils contracted, and her knuckles went white gripping her staff. That single glare was cold enough to freeze someone to death. Pure, seeking your own death. She spun around sharply, her ponytail cutting a crisp arc through the air, with only one curse echoing in her heart. Suit yourself. Better die in that dungeon feeding the goblins. Holy shit. The crowd erupted. He refused. And Frank is too noisy? Hurts leveling? Is this Frank brain damaged? And Frank without even skills, acting all high and mighty? Going in there to be goblin fodder. Mockery, chatter, and jeers crashed over him like waves. Even the 1st high students who had been wary of Lin Yang were stunned by this move, joining the spectacle. Everyone stared at the boy standing alone in the vacuum zone with his shabby wand, looking at him like he was an idiot. Suddenly, a crisp, casual snap that 1st high students remembered all too well rang out once again. Snap, snap, snap. Lin Yang idly flicked his novice wand, his thumb and middle finger rubbing together rhythmically. creating soft but continuous snapping sounds that crackled through the air. To outsiders, it was merely noise, but to the ears of First High's teachers and students, it sounded like thunder from the heavens. Oh no! Someone let out a blood-curdling scream first, instantly igniting everyone's survival instincts. This is bad. He's about to run. Flee for your lives. The First High students who had just been crowding around to watch the spectacle and mock him suddenly scattered like ants doused with boiling oil, crying and tumbling as they desperately fled from Lin Yang with every ounce of strength they had, as if he weren't just a person, but a nuclear warhead ready to detonate at any moment. Their formation collapsed instantly. Ow! Stop pushing. You stepped on my foot. These lunatics. Students from other schools, completely oblivious to what was happening, were knocked around by this refugee army, creating a cacophony of curses and screams. Some nearly fell to the ground. Others hopped around after being trampled. At the center of the chaos, Principal Chun Guodong reacted fastest. His corpulent body suddenly burst with surprising agility, and like a startled hippo, he let out a low roar and lunged forward. Thud! Thud! The principals of Second High and Third High were mercilessly knocked down by him, and all three rolled into a heap. Old Chun, what the hell has gotten into you? The Second High principal gasped for air under the weight, his wire-rimmed glasses askew on his forehead. The portly Third High principal clutched his lower back, eyes rolling back. Oh my god! Chun, you fat bastard, launching sneak attacks at your age? Never knew you were into this kind of thing. I'm straight, damn it. Chun Guodong's face turned green as he frantically tried to get up, roaring like thunder. Screw your grandmother's spiral fart. He's about to cast a forbidden spell. A forbidden spell. Forbidden my ass. The Second High principal finally broke free, adjusting his glasses while cursing furiously. And Frank Divine class who can't even conjure a flame, and you're scared senseless by finger snapping? Have you gone senile? The Third High principal rubbed his back and snorted coldly. Casting forbidden spells without incantations? Without chanting? Without preparation? Just snapping fingers? You think he's the creator god? I think you just wanted to cop a feel, you pervert. I've seen the way you look at me. The three principals wrestled on the ground, clutching each other's collars and hurling accusations, while students from other schools, battered by the chaos, cursed profusely but still couldn't figure out what was happening. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, the instigator of it all, acted as if none of this concerned him. Those deadly finger snaps continued their rhythmic beat as he walked step by step, unhurried and calm, toward the entrance of the dark forest nest, that swirling vortex of energy emanating a faint glow. He even had the leisure, in the split second before stepping into the vortex, to turn his head slightly and curl his lips into an infuriatingly smug smile, one tinged with amusement and malicious delight. That smirk stood out starkly against the backdrop of swirling energy, like a thin blade piercing the hearts of all who witnessed it. The next moment, he was swallowed by the spinning light, leaving only the cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoing at the nest entrance. Lin Yang, nest selected, dark forest, level 1. First dungeon, entry detected. Only normal mode available. Teleporting. The world seemed to freeze. The three principals stood disheveled and breathless, exchanging glances but unable to speak. Students from other schools looked bewildered, rooted to the spot, as if nailed down. The teachers and students from First High were still in shock, nearly collapsing en masse as if they had just crawled back from death's door. The ripples of the teleportation portal gradually faded. Lin Yang found himself in a dense forest where light was scarce. The air was thick with the sickly sweet scent of damp humus mixed with the faint metallic tang of blood. Ancient trees twisted together, their canopies so dense that only fragmented, dim rays of light filtered through to the moss and leaf-covered ground. Crunch, crunch. Not far away, several hunchbacked green creatures huddled around a mangled corpse, gnawing at it. Their skin resembled moldy bark, with pointed ears and protruding fangs. Their cloudy eyes gleamed with greed and savagery, the lowest tier cannon fodder of the nest, goblins. One of them suddenly looked up, blood foam dripping from its fangs as it grinned menacingly. It dropped the still bleeding severed arm in its grasp and fixed its gaze on Lin Yang, who stood alone with nothing but a worn magic staff. KH. The creature's laughter was sharp and grating. The other goblins abandoned their meal, grabbing crude clubs and rusty daggers as they closed in like wild dogs catching the scent of fresh meat. Lin Yang didn't even bother to raise his staff. He frowned slightly, as if annoyed by trash cluttering his path, and muttered with casual irritation. Forbidden spell, Sigh of the Ice Queen. No lengthy incantations, no complex gestures, and certainly no attempt to control the range or power, chose the most brutally direct approach. Overwhelming firepower. As his words fell, the space before Lin Yang suddenly warped, and bone-chilling cold seemed to seep directly into his marrow. Once again, that breathtakingly beautiful yet despairingly cold face of the Ice Queen materialized in midair, her massive crystalline eyes reflecting the annoyance of being summoned. The goblins froze in terror, even the blood between their fangs turning to ice. The Ice Queen's perfect crystalline lips parted slightly, and she faced the fan-shaped area in front of Lin Yang, blowing gently, as if a child scattering dandelion seeds. Whoosh. It wasn't wind, but a sigh from the depths of an eternal ice abyss, a torrent of law that froze time and space itself. A fan-shaped shockwave of pure, absolute cold swept forward silently, yet with incredible speed, covering exactly what Lin Yang had calculated as the level 1 limit, 100 meters. The air was instantly drained of all heat, transforming into fine crystalline powder that drifted away. As the shockwave passed, the world seemed to hit an even more complete pause button. The goblin's snarling pounce froze mid-motion. The ferocity on his face hadn't yet had time to transform into fear. His body, from skin to muscle, bone to organs, was completely frozen solid within a billionth of a second. The ground beneath his feet, the shrubs twisted by battle intent beside him, even the dust swirling in the air, all simultaneously crystallized into translucent sculptures. The fan-shaped area in front of Lin Yang seemed to have a pause button slammed down on it. All life frozen into a silent, yet magnificent ice sculpture exhibition. Sparse sunlight filtered through the canopy, refracting off countless ice crystals and bursting into rainbow halos, eerily beautiful yet cruel. Due to the limitations of his class mechanics, the range and damage of forbidden spells were tied only to character level, having nothing to do with mental power. Even so, a level 1 forbidden spell was still terrifyingly powerful. Lin Yang hefted the elite quality beginner's staff in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Really efficient. He thought about how others had to team up and grind for half a day just to gain 1 level, while he'd entered the dungeon less than 2 minutes ago and ended the battle with a casual incantation. In midair, the phantom of the Ice Queen slowly began to dissipate. Before fading away, those enormous crystal eyes rolled back almost to the heavens, and her perfect crystalline lips moved soundlessly. B. Lin Yang squinted for a closer look, nodded thoughtfully, and waved farewell to the vanishing phantom with a look of sudden understanding, even giving a thumbs up. Sandbag. Fair assessment. This low-level lair really is as fragile as a sandbag before my forbidden spell. Ice Queen, you have excellent judgment. The Ice Queen's last remnant of shadow trembled violently, as if this divine interpretation had nearly caused her to collapse prematurely from sheer frustration, before finally disappearing completely with a heart full of resentment. Lin Yang surveyed his crystalline masterpiece, shouldered his staff, and hummed an off-key tune as he strode deeper into the dense forest, as if he'd merely swept some fallen leaves from his doorstep. System notifications exploded in rapid succession. Killed level 1 Beast Goblin, EXP 10. Killed level 1 Beast Goblin, EXP 10. Killed level 2 Beast Goblin Captain, EXP 20. Killed level 3 Beast Minotaur, EXP 30. The cold, clear notification sounds machine-gunned across the screen. When the final sound faded, a warm current instantly flowed through his entire body. Level up, level 2. Forbidden spell unlocked. Blessing of the Earth Mother. Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Archmage. Class rating, F growable. Level 2. Strength, 2010. Agility, 2010. Stamina, 2010. Spirit. Talents. Thought becomes law. Elemental Dominion Ice. Elemental Dominion Earth locked. Traits. Growable, unique, infinite spirit power, law level destructive power locked. Skills. Ice Forbidden Spell Lament of the Ice Queen. Earth Forbidden Spell Blessing of the Earth Mother. Blessing of the Earth Mother. When the god of forbidden spells stands upon the earth, he may call upon the Earth Mother to bestow her blessing. Blessing effects increase with level. Current enhancement, all attributes 200. Duration, until MP is depleted. Oh, another new forbidden spell. Lin Yang scanned the panel, his eyes lighting up. All attributes plus 200. Duration, until MP runs out. MP. Looking at the skill description's duration, Lin Yang glanced at the MP bar on his personal panel. Spirit, MP. Not bad. It's actually a permanent skill. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to activate it. Forbidden spell, Blessing of the Earth Mother. Heavy, warm energy exploded from beneath his feet, pulsing like the Earth's heartbeat and instantly flooding through his limbs. Every cell in his body rejoiced, as if he were soaking in a scalding hot spring, with overwhelming power surging so intensely it nearly burst through his skin. Above his head, earthy yellow light gathered into the ethereal form of a benevolent woman. A wreath of wheat ears encircled her flowing hair, gemstone veins adorned her flowing robes, and her gentle face radiated the breath of all life, the Earth Mother's projection. She slowly spread her arms wide, and a solid golden beam of light descended straight down, enveloping Lin Yang completely. The sensation of golden light tempering his body felt like being reforged entirely. Strength, 220,200. Agility, 220,200. Stamina, 220,200. Spirit, 200. With these stats, Lin Yang was confident he could smash monsters to pieces with a single staff blow. Casually swinging his staff, the air shrieked as if being torn apart. He continued deeper into the dense forest, where monsters leveled up from goblins to muscle-bound minotaur elites wielding massive axes. However, in his eyes, aside from having longer health bars, they were all the same. The solution? Still simple and brutal. As soon as monsters entered his sight, snap! A crisp finger snap. Forbidden spell, Lament of the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen's ethereal form was forced into service in midair, materializing again and again. She went from initial impatience to later furrowing her brows into furious cursing mode. What the hell? You busy or what? I know, I'm busy too, but whatever. Thanks for caring, you're such a nice guy. Every time the queen greeted him, Lin Yang felt warmth in his heart. In this world, there was actually some Anino, a goddess who cared about him. How touching. Until one summoning, the Ice Queen's crystalline eyes suddenly flashed with malicious glee. She discovered that every time she appeared, she could see the Earth Mother's projection steadily hovering above Lin Yang's head. Uft, looks like another poor soul is about to suffer. At that moment, the Earth Mother's originally serene and peaceful face was violently twitching first with bewilderment. This kid is using infinite MP to constantly leech buffs? Then her loving expression slightly contorted, and her previously outstretched arms began to stiffen. Her lips moved slightly, silently mouthing, "What the hell?" Of course, Lin Yang couldn't hear the goddess cursing him to kingdom come. He only felt the continuous warmth beneath his feet. So comfortable, he wanted to stretch lazily. TSK, the Earth Mother is truly benevolent and generous, he sighed sincerely. The light above his head flickered violently, as if nearly collapsing from being choked by this heartfelt comment. The Earth Mother roared internally. What the bloody hell? How long has this damn forbidden spell been going on? Still not freaking over. Do you know how tiring it is to keep my arms spread like this? Roar. A deafening bellow tore through the deathly silence of the deep forest, bringing with it a gust of putrid wind. Lin Yang stepped over the damp, rotting leaves and finally reached the heart of the lair, coming face to face with the bossa bull-headed monster elite as massive as a small mountain, wielding a colossal stone axe, level 5. The giant beast clearly hadn't expected its prey to venture in willingly. Its copper-bell's-eyed crimson eyes stared blankly at the space above Lin Yang's head, where a phantom of the Earth Mother Goddess floated, radiating warm golden light with a reluctantly benevolent expression. With over 200 points in agility, Lin Yang's figure moved like a phantom, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he had already flashed before the bull-headed monster's chest, broad as a wall. With a light tap of his toes, his entire body compressed like a spring wound to its limit, then launched upward. No incantations, no light effects, only a powerful novice magic wand topped with a cloudy ice crystal, raised high in both hands and transformed into the most primitive, most violent of clubs. A surging 220 points of strength instantly flooded his arms. Target, the bull-headed monster's skull. Boom. A muffled, thunderous crash exploded through the lair, as if time itself had been paused. The bull-headed monster's crimson eyes suddenly bulged, filled with absolute terror and bloodshot veins. Its massive body seemed struck by an invisible giant hammer. Before it could even cry out, its head was brutally smashed into the hard ground by the violent force. Crack. Rumble. Spiderweb cracks instantly spread over 10 meters from the point of impact, with dirt, rocks, and foul-smelling blood shooting skyward. An instant kill. An absolute, crushing instant kill. System notifications flooded the screen. Defeated level 5 beast leader bull-headed monster elite. EXP 100. Level up, level 3. Warmth surged through his body as Lin Yang clearly felt his power rising once more. Unlocked forbidden spell, Blazing Goddess's Love. Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Archmage F. Level 3. Strength, 33,010. Agility, 33,010. Stamina, 33,010. Spirit, Earth Mother Goddess's Blessing Amplification Effect increased to 300. Talents, Thought Manifest Magic, Elemental Dominion Ice, Earth, Fire awaiting unlock. Traits, Growable, Unique, Infinite Spirit Power, Law-level Destructive Power awaiting unlock. Skills, Ice Forbidden Spell Ice Queen's Lament. Earth Forbidden Spell Earth Mother Goddess's Blessing. Fire Forbidden Spell Blazing Goddess's Love. Blazing Goddess's Love. The Forbidden Spell Archmage channels the power of the Blazing Goddess Hecate, summoning the world-ending flames formed from her hair to incinerate everything before them. Crack. A faint brittle sound reached his ears. Lin Yang looked down to see the ice crystal atop his elite-grade novice magic wand covered in spiderweb cracks. Then the entire wand seemed drained of life, crumbling inch by inch into its chips and fragments. Tisk, leveling up is getting pretty slow, he said, shaking his numb wrists and glancing at the pile of debris on the ground with a complaint. The experience requirement doubles with each level. This difficulty is absolutely ridiculous. He had no idea that if anyone outside the lair knew he had gained 2 levels in less than half an hour and even killed a level 5 boss with his bare hands, their jaws would probably drop in shock. The level 1 Dark Forest is extremely challenging for newly transferred students. Even a 4-person squad attacking a single ordinary Minotaur must proceed with utmost caution, as one wrong move could lead to a total party wipe. What Lin Yang did cutting through monsters like butter and chopping down even bosses like firewood was simply unthinkable. At this moment, in the middle section of another nest within the Dark Forest, roar! A massive Minotaur swung its giant axe, tearing through the air like black mist. Shield Warrior, watch out for its skill. Retreat to the left rear. Zhou Schwenner's voice rang out like ice pearls striking jade crisp yet composed. She wielded an exquisite staff radiating cold energy, her ice blue hair flowing slightly as her gaze remained sharp and focused. Yes, the shield warrior's palms were sweating, but he still followed orders and retreated. Priest, keep the healing going steadily. Drink potions immediately when you're low on mana. The shield warrior is under heavy pressure. Zhou Schwer raised her staff, and a gleaming ice spike shot forth, piercing the Minotaur's knee and forcibly interrupting its charge. Priest, cast your blessing during my ice spike cooldown. Boom. The giant axe crashed down where the shield warrior had been standing, sending stone fragments flying and dust scattering everywhere. That was close. The shield warrior broke out in a cold sweat. Sister Zhou is amazing. The fire mage and priest exclaimed in unison. A subtle smile curved Zhou Schwenner's lips as she savored the feeling of being looked up to. She continuously cast with her staff, ice spikes falling like rain, and combined with her teammates' fireballs and holy light, they finally brought the Minotaur crashing down. Lowering her staff, she said coolly, "It's all about daily practice and analysis. If you're willing to work hard, you can do it too." Following Sister Zhou means we eat well. Her teammates' flattery boosted her sense of superiority, though a certain name flashed through her mind, making her roll her eyes. At the nest entrance, the crowd remained bustling with activity. I bet Zhou Schwerner's squad will be the first to come out. Strength leadership, unbeatable efficiency. Absolutely. Look at some teams still dawdling at the entrance. Can they break the fastest record? Probably not right after transferring. All the discussions revolved around Zhou Schwer. Suddenly, buzz. The energy vortex at the entrance trembled violently, its humming piercing the air. The gentle light was torn apart by dark purple, churning wildly. The ground shook slightly, the air seemed to compress instantly, and a pressure far exceeding that of a level 1 nest swept across the entire area. Oh no, the nest is mutatinged. It's a hidden nest. Someone broke the fastest record. Is it Zhou Schwenner's team? This fast? Exclamations erupted one after another. Everyone stared intently at the deep, turbulent entrance, their hearts pounding like drums. My god, the Dark Forest has upgraded to Dark Forest Depths Team Nest. The mutation difficulty adjusts based on record-breaking speed. The faster you break it, the harder it gets. Looking at that dark purple glow, someone gasped. Judging by this commotion, could it be adventure rank or even warrior rank? Hiss, those people who went in. At the dungeon entrance, a dark purple violent vortex spun like a massive maw ready to devour anyone who approached. The oppressive force it released came in waves, each stronger than the last, forcing several principals and teachers to clutch their chests as if invisible hands were squeezing their hearts. Damn it, forget strength teams. Even legendary S-rank squads have never caused such a commotion when entering a dungeon. Principal Liu from second high school had veins bulging on his forehead, his face pale as a sheet. What the hell is going on? The third high principal's voice was hoarse, cold sweat trickling down his temples. If something really goes wrong, none of us can escape responsibility. Gulp. Academic Director Chun Guodong swallowed hard, his chubby face drained of all color. Old Liu, you don't think this could be King Tier, do you? Shut up. Old Liu nearly jumped out of his skin. Can you stop jinxing us? Quick, report this immediately as a level 1 emergency. Everyone descended into chaos, fear spreading like a plague. Suddenly, the humming stopped abruptly. The vortex froze instantly, then was completely swallowed by ink-like darkness profound and deathly silent, as if it led straight to the abyss. Above the pitch-black entrance, a line of blood-red text silently appeared. Deep in the dark forest. Level 10. Difficulty, Hell Tier. Hell Tier. Dear God, we're done for. Completely done for. Desperate cries swept through like a tsunami, everyone's faces ashen with despair. For students who had just changed classes and were at most level 1 or 2, Hell Tier meant certain death. Inside the lair, everything spun wildly. Lin Yang had just picked up the iron staff dropped by the elite Minotaur and was testing its weight when his vision suddenly shattered as if crushed by tremendous force. The next second, he found himself in an even darker, damper primeval forest. Ancient trees blocked out the sky, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. Several nearby teams had also been teleported here, stumbling to regain their footing. Among them was Zhou Shuer's fully equipped squad. Sister Zhou, where are we? The usually composed priest gripped his staff tightly, his voice trembling. The aura here, it's at least 10 times stronger than before. The shield warrior raised his shield defensively, his face grim. Why are there so many more people around? The young priestess looked around, seeing equally bewildered figures. Zhou Shuer suppressed the turmoil in her heart, her ice blue eyes quickly scanning the area. We've triggered a hidden mechanism. This is the core area of deep in the dark forest. We've been randomly scattered around the perimeter. To get out, we must defeat the final boss and break the seal. Her clear analysis helped steady everyone momentarily, but before she finished speaking, her gaze locked onto a figure in the distance. That figure stood out starkly in this dim, sinister forest. Floating above his head was a light bulb, as tall as a person, radiating warm, earthy yellow light. It was unmistakably the phantom of the Earth Mother Goddess. At this moment, however, the goddess bore little resemblance to the loving and benevolent mother deity of legend. Her face, formed of gathered light, was no longer serene and peaceful. Her hollow gaze seemed utterly disinterested in the world, her entire expression screaming, "Life is meaningless." Instead of the traditional open arms, her arms were crossed over her chest, shoulders slightly hunched, striking a pose that clearly said, "I'm extremely pissed off," radiating intense irritation. The moment Zhou Shuer's shocked gaze fell upon her, the phantom of the Earth Mother Goddess seemed to take notice. She slowly turned her head and looked down at Zhou Shuer from above, first raising an eyebrow, then lifting one arm made of pure light to gesture in the air with a universally recognized, friendly hand sign. "What the hell are you staring at?" Dense profanity erupted from the goddess's glowing lips, exploding like thunder in the silent underground space. For the first time, fine cracks appeared on Zhou Shuer's eternally frozen, stunning face. She stood there as if struck by lightning, her mind short-circuiting. "Lin Yang," she nearly shrieked. "How are you here? What is that thing above your head?" Lin Yang was enthusiastically wielding his newly acquired man-sized refined iron staff, much more manageable and substantial than his previous one. Hearing her voice, he lazily turned around, his gaze first landing on the pair of prominent assets on Zhou Shuer's chest that stood out even in the dim environment. Well, big is certainly big, and perky is definitely perky, he thought with complete indifference, even feeling somewhat disdainful. But isn't that too big and heavy? So inconvenient for movement. Small and delicate, fitting perfectly in one's palm, is much better. Outwardly, he merely responded coolly, "I'm here to level up. What else sightseeing?" He casually pointed above his head. "You mean this? Oh, that's my permanent buff, the Earth Mother Goddess's blessing." Buff. The Earth Mother Goddess's blessing? A forbidden spell? This is so freaking cool. The shield warrior, priest, and young acolyte behind Zhou Shuer all widened their eyes in unison, especially the acolyte, whose eyeballs nearly popped out. He looked down at his own staff that could barely emit a faint glow, then back up at the holographic goddess buff above Lin Yang's head that could raise eyebrows, flip people off, and even came with voice features. He wanted nothing more than to snap his staff in half immediately. Comparison is the thief of joy. This is what you call a buff? Complete with special effects and interactive features, he screamed internally, so envious his organs felt like they were churning. When everyone's gaze focused on the goddess phantom again, the apparition seemed annoyed by their staring. She lowered her arms from her chest and aimed them at the group. Tui, tui, tui. Though there was no physical spit, waves of scorching spiritual disdain hammered their souls like sledgehammers. Zhou Shuer, stunned, shield warrior, stunned, priest, stunned, acolyte's faith, collapsing. System-like notifications seemed to flash across each person's face as they stood like petrified statues, completely frozen. This goddess doesn't seem very refined. No one knew which poor soul first had this thought, but nobody was in the mood to correct it. There was only one real question on everyone's mind. Why could this buff just sit there on his head, glowing, radiating heat, and cursing people out? What kind of divine forbidden spell was this? Never mind all that. Zhou Shuer forcibly suppressed the dizziness caused by the mental shock from that goddess of virtue and desperately maintained the composure expected of a team captain. Her ice blue eyes swept toward Lin Yang. This hidden lair is hell-level difficulty. Team dungeons allow multiple groups, so it's safer if we work together. Do you want to join? Lin Yang reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jerking back half a step with his hands instinctively protecting his chest, his face full of suspicion. "Ugh. You just want to leech off my experience, don't you?" The four teammates behind Zhou Shuer instantly turned to stone, their expressions more colorful than if they'd swallowed flies. "Leech off your experience? Have you no shame?" They were already screaming internally. "You're in frank waste of a god who can barely cast skills properly. So who's leeching off whom exactly? The captain is being merciful by taking you along, considering we're from the same school, and that weird buff floating above your head, just to keep you from becoming a snack for passing monsters. And you still have the nerve to complain? Go die for all we care." Zhou Shuer's chest heaved violently. those weapons of mass destruction, creating heart-stopping curves beneath her ice-blue combat suit. She shot Lin Yang a vicious glare, her cold gaze sharp as ice blades, enough to turn someone into a sieve. What made her blood pressure spike even more was the numb Earth Mother Goddess, phantom above Lin Yang's head, taking advantage of her anger to stick out its tongue, roll its eyes, and make faces at her. "We're leaving," she roared, leading her frustrated and speechless team headfirst into the darker depths of the forest without looking back. Watching the five figures get swallowed by the shadows of twisted giant trees, Lin Yang shrugged and hefted his heavy, refined iron staff. "All that talk, but you just wanted to leech experience, right? Oof, no way." He spoke with righteous indignation. "I'm a mighty mage, how could I let mere feminine wiles interfere with my leveling endeavors?" With that, he looked up at the goddess floating in midair like a light bulb. "Don't you think so, great mother goddess?" The angle of his upward gaze happened to be directly aimed at the goddess's skirt, the Earth Mother Goddess phantom. She reflexively pressed together her legs made of light. "Ah, sorry about that." Lin Yang apologized verbally, but his gaze lingered for a moment on that area of earthy yellow light and shadow, unable to resist commenting. "Even goddesses need to pay attention to hygiene. Your underwear is all yellow." The Earth Mother Goddess phantom's light twisted violently, her numb face turning the color of pig liver. She raised her hand, pointing at Lin Yang, silently roaring, "F. U. C. K." It was supposed to be yellow to begin with. After Zhou Schwenner's team had completely disappeared, Lin Yang shouldered his staff and leisurely stepped toward the depths of the forest. Before long, the sharp whistle of clashing weapons, cries of alarm, and sounds of impact came from ahead. 30 meters away, a chaotic clearing came into view. Zhou Schwenner's team was locked in fierce battle. Their opponent was a cat demon with a lithe build and ghostly speed. Cat Demon LV7, its entire body covered in glossy black-purple fur, crimson vertical pupils gleaming in the dim light. Each swipe of its razor-sharp claws produced ear-piercing shrieks. The level advantage combined with terrifying speed allowed it to weave between the four players like it was toying with prey, each strike barely missing vital points. "Watch out, it's targeting the priest." The shield warrior roared as he raised his shield to block, but the heavy tower shield was nimbly bypassed by the cat demon, leaving only a deep claw mark. "Ah!" Behind him, the priestess screamed and retreated, her staff bursting with hurried holy light that could barely dispel the darkness. Zhou Schwenner's face turned deathly pale. Ice spike spells required brief channeling, but the cat demon moved like a ghostly shadow, giving her no time to aim. Her command seemed powerless against the absolute difference in strength, and despair swallowed the four-person team like an icy tide. Just then, a walking searchlight passed by the edge of the battlefield. Lin Yang, carrying his refined iron staff, was planning to take a detour. The golden, glowing, and irritable phantom of the Earth Mother Goddess above his head shone like a lighthouse in the dim surroundings. Zhou Schwerer caught this golden gleam in her peripheral vision, whipped her head around, and shouted hoarsely, "Lin Yang, run! This is a level 7 cat demon. You'll die." After saying this, she gritted her silver teeth, her ice-blue pupils showing resolve. "I'll hold it back. You all escape too." She was actually prepared to risk her life to buy time for her teammates and Lin Yang. Lin Yang had already turned aside, ready to make a quick escape. Hearing these words, he paused, his brow furrowing slightly. That girl was stumbling to dodge the cat demon's claws, yet still thinking of letting others go first. Foolishly laughable, yet impossible to ignore. With a sigh in his heart, he reluctantly uttered 2 words, "Fine then." Thud. He casually planted his staff into the ground, sending debris flying as the hard surface instantly cracked like a spider web. The thunderous sound left the four-person team stunned in place, and even the ferocious cat demon alertly stopped its pounce, its crimson vertical pupils fixed on this lightbulb person who had suddenly erupted with monstrous strength. The next second, Lin Yang's figure vanished into thin air, not a teleport, but pure speed tearing through the air, leaving behind a twisted trail of airflow. When he reappeared, he was already standing between the cat demon and Zhou Schwer. The refined iron staff was gripped in his cable-like arms, the golden radiance highlighting his sinewy, muscled definition. The cat demon instinctively retreated, only to find that golden light following like a shadow. Lin Yang's lips curved into an impatient arc. Too slow. Meow. Pushed to its limit, the cat demon flew into a rage, its fur standing on end, claws shrieking through the air like lightning toward Lin Yang's face. Whoosh. The claw shadow cut through air, but only tore through emptiness. Lin Yang vanished again at the fatal instant, leaving only displaced airflow in his place. The cat demon's strike missed, its body leaning forward from momentum, completely exposing its chest. Boom! And overwhelming pressure like collapsing mountains and tsunamis poured down without warning. Lin Yang looked down from above, golden light like a blazing sun, transforming him into a walking divine statue. "I told you you're too slow." A cold, Impatient voice rang out like death's verdict above the cat demon's head. Lin Yang had somehow appeared in midair, hovering directly above the cat demon. His right hand gripped a heavy, refined iron staff raised high, its dark shaft gleaming with golden light cast down by the Earth Mother Goddess. Every muscle in his arm was taut, coiled like golden dragons ready to strike. Without any fancy techniques, he simply channeled all 300-plus points of his raw strength, combined with the momentum of his diving descent, into the staff, then brought it crashing down. Smash! Boom! A thunderous roar so deep it threatened to rupture eardrums exploded forth as the air was instantly compressed into a vacuum. Time seemed to freeze. The cat demon's agile, graceful form was struck as if by a 10th Santon hydraulic press. Before it could even scream, this utterly savage force drove it straight into the ground. Crack! Bone shattered. Splurt! Flesh burst apart. At the point of impact, a crater several meters in diameter collapsed at visible speed, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. Soil and debris mixed with dark purple blood and jagged bone fragments erupted skyward like a boiling fountain before raining down. Smoke and dust billowed as the thunderous echoes faded, leaving only a bloody pulp at the bottom of the crater, with the refined iron staff driven deep into its center, blood dripping from its head. Instant kill. Complete. Overwhelming. Literal smashing to bits. The battlefield fell deathly silent. The 4 members of Zhou Xuan'er's team stood frozen like ice sculptures. The shield warrior gaped in shock, his tower shield clanging to the ground. The priest's healing light flickered out with a puff. The young priestess gripped her staff with white knuckles, the weapon trembling slightly. As for Zhou Xuan'er herself, her ice-carved features were alternately covered with despair and shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. He actually used that staff to pound a level 7 cat demon into meat paste. The shield warrior stared at the indescribable mess of flesh with the staff planted in its center, his brain completely crashing. Wasn't he supposed to be a mage? A forbidden spell archmage? Frank? This explosive power was more savage than a berserker's, more violent than a weapon master's. To instantly flatten a level 7 elite monster into 2 dimensions that had to be the destructive force of a boss above level 30. What kind of monster was he? For minds raced frantically as their worldviews shattered into pieces too small to even gather up. Zhou Xuan'er finally snapped out of her shock, but 2 faint blushes appeared on her frozen cheeks. When her ice-blue eyes looked toward Lin Yang, they unconsciously carried a subtle ripple that even she hadn't noticed. After all, what young woman could remain completely unmoved when faced with such a straightforward, brutally effective hero who had just saved her life? Zhou Xuan'er's chest was still heaving rapidly as she looked up at Lin Yang. In that instant, she caught sight of the Earth Mother Goddess's phantom above Lin Yang's head, radiating golden light, and incredibly, the divine figure seemed to lift her chin slightly in sync with him, her previously dead inside expression instantly shifting to 3 parts smugness and 7 parts showing off. How's that? Isn't this forbidden spell absolutely badass? Killed level 7 demonic beast cat demon. Experience 210. Lin Yang satisfactorily pulled out his staff, now completely covered in dark red bloodstains, and casually flicked it, sending blood and unidentifiable tissue flying everywhere. Nice. Hell difficulty really delivers double experience, is amazing. This efficiency beats regular dungeons by miles. You, what exactly are you? Zhou Xuan'er's voice trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes staring at him with complex emotions. No need to thank me, just call me Lei Feng. Lin Yang didn't even bother turning his head, shouldering that staff that looked like a murder weapon no matter how you looked at it, striding away with his voice carried on the wind. No teaming up, don't even think about leeching experience. Zhou Xuan'er instantly turned to stone. After a long moment, she stomped her foot and roared, "What the hell? Isn't your name Lin Yang? And I'm not trying to leech your damn experience, you jerk." Fury filled her chest as her lethal weapons, beneath the ice-blue combat suit, heaved violently, threatening to burst free from their constraints. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was already running wild through the perilous hell difficulty forest, transformed into a merciless experience harvesting machine. Can't start fires in the forest? Afraid of wildfires? He sneered. In a dungeon. I am the wildfire. Forbidden spell, the flame goddess's passion. The air seemed to twist into fiery red spirals as a blazing will descended thunderously. In midair, a feminine phantom forged from pure flames materialized, molten red hair cascading down like lava, both seductive and majestic, a battle skirt woven from dancing flames, eyes like 2 burning suns. Hecate, the flame goddess. She lazily reached up, plucked a strand of flame from her own molten hair, and gently blew it toward the area in front of Lin Yang. Whoosh! The delicate strand instantly expanded into a towering sea of fire that consumed everything. Ancient trees, jagged rocks, even the air itself burned to ash in the extreme heat, leaving only scorched earth smoking in the aftermath. Mission accomplished, the goddess's phantom began to fade. At that moment, she noticed the Earth Mother Goddess's phantom above Lin Yang's head, glowing with earthen yellow light and arms crossed. The Earth Mother actually gave the fire goddess a meaningful smile that seemed to say welcome to hell. Before the flame goddess could process this further, her form had already scattered into sparks. The flame goddess's passion. The flame goddess's passion. The flame goddess's passion. Lin Yang's fire-setting technique was as practiced as lighting a campfire in his own backyard. As Hecate was forced into business mode again and again, she finally took notice of the golden, fully buffed Earth Mother Goddess phantom that had obviously been hanging above Lin Yang's head for quite some time. Her flaming face instantly filled with shock and bewilderment. Hecate suddenly threw her arms wide, pointing first at Lin Yang, then at the Earth Mother Goddess, then at herself, silently roaring with enough fury to burn through space itself. What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you trying to pull here? Who the hell casts spells like this? Is there something seriously wrong with your brain? Although Lin Yang couldn't understand the encrypted dialect, he still tilted his head earnestly, focusing intently on the goddess's lip movements, afraid of missing even half a syllable. Touch. You want me to touch you? He hesitated with a conflicted grin, his expression full of reluctance. This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Even though you're quite beautiful, and I'm not that kind of person. His words sounded righteous enough, but his hand gripping the staff was embarrassingly honest, hesitantly reaching toward the fire goddess's phantom, as if he truly wanted to feel that blazing body made of pure flames. The flame goddess Hecate's eyes blazed like fire bellows, instantly widening in shock. She first stared at Lin Yang in disbelief, then suddenly turned to look at the Earth Mother Goddess hovering above Lin Yang's head, her gaze screaming, "What's wrong with this guy?" The Earth Mother Goddess spread her luminous hands and shrugged helplessly, her face clearly expressing, "Just get used to it, sister. This is how he is. You have my sympathy." The terrifying torrent of experience continued boiling within Lin Yang's body. Within moments, another surge of powerful warmth coursed through his limbs. Level up, level 4. Forbidden spell unlocked. Kiss of the Life Goddess. Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Archmage F. Level 4. Attributes. Strength, 440-10. Agility, 440-10. Stamina, 440-10. Spirit, Earth Mother Goddess's Blessing Enhancement, 400. Talents. Thought Manifestation. Elemental Dominion. Ice, Earth, Fire, Life pending unlock. Traits. Growable. Unique. Infinite Spirit Power. Low-level Destructive Power pending unlock. Mastered Skills. Ice System, Sigh of the Ice Queen. Earth System, Blessing of the Earth Mother Goddess. Fire System, Passion of the Flame Goddess. Life System, Kiss of the Life Goddess. Kiss of the Life Goddess. The Forbidden Spell Archmage channels life force to summon the Life Goddess Ivanora's Blessed Kiss. Upon casting, instantly restores all conditions to peak state and grants absolute invincibility throughout the duration. Lin Yang hefted his increasingly weapon-like iron staff, his gaze sweeping over the new skill description as he raised an eyebrow. Kiss of the Life Goddess? He stroked his chin, reminding himself that he was a respectable person, someone who had risen above base interests and focused solely on leveling up as an archmage, who definitely wouldn't absolutely would be tempted by some goddess's beauty. A kiss? That was merely the manifestation of power. Status recovery plus invincibility? Just a practical skill. Deep within the shadowy forest, at the dungeon entrance, the air hung oppressive as storm clouds, and the pitch-black opening gaped like a ravenous maw, greedily devouring everyone's hope. Hell difficulty. Those children. Several principals paced before the security perimeter, their hearts burning with anxiety. Chun Guodong looked the worst, his face slick with sweat, his glasses sliding down his nose unnoticed. When will the Education Bureau people arrive? The second high school principal barked into his communicator, his voice hoarse. Soon, soon. They said they're on their way. The teacher handling communications replied, his palms sweating, his voice trembling involuntarily. Panic wrapped around everyone's hearts like thorns held difficulty. For a group of newly classed level 1 rookies, this wasn't an exam, it was mass execution. Old Chun, do you think, maybe? The third high school principal's throat tightened as he stared desperately at the dark entrance. Shut your jinxing mouth. Chun Guodong snapped, though his hands still trembled as they gripped the barrier. Please, just come out alive. It all depends on Zhou Shuer now whether she can find a chance to kill the boss. Only she, with her Shrank abilities, has any hope. Chun Guodong's heart pounded like 10,000 drums as he prayed frantically, cold sweat trickling down his spine and into his collar. Despair and anxiety piled up layer upon layer, reaching their peak. Buzz. The pitch-black dungeon entrance trembled again, without warning, more violent and ominous than before. The black vortex spun and twisted at breakneck speed, suddenly blooming with a piercing crimson light at its center, like an abyss opening its eye of destruction. What's happening? Why is the nest going berserk? We're done for. Completely finished. Not even the gods can save us now. Where are the Education Bureau specialists? Quick, report this immediately. This is a disaster. Desperate wails erupted instantly. Several principals' legs gave out, nearly collapsing to the ground. A berserk hell nest? That's legendary level difficulty that only exists in textbooks and disaster movies. Forget the students. Even if we threw every expert in Linhai City into that thing, it wouldn't be enough. Chun Guodong's vision darkened as he nearly fainted on the spot, his mind echoing only one thought. We're finished, completely finished. Deep within the nest, Lin Yang strolled leisurely, carrying his staff that looked increasingly like a weapon. Suddenly, as if discovering something fascinating, he stopped and looked up at the sky with great interest. The canopy above, previously shrouded by ancient trees in gloomy darkness, now resembled a boiling furnace. Dark red clouds rolled and surged like flowing lava, carrying the breath of scorching heat and destruction. Through gaps in the clouds, piercing golden red light opened and closed intermittently, like the pupils of some giant beast. Whoa, great mother goddess, look! Lin Yang pointed his staff toward the apocalyptic scene, his tone like someone discovering a new continent. There are fire clouds in the nest. Pretty spectacular, eh? The phantom of the earth mother goddess above his head rolled her eyes, her expression clearly saying, I'm so done with this. The goddess silently roared at him, her lip movements clear. Idiot. What fire? You set the whole nest ablaze and made it go berserk. And who the hell is great mother goddess? Lin Yang couldn't hear a single word of these loving complaints. Instead, he found the fire clouds quite artistic, adding a splash of color to the gloomy forest. However, this artistic creation that nearly burned through the dungeon's core had inadvertently become a lifeline for all the trapped students. The towering sea of flames that consumed everything acted like the most ferocious beast tide, forcibly driving students scattered throughout the area toward the relatively safer outer perimeter. At this moment, the nest's outer area was in complete chaos. Students from various schools huddled together, covered in dirt and grime, many with hair singed by the intense heat. The air was thick with the smell of burning and the heavy breathing of survivors. Cough, cough, cough. My God, that fire nearly roasted me alive. Did the boss go crazy? That power was absolutely insane. It must be a fire mage. Which school has such a maniac? Setting fires without even looking where they are. Bullshit. What fire mage could unleash world-ending flames like that? Even Zhou Schwetter's ice spikes nearly got vaporized. Even enshrank frost mage couldn't stop it? Just who the hell was casting that fire? The crowd buzzed with heated discussions, their terror mixed with intense curiosity and lingering fear. All eyes inevitably fell upon the most conspicuous team in the crowd, the Shrank squad from Linhai No. 1 High School. The shield warrior instinctively touched the scorching edge of his tower shield, which had been heated to a blazing temperature, immediately pulling his fingers back upon contact. The young priestess's face was deathly pale as she clutched her chest, gasping for breath. The cleric's eyes were unfocused, his face filled with bewilderment, as if wondering, how did the world suddenly become like this? Zhou Shuer, standing at the very front, remained silent. Her ice-blue combat suit was covered in soot and dust, with several strands of her hair singed into charred curls by the flames. Her naturally cold and stunning face was now etched with shock and lingering terror. That horrifying sea of fire that consumed everything. That extreme heat that instantly vaporized even her shrank ice powers. That overwhelming force that seemed ready to ignite the entire dungeon. And that figure who casually obliterated the cat demon. So discordant yet logically sound. She had once dismissed him as an frank waste, a lunatic, an arrogant fool. But just now, that figure had burst into her memory, impossible to shake off. Zhou Schwerer suddenly raised her head, her ice-blue pupils contracting violently, as if trying to peer through the rolling heat waves into the depths of the lair. Her lips moved silently, uttering a name that even she found absurd. Could it be Lin Yang? The core area of the dark forest had now become an apocalyptic wasteland. The towering ancient trees that once blocked out the sky were reduced to nothing but charred, twisted trunks, reaching toward the dark red sky like ghostly claws. The ground was covered with a thick layer of brittle ash that released choking black smoke with every step. The acrid smell of burning filled the air, with high temperatures still rising. The landscape was pitch black and deathly silent, save for scattered embers glowing faintly red in the depths of the ash like dying eyes. This was the scene of Lin Yang's artistic creation, a scorching hell repeatedly ravaged by the forbidden spell, the blazing goddess's passion. At the edge of the scorched earth, a relatively intact section of sinister ancient forest remained eerily preserved. The ancient trees there had escaped the flame's touch, yet emanated an even more dangerous aura. This was both the final boss's lair and the last refuge for the elite-level magical beasts that had barely escaped Lin Yang's inferno. In midair, the phantom of the blazing goddess Hecate, who had just been forced to contribute a strand of her beautiful hair, had not yet completely dissipated. Her seductive yet majestic flaming visage was now filled with unspeakable heartache. She looked down at her hair, made of pure flames, as if missing a strand. Though it would recover in the next second, Her expression remained as resentful as a child whose toy had been stolen, exactly like a noble worker forced to work overtime while having her bonus docked. Her resentful gaze swept over Lin Yang's head. There, the golden, radiant phantom of the Earth Mother Goddess still stood with arms crossed, appearing naturally dazed. Yet beneath that numb expression, the corners of her mouth were desperately suppressing a certain schadenfreude-filled smile. The Earth Mother Goddess's inner monologue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at that. Look at that. I'm still the smart one. When I designed my forbidden spell back then, I only needed to gracefully bestow blessings while standing elegantly. Unlike this silly girl, who still needs to pull out her hair. Tragic. So tragic. Well, almost done burning. Lin Yang carried his cold, gleaming iron staff as he slowly surveyed the scorched earth, like admiring a freshly completed painting, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. With a snap of his fingers, a crisp sound shattered the deathly silence. Forbidden spell, the Snow Queen's sigh. Buzz. An invisible icy chill swallowed the remaining warmth in an instant. In midair, ice blue magic churned as a breathtaking crystal visage took shape once more. As the apparition of the Snow Queen emerged, her eyes, as deep as icy chasms, locked onto the still lingering fiery goddess Hecate, whose face was filled with resentment. A silent clash of divine will's ice against fire. Snow Queen. The queen cast her gaze over the still smoking, charred ruins below, noticed Hecate's workplace injury expression, and then glanced at the Earth Mother Goddess, who was stifling laughter so hard her face twitched. For the first time, a sense of something's wrong flitted across her perfect icy face, and she even gave an almost imperceptible shiver. No pleasantries, no hesitation. She suddenly opened her mouth. Whoosh! A wave of ice blue cold swept downward. The temperature of the scorched earth plummeted, white mist rose, and the searing ashes froze into black ice crystals. The ruins were encased in a thick frost armor. In a single breath, the burning hell transformed into a desolate realm of black ice. With her task complete, the Snow Queen vanished in a flash, not daring to linger for fear of a curse. Done. Lin Yang paid no mind to the queen's hasty retreat, hefted his staff, and slammed it down onto the icy surface. Thud. Cracks snaked out, and cold mist exploded. Lin Yang's sharp gaze pierced through the fog, locking onto a shadowy region ahead, untouched by the flames, ominous as an abyss. One last boss remains. Finish it off and head home. Outside the entrance to the nest, the suffocating silence finally shattered, replaced by chaotic turmoil. Officer Wong from the Education Bureau, a man with a standard official haircut and crisp uniform, was sweating heavily, his glasses fogged. He clutched a tablet, his fingers swiftly scrolling through casualty reports, his voice hoarse and terse with urgency. How are we doing? Have the casualties been tallied? Speak up. The teacher responsible for the tally wiped sweat from his brow, his voice hoarse but tinged with relief. Report, Officer Wong. Everything's been counted. It's a miracle. An absolute miracle. Miracle? Officer Wong's head snapped up, his gaze sharp as a knife. In a berserk hell-level nest. And you call it a miracle? Yais, that's right. The statistics teacher hurriedly explained, speaking at breakneck speed. Although the nest suddenly mutated and went berserk, but immediately after, a massive fire of unknown origin with an extremely wide coverage erupted in the core area. A fire. Officer Wong's brow instantly furrowed into a tight knot, his expression screaming, "Are you kidding me? The depths of the dark forest are the lair of dark attribute beasts, and you're telling me there was a fire? This isn't the blazing Graka dungeon. Where would fire even come from?" "It's absolutely true." A male student from second high who had just been teleported out, half his hair singed and curled yellow, shrank his neck as he chimed in, still shaken. "That fire came down like the sky was collapsing and igniting. If we hadn't run fast enough." According to descriptions from multiple escaped students, the investigating officer in charge of records continued, his expression equally filled with disbelief. The ferocity of the flames, the scope, the temperature. Preliminary assessment suggests it could very well have reached forbidden spell level power. Forbidden spell? Officer Wong's voice immediately shot up 8 octaves, nearly cracking. He seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke of the century, so angry his glasses went crooked. Bullshit. Nonsense. Fearmongering. Inside are all newly awakened level 1 students who are still wet behind the ears. You're telling me who cast a forbidden spell? With what? The power of love and courage? Huh. He spun around in place, spittle flying. Ridiculous. It must be a special phenomenon caused by the boss going berserk or dungeon mutation. Forbidden spell? Preposterous. However, the words forbidden spell pierced like 2 cold steel needles into the nerves of First High's principal, Chun Guodong, standing nearby. Thud. Chun Guodong's corpulent body trembled violently, his face shifting from anxious waxy yellow to deathly pale. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid from his forehead to his temples, then trickled down his round face. He instinctively gripped the railing with a death grip, his knuckles white from the force, lips trembling slightly. Images flashed uncontrollably through his mind. That figure of a youth swaggering into the dungeon. That finger casually snapping, yet seeming to contain world-ending power. And yesterday on the playground, that enormous face of the Ice Queen with giant white eyes, silently cursing. No, it can't be. That little ancestor. He he couldn't really be inside, setting off fireworks. Chun Guodong felt his heart being squeezed by icy iron tongs, his vision darkening in waves. Casting forbidden spells in an abyss-level dungeon? This wasn't a mischievous kid playing with fire, this was using nuclear bombs as firecrackers. Wait, if he's casting spells like this, isn't he afraid of being drained to a husk by the forbidden spells? Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Archmage level, F. Strength, 910. Agility, 910. Stamina, 910. Spirit, Earth Mother's Blessing Amplification Effect, enhanced to 900. Talents, Thought becomes law. Elemental Dominion awaiting unlock. Elemental Dominion, Ice, Earth, Fire, Life, Wind, Time. Characteristics, Growable, Unique. Mental Power, Law level Destructive Power, awaiting unlock. Forbidden Spells, Ice System Ice Queen's Lament, LV2. Earth System Earth Mother's Blessing, LV1. Fire System Flame Goddess's Passion, LV2. Life Goddess's Kiss, LV1. Wind System Hurricane Goddess's Roar, LV1. Time God's Dominion, LV1. This time he gained 4 levels and unlocked 2 new forbidden spells. The remaining 2 upgrades randomly enhanced both the Ice Queen's Sigh and the Flame Goddess's Passion by 1 level each. For Lin Yang, the upgraded forbidden spells simply meant his area effect Devastation could reach farther and hit harder. But what truly intrigued him was the change in the forbidden spells tier levels. Tier 1 Forbidden Spell. The Goddess Phantom appears, casts her skill, and immediately vanishes, absolutely no overtime work. Tier 2 Forbidden Spell. The Goddess Phantom becomes permanently stationed, with a chance to generate additional skills or effects. Thus, in this nest of ruins where charred earth and frost intertwined, a spectacle capable of blinding any creature's titanium alloy eyes was born. Above Lin Yang's head, from left to right, red, yellow, and blue lights flickered and danced like a walking traffic light ready to explode at any moment. At the center, radiating golden light, arms crossed, wearing an expression of, "I've seen through all worldly affairs," stood the Earth Mother Goddess. Her blessing was a permanent passive ability, and standing guard was her job. She had long grown numb to it all. On the left, this blue radiance coalesced as the Ice Queen's devastatingly beautiful crystalline face slowly materialized. Her eyes, deep as frozen abysses, first showed confusion, then instinctively surveyed her surroundings. When her gaze swept over her neighbor to the right, her crystal pupils dilated dramatically. On the right, crimson flames surged upward as the flame goddess Hecate manifested with the irritation of being forced into overtime. Her burning pupils immediately locked onto the figure on the left. Ice and Fire, 2 destined rival goddesses separated by a muddy yellow light bulb, their gazes clashing violently in the air. Ice Queen, mouthing, "What the hell? Why are you here too?" Flame Goddess, mouthing, "What's going on here?" Immediately after, both pairs of terrifying eyes slowly turned downward in unison, targeting the staff-wielding culprit, who remained completely oblivious. Lin Yang. The Ice Queen's expression shifted from confusion, horror, despair. This lunatic has mounted me on his wall like a trophy? Fine, I'm exhausted. Let it all burn. Just get it over with. The Flame Goddess's emotions progressed through irritation, bewilderment, fury, complete resignation. I am the noble Flame Sovereign, not your household light fixture. I'm tired, my head hurts, do whatever you want. Both goddesses displayed wonderfully expressive faces, radiating the sentiment of, "What sins did I commit to deserve this?" Meanwhile, the Earth Mother Goddess sandwiched between them maintained her inscrutable, numb expression. But if you magnified her image tenfold, you'd notice that the corners of her light-formed mouth were curving upward with the tiniest possible movement. Her entire radiant form was trembling with extremely subtle, rhythmic vibrations. Not from fear, but from suppressed laughter. The kind of ultimate ecstasy that comes from holding back laughter so hard your very core shakes. The Earth Mother Goddess's inner monologue ran wild like an untamed stallion. Wahaha! They're here. Finally here. Overtime. Everyone gets overtime. Misery loves company. Guard duty. Everyone stand at attention. Not a single one gets to escape. Finally, I'm not the only one suffering under this maniac's torment. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. The shadows ahead were thick as undiluted ink. The air churned with the sickly sweet scent of blood and bone-piercing cold, as a pair of crimson vertical pupils slowly ignited in the darkness like hellish lanterns. A cursed shadow cat, level 10. Several times larger than an ordinary cat demon, its pitch-black fur seemed to devour light itself, with sinewy muscles writhing beneath its coat. Sharp bone spikes jutted menacingly from its spine and joints, gleaming with an eerie green light. Each heavy breath stirred up putrid currents, its fangs bared as drool hit the ground with a corrosive hiss. Lin Yang shouldered his staff and strode boldly into its territory, as casual as taking a stroll through a garden. Meow! The piercing shriek tore through eardrums, but no attack followed. As the cat demon reared back and roared, the shadows around Lin Yang suddenly swelled, and over a dozen dark forms silently burst forth, all level 8 elite cat demons. In the blink of an eye, they sealed off Lin Yang's escape routes, their razor claws slicing through air, weaving a deadly cage of blade-like gleams. Oh, you know how to call for backup? Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged. More than a dozen claws whistled toward him. Snap! He casually snapped his fingers. Forbidden spell, dominion of the time god. Whom as if a magnificent will touching the very essence of the world suddenly descended, the space before Lin Yang twisted. The ethereal form of a young goddess appeared, clad in pure white classical robes. Her silver hair danced without wind, and behind her head hung a massive clock made of pure light, slowly rotating. The moment she appeared, the goddess struck an exaggerated pose, right hand pulling at her collar, left hand tugging her Hema Jojo stance. Her perfect lips silently formed the words, the world. In an instant, time froze within a 90-meter radius centered on Lin Yang. Dust particles suspended midair. The elite cat demons maintained their pouncing positions. Their claws stopped mere centimeters from Lin Yang's body. Their murderous intent seemingly paused with the press of a button. The world plunged into absolute silence, with only Lin Yang and the three radiant goddess phantoms above maintaining flowing consciousness. Brief though it was, this was genuine time suspension. The moment time resumed. Thud, thud, thud. The claws struck Lin Yang viciously. His nearly 1,000-point constitution made his skin tougher than steel. Claws capable of shredding steel plates couldn't even leave a scratch, producing only the harsh scraping sound of metal being clawed. Lin Yang didn't even bother to dodge, standing in place as he savored the strange fluctuations from that brief moment. Silently calculating in his mind, Lin Yang estimated the range at about 90 meters and the duration, 0.9 seconds. Just like other forbidden spells, it was still severely limited by his current level. A flash of excitement crossed Lin Yang's eyes. This was time magic. Although his current level was low and the duration brief, the future potential was absolutely heaven-defying. Once his rank improved, wouldn't he be able to strike down anyone he wanted? A definite blue-chip stock. At this thought, he grinned. The next second, he moved. He swung his staff single-handedly, so fast it left an afterimage in the air, its trajectory barely visible to the naked eye. Bang, 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 bang. The dull explosions merged into one continuous sound, like an intense game of whack-a-mole. The dozen or so elite shadow cat demons, still frozen in their pouncing poses, didn't even have time to scream before being pulverized one by one under the terrifying force of his staff. Dark purple flesh mixed with bone fragments, like cruel fireworks of blood and gore, suddenly blooming in the dim forest as the thick stench instantly multiplied tenfold. Meanwhile, the time goddess's phantom, still striking a cool JoJo pose, remained in her original position. Her delicate face was written all over with "Praise me now" arrogance, head slightly tilted as if trying to capture Lin Yang's shocked and worshipful expression while preparing an even more exaggerated pose, silently mouthing, "How's that? This goddess is amazing." Before she could finish her silent words, her gaze happened to collide with the three goddess phantoms floating side by side above Lin Yang's head, each glowing with different light. Earth Mother Goddess, struggling so hard not to laugh that her golden light was distorting, her eyes gleefully welcoming the newcomer to the pit. Ice Snow Empress. Her crystal eyes had turned into dead fish eyes, coolly conveying another poor soul. Blazing Fire Goddess. Her flame-wreathed lips curled with disdain, wearing an expression of rookie contempt. Three meaningful gazes felt like 3 buckets of ice water poured over her head. The time goddess's face visibly shifted from smugness, bewilderment, humiliated fury, her silver-white radiance trembling violently. Her half-maintained JoJo pose instantly collapsed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She stomped her foot, but couldn't even manage a harsh word before the entire deity dissolved into chaotic silver-white streams of light. Whoosh. She scattered on the spot and fled faster than if she were being chased by shadow cat demons, leaving only a faint wave of social anxiety in her wake. At this moment, only the boss remained alive in the lair, the dark curse cat demon. Despite being in a berserk state, its survival instincts were still intact. Its 4 legs, covered in pitch-black fur and bulging with muscle, shook like reeds in a gale. Its massive body trembled like a sieve, and its crimson vertical pupils were filled with absolute terror. It stared fixedly at the man approaching step by step with his bloodstained staff, and the 3 goddess phantoms above his head that glowed like traffic lights gold on the left, suppressing laughter in the center, and irritably impatient on the right. Their completely different yet equally terrifying auras felt like 3 invisible mountains pressing down on its very soul, a despair even greater than facing the abyss itself. Lin Yang's steps were neither hurried nor slow, treading on the ground covered with black ice and ash crunch. Crunch each sound precisely grinding against the dark curse cat demon's taut nerves. Roar, whimper. The cat demon's throat produced a whimpering cry with a sobbing tone, its massive body uncontrollably shuffling backward, sharp claws carving deep furrows in the ground. What boss dignity, what newbie's own shadow overlord all were nothing before this unreasonable force. The pressure came in waves, each higher than the last, until finally, it completely broke down. Meow. Despite its frenzied state, the dark curse cat demon still retained its survival instincts. It had witnessed Lin Yang swatting down all its elite minions like flies, crushing them into bloody mist with one staff strike after another, instantly pulverizing the ferocity brought by its rage. Its four thick legs, covered in pure black fur and bulging with muscle, trembled like sieves, while its massive body shook violently. Deep within its crimson vertical pupils, only ultimate terror and despair remained. It stared fixedly at the man approaching step by step, carrying his blood-stained staff and at the three-colored halo above his head that blazed like traffic lights. Left Phantom, the Ice Queen, expression cold and indifferent. Central Phantom, a goddess with her face contorted from suppressing laughter. Right Phantom, the Flame Goddess, face full of irritable impatience. These three distinctly different, yet equally terrifying divine phantoms pressed down on the cat demon's soul like three invisible mountains, creating a suffocating sensation more despairing than facing the abyss itself. Lin Yang's footsteps were unhurried as he walked across the ground covered in black ice and ash. Crack, crack each sound precisely struck the dark curse cat demon's taut nerves. The cat demon let out intermittent low whimpers tinged with sobbing. It instinctively shuffled backward, its sharp claws carving deep furrows in the ground. All notions of boss dignity and shadow dominion crumbled to nothing before such unreasonable power. The pressure came like tangible ocean waves, each one higher than the last, finally shattering its sanity completely. Meow. A piercing shriek tore through the air as the dark curse cat demon suddenly spun around. Its four legs exploded with maximum speed, transforming into a ground-hugging black lightning bolt as it charged toward the deepest shadows of its lair. Escape. Get as far away as possible from this monster carrying street lights and wielding deadly weapons. TSK trying to run? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, preparing to swing his staff for an ultra-long distance throw. Hum to the left. The Ice Queen's crystalline eyes swept coldly. Whoosh. A silent, absolute zero cold current instantly swept past. The fleeing cat demon's hind legs and half its body turned into transparent ice sculpture. Its massive inertia sent its upper body crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Roar hell. The excruciating pain and bone-piercing cold made it emit heart-rending screams as it frantically clawed at the ice with its front paws. Sizzle. To the right, the flame goddess Hecate impatiently flicked her finger. A tiny but metal-melting crimson flame precisely descended. Hissed the cat demon's arms instantly vaporized in the high temperature while the ground was simultaneously melted into a deep crater. How whimper. The shriek turned into a wail of despair as the mutilated body writhed helplessly on the ground. Lin Yang leisurely walked up to it, carrying his staff, and looked down at this boss that had been so imposing just moments before. See? If you'd cooperated earlier, you would have suffered so much less. His tone was as casual as discussing dinner. He privately marveled that after upgrading the Forbidden Curse to level 2, the goddess phantoms could even work overtime on their own initiative truly convenient. The dark curse cat demon raised its remaining crimson eye, filled with terror and pleading, looking up at Lin Yang, and at the three radiant traffic lights above his head, each wearing different expressions. The next second, the staff fell with a whistling sound, simple and unpretentious. Splat. The world became quiet. Defeated level 10 Beast Lord, Dark Curse Cat Demon. Experience 1000. Level up, level 10. Random Forbidden Spell level 1 host. Lin Yang Profession. Forbidden Spell Archmage FE level. 10 Strength. 110010 Agility. 110010 Stamina. 110010 Spirit. Earth Mother Goddess's Blessing Amplification Effect increased to 1000. The system panel frantically refreshed data before Lin Yang's eyes. Talents. Thought Manifestation, Elemental Domination, Elemental Guardian newly unlocked. Traits. Growable, Unique, Infinite Mental Power, Law-Level Destructive Force. Pending Traits, Immortal Body. Forbidden Spell List. Ice System Ice Queen Psi LV2. Earth System Earth Mother Goddess's Blessing LV1. Fire System Flame Goddess's Passion LV2. Life Goddess's Kiss LV1. Wind System Hurricane Goddess's Roar LV1 LV2. Time God's Dominion LV1. Immortal Body. The Forbidden Spell Archmage can resurrect in place after death, returning to a severely wounded state. Elemental Guardian. The Forbidden Spell Archmage cannot be harmed by skills from elements of lower rank than their own. Holy crap. In the pitch-black, dense forest, Lin Yang's eyes widened as he nearly threw his staff away in excitement. He had mentally prepared for the attribute jumps, but his profession rating had leaped directly from F to E, plus the double insurance of Elemental Guardian and Immortal Body. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Elemental Guardian meant he was directly immune to 99.999 of elemental attacks in the world after all, whose elemental rank could surpass forbidden spells. Immortal Body was even more ridiculous, resurrection in place after death. Though he'd only have severe injuries remaining, he still held the Life Goddess's kiss in his hands, instantly healing from severe wounds to full health. This was basically infinite resurrection armor. Deep Dark Forest Berserk, Hell level. System announcement. Dungeon cleared. Fastest clear record updated. All survivors will be teleported out of the dungeon shortly. Above the dense forest, the phantoms of 6 elemental goddesses gathered. The Earth Mother Goddess in golden radiance couldn't hold back first, her light trembling as if laughing silently. Wah! Pack it up. Time to clock out. The Ice Queen still wore her crystal face, but you could see the corners of her mouth curve up ever so slightly. The Flame Goddess tossed her molten hair, exaggeratedly mouthing, "Soslow, be quicker next time. I've got a hair appointment." Lin Yang collected the only piece of equipment dropped by the cat demon and slung his staff over his shoulder. The dungeon's light poured down as the map collapsed. At the dungeon entrance, the abyssal vortex that had been pitch black suddenly burst with blinding white light. Whoosh! The light scattered, and Lin Yang was teleported out carrying his bloodstained staff, his clothes pristine and his spirits so high he didn't look like someone who had just finished a hell-level dungeon. Dead silence. The Education Bureau Special Inspector, principals and teachers from various schools, and those disheveled students all froze their gazes simultaneously as, if collectively hit, by a paralysis spell. Then, massive system text appeared above the nest. Congratulations Lin High First High School Lin Yang. Successfully cleared level 10 Berserk Abyss Dungeon, Deep Dark Forest. New global fastest clear record. Achievement unlocked, Abyss Solo Walker. Boom. After a brief silence came thunderous exclamations. Lin Yang. He soloed. An Abyss-level dungeon. Broke the global record? How is that possible? Isn't he that Frank, waste mage? Wang, the special inspector from the Education Bureau, looked like his eyes were about to pop out of his skull, his mouth hanging open for what felt like an eternity. Principal Chun Guodong, a portly man, squeezed to the front of the crowd. His round face displayed a mixture of wild joy, lingering fear, and that familiar helpless resignation toward Lin Yang, the expression that said, "Of course it's you again, kid." After the initial shock wore off, discussions erupted like a surging tide. Wait, how does he look completely unharmed? Exactly. An abyss-level dungeon. Even Shrank Awakeners would come out half dead. Could it be he used a forbidden spell? Obviously. He must have burned his life force. What else could Frank rely on besides forbidden magic? Classic forbidden mage move: when you lack spiritual power, you trade your life for it. He looks energetic now, but it's just his last burst of strength, a final flicker before death. Idiot. Throwing away his future just to show off. Power gained by burning one's life force might be strong, but it's fleeting. Once his life runs out, he's finished. Mockery, sympathy, and regret blended into a harsh cacophony. Everyone was convinced that Lin Yang's record-breaking achievement came at the cost of certain death. Lin Yang shouldered his bloodstained staff, listening to the commotion with an even deeper smile curving his lips. The phantoms of the 3 goddesses above his head had quietly dissipated, and his face was slightly pale, making him indeed appear as though he had just sustained himself through sheer willpower. But only he knew that the power within him surged like an ocean, and combined with his nearly invincible immortal body, the sensation was so exhilarating he wanted to laugh out loud. Burning life force, he scoffed inwardly. You know nothing about absolute power. The crowd continued their heated discussions at the dungeon entrance. Burned his life force. A flash in the pan. Foolish. These cold words repeatedly struck the young man who had just returned from the abyss. Lin Yang observed like a bystander, watching with interest the storm he had stirred up. Suddenly, a cold yet trembling gaze pierced through the crowd and locked onto him. Zhou Shuer. Her ice-blue combat suit was torn and dusty, with damp strands of hair clinging to her pale cheeks. Those eyes, usually calm as a frozen lake, now seemed fractured with countless cracks, relief at surviving disaster, incredulous shock, and heartache that threatened to overflow. In her view, Lin Yang's apparent well-being was merely an illusion sustained by burning his life force. That figure carrying the staff seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Chun Guodong pushed through the crowd, his hefty frame struggling to reach Lin Yang. The usually smooth-talking principal now had a deathly pale complexion, bloodshot eyes nearly bulging behind his glasses. He stared intensely at Lin Yang, and suddenly roared in a hoarse, low voice. Lin Yang, have you lost your mind? Completely ignoring the stares around him, he grabbed Lin Yang's arm with such force that even Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. I don't know. I don't know what dark methods you used to survive until now. Chun Guodong lowered his voice, growling like a wounded beast, his chest rumbling. But every power comes with a price. Tell me, how could there be no cost to fighting an abyss-level creature, Hedon? You must be burning through your life essence, consuming your very lifespan. His roar was hoarse, his eyes red-rimmed, showing not a trace of triumphant joy but only the anguish of watching his own child rush toward the abyss. You're only 18. This sentence nearly tore his throat apart, despair mixed with grief. Your life has just begun. How can you be so reckless with it? The noisy crowd instantly fell silent, not daring to breathe. All eyes focused on the distraught principal, witnessing his undisguised heartache. Those who had mocked Lin Yang earlier now felt their faces burning with shame. Lin Yang's previously playful smile slowly faded. After a moment of silence, he looked up at his classmates, those he had just rescued from the abyss, who now wore complicated expressions. He forced a smile, trying hard to appear strong but unable to hide his weakness. Principal. His voice was hoarse, carrying the exhaustion of someone pushed beyond their limits. But if I hadn't done this. He paused briefly, then looked back at Chun Guodong with eyes so calm they made hearts clench. What about them? Should I have just watched my classmates die? The air seemed to be sucked away, leaving dead silence. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to meet the pale-faced youth's gaze. Heavy shame pressed on their hearts like lead weights, regardless of what methods Lin Yang had used or what price he had paid. He had indeed torn through the abyss-level death trap with his own strength and saved them all. Without him burning his life force and unleashing forbidden spells, none of them trapped in the nest's core would have survived. Their earlier comments about him being foolish and a flash in the pan now seemed utterly despicable and harsh. Lin Yang. Chun Guodong gripped his arm, knuckles white. Seeing the boy's forced smile, his throat felt dry, and he could no longer utter a word of reproach, left only with deep helplessness and heartache. Just then, Lin Yang swayed, coughing softly twice. Principal, I'm a bit tired. I want to go home and rest. His voice was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Yes, go home. Right away. Chun Guodong snapped back to reality, quickly releasing his grip and supporting him as if handling fragile porcelain. Old Zhang. Shaoli. Drive Lin Yang home immediately. He turned around, practically laying all his cards on the table. On behalf of number 1 high school, I'm awarding Lin Yang 1 million yuan. The Education Bureau will cover this expense. Director Wang nodded, having understood the full situation. Looking at Lin Yang again, his eyes held only deep admiration and regret. As he was being helped away, Lin Yang's lips curved up slightly at an angle no one could see. Though the goddess's phantom had disappeared from above his head, the little figure in his heart was already laughing with hands on hips. Wow, 1 million yuan. This performance of being severely injured, totally worth it. The black government car bumped along the pothole-riddled streets of the old district. Its wheels crushed gravel and splashed through puddles, kicking up mud all the way before finally screeching to a halt in front of a row of low, dilapidated 2 buildings with peeling walls. The damp, moldy air mixed with cheap cooking oil fumes seeped into the vehicle, making it hard to breathe. Teacher Zhang, in his 40s with thinning hair and an honest face, sat in the driver's seat. He surveyed the surroundings through the windshield, his brow furrowing deeply as disbelief filled his voice. Student Lin Yang, you live here? In the back seat, Teacher Li, barely in her 20s with delicate features and a professional suit that outlined her trim figure, covered her mouth with her hand. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with shock and pity. She couldn't reconcile the heroic young man who had saved the entire school and broken global records with this corner of the city that seemed forgotten by time. Student Lin Yang. Her voice was so gentle it seemed afraid to startle him. If your family is facing difficulties, why didn't you apply for financial aid from the school? The school would definitely help you. Lin Yang sat by the window in the back seat, his face deathly pale and breathing shallow, his entire body slumped against the car door. His long eyelashes trembled as he struggled to straighten himself, his voice barely a whisper, revealing deliberately suppressed vulnerability. I'm the only one in my family. After speaking, he turned his head toward the mottled wall, his shoulders giving a slight shrug as if hiding something. I didn't want others to know I'm an orphan, didn't want everyone to look down on me. His words pierced the hearts of both teachers like needles. Alone, Teacher Zhang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. His voice trembled. Then your parents. Lin Yang lowered his eyelids, his thick lashes casting shadows on his cheeks. He sniffled hard, trying to force a smile that looked worse than crying, his voice choked with emotion. I'm fine on my own. I'm used to it. It's just sometimes, at night when I can't sleep. I remember. As if all his strength had been drained away, he paused for several seconds before struggling to utter those heavy words. I remember my parents who died on the beast battlefield. What? Teacher Zhang looked as if struck by lightning, whipping his head around with wide eyes and trembling lips, unable to utter a single word. The car fell into sudden silence. Martyr's orphan. This thought crashed into both teachers' minds simultaneously. Sob, suppressed weeping broke the silence. Teacher Lee was already in tears. Looking at the barely supported young man, her mind flashed through images of his parents sacrificing themselves to defend their homeland, him growing up alone in the slums, and him burning his life today to save his classmates. Heartbreak overwhelmed her. Lin Yang. She forgot about her appearance, bending down to hold the young man tightly in her arms trembling slightly from the force. You're not alone. Do you hear me? You're not alone. Tears rolled down, wetting his hair and neck. You have your classmates. You have teachers who love you. You have the entire school. We'll all be by your side. From now on, I'll take care of you. Teacher Lee suddenly pulled Lin Yang into her arms, tightening her embrace, as if trying to pour all her warmth and strength into his frail body, as though this alone could drive away the loneliness and shadow of death that clung to the young man. MMPH. Caught completely off guard, Lin Yang found his entire face pressed into her soft shoulder. Her rich fragrance mixed with scalding tears enveloped him warm, moist, instantly cutting off his air supply. Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee. His weak protests were completely muffled in her embrace. He struggled symbolically a couple of times, but inwardly he was screaming. Holy crap. I'm suffocating. Should have known better than to act so convincingly. This is harder to handle than an abyss boss. Like a fish thrown onto shore, he flailed helplessly, his face flushing red. His nostrils filled with her fragrance and the saltiness of Tursa's sensory overload to the max. Teacher Zhang stood nearby, his eyes also reddening. Watching Teacher Lee hold Lin Yang like a recovered treasure, he sighed heavily, feeling both pity for Lin Yang's tragic circumstances and deep worry for his life-draining future. All right, Xiao Li. Teacher Zhang finally grew concerned and gently patted Teacher Li's shoulder, his voice hoarse. Let student Lin Yang catch his breath. Let's get him upstairs to rest first. Only then did Teacher Li snap back to reality, quickly loosening her arms, tears still streaking her face. Seeing Lin Yang's flushed face as he desperately gasped for air, she felt both heartbroken and flustered. I'm sorry, Lin Yang. I got too emotional. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Should we go to the hospital? Lin Yang desperately gulped the precious fresh air while weakly waving his hand, putting on a brave front. I'm fine. Teacher Lee. Thank you. I just couldn't catch my breath. And so, supported on both sides by the two teachers like they were escorting a national treasure, the actor Lin Yang finally returned, barely alive, to his bare-walled little nest that was about to receive 1,000,000 yuan in nutritional support. The door closed, shutting out the worried gazes from outside. The dying expression on Lin Yang's face instantly evaporated. He stretched his muscles, a pleased smile curving his lips. Walking to the bedside, he picked up the dusty portrait of his parents, carefully wiped it clean, then placed it back in position. Then he collapsed onto the creaky broken recliner, crossed his legs, and hummed a little tune. Abyss-level dungeon? Global record? Burning his life force? Just another day in the life of an actor. The worn recliner creaked in protest. Lin Yang rocked contentedly, his face no longer showing any weakness, only the amusement of someone who saw through everything. His fingers rhythmically tapped the mottled armrest tap, tap. All right. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that broke the silence of the small room. Had enough of the show? Come out, and let's chat. As the words fell, the creaking wooden door in the inner room was silently pushed open. 3 dark figures emerged like phantoms peeling away from the shadows, stepping soundlessly into the narrow living room. Their tight black clothing bore no insignia, and their masks revealed only eyes and mouths, their cold gazes like poisoned blade edges, devoid of any emotion. The 3 spread out in a triangular formation, instantly blocking all of Lin Yang's escape routes. A bone-chilling killing intent permeated the air, causing the temperature in the already frigid room to plummet. Well then, Lin Yang remained lazily sprawled in his reclining chair, not bothering to move an inch, merely raising an eyebrow as his gaze wandered over the 3 figures. Uninvited guests, what brings you here? Demolition crew? This dump hardly seems worth the trouble. The black-clad figure in the center stepped forward half a pace, his voice hoarse as grinding metal, yet utterly emotionless. Lin Yang. Frank profession, forbidden spell Archmage, level 10. Has mastered fire and ice forbidden spells, suspected of possessing special means to evade spell backlash and delay death. The intelligence was terrifyingly precise. The amusement on Lin Yang's face instantly froze, his pupils contracting slightly. He offered no denial, only stared silently at his opponent as the invisible pressure in the air grew thick and suffocating. The black-clad figure seemed unbothered by the silence and continued his pronouncement. Your parents left behind a mysterious beast. Hand it over, Orty. The final word fell like frost, freezing the very breath in the air. The other 2 assassins' gazes sharpened like vipers locking onto prey, ready to strike with lethal precision at any moment. A mysterious beast left by his parents? Little dumpling? Lin Yang's brow furrowed as cold dread crept up his spine. His parents' sacrifice on the beast battlefield years ago was apparently far more complex than a mere accident. This little creature, hatched by his blood and now transformed into his system, was clearly the key. Lin Yang slowly straightened, his gaze sharp as twin bolts of lightning piercing the center assassin. Fine. Tell me, who are you people? And my parents? How did they really die? No need for probing. The center figure's voice remained flat. Resistance is futile. Before the words finished, all three figures' auras exploded simultaneously. Three visible waves of energy erupted in the cramped space, furniture trembling, dust swirling. Profession, assassin. Level, 20. 3 level 20 assassins in Linhai City. Such power could run rampant, silently eliminating any target without a trace. The center assassin slowly raised his hand and began counting down, his voice tolling like a death knell against the heart. 3, 2. Lin Yang stared at that finger, poised like death's scythe, showing no fear, but instead sneering with mockery thick in his voice. Huh. 3 skulking vermin think they have me cornered. 1. The instant the countdown reached 0, the assassin to Lin Yang's left dissolved into the darkness like a phantom, vanishing completely and leaving only a barely perceptible ripple in the air, his speed surpassing normal human visual perception. The other 2 assassins' eyes had already taken on a cruel, cold indifference, as if they were looking at a dead man. They could almost see the scene playing out in their minds, Lin Yang's neck spurting blood, his shocked head tumbling through the air. Boom. A thunderous crash suddenly exploded, like a cannonball smashing into the wall. The wall to Lin Yang's left was crushed by an invisible sledgehammer, instantly forming a clear human-shaped crater. Cracks spread like a spider web, frantically covering the ceiling and floor as brick fragments and dust came crashing down. In the center of the crater, the black-clad assassin who had just vanished lay with his limbs hanging limply, his body twisted at impossible angles. His mask had been torn to shreds by the impact, half his pale face covered in bloody mud, his eyes rolled back, his life or death uncertain. The entire process was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch even a trace of movement, as if the assassin had thrown himself into the wall. What? Impossible. The remaining 2 assassins' cold expressions instantly shattered, extreme terror creeping across their faces. They whipped around, staring at Lin Yang as if they'd seen a ghost. Lin Yang still maintained his previous mocking posture, not having moved even half a step from his position, casually withdrawing the right fist he had just thrown, its surface so clean it didn't even have dust on it. That was a level 20 assassin. The 2 frantically calculated in their minds. A rank profession, 10 attribute points per level, all allocated to agility. That's only around 200 agility. That speed already exceeded normal human imagination, yet before Lin Yang, he moved like a snail. Lin Yang caught their shock, the mocking curve of his lips deepening. He slowly stood up, giving his wrist a light shake, his knuckles producing crisp cracking sounds. What? Surprised? His tone was casual, as if he were killing time out of boredom. Before his words had finished, an overwhelming aura that made breathing difficult erupted without warning. Above his head, an earth-colored divine shadow materialized, the Earth Mother Goddess, arms crossed, expression as if watching a show. Heavy golden radiance flowed from the phantom, making Lin Yang appear like a war god. Blessing power of the Earth Mother Goddess. 11001000 agility. 11001000 stamina. 11001000 spirit. The terrifying oppressive force slammed into the assassin's hearts like a sledgehammer. Monster. The right assassin screamed, but his killer instincts forced the fear back down his throat. A desperate madness flashed in his pupils. We can't retreat. Retreat means death. The left assassin shouted harshly, desperate resolve climbing across his face. 2 black shadows burst forth almost simultaneously, one left and one right, unleashing all their power and speed. Their daggers tore through the air with sharp whistling sounds. Cold light aimed directly at Lin Yang's heart and throat, the angles vicious, sealing off all escape routes. Such a coordinated attack would be enough to instantly kill any level 20 professional. Yet Lin Yang didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, merely raising his right hand as if shooing away flies. The movement wasn't fast, yet it carried an air of absolute control. Snap! His fingertips gave a light flick, a crisp snap echoing. Time, in that moment, had its pause button pressed. 1 second. The viciousness in the 2 assassins' eyes and their movements froze. Lin Yang's figure vanished like a shadow swept away by wind, erased from his original position in an instant, reappearing right behind the right assassin's elbow. He didn't even bother drawing his blade, simply extending what seemed like an ordinary index finger, aiming at the opponent's dagger-wielding wrist, and gave it a light flick. Crack! The crisp sound of a dry branch snapping exploded in the silent hut. The right assassin's wrist bent backward on the spot, bone piercing through his sleeve as the dagger flew out of control, carving a cold silver arc through the lamplight. Excruciating pain drove away the murderous gleam in his eyes, leaving only terror and deathly pallor. Lin Yang didn't even spare him a glance. With a tap of his toe, his figure blurred again, appearing before the left assassin in the blink of an eye. That dagger was less than an inch from his throat, yet it might as well have been separated by an abyss. Lin Yang raised his left hand, striking second but arriving first, precisely grasping the opponent's wrist and giving it just a gentle squeeze. Pop! The sound of a rotten tomato being crushed instantly, blood and bone fragments spraying everywhere. The grip strength of 1,100 points compressed the assassin's wrist into a blur of bloody pulp. Screams piercing enough to shatter eardrums echoed with his body's convulsions as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his completely ruined hand in endless spasms. The right assassin covered his deformed wrist, sliding down the wall to sit, his face paler than frost under the eaves, looking at Lin Yang as if beholding a demon god who had just descended to earth. Lin Yang flicked the blood droplets from his fingertips, casually scanning the two completely incapacitated men on the ground, then the mural on the wall now decorated with fresh blood, before slowly walking over to crouch before the third assassin, who remained conscious. The young man wore a lazy smile at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes were sharp as blades, as if they could dissect one's soul. His voice was calm, yet rang out clear as thunder in the deathly silent hut. Now, can you properly answer my questions? Who are you people? What connection do you have to my parents' deaths? And that strange beast, what do you know about it? The assassin trembled continuously under the dual torment, catching sight from the corner of his eye of the earthen yellow goddess phantom above Lin Yang's head, arms crossed, gazing down upon all beings with cold indifference that carried suffocating pressure, sending chills crawling from his tailbone to the back of his skull, more painful than his mangled wrist. I can't tell you. The assassin's voice was hoarse, like gravel grinding against sandpaper. Otherwise, the organization, my family. Otherwise, Lin Yang smile deepened, as if listening to an interesting story. What would happen? The assassin had intended to invoke his organization's terror to buy himself a moment's respite, but only managed to open his mouth. Snap! Lin Yang casually flicked his fingers with a crisp sound, completely without warning. Buzz! Absolute zero seemed to pour down from the void. The assassin didn't even see what Lin Yang had done, only felt his soul being frozen, blood, muscles, bones crystallizing within a billionth of a second, even his cry of alarm freezing in his throat. His expression locked in ultimate terror and disbelief, eyes bulging wide, instantly covered with a thin layer of white frost. The entire figure transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture radiating terrifying cold. Even the last wisp of breath exhaled before death froze into tiny ice crystals suspended in midair. Instant killer dual freezing of both body and soul. The other assassin, his wrist crippled and collapsed on the ground, watched helplessly as everything unfolded in a split second. His companion was still struggling and begging for mercy one moment, then became a frost-covered corpse the next. His mind went completely blank. Terror pierced through his final psychological defenses as a killer, like a sharp awl. No, no, demon, you're a demon. He let out a discordant, beast-like wail, his body uncontrollably scrambling backward, his severed wrist dragging a glaring trail of blood across the floor. His gaze toward Lin Yang was filled with absolute and incomprehensible terror. What the hell kind of person is this? No, this isn't even human. Before he could even finish a sentence, he was frozen solid like a popsicle. These methods are even more unreasonable and brutal than us assassins. Gulp, blood-tinged saliva slid down his throat with difficulty as he felt his bladder about to give way. Lin Yang slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the assassin on the ground like he was looking at trash. Just then, the air behind him distorted for a second time, and a chill even colder and purer than the Earth Mother spread outward. The Ice Queen's crystalline face emerged from the void. Her silver-white hair flowed like a frozen river. Her deep ice-blue eyes resembled an eternal frozen abyss, yet now they clearly showed the irritation of having her vacation interrupted. She merely cast a cold glance at the blood-soaked mess of an assassin on the ground, and that look was more chilling than absolute zero. My lord. Mercy. Please spare me. The assassin completely broke down, tears and snot streaming down his face as he kowtowed frantically like a pecking chicken, ignoring the excruciating pain from his severed wrist. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. Don't freeze me into an ice sculpture. Outside, there are more of our people lying in ambush outside. With all this commotion, they definitely know what happened. Let me go? I can lead you to them. I can. Oh, commotion? Lin Yang smiled, interrupting him. That smile appeared more terrifying to the assassin than the Ice Queen's cold glare. What commotion? I didn't hear anything. He tilted his head with an expression of innocent confusion. Snap. Another crisp finger snap. Buzz. The space behind Lin Yang rippled with completely different vibrations, violent, dynamic, as if ready to tear the heavens apart. The phantom of a goddess in a flowing emerald wind silk dress gradually took form. Her beautiful face carried wild rebelliousness. Her green hair danced like a raging storm. Her eyes were swirling wind vortexes, and visible howling green currents surrounded her entire being. The hurricane goddess had appeared. Unlike the Ice Queen's indifference, she gracefully acknowledged Lin Yang, bowing slightly like a dancer taking her curtain call. Then whoosh. Invisible yet irresistibly powerful wind pressure took shape, instantly sealing the entire apartment building. Wind sounds, distant car horns, neighbors' coughs, stray cats meowing at the alley entrance. Everything was erased by an invisible giant hand, leaving only vacuum-like dead silence. Wind barrier. An absolute soundproof domain. The assassin's last hope burst like a punctured balloon, completely shattered. He stiffly raised his head behind Lin Yang. Three ethereal goddesses of vastly different styles hovered in the air. The Earth Mother Goddess, steady as a mountain. The Ice Queen, cold as a blade. And the Hurricane Goddess, with swirling currents of air whispering around her. Three apocalyptic pressures overlapped and descended, making the air seem to lose all warmth in an instant. Seeing that demonic, mocking smile on Lin Yang's face, the assassin's last thread of sanity snapped with an audible crack. The deathly silence outside, completely cut off, felt like an invisible cage, crushing his rationality to pieces. Ah, I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. He screamed hysterically, snot and tears streaming down his face as he collapsed headfirst, sprawling on the ground like a puddle of mud. The remnants of his consciousness were ground to dust by terror. We're from the Shadow Fong. The organization sent us. Your parents' death. The organization planned that too. It was to steal that egg. Don't kill me. Please. I'll tell you everything I know. Everything. His incoherent words poured out like spilled beans as he dumped everything intelligence about the organization, his fear of them, and his despair toward this demon-like man before him. The smile on Lin Yang's face gradually faded, replaced by the cold color of polar glaciers. Shadow Fong. Scattered clues suddenly connected into a web in his mind, and piercing killing intent emanated from his body. The three goddess phantoms seemed to resonate with his thoughts. The Earth Mother Goddess's light became heavy and condensed. The Ice Queen's eyes blazed with cold light, and the air currents around the Hurricane Goddess moaned low and mournful. The air in the room seemed to be instantly compressed into ice crystals, each breath bringing dull pain. Since you want to play? Lin Yang's voice was soft, yet enough to freeze souls. Then let's have some fun. He turned and walked toward the door, his shadow stretching long. The faint smile he had feigned moments ago vanished instantly, leaving only poisonous coldness and surging fury in his eyes. The flames of vengeance ignited upon learning the truth about his parents' blood debt. Though his parents had died early, their love during his lifetime had given him a brief but precious happy childhood. With a slight thought, the phantoms of the Earth Mother Goddess and Hurricane Goddess above his head silently dissipated, leaving only the unsettled elemental fluctuations. At the same time, crack, crack, two subtle yet bone-chilling sounds of freezing exploded across the floor. The two remaining black-clad assassins on the ground, one unconscious, one broken, were instantly encased in absolute zero ice. Their skin, expressions, and fear all frozen into crystalline eternal ice sculptures. Lin Yang didn't even spare them a glance as he carefully put away his parents' portrait. There was nothing left worth cherishing in this dilapidated hut. He surveyed his surroundings. Peeling wall paint, cracked wooden table, faded children's drawings in the corner, all remnants of a lonely childhood. His gaze was complex for a moment, then turned cold. Couldn't stay in this place any longer. He whispered to the empty room. Help me. Burn it down. As his words fell, boom. Golden red flames of law ignited without warning in every inch of space simultaneously. There was no fire source, no spreading process. It was as if space itself had been set ablaze. These were no ordinary flames. They greedily devoured everything. Broken tables and chairs, peeling wall paint, the ice sculptures on the ground, even the air and light. Wherever they passed, everything instantly vaporized, not even leaving ashes behind. The temperature soared so high that space itself began to warp and distort. The blazing flames seemed to possess their own consciousness, frantically devouring everything inside the room. Yet the moment they touched the walls, doors, or windows, they hit an invisible barrier and were confined within the room with perfect precision. Not a single spark or wave of heat escaped, and the neighbors next door didn't even notice the commotion. Within mere moments, the flames suddenly vanished, leaving only a house frame charred into a pitch-black shell, with cuts so smooth they looked as if they'd been swept by precision lasers, without even a wisp of smoke having time to drift away. Lin Yang stood at his front door, his silhouette stretched into a long shadow by the dim streetlight. He casually glanced around the alleyways and abandoned vehicles surrounding the apartment building, his hawk-like gaze easily catching the hidden killing intent. He knew countless eyes were watching this place from the shadows. Whoosh. In the next moment, pure wind elements gathered into a cyan whirlwind that exploded beneath his feet out of thin air. The violent airflow lifted his body, allowing him to hover steadily in midair, a new ability unlocked after his forbidden spell advanced to level 2. The goddess could assist with precise control of corresponding elements within a small range, just as the Ice Queen and Flame Goddess had done before. At that moment, several black-clad assassins lurked in dark corners, using night vision goggles and sniper scopes to lock onto the burned-out shell of the house, searching for Lin Yang's whereabouts. Suddenly, their target rose into the air on their night vision screens. Target is airborne. He's flying? Report. Suspect has flight capabilities. Repeat. Target is flying. The exclamation over the radio was distorted by fear. What the hell kind of profession is this? And Frank Mage can fly? Someone cursed under their breath. The commanding officer shrieked orders. Call for air support. Use the hummingbird to shoot him down. Don't let him escape. Their calls would ultimately prove futile. High in the air, Lin Yang seemed to sense something. A cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth as he looked down and gave a quiet command to the void beneath his feet. Buzz. A cyan-white sonic ring formed by high-density compressed wind elements materialized beneath his feet, bright as an electric arc, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air before instantly igniting. Boom! The sonic boom exploded, shockwaves spreading everywhere, shattering every window in the apartment building with a tremendous noise. Lin Yang's figure vanished in an instant, moving so fast it exceeded the limits of human vision, so fast that the hummingbird helicopter's radar only caught a fleeing meteor. Gone, he's gone. Report. Target departed at supersonic speed. Repeat, supersonic departure. Only desperate reports remained over the radio. The night wind howled, and that cold, low whisper seemed to still echo in the ears of all the ambushers. Let's have some fun. Shadow Fong. Parents' revenge? This game has only just begun. The next morning, sunlight bathed the campus of Lin High No. 1 High School. Lin Yang walked through the school gates wearing his faded school uniform, hands in his pockets, his steps leisurely. The air was filled with a subtle restlessness. Students no longer looked at him with yesterday's fear or disdain, but with awe, curiosity, and a hint of unspoken gratitude. Morning, Brother Yang. Lin Yang, about yesterday, thank you. How are you feeling? Greetings poured in from all directions, their voices carrying both regret for the price he paid by burning his life force and genuine acknowledgement that he was everyone's savior. Many even nodded carefully with sincere yet reserved smiles on their faces. At the entrance of the academic building, Teacher Li Liao was waiting early. Today she had deliberately changed into a more intellectual light gray suit, her eyes behind her glasses filled with concern. Lin Yang, you're here. How are you feeling? Did you sleep well last night? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? She fired off questions one after another, raising her hand to feel his forehead. Lin Yang gracefully dodged to the side, putting on a suitably weary expression. I'm okay, Teacher Li, just a bit tired. The 1 million yuan in nutritional compensation had arrived in his account last night, but he hadn't gone to a hotel. Instead, he had slept peacefully in an abandoned warehouse, aided by the goddess buff. His strength had recovered considerably, but he needed to maintain his weakened act. If you're tired, get more rest. Today's classes aren't important, just arrangements for the college entrance exam. Li Liao's voice was so gentle it could almost drip water. Not far away, a slender figure approached quickly. Zhou Shuer. She had changed out of her battle outfit into a well-tailored light blue dress, her skin like snow, though her eyes now held a girl's brightness. Lin Yang. She stopped, her ice blue eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness. Are you free today? My father wants to meet you and thank you in person. She lowered her head slightly, softening her voice. He says you're my savior, and he must express his gratitude personally, no matter what. Lin Yang was still preoccupied with the Shadow Fong and his parents' blood feud, initially wanting to refuse. But the Zhou family was Lin Hai's wealthiest, offering both safety and opportunities to gather information. After weighing his options, he nodded. All right. Zhou Shuer immediately beamed like melting ice and snow. Wonderful. On the playground, Principal Chun Guodong personally announced the college entrance exam arrangements, giving the usual encouragement to seize the remaining time to level up and strive for good results. After the ceremony, his portly figure squeezed next to Lin Yang, lowering his voice. Lin Yang, your health comes first. Don't push yourself too hard. If you need anything, go directly to Teacher Li or come find me. Li Liao nodded vigorously beside him, her gaze determined. Lin Yang responded perfunctorily, feeling completely unmoved inside. After school, he strolled leisurely to the school gate. Zhou Shuer was already waiting and waved immediately upon seeing him. But when Lin Yang's gaze fell on the convoy beside her, his eyebrows still raised slightly. At the school gate, an extended Rolls-Royce Phantom sat quietly, its sleek lines and gleaming paint flowing with understated luxury in the sunlight. What was even more extravagant was that both in front of and behind this extended Phantom, there was an ordinary Rolls-Royce Ghost, like loyal guards flanking it protectively in the middle. The three cars slowly started up, their glossy black bodies gleaming with cold metallic light under the sun, instantly enveloping the entire campus road with a silent, yet domineering presence. The crowd seemed to part as if moved by an invisible hand, with students turning to look back and whispering among themselves. Zhou Shuer caught Lin Yang's gaze, her pretty face flushing red as her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of her skirt, explaining in a low voice, I told them this wasn't necessary. It's too much, but my dad just wouldn't listen. It's fine, let's go. Lin Yang chuckled softly, reaching out to open the car door for her before getting in first. To him, this display of wealth paled in comparison to the shocking sight of that goddess phantom above. Wow, a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. With escort cars front and back? Zhou Xuan's family is loaded. Lin Yang actually got in her car? TSK, his life's hanging by a thread, yet he still managed to hook up with the Zhou family's young lady. What dumb luck. Exactly. And frank waste burning through his life force, what could the Zhou family possibly want with him? The sour comments and jealousy turned into invisible barbs, chasing after the convoy until the taillights completely disappeared. At the top floor of a skyscraper piercing the clouds in downtown Linhai City, before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a man in an impeccable suit lightly swirled his wine glass, the crimson liquid reflecting the dying rays of sunset, yet unable to warm his cold gaze. Behind him, a subordinate in black tactical gear stood with a rigid spine, his voice low but unable to hide his trembling. Target Lin Yang appeared at Linhai No. 1 High School this morning, seemingly in normal condition. Last night's scene was completely incinerated, suggesting high-level fire-type abilities. Our men. A level 10 waste. The man's voice was low and crisp, not turning around. Sent 3 level 20 elites plus perimeter support, and still couldn't catch him. In the reflection of the floor-to-ceiling window, a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes, like a venomous snake's tongue. The organization spent so many resources training you people, what good are you? This was the headquarters of what appeared to be a prestigious multinational financial giant Universal Group. In the shadows, it was one of Shadow Fang's strongholds in eastern China. Sir, the subordinate's cold sweat soaked through his tactical suit. Latest intel. After school, Lin Yang was picked up by Zhou Shuer, the young lady of Zhou Group. Zhou Group. The man's glass-swirling motion paused, his thin lips curving into a barely perceptible arc. Zhou Tianhao's daughter. Interesting. Inside the extended Phantom's cabin, leather seats provided soft embrace, while dense cashmere carpet cushioned underfoot. A bar was embedded in the side wall, with a chrome refrigerator glowing silently. Lin Yang turned to look out the window, watching the streetscape slide past like rewinding film, while his mind rapidly sorted through every clue about Shadow Fang. Across from him, Zhou Shuer clasped her hands together, her fingertips white from tension, stealing glances at him. The setting sun carved out the young man's lean yet upright silhouette, his calm expression somehow appearing mysterious and handsome in her eyes, making her heart flutter lightly. Lin Yang suddenly looked back as if sensing something. Like a startled deer, she immediately averted her gaze, her cheeks blooming with color as she hurriedly pointed to a corner. Wow, there's even a refrigerator here. Would you like something to drink? Her clumsy attempt to change the subject made Lin Yang's lips curve slightly. This girl's acting skills were nowhere near his own level. At dusk, the convoy came to a smooth stop before the revolving doors of Linhai City's most luxurious 5-star hotel, Linhai Summit. Golden marble columns gleamed with flowing light in the sunset's afterglow. The car door was respectfully opened by an attendant. A professionally dressed woman with gold-rimmed glasses had been waiting, her standard smile unwavering. Mr. Lin Yang, welcome to Linhai Summit. I'm Chairman Zhou's secretary, Miss Chun. Her gaze lingered briefly on Lin Yang's faded school uniform, but she showed no sign of impropriety, still bowing gracefully. The chairman is already waiting in the Ocean View Pavilion on the top floor. Please follow me. At the pinnacle of Linhai Tower, in the Sea View Pavilion. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the newly lit cityscape of Linhai stretched to the horizon like a cascade of stars, where lights and night sky intertwined. Inside the private dining room, warm golden lighting illuminated the rich walnut walls and dark-patterned leather sofas, while ornate tableware and tempting delicacies were elegantly arranged understated, yet unmistakably displaying the host's immense wealth. At the head of the table sat Zhou Tianhao, Linhai's wealthiest man. Nearly 50, with silver at his temples and sharp, resolute features, his hawk-like eyes carried the commanding presence of one long accustomed to power. However, upon seeing his daughter enter, that imposing aura instantly melted into gentle, undisguised affection. Daddy! Zhou Shuer glided to the table in a few steps, her delicate hand naturally linking through her father's arm, a coquettish smile playing on her lips completely different from her usual cool demeanor at school. Shuer's here. Zhou Tianhao gently patted his daughter's hand, then turned his gaze to Lin Yang. His originally sharp scrutiny instantly transformed into sincere gratitude, mixed with subtle curiosity. You must be Lin Yang. Please sit. Shuer told me everything how you risked your life to save her in that nest. Zhou Tianhao, We'll never forget this debt of gratitude. Lin Yang nodded slightly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. You're too kind, Mr. Zhou. It was nothing more than what anyone would do. The early part of the dinner was relaxed and lively. Zhou Tianhao discussed the nest anomalies and Lin Hai's local attractions, keeping conversation flowing smoothly over drinks. Zhou Shueter sat beside Lin Yang, her ice blue eyes moving between her father and the young man, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Yang with barely concealed girlish excitement and admiration. Today she had deliberately shed her usual combat attire for a light blue dress that hugged her slender figure, accentuating her narrow waist while the gentle curves of her chest were subtly revealed through the elegant cut, transforming her battlefield fierceness into something bright and captivating. After 3 rounds of drinks, however, a strange tension began to permeate the air. Zhou Tianhao set down his glass, his knuckles lightly tapping the table as his gaze moved from his daughter to Lin Yang, finally locking onto the young man's brow. His voice was low but carried the weight of mountains. Lin Yang. The room fell silent except for the background music's string melody. Shuer is my only daughter, and the apple of my eye. His tone was slow but forceful. I built my fortune from nothing through vision and decisive action. I never planned to use my daughter's marriage to curry favor with anyone even if she fell for an frank lifestyle professional. As long as he truly loved her and treated her well, I'd gladly spend my entire fortune to ensure his lifelong prosperity. He paused, the air suddenly growing cold as if even the lights had dimmed. Zhou Shuener's smile froze on her lips, unease creeping in. But Zhou Tianhao suddenly raised his voice, each word striking the silence like a hammer. You just had to be a forbidden curse master. Dad, Zhou Shuer cried out, only to be silenced by her father's raised hand. Zhou Tianhao's eyes were sharp as blades. The reputation of forbidden curse masters is carved into the bones of history. What did you do yesterday in that hell-level nest? Break global records, save everyone? Lin Yang, don't tell me you don't know the price. He leaned forward, overwhelming pressure radiating from him. I don't care what method you use to temporarily withstand the forbidden curse backlash, but no forbidden curse master has ever escaped that fate. The stronger the power, the fiercer the backlash. You're like a walking bomb that could explode at any moment. The greater the power, the more devastating the destruction. Zhou Tianhao's voice erupted in the quiet private room, so forceful it seemed to make the crystal chandelier tremble. After his words fell, he took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Lin Yang again, his expression complex gratitude, scrutiny, hesitation, and a father's fear of an uncontrollable future. Lin Yang, you saved Shuer, and I'm grateful, truly grateful. His tone wavered between pronouncement and plea. But this debt cannot be repaid with my daughter's lifetime of happiness and suffering. I won't allow Shuer to give her whole heart to someone destined to die young, who could turn to ash before her very eyes at any moment. That would be too cruel for her, crueler than killing her. Dad, Zhou Shuer shot to her feet, the chair legs scraping against the marble floor with a piercing screech. The girl's slender shoulders trembled with rage, her ice blue eyes brimming with tears that sparkled under the lights. Grievance, anger, and humiliation all burst through her defenses in that instant. She glared at her father as tears finally broke free, her voice hoarse with trembling. What gives you the right? My affairs are none of your business. You don't understand anything. Then she looked at Lin Yang. That glance held the despair of betrayal and indescribable heartbreak. The next second, she spun toward the door, nearly knocking over her chair, and burst out. The door slammed back with a bang, making the glasses on the table quiver. Shuer, Zhou Tianhao instinctively rose, but after taking just one step, he slowly sank back down as if his spine had been removed. In mere seconds, his silhouette seemed to age years, exhaustion crushing his shoulders. He rubbed his temples and spoke in a low voice. Student Lin Yang, my apologies, I spoke too harshly. But those were a father's heartfelt words. I beg you to understand. Lin Yang set down his barely touched orange juice and looked up. His face showed no ripples of emotion, even carrying a faint smile. Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. For parents to plan far ahead for their children is only natural. Your love for your daughter is truly moving. His tone remained steady, as if discussing the weather. Then he added, as for student Zhou Shuer, you're overthinking it. I harbor no romantic feelings for her. Zhou Tianhao studied those dark eyes, searching for traces of deception or agitation, but found only unruffled calm and a thin layer of ice that kept others at bay. Like a weight lifted from his chest, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He gave a slight nod to his secretary behind him. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses immediately stepped forward, retrieving a jet-black card from her briefcase. The card's surface seemed jade-like, but wasn't quite jade, with platinum patterns around the edges that cast subdued, cold light under the lamps, both icy and substantial. Student Lin Yang, for saving a life, there's no adequate repayment. Zhou Tianhao pushed the black card toward Lin Yang, his voice solemn, yet carrying the certainty of someone accustomed to authority. There's 50 million in there. A small token of my gratitude. I know that for someone like you, money might not mean much, but at least it can make your path ahead a bit more comfortable. He paused here, and once again, paternal love and weariness surfaced in his eyes. Also, Schwer has a fierce temperament and stubborn principles. As her father, I doubt she'd listen to anything I say now. Zhou Tianhao couldn't hide his self-deprecating bitter smile as he lowered his voice to barely a whisper. I know this is an unreasonable request, but could you please, for the sake of this small token of my sincerity, help me talk some sense into her? Make her give up on these feelings she shouldn't have? Consider it my final plea. In the center of the table lay a black metal bank card with a dark luster. Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the black card that symbolized the pinnacle of wealth in Linhai, his fingertips tapping twice on the cold table surface, the sound particularly crisp in the enclosed private room. He suddenly chuckled softly, neither coldly nor mockingly, but with the casual ease of someone who had seen through everything. With 2 fingers, he picked up the heavy black card as if it were a feather. Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. The young man's lazy voice carried a hint of nonchalance as the black card flickered between his fingers, cutting through the air with a subtle whistle. Making someone fall for another person is indeed difficult, but making her stop liking someone, that's much simpler. A flash of surprise and relief alternated in Zhou Tianhao's eyes. Lin Yang's smile deepened. I'll take this job. After speaking, he casually stuffed the black card into his school uniform pocket, as carelessly as if he were putting away a bus card. That devil-may-care, yet completely in-control demeanor made Zhou Tianhao's last trace of hesitation vanish, leaving only complex helplessness. He nodded with a bitter smile. Then, I'm counting on you. The rooftop at the peak of Linhai was a rare quiet corner in this steel forest. The night wind from 100 meters high carried the salty scent of the sea, tousling Zhou Schwetter's long hair. She sat hugging her knees at the edge of the cold low wall, her head buried deep in her arms, her slender shoulders trembling slightly like a butterfly with broken wings in the rain. Her expensive dress outlined her delicate yet tense back and waist, moonlight spilling across her pale neck and shallow collarbones, undried tears refracting tiny points of light. Lin Yang approached quietly, offering no comfort, asking no questions, simply sitting down in the same position as her, letting his long legs dangle over the ocean of lights below. The two sat side by side, silently watching the bustling cityscape. The night wind blew for a long time, drying the tears on her face while leaving behind a lingering fragility. Do you know? The girl's muffled voice emerged from her arms, heavy with congestion, like shattered glass colliding. When I was little, my mother left. My father only knows how to make money, lots and lots of money. She lifted her head, her ice blue eyes swollen and red like broken glass, filled with grievance and loneliness. He said he wanted to give me the best life, but I just wanted him to spend more time with me, like other fathers do, to tell me a story, even just once. Her voice caught in her throat, and she stubbornly turned away, gazing toward the blurred horizon. Later, I got used to it. When I was unhappy, I'd hide here alone and let the wind blow, as if the wind could really blow all my troubles away. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly turned to face Lin Yang directly, her gaze carrying the courage of someone burning their bridges. Lin Yang. Her voice, light as a thread, seemed afraid of disturbing the night. This is my first time liking someone. She pulled at the corner of her mouth in self-mockery, her smile more desolate than tears. Though, it seems like it's over before it even began. The night wind rose again, bringing a chill. Lin Yang turned his head, looking at her fragile yet beautiful profile in the moonlight. The frost that had always covered her had now completely melted away, leaving only softness that could shatter at a touch. He sighed inwardly, so, even in Slevel genius was just a little girl longing for an embrace. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked down at the sea of lights below, his lips curving into a faint arc that revealed a cold self-mockery born of worldly insight. Oh. His voice was weakened by the wind, almost scattered to dust. A fortune teller once told me. He paused for a moment, his tone as casual as if discussing a stranger. I'm cursed with a thin fate, shallow fortune, and short luck. Who knows? I might be gone any day now. Turning his head, he saw Zhou Xuan's face instantly turn pale with disbelief. So, he forced out a smile devoid of any warmth. Putting your feelings on someone like me isn't worth it. It's too much of a loss. Zhou Xuer whipped her head around to look at him, her eyes brimming with even more tears. Don't you dare say that. Her voice choked as she added. Then can we still be good friends? Lin Yang didn't hesitate. He turned around and gave her a rare, genuine smile. The young man extended his hand, palm up. Always. Zhou Schwetter stared at that outstretched hand, frozen for a moment, before tears finally rolled down her cheeks. She sniffled and asked, What? A pinky promise? Pinky promises are too childish. Lin Yang stood up, his hand still extended. The night breeze tousled his hair, and a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. Since we're good friends, to make up for having a guy like me around someone whose time might be up any moment. He left the sentence hanging, his lips curving into a smile as the girl looked at him in confusion. I'll take you somewhere interesting. The next second, he suddenly grasped her hand. Ah, whoosh. A cyan whirlwind rose from nowhere, the wind element gently, yet powerfully lifting them both. Lin Yang's left hand clasped Zhou Shuete's tightly, while his right arm naturally wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her close. Hold on tight. His voice carried laughter in the night wind. The rooftop beneath their feet quickly fell away as the city lights scattered into a flowing river of illumination. Zhou Shue's heart pounded wildly, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Yang's waist, pressing her face against his chest, not broad, but remarkably reassuring. With a subtle shift of Lin Yang's thoughts, the hurricane goddess's power came under his precise control. Invisible wings of wind carried them, gliding through Linhai City's brilliant night sky. Below them stretched rivers of neon light. Above, a clear sea of stars. The free evening breeze swept away anxiety and sorrow. Zhou Xuan'er's tension gradually melted away. She quietly lifted her head, using the faint light to trace Lin Yang's smooth jawline, feeling his warmth and heartbeat. Her resolve to just be friends quietly cracked in the romantic flight. Lin Yang looked down to see starlight in the girl's eyes and traces of dried tears, feeling the slight trembling of her body. Something in his chest stirred like the night wind, creating barely perceptible ripples. Good friends? Perhaps. But this embrace, these heartbeats in the sky, they were something closer than friendship. Though they spoke of being friends, the seeds in their hearts were quietly sprouting in the darkness. The night wind swept across the observation deck, dispelling the chill, but unable to carry away the gravity weighing on Lin Yang's brow. He declined Zhou Xuan'er's offer to drive him back to school, instead having her discreetly call a black sedan to take him to an ordinary chain hotel on the other side of Linhai City. After swiping his keycard and entering the room, he stood by the window watching the neon lights flicker over the unfamiliar streetscape, his brow furrowed. Money? He had that. Zhou Tianhao's hefty black card lay in his pocket, 50 million yuan ready to spend. But a sense of security? That he truly lacked. The shadow fang clung to him like maggots to bone. The bloody night at the two buildings served as a grim warning. Wherever he lingered too long, the next targeted kidnapping would follow like his own shadow. Buying a house. Settling down. He didn't dare even dream of it. The 50 million black card Zhou Tianhao had given him became a hot potato, visible but untouchable. Lin Yang prowled like a lone predator, dragging his luggage, alert to every whisper of movement in the darkness. On the top floor of Zhou Group headquarters, the CEO's office was bathed in cold light. The atmosphere was as rigid as frozen air. Swear, Dad isn't against you making friends. Zhou Tianhao rubbed his temples, looking at his stubborn daughter standing before his desk. Lin Yang saved you, and I'm grateful too. But he's provoked an overseas assassin organization, a Shadow Fawn. To investigate their background, I used special channels and barely scratched the surface. Those people are all desperados. Staying by his side is too dangerous for you. Zhou Xuan'er's ice blue eyes showed no retreat. Dad, I know you mean well, and I promise I won't be as impulsive as before. Lin Yang and I are just good friends. She paused, her voice suddenly resolute. But when a friend is in trouble, Zhou Xuan'er doesn't back down. He saved me, can't watch him fight alone. At this, a flash of cunning flickered in her eyes before quickly settling into calm. He's homeless now. I want to hire him as my personal bodyguard. Bodyguard? Zhou Tianhao almost thought he'd misheard. He's only a level 10 forbidden spell master, barely able to protect himself. How can he protect you? Because he escaped 3 level 20 assassins unscathed, and even killed them in return. Zhou Xuan'er's voice was crisp and decisive. Because he can solo clear berserk, hell-level dungeons. Dad, don't be bound by levels different. She didn't know her father had already offered the 50 million black card, still thinking of Lin Yang as a poor student. Her little scheme clicked into place. This way, he can legitimately stay by my side, and when he occasionally takes flight as a bodyguard, it'll seem reasonable, right? Zhou Tianhao stared at the long-absent sparkle in his daughter's eyes, knowing her stubborn nature all too well. After a long silence, he sighed heavily. Daughters grow up and leave their fathers. Fine, bodyguard it is. His tone suddenly turned stern. But you must promise to stay in contact with my people at all times, and retreat immediately if anything seems wrong. I know. Thank you, Dad. Zhou Xuan'er finally smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Salary? Zhou Tianhao asked helplessly. She held up 2 slender fingers. 20 million a year. Zhou Tianhao's mouth twitched. 20 million. That was more than enough to hire an S-class bodyguard. But seeing his daughter's smile, he ultimately waved his hand. Fine, fine, fine. Whatever makes you happy. 20 million it is. Money is the one thing I don't lack. In the hotel suite, Lin Yang sat by the floor-to-ceiling window as his phone lit up. Zhou Xuan'er had sent a message. I'd like to hire you as my personal bodyguard. 20 million annual salary. His brow furrowed into deep lines, his first instinct being to refuse. I appreciate the gesture, but my situation is too dangerous. It would implicate you. Less than 3 seconds after sending the message, his phone rang directly. The moment he answered, Zhou Shui's clear but urgent voice pierced his ear. Lin Yang, do you think I'm stupid and naive, that I know nothing? Lin Yang was stunned. What do you mean? The Shadow Fong. Am I right? Zhou Shui's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of pride and seriousness. Lin Yang, I'm not some delicate flower raised in a greenhouse. My father already had people investigate your house was burned down to nothing but an empty shell, and the methods were professional, definitely not an accident. Following the trail leads straight to that foreign organization. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yang's knuckles suddenly tightened. The Zhou family had actually traced back to the Shadow Fong, and they clearly possessed quite a bit of information. So, do you think it's safer to stay by my side, or to hide alone and risk being cornered by them somewhere? Zhou Shui's tone was confident and resolute, leaving no room for refusal. I'm afraid I'll cause you trouble. Lin Yang spoke quietly, unable to hide his guilt. The other end fell silent for half a second before Zhou Shui softened her tone. The Zhou family has been operating in Linhai for decades, with eyes and ears in both legitimate and underground circles. With your cover as a bodyguard, you'll not only be relatively safe, but you'll also have access to my family's intelligence network about Shadow Fong, about the primordial egg, about everything you want to know. The word intelligence struck like a heavy hammer on Lin Yang's most urgent needs. The truth behind his parents' deaths, the origins of the primordial egg, Shadow Fong schemes. Each one depended on information. Only the soft breathing of both parties remained on the phone. After a few seconds, Lin Yang spoke in a low voice, with resignation. Deal. Wonderful. Zhou Shui instantly became excited, as if she hadn't been the one calmly analyzing moments before. Well then, bodyguard Lin, your first assignment is here. Right now, immediately, come to Yunshang International. We're buying you clothes. There's a very important reception tonight, and you can't possibly wear that faded school uniform as my personal bodyguard and male companion, can you? Lin Yang looked down at his washed-out school uniform, then thought about the so-called very important reception, and an ominous feeling arose. It seemed this bodyguard job would be more troublesome than he'd imagined. He sighed helplessly and opened his door. Instantly, an extremely faint but ice-cold sense of surveillance, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, lightly swept across the back of his neck. Lin Yang paused mid-step, a cold glint flashing in his eyes being watched again. Yunshang International blazed with brilliant lights. Lin Yang found himself surrounded by shopping assistants who were polite yet enthusiastic, making him feel like a carefully packaged display item, uncomfortable with every gesture. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui, dressed in an ice blue gown, fluttered like a graceful butterfly among the luxury boutiques. This one, and this one too. Have him try them all. Her pale fingers swept across a row of expertly tailored suits, her blue eyes shining brilliantly. Lin Yang was pushed into the fitting room. Shedding his faded school uniform, the fine texture of haute couture fabric wrapped around his body like a second skin. He awkwardly fastened the last crystal cufflink, took a deep breath, and pushed open the heavy door of the fitting room. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Under the lights, the young man's tall, straight figure was perfectly outlined by his deep gray suit with subtle patterns. The tailored cut accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, revealing the sharp edges and strength that had been hidden beneath his school uniform. His slightly long, tousled hair had been casually styled by the stylist, exposing his smooth forehead and deep eyes, with all traces of laziness swept away, leaving only calm intensity. Zhou Shui stared at him in a daze, as if warm currents had suddenly surged from beneath an icy lake. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her heart skipped a beat. Miss, your boyfriend is absolutely gorgeous. This suit fits like it was made just for him. The sales assistant couldn't contain her amazement, her gaze darting between the two. Standing together, you two are such a perfect match, truly made for each other. Boyfriend. Zhou Shui reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her face instantly turning crimson as she waved her hands frantically. No, we're not. The word bodyguard stuck in her throat. She glanced at the young man in his suit and swallowed the words back, feeling it would ruin the moment. Finally, still blushing but with barely concealed pride, she smoothly pulled out her black card. Charge it. We'll take this outfit. And all those shirts, shoes, and accessories we picked out earlier except for what he's wearing now, have everything else delivered to the Zhou residence. Leaving them all, she naturally linked her arm through Lin Yang's, hanging onto his side like a delicate ornament. Hey! Lin Yang's body stiffened as he tried to pull his arm away. What? Zhou Shui looked up at him with complete confidence, her ice blue eyes blinking innocently. You're my bodyguard. The close protection kind. How can you keep me safe if you're too far away? What if someone suddenly rushes out, and I can't react in time? Looking at her earnest expression of, I'm being perfectly reasonable, and thinking about the contract he'd just signed and the string of zeros that had just been charged, Lin Yang could only let her hold onto his arm. The girl's soft warmth and faint fragrance swirling around his senses made even him feel restless. The two entered a high-end watch boutique. Zhou Shui pointed to a low-key luxury platinum watch in the glass case that radiated cold, mechanical beauty, and said casually, "Wrap this one up too." Lin Yang's eyelid twitched violently. The seven-figure price tag on the label made him wince. "Zhou, isn't this a bit? A watch worth millions was more valuable than his entire former home." "Bodyguard equipment," Zhou Shuer declared decisively, swiping her card with fluid motion. "Time management is very important." And she quickly glanced at him, lowering her voice. "I can't have you wearing a digital watch to accompany me to galas, can I?" Lin Yang was completely speechless, feeling less like a bodyguard and more like a kept man being supported by a wealthy woman. As night fell, the Ocean View Summit Hotel blazed with lights. Lin Yang stood in his expensive custom suit, the platinum watch on his wrist that could buy several apartments glinting softly in the light, positioned half a step behind Zhou Shuer with perfect posture. He had restrained all his sharp edges, his calm eyes sharply scanning the surroundings, assessing every person who approached Zhou Shuer. However, his outfit combined with his positioning had made him the center of attention throughout the venue. "Is that the Zhou family's eldest daughter? Who's that handsome guy beside her? Is that Miss Zhou? Who's that handsome guy beside her? Never seen him before. Which family's son is he? He's got quite the presence. Has Miss Zhou changed her taste? I've never seen her bring a male companion to events like this before. Should keep it down. Look at that guy's eye, she doesn't seem ordinary." The whispered gossip fell like invisible needles upon the pair. The banquet hall's crystal chandeliers cast brilliant light, and golden carpets stretched toward the central dance floor. Zhou Shuer moved gracefully among the crowd, her slender arm constantly linked with Lin Yang's, every gesture silently declaring her territory. Lin Yang, however, seemed like a machine following preset commands, smiling, nodding, staying silent, every action precisely timed. He focused his attention on scanning the environment. Above, though the phantom of the Earth Mother Goddess remained invisible, her profound enhancement covered the entire venue, spreading his perception like a net. In the corner, two waiters whispered about security shift changes. On the distant balcony, a lady in a silver gown emanated faint water elemental fluctuations. These details all fell within his awareness, giving him some sense of security in this unfamiliar world of glitz and glamour. "Are you bored?" When no one was around, Zhou Shuer turned her head and asked quietly, her ice blue eyes sparkling with mischief. "It's my duty," Lin Yang replied, keeping his eyes straight ahead as he vigilantly scanned the hall. "TCH, such a pretense." She snorted softly, then lowered her voice excitedly. "Let me tell you some inside information besides tonight's charity auction. There's a grand finale item that's very special." "Oh." Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, finally showing interest. There weren't many things that could make Miss Zhou call very special. "Yes." Zhou Shuer leaned closer, her warm breath brushing his ear, making him tense imperceptibly for a moment. "They say it was excavated from a newly discovered ancient ruina, divine-grade weapon." Divine grade. Those three words struck Lin Yang's mind like thunder. Equipment grades: common white, fine blue, rare purple, divine pink, legendary orange, epic gold, mythic rainbow. Divine grade was already the pinnacle in his understanding, something one could only dream of encountering. Zhou Shuer caught the brief shock and gravity in his eyes and proudly lifted her chin. "How about that? This trip's worth it, right? Protect me well later, and if I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll help you bid for it." Before she finished speaking, a deliberately mocking voice interrupted. "Well, well, I wondered who was making such a grand entrance, having Miss Zhou clinging to their arm. Turns out it's our Lin Hai First High's great hero, Lin Yang." The crowd automatically parted to make way. Zhao Kai strutted over in a bright purple suit, his slicked back hair so shiny it could reflect light, swirling a wine glass in his hand while surrounded by his lackeys. He deliberately raised his voice, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "What's this? Isn't the Frank Archmage supposed to be resting that life of his that could burn out any moment, instead of playing escort here?" Zhao Kai stopped in front of the pair, his gaze slithering like a venomous snake between Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer's linked arms, jealousy practically seeping from his pupils. "Miss Zhou, you'd better be careful. This guy's a real daredevil, might just drop dead any day now." His followers joined in with suppressed laughter, their eyes full of malice and contempt. Zhou Shuen's face instantly turned cold, her ice blue eyes filled with chilling intent. "Zhao Kai, watch your mouth. This isn't the place for your tantrums." The hall blazed with brilliant lights and melodious strings, yet the air felt frozen solid. Standing behind Zhou Shuer, Lin Yang maintained his rigid bodyguard posture, hands clasped at his waist, eyes fixed straight ahead. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid as the mocking taunts swept past his ears, treating Zhao Kai like nothing more than a buzzing fly. This complete dismissal stung Zhao Kai more than any words could. He stepped forward, nearly pressing against Lin Yang's face, spittle flying as he snarled. "What? Cat got your tongue?" Lin Yang. His purple suit gleamed coldly under the lights as he lowered his voice, barely containing his hysteria. "Playing the fool at school, burning your life away for attention. Now you've latched onto the Zhou family's young lady, dressed up like you're somebody important. You really think you're hot stuff? Let me tell you." His words cut off abruptly. Lin Yang moved. Without a roar, without any excess emotion, he simply raised his right hand as if brushing dust from his fingertips. His thumb and middle finger rubbed together lightly. Snap! The crisp sound exploded beside Zhao Kai's ear. Buzz! Time seemed to slam to a halt. The arrogant, mocking, jealous expression on Zhao Kai's face froze as terror rapidly consumed his eyes. He remembered the Ice Queen's giant face looming over the playground, the absolute zero pressure that had frozen him solid and left him gasping, the humiliation of collapsing to the ground with that warm, sticky shame between his legs. Ugh! A strangled squeak escaped his throat. All color drained from his face as his legs began trembling violently beyond his control. Trickle. The sound was barely audible, yet piercing in the deathly silence. Warmth flowed down his pressed trousers, quickly spreading across the polished marble floor into an ever-expanding dark stain. Ah! The nearest socialite shrieked, covering her nose as she backed away. Holy shit! Young Master Zhao, he pissed himself? Oh my god, look at his pants. The surrounding guests erupted instantly, their disgusted, contemptuous, incredulous stares piercing Zhao Kai like arrows. He stood frozen, his mind completely blank, consumed only by burning humiliation and overwhelming terror. Warm liquid trickled down his calves as he opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word, his body shaking like a candle in the wind. Only then did Lin Yang leisurely lower his hand, as if he'd merely flicked away some lint. He didn't glance at the puddle on the floor, or at Zhao Kai trembling like a leaf. Instead, he tilted his head slightly toward Zhou Shuer and said calmly, "Miss Zhou, there's an unpleasant odor here. Shall we get some fresh air over there?" With that, he naturally took Zhou Shuer's elbow and guided her through the crowd toward the terrace. Pale moonlight fell upon their retreating figures, cold and composed. Zhao Kai remained frozen in place, completely consumed by massive shame and terror. Only the chattering of his teeth and the undisguised snickers and whispers around him filled his ears. Never in his life had he wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear as desperately as he did right now. Just as Zhao Kai slunk away in defeat, the banquet hall lights suddenly dimmed. Only a single bright spotlight remained, focused on the central auction stage where the red carpet and golden railings formed sharp, elegant lines in the beam. An auctioneer in a perfectly tailored black tailcoat, his temples touched with silver, but his eyes bright and spirited, walked confidently to the front of the stage. He raised the microphone, his voice deep and magnetic. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's Starlight Charity Gala." The auction officially began. First up were jewelry, paintings, and antiques. Though bidding occasionally heated up, the overall atmosphere remained relaxed. Zhou Shuer only raised her paddle symbolically a few times, casually winning a uniquely designed necklace. Lin Yang remained expressionless throughout, his gaze piercing through the crowd to fix on the finale item covered in red velvet behind the auction stage, a divine tier weapon. He thought to himself, could the Shadow Fong organization also have their eyes on it? Outside on the terrace, the night breeze carried a faint floral fragrance, quickly dispelling the foul atmosphere Zhao Kai had left behind and the scattered whispers from inside the hall. Zhou Shuer took a deep breath, her ice blue eyes returning to their usual cool composure. When she looked at Lin Yang, her gaze quietly held a touch more dependence and warmth. "Thanks," she said softly, her tone carrying a rare lightness. "Just doing my job. Besides, he came looking for trouble with me anyway," Lin Yang replied with his usual brevity. To him, Zhao Kai's provocation was merely an interlude. When they returned to the brilliantly lit banquet hall, the auction was already halfway through. The air was thick with the scent of money and credit points, punctuated by successive rounds of bidding. On the auction stage, gleaming equipment and skill scrolls bearing ancient patterns were presented one after another, prompting frequent paddle raises from the guests. Next up, we have a skill book wind strike, a warrior class skill with a starting bid of 300,000. The auctioneer's voice maintained a brisk rhythm. Several fierce-looking professionals in the audience raised their numbered paddles almost simultaneously. Zhou Shuer turned to him with interest. "Lin Yang, is there any skill you want?" "No need. I have a special way of learning skills." "I don't need them," Lin Yang replied flatly. He wouldn't mention that he could acquire forbidden spells for free through his leveling system. Zhou Shuer blinked and nodded understandingly. "Oh, let's see what else there is then." Soon, a new item appeared, a rare cloth armor called Moonchaser robe that glowed with a deep purple light. Its attribute panel was clearly displayed on the large screen, with its impressive physical defense particularly eye-catching. "This is perfect. High defense, and it boosts spirit." Zhou Shuer's eyes lit up as she raised her paddle. 1,000,000. Lin Yang glanced at the attributes with complete indifference. His 4-digit vitality already made him a walking fortress, and his spiritual power needed no external enhancement. After several rounds of bidding, Zhou Shuer successfully won at 1.8 million, playfully noting down the item number in her planner. She then proceeded to acquire a frostbite ring that could slightly increase ice spell damage, and in a grade ice type area control skill book called Frost Path. clearly preparing for the upcoming college entrance exam dungeon and higher-level challenges. Throughout it all, Lin Yang stood quietly beside her, serving as both backdrop and mannequin, watching her shop like a little squirrel hoarding supplies, constantly swiping her card. To him, these level 10 equipment and skills looked like children's toys. As time passed, items were successfully auctioned off one by one, and the atmosphere gradually built toward its climax. Finally, as the gavel fell on the last regular auction item, the banquet hall lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only a few soft spotlights focused on the center of the auction stage. Deep, mysterious background music swirled through the darkness. The auctioneer cleared his throat, his face showing a solemn, yet barely contained excitement for the first time, his voice carried by the microphone to every corner of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, what comes next will be the most thrilling moment of tonight's Starlight Charity Gala. The crystal chandeliers instantly went dark, and a beam of cold white light sliced through the darkness like a blade, striking precisely at the center of the display platform. A massive sword thrust diagonally into an obsidian base. The deep blue blade flowed with a luster like frozen marrow from the ocean depths, its edge as wide as a palm, with frost patterns wrapping around the guard that was inlaid with star-bright diamonds, and ancient crossguards spread like dragon wings. When the light beam swept across the blade's edge, the air was cut into tiny ice crystals. A Ganzuo's Ronin longsword, level 40 divine artifact equipment. The auctioneer's voice cracked with excitement. 100 years ago, Sword Saint Aganzuo wielded this blade alone into the eternal frozen glacier, and wherever his sword pointed, 3,000 frostbone dragons were shattered. Starting bid 10 million, 12 million. A heavily armored warrior in the front row, his eyes bloodshot, raised his bidding paddle high. 15 million, 18 million. The numbers soared wildly with desire, and when the bidding hit 20 million, only heavy breathing remained in the hall. Zhou Xuan'er's fingertips suddenly warmed. Lin Yang's knuckles had inadvertently brushed across the back of her hand. She glanced sideways to see the young man gazing intently at the frost patterns spiraling along the sword's spine, something like a shooting star flickering in the depths of his eyes. 22 million. She raised her paddle, her voice soft yet piercing like an ice pick thrust into boiling oil. The auctioneer's hammer struck rapidly. 22 million. Going once. 22 million. Going twice. 22 million. Going 30 million. A gentle male voice drifted down from a second-floor private box. Golden curtains parted to reveal a man in a snow-white suit, with a black obsidian scorpion brooch on his chest, red wine swirling like blood at his fingertips. Bai Yi, CEO of Universal Group. Zhou Xuer shot to her feet, her ice blue dress flaring in a sharp arc of light. 35 million. 40 million. Bai Yi smiled as he swirled his glass. Fifth. She had just parted her lips when her wrist was seized by an iron grip. Lin Yang grasped her wrist and shook his head slightly, storms gathering in the depths of his pupils. 50 million. Bai Yi delivered the finishing blow with steady voice. The entire hall fell into deathly silence. Zhou Xuer raised her head to glare at the second-floor box, each word dripping with cold intent. Universal Group, Bai Yi. I'll remember you. The auction hammer crashed down with her final word sold. Bai Yi descended from the box like a ghost, approaching the display platform and lightly stroking the blade with his fingertips. Since Miss Zhou is so fond of it, then I'll give it to Miss Zhou. The black scorpion brooch trembled with his laughter, but his gaze coiled around Lin Yang like a venomous snake. Gifts can burn the hands, so you must protect it well. Just then, a towering figure tore through the crowd and burst in. Beneath his dark gray suit, the hydraulic sounds of mechanical joints growled like a beast. Zhou Tianhao seized Bai Ye's wrist in one motion, instantly crumpling the snow-white suit like pickled vegetables. A mere few tens of millions is still within the Zhou family's means. His thumb slowly ground against Bai Ye's wrist bone as he delivered his cold retort. But you threatened my daughter, and I'm afraid that's a price you can't afford to pay. Dad, Zhou Tianhao, we meet again. Bai Ye's voice was low and cold, like thin ice cracking in the air. He first locked his gaze on Zhou Tianhao, dark light flickering in his eyes, then swept his attention toward Lin Yang. That look was like a venomous snake targeting its prey, cold, greedy, and filled with determination to possess. We will meet again. After dropping this whispered threat, he adjusted his suit jacket and melted into the shadows of the crowded room, his figure vanishing in an instant. Zhou Tianhao stared long at the direction where Bai Yi had disappeared. The banquet lights cast shadows on his furrowed brow, revealing a layer of hidden unease. Dad? Who was that man? Do you know him? Zhou Xuer linked her arm through her father's, lowering her voice, though she couldn't hide her curiosity. She had never seen her father show such obvious wariness toward someone he'd just met. Zhou Tianhao snapped back to reality, gently patting his daughter's hand to reassure her, but his voice carried a weight that even he could hear. Bai Yi. Many years ago, he pursued your mother. What? He pursued Mom. Zhou Xuan'er's eyes widened like saucers. Yes. Zhou Tianhao nodded, a complex mix of memories and emotions flickering in his eyes. Back then, He was also a prominent figure, mysterious background, ruthless methods. Your mother ultimately chose me. When he couldn't have her, he left for overseas in anger. We heard nothing from him all these years. I never expected him to return as the president of Universal Group. He paused here, looking once more toward where Bai Yi had departed, deep worry creasing his brow. After all these years, his sudden appearance, and tonight's deliberate targeting, I have a very bad feeling about this. This man is calculating and vengeful. Zhou Shuer was infected by her father's tone, her heart tightening as she instinctively looked toward Lin Yang, who was slowly descending the steps carrying that massive sword. The blade still dripped with wine and reflected the remaining light. Lin Yang met her gaze and casually lifted his chin, as if to say, "Don't worry." Originally, Lin Yang had planned to return to his hotel, but Zhou Shuer stopped him. "You're my bodyguard now." Of course bodyguards should live at their employer's house. Hotels are so unsafe. Her reasoning sounded righteous, but her eyes held a hint of smugness. Zhou Tianhao looked back and forth between Lin Yang and his daughter several times, finally waving his hand wearily. "Fine, Lin Yang, stay here. We have plenty of guest rooms, and it's safer." His feelings toward Lin Yang were complicated, grateful for Lin Yang's protection earlier, yet wary of his special profession, and even more worried due to Bai Ye's appearance. Keeping Lin Yang under his watchful eye seemed the most prudent choice. The Zhou family mansion was located on the hillside of Linhai City, hidden behind emerald woods, understated yet luxurious. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's nightscape spread alongside the deep blue sea. Inside, security systems complemented the artistic decorations on the walls. Lin Yang was settled in a spacious guest room with a view of the meticulously maintained garden. The heavy Aganzo Ronin sword was casually propped against the wall, its dark blade clashing with the warm lighting, casting a cold shadow across the room. Deep into the night, the hallway was so quiet that the ticking of clock hands could be heard. Knock, knock, knock. 3 gentle taps on the door. Lin Yang opened the door to find a figure in a silk robe slipping inside. Ice blue hair swayed with her movement as Zhou Shuer, holding an antique jade box, stepped as lightly as a cat. Shoo, she raised her index finger, closing the door behind her as if afraid the whole world might discover her. "Here, this is for you." She pressed the jade box into Lin Yang's arms, her eyes sparkling with a hint of seeking praise. Lin Yang opened the jade box to find a manual lying inside, made of neither gold nor jade, cool to the touch. The cover bore 4 ancient seal characters: selfless, sword, chi, sharp as blades, making one instinctively hold their breath. "What's this?" He raised an eyebrow. "A sword technique." Zhou Shuer whispered excitedly, her eyes gleaming. "I secretly borrowed it from my father's study. He found it in a mysterious ruin when he was young. He said once mastered, it can release invisible sword chi that kills without a trace. Since you have that great sword, this is perfect for you." Lin Yang casually flipped through the pages. The text was obscure, and the diagrams were simple yet sharp. Condense spirit into blade, transform thought into edge, control chi with the heart. This wasn't the common fighting techniques warriors used, but a method combining spirit and energy. Close combat on the surface, mental power at its core, even sharing similarities with a mage's spiritual force. "You stole your father's treasure?" He closed the manual with an amused expression. Caught red-handed, Zhou Shuer blushed and stubbornly retorted, "It's not stealing. It's borrowing. It's just gathering dust there anyway. Better to let you study it. If you master it and wield that giant sword with sword chi, how cool would that be?" Lin Yang watched her stubborn yet hopeful expression, his lips curving slightly. This girl wore her heart on her sleeve. "Let's go." He picked up this selfless sword chi manual and the Aganzo Ronin longsword leaning against the wall. "Where to?" Zhou Shuer was puzzled. "The rooftop. There's not enough space here." Lin Yang shouldered the sword and headed upstairs, with Zhou Shuer's eyes lighting up as she followed closely behind. The Zhou family mansion's rooftop was a spacious observation deck. The night breeze was cool, stirring their clothes. Below them, the city lights spread like an ocean, while above, the starry river stretched endlessly. Lin Yang casually thrust the heavy Ronin longsword into a crack between bricks, its blade gleaming with cold frost under the moonlight. He sat cross-legged and began studying this selfless sword chi manual again by moonlight. Zhou Shuer sat beside him, chin resting on her hands, asking curiously, "How is it? Can you understand it? Is it very profound?" Lin Yang didn't answer. The manual's phrases, heart without distraction, thoughts give birth to sharpness. Where intention reaches, chi flows like a rainbow. No self, no sword, only one thought remains, resonated with the vast, starseal-like spiritual power in his mind. Following the method, he cleared his thoughts, compressed his consciousness into a needle point, and guided his internal magical power along unfamiliar pathways. Time passed quietly. Zhou Shuer watched him sit in meditation with closed eyes, sensing a faint yet sharp aura enveloping him, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, Lin Yang opened his eyes. Without rising, He simply formed his fingers into a sword shape and lightly traced through the empty air. Whoosh! A nearly transparent airflow shot from his fingertips with a sharp whistling sound, traveling in a straight line for 7 or 8 meters before gradually dissipating. You did it. Zhou Shuer jumped up in delight, her eyes sparkling with wonder. You learned to produce sword chi so quickly? Lin Yang gazed at his fingertips, feeling the momentary fusion of spiritual power and magical energy. That thread-like yet instantly piercing force still lingered warmly on his skin, a flash of amazement crossing his eyes. The selfless sword chi was truly extraordinary. Its essence lay in the ultimate control of intention and energy, remarkably similar to how forbidden spell mages wielded the power of laws through formidable spiritual force. Though far less powerful than forbidden spells, its refined energy manipulation gave him an entirely new sensation and understanding. Interesting, he murmured, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, something unexpected occurred. The massive sword beside him, Himeganzuo's Ronin blade, seemed to awaken, its frost-covered surface suddenly blazing with light as a cold, hungry consciousness burrowed through the hilt into his palm. Simultaneously, the vast spiritual power within Lin Yang felt pulled by invisible chains, surging toward the sword-intent core he had just formed. This selfless sword chi manual fluttered open without wind, pages rustling to the blank final page. The faint sword chi trajectory that had just dissipated was now permanently etched there by some mysterious force. Even stranger, the cold system notification in his mind was suddenly overridden by distorted electrical waves forcing their way in. Ding! High compatibility mental energy vessel, a Ganzuo's Ronin blade, detected resonating deeply with special spiritual guidance technique, selfless sword chi. Law-level spiritual power intervention. Forced fusion. Forced upgrade. New forbidden spell generating. Forbidden spell designation. Breath of the Sword God, LV.1. Effect. Command weapons through supreme spiritual will, channeling destructive energy scattered throughout heaven and earth to release absolute sword chi that ignores all defenses. Range power, increases with level. Requires massive spiritual power consumption. Warning. This forbidden spell is extremely dangerous. Use with caution. The runes appearing on the manual's final page twisted and extended from that sword chi trace, emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. The massive sword hummed like an awakening beast, hungry to devour everything. The information torrent crashed into Lin Yang's consciousness as he stood in silent contemplation. Zhou Shuer, startled by the sudden phenomenon, the wildly flipping pages and glowing sword, quickly grabbed his arm. Lin Yang? What's wrong? Are you okay? Under the moonlight, Lin Yang slowly raised his head, his dark eyes deep as a bottomless frozen pool. He glanced at Zhou Shuer, then down at the manual in his hand and the humming blade, finally releasing a long breath. I'm fine. His voice was hoarse and strange. It's just, I accidentally turned the selfless sword chi into something else. He paused, then added, something at the forbidden spell level, apparently. Meanwhile, in the shadowy slopes far from the Zhou family estate, a high-powered telescope silently retracted. Bai Yi lowered the scope, his once gentle smile completely shattered, replaced by shock and uncontainable greedy fervor. Law fluctuations, such pure law fluctuations. He whispered, his eyes gleaming with manic light. The primordial egg, it's truly on him. He can actually manipulate the laws of nature. I must have it. At any cost. He grabbed the encrypted communicator, his voice low and ice-cold. Target confirmed. Value far exceeds expectations. Initiate the contingency plan. Remember, I want him alive. The night wind wailed along the coast, battering the mansion's outer walls like a preemptive lament for the slaughter to come. The wind carried the scent of blood, seeping through every window of the Zhou family estate. At this moment, Lin Yang sat cross-legged atop the main building's eaves, a wisp of azure energy swirling around his fingertips. A wind barrier had spread across the entire estate, and not the slightest vibration in the air could escape his perception. 17. No, 21. He suddenly opened his eyes, his voice cutting through the bodyguard's earpieces like clashing cold steel. 3 at the east wall, 7 in the west corridor, 11 on the back mountain path. All elite fighters. A piercing alarm suddenly tore through the night sky. The Zhou family's bodyguards pounced from cover like hunting leopards, but the black shadows moved faster than the wind. The light grid was sliced apart by ghostly figures, and limbs fell with sprays of blood. In the bedroom, Zhou Tianhao burst through the door, his pajamas hanging open, his eyes filled only with anxiety. The old butler stumbled toward him, covered in blood. Master, you must go. Before he could finish, a ghostly green bone blade pierced through his chest. The old man clutched desperately at the assassin's leg, roaring through bloody foam. This life. I return to you. In the main building's corridor, Lin Yang dragged Zhou Shuer as they rushed forward. The girl's ice-blue nightgown was already soaked with others' blood. Where's my father? She broke free from Lin Yang, her pupils burning like ice flames. The back courtyard. A poisoned crossbow bolt shot toward them. Lin Yang snatched it mid-flight and hurled it back. The assassin's throat exploded in a spray of blood, while Lin Yang's other hand already gripped his humming greatsword. Under the moon gate of the back courtyard, Zhou Tianhao leaned against the artificial mountain, his breathing ragged. At his feet lay 4 bodyguard corpses, each with a scorpion tail dart embedded in their throats. I expected Bai Yi to make his move, but I didn't think it would be this soon. Before he could finish, black shadows emerged simultaneously from the artificial mountain, bamboo tops, and pond surface 3 squads forming an iron ring. Leading them, Bai Yi stepped through pools of blood, spinning a scorpion tail dart between his fingers. Chairman Zhou. He smiled coldly, but his gaze fixed like a venomous snake on the sword in Lin Yang's embrace. Tonight's script is called He Suddenly Raised His Hand. Leave none alive. The overwhelming pressure of a level 50 assassin crashed down, sending rubble tumbling underfoot. The last bodyguard raised his shield but hadn't even steadied himself before a phantom slash cut both man and shield in half. Blood mist splattered across Zhou Xuan's face, and she clearly felt Lin Yang's knuckles suddenly tighten around his sword hilt. Bai Yi sneered coldly. A silver arc flashed as the scorpion tail dart aimed straight at Lin Yang. And frank piece of trash, and you think you deserve the primordial egg? The treasure your parents bought with their lives is completely wasted in your hands. Hand it over, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Or help me kill Zhou Tianhao, and I might spare your miserable life. Lin Yang silently stepped forward, his greatsword ringing as he drove it into the stone pavement. The broad blade stood like a black iron gate, completely shielding Zhou Xuan behind him. Seeking death. Murderous intent exploded in Bai Ye's eyes as 3 phantoms behind him instantly solidified. The 3 top assassins of Shadow Fang struck simultaneously. A scythe blade slashed straight at Lin Yang's neck. A poisoned steel needle aimed for his heart, and bone chains coiled around his legs from below. 3 killing strikes sealed off all escape routes in an instant. Zhou Xuan cried out in alarm, ice spikes shooting from her fingertips, only to be shattered by a ghostly scorpion tail whip. The poison needle was mere inches from Lin Yang's back. Buzz. The night sky was torn apart as 4 divine lights crashed down like celestial pillars behind Lin Yang. To the left, the Ice Queen's phantom materialized. The rolling blood mist throughout the courtyard instantly froze into ice shards, exploding into countless glittering fragments. Her crystal-like eyes locked onto the scythe-wielding assassin as frost spread wildly along his ankles, causing his charging figure to suddenly freeze. To the right, the flame goddess's crimson hair blazed wildly. Before the poison needle could touch Lin Yang's back, it melted into molten iron with a sizzling sound. The assassin screamed and flung his hand away as his arm instantly charred black. Behind, the storm goddess's azure hair howled as invisible wind blades cut the bone chains into pieces like tofu. The chain-wielding assassin's grip burst open as he staggered backward. Directly behind, the Earth Mother spread her arms in embrace, her profound golden light forming a massive shield around Lin Yang. His attributes surged instantly. Without the projections before, he could only enjoy half the enhancement. But with the Earth Mother's manifestation, the amplification was truly complete. Forbidden spell materialization. Bai Ye's sinister smile froze on his face, his pupils contracting to pinpoint. She knew all too well what this meant. For a forbidden spell caster to burn their life force and cast one forbidden spell was already miraculous. Yet this monster had summoned 4 goddesses simultaneously. Lin Yang raised his eyes, his voice ice cold. Didn't you want your father's balls? He slammed his bloodied palm against the sword hilt. Come and take them. The massive sword rose, not to strike enemies, but to slam down hard on the stone beneath his feet. Boom, boom. As the sword tip touched the ground, the Ice Queen and Earth Mother simultaneously raised their hands. Frost-white ice rings and earth-yellow shock waves exploded outward in concentric circles. The ice rings swept past, freezing the blood scorpion assassins from the shins down. The shock wave followed closely, the frozen ground rising like waves and exploding. Severed legs flew with shattered stones as screams mingled with the sound of breaking bones. The moment the twin ice shock rings surged forward, Bai Yi tore open a blood-red scroll. Crimson light flashed, and he had already retreated. Tenjiang, where he once stood, became a deep pit bristling with ice spikes. His snow-white trousers were slashed by sharp blades, his calves bleeding profusely, not a trace of elegance remaining. I did underestimate you. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze burned with the intensity of one who had found treasure. To withstand forbidden spell backlash, the primordial egg is indeed on you. Pity, you've been struck by my scorpion tail poison scorpion venom in the heart. Even immortals cannot save you. Be smart and hand over the primordial egg. The crimson curse crawled along Lin Yang's arm to his shoulder, slithering toward his heart like a venomous snake. Zhou Xuan pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, tears rolling down from her ice-blue eyes. Lin Yang's lips suddenly curved into an almost maniacal arc. Is that so? See you in a moment. Before his words finished, With a resolve that would sever all things, he casually yet ruthlessly drew an arc across his own throat. Hiss! The sound of flesh parting rang clear and piercing in the deathly silence. A line of blood instantly bloomed across the young man's slender neck. Thick, scalding blood erupted like a bursting dam, spraying wildly in all directions. The crimson torrent splattered across Zhou Xuaner's ice-blue dress hem and reflected in Zhou Tianhao's suddenly constricting pupils. Lin Yang! Zhou Xuaner's scream tore through the night sky. She stumbled forward desperately, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the moment the young man collapsed, reflecting the ghastly, blood-gushing wound on his neck. The world seemed to crumble before her very eyes. Lin Yang, what the hell? Zhou Tianhao's eyes blazed with fury, his voice trembling. Begging for mercy? Even in despair, you wouldn't just slit your own throat without saying a word. What kind of insane move is this? Bai Ye's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt, his face freezing into an iron mask, his eyes filled with incomprehensible shock and absurdity. He had considered every possible scenario, but never imagined his target would simply take his own life. You. Only strange gasping sounds remained in his throat, as if someone were strangling him. Zhou Xuer lunged toward the young man's side, her fingertips about to touch the still bleeding body. In the next second, the corpse on the ground suddenly convulsed. Her pupils contracted sharply, and both Zhou Tianhao and Bai Yi looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Yang sat up rigidly, his movements stiff like a marionette pulled by strings. The deep, bone-exposing wound writhed at a visible speed, tender new flesh rapidly layering and covering it, leaving only a faint pink scar. Lin Yang! Zhou Xuer knelt beside him, her trembling fingers reaching toward his throat before jerking back. You're okay? Lin Yang didn't answer, only slowly turned his neck with a soft click. His face was pale, his lips bloodless, his entire being radiating a sickly weakness. In the silence, he raised the same hand that had just slashed his own throat, gently rubbing his thumb against his middle finger. Snap! A crisp finger snap exploded through the air. Buzz emerald ripples spread outward. Pure life energy gathered at his side, and a ghostly female figure slowly took shape. Her face was clean beyond description, her long hair a soft emerald green like early spring willows, with starlight embedded at the tips. A gown woven from vines and fresh flowers rippled in the breeze, her exposed skin smooth as mutton jade. Those eyes, like emerald lakes, gazed at Lin Yang with gentle, loving compassion. Zhou Xuaner's pupils contracted violently, while Zhou Tianhao and Bai Ye's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. The life goddess leaned down with natural, gentle movements, pressing her lips against Lin Yang's. There was no trace of desire, only the most magnificent essence of life flowing into him, like the purest spring water instantly flooding his entire being. Buzz! Lin Yang's injuries vanished like morning dew evaporating under the scorching sun. The bloodstains faded from his skin, torn muscles visibly knitted themselves back together. His pale face suddenly flushed with healthy color, and his cracked lips regained their full luster. The energy drained by battle seemed to be replenished by an endless stream of warmth flowing into his bones and sinews, as if he had been reforged entirely, not only returning to his peak condition, but even surpassing his former state. Zhou Xuaner's eyes widened as she stared intently at the goddess phantom pressing her lips against Lin Yang's neck. Bitter emotions pierced her chest like thorns, and she instinctively clenched her fists. Though she knew it was merely a forbidden spell manifestation, she still felt suffocated with discomfort. What made it worse was that after the kiss, the goddess turned her head and raised an eyebrow at her with a knowing smirk, making her chest feel even tighter. This damn. Zhou Tianhao's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a goose egg, watching his worldview being repeatedly shattered and reassembled. Bai Yi fared even worse, his facial muscles twitching wildly. 1 second the young man had slit his own throat, the next he was fully revived by a goddess's kiss. His decades of understanding crumbled like a joke. There! Lin Yang flexed his fist and stretched his arm, joints crackling, his gaze sweeping from Bai Yi to Zhou Tianhao before settling on Zhou Xuer, calm as the eye of a storm. Now, it's time to settle accounts. He raised his eyes, his gaze like an unsheathed blade pointing directly at Bai Yi. Lin Yang, the Shadow Fang will hunt you to the ends of the earth, Bai Yi shrieked with laughter while crushing a teleportation scroll, spatial ripples instantly engulfing half his body. Think you can escape? Lin Yang's voice was colder than the night wind. Snap! A crisp finger snap seemed to tear through the air itself. Behind Lin Yang, the time goddess phantom manifested in an exaggerated JoJo pose. Her silver hair whipped wildly, the massive clock behind her head spun rapidly, and an invisible time-stop field instantly covered 100 meters. Falling leaves froze midair, blood droplets hung suspended, and Bai Ye's savage grin locked in place. Everything stood still except Lin Yang. He became a streak tearing through the frozen world, his massive sword trailing lingering blood light as it fell toward the exposed neck outside the teleportation aura. A sudden change occurred. The blade had already made contact, yet it mysteriously shifted to the other side of Bai Ye's neck, as if that moment of decapitation had been forcibly erased. Time resumed. Gah! Bai Yi felt searing pain in his throat as deathly cold gripped his heart. The ancient silver-gray bracelet on his wrist shattered into powder, time god's jest. A legendary one-time life-saving artifact that forcibly skipped over the moment of death when faced with a fatal blow. Bai Yi clutched his bleeding neck, staring at Lin Yang standing with sword in hand, as if watching a demon crawl from the abyss. What had just happened? His astronomically expensive trump card had been forced out by a mere finger snap? The primordial egg was truly this terrifying. Fear was consumed by greed as his eyes blazed with twisted fervor. Lin Yang, we'll meet again. The teleportation pillar completely engulfed him, leaving only half a venomous hiss echoing in the bloody night wind. Sigh, he still managed to escape. Zhou Tianhao leaned against his broken mechanical arm, his voice hoarse and weary. A powerful enemy has escaped, leaving behind endless trouble. Dad, we're still alive. Zhou Shuider supported the dust-covered Zhou Tianhao with one hand, her slender shoulders rigid as her ice-blue eyes locked onto Lin Yang's retreating figure, her heart churning with the relief of surviving disaster. Lin Yang didn't turn around. Under the moonlight, he gazed down at the pool of blood at his feet that hadn't yet dried by Ye's blood, so red it appeared black. The blood-stained sword hilt pressed against his knuckles as his fingertips tapped lightly. Tap, tap, tap. The faint sound was like a death knell, striking Zhou Tianhao's heart with each beat. No. Lin Yang raised his head, the cold moon reflecting the surging killing intent in his eyes, almost taking physical form. He must die today, or I won't be able to sleep. His tone was calm, yet like an ice blade against bone. Both father and daughter shuddered simultaneously. Lin Yang suddenly turned around, his gaze sweeping like lightning toward the four goddess phantoms floating behind him. With a slight movement of his thoughts, no words were needed. The Ice Queen raised her eyes, frost condensing at her fingertips, cold intent pointing toward the northeastern night sky. The flame goddess's crimson hair billowed as a tongue of fire silently erupted in the same direction. The hurricane goddess's blue tresses danced wildly, air currents gathering into a visible vortex. The Earth Mother's feet glowed with golden light as the Earth's veins trembled, also pointing northeast. All four deities pointed in unison, target locked. Lin Yang, what are you going to do? Zhou Shueter screamed in alarm. Pursuing alone? That would be like walking into a trap. Lin Yang didn't answer. His toes touched the ground lightly as violent wind elements instantly gathered and compressed beneath his feet. A blue-white sonic ring suddenly blooming, tearing the hem of his suit. Going to kill someone. He slowly rose into the air, night wind tousling his hair as cold flames burned in the depths of his eyes. The howling wind shredded his voice, yet every word remained clear. I'll be right back. Boom. The sonic boom exploded. Lin Yang transformed into a blue meteor tearing through the night sky, following Bai Ye's escape trajectory straight toward the northeast at such incredible speed that only a pale afterimage remained on everyone's retinas. Zhou Shueter's outstretched hand froze in midair as she watched the blue light instantly disappear into the horizon. Her ice-blue pupils reflected the fading light trail, her heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Madman, that boy is a complete and utter madman. Zhou Tianhao looked at his daughter's pale face, then raised his head toward the empty northeastern night sky, shaking his head with a bitter smile. At this moment, above the clouds 100 kilometers to the northeast, the ripples of spatial teleportation had just settled. Bai Yi clutched his bleeding neck, standing in shock on the deck of a high-speed stealth airship painted with the Universal Group logo. Quick! Full speed! Leave Chinese airspace! He roared into his communicator, fear distorting his voice. Lin Yang's sword strike was burned into his mind like a nightmare. Sir, radar shows an ultra-high energy source rapidly approaching from behind. Speed! Speed exceeds Mach 7. The pilot's voice trembled with barely concealed fear. What? Bai Yi stumbled to the porthole, his pupils contracting sharply. In the deep night sky, a piercing blue light was tearing through the clouds at terrifying speed, like the eyes of death locked firmly onto him. The light grew closer and brighter, and at its center, a sword-wielding figure could be faintly discerned. No! Bai Ye's scream was swallowed by the suddenly roaring engines and piercing alarms. Lin Yang had arrived. The azure light plummeted like a sword of judgment, crashing mercilessly into the airship's fragile energy shield. The shield erupted in blinding blue radiance, holding for barely a second before shattering like a soap bubble. The entire vessel plunged downward as alarms shrieked like death's horn. Bai Yi was hurled against the cold alloy bulkhead by the impact, his ribs feeling ready to crack as stars danced before his eyes. He staggered to the control panel, his trembling hand slamming down on the crimson button. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Want to take me down with you? Too late. The icy voice pierced through steel like a phantom, whispering in his ear. Bai Yi spun around in horror to find Lin Yang had somehow phased through the walls, his semi-transparent form hovering like a specter in the center of the twisted cabin. His massive sword hummed ominously, its tip aimed directly at him. Outside, hurricane winds roared, tearing at the airship like a small boat in a raging sea. Lin Yang's eyes held nothing but pure killing intent. This ends now. The primordial egg and my parents' death, what the hell? His wrist flicked, the blade's edge gleaming with bone-chilling light as it thrust straight for Bai Ye's heart. The sword tip was mere inches from its target. Rip! Behind Bai Yi, a pitch-black fissure tore open without warning, purple lightning crackling along its edges. The crack exhaled a sickly sweet, dark wind, and a terrifying presence far exceeding Bai Ye's emerged like an ancient beast awakening. A massive claw covered in dark red scales and wrapped in chains thrust out, radiating world-burning destruction as it lunged directly at Lin Yang. "Master, save me!" Bai Yi screamed. The giant claw struck with lightning speed, its magma-textured scales shrieking against the air, the scorching wind instantly singeing Lin Yang's suit. Shit! Lin Yang's pupils contracted sharply. At least level 80 pressure pure destructive law. He spun rapidly, changing his sword from a thrust to a sweep. Space twisted as a phantom figure descended, treading on shattered starlight. Black hair in a ponytail, handsome and composed, dressed in traditional red and black robes with white cloth wrapped around his hands, wielding only a tree branch, the legendary sword god Liang Yu. Lin Yang merged with Liang Yu's phantom, the branch becoming a sword as he drew it forward lightly. Hum! Invisible sword energy tore through the dome, making even space itself cry out in anguish. The energy blade swept past, turning the alloy bulkhead to silent dust as it slashed directly at the giant claw's wrist. Roar! A pained bellow echoed from deep within the fissure. The sword energy embedded 3 inches into the thick scales, dark golden blood spraying like molten lava. The giant claw recoiled in pain, but its fingertip chains suddenly lashed out like venomous serpents, coiling around the limp Bai Ye's waist. "Help me!" Before Lin Yang's roar faded, for goddess phantoms burst through the air. The Ice Empress Absolute Zero, the Flame Goddess World Burning Fire, the Hurricane Goddess Dimensional Wind Blades. The Time God Time Stop, for forbidden spells simultaneously bombarded the chains. Clang! Sparks exploded like a stellar detonation. The chains remained utterly motionless, purple lightning dancing across their surface as they devoured and annihilated the power of all 4 forbidden curses. The massive claw seized the opportunity to retract violently, dragging Bai Yi into the rapidly closing spatial rift. Damn it! Lin Yang lunged to the edge of the rift, managing only to grasp a handful of scorching residual energy. He whirled around. 4 goddess phantoms hovered behind him, their gazes meeting. The Ice Empress's crystalline pupils showed rare gravity. The Flame Goddess's crimson hair danced without wind. Chaotic air currents swirled around the Hurricane Goddess like tangled threads. Golden radiance rippled beneath the Earth Mother's feet. All 4 deities mouthed the same word: run. Warning. Core furnace overload, entering final self-destruct phase. The piercing electronic alarm tore through the sky. Below the airship, countless city lights formed a clear web. The vessel spun out of control, carrying its explosive energy core like a falling meteor plummeting straight toward the city. Bloodshot veins burst in Lin Yang's eyes. There was no time. He crashed through the twisted hull, his entire body suspended 10,000 meters in the air. Wild winds tore at his tattered suit, and below lay the metropolis about to become a sea of flames. Shit! He cursed under his breath, his bloodied palms slamming together. The void above trembled violently as the 4 goddess phantoms that had just dissipated were forcibly dragged back. Get to work, Lin Yang roared, his mental power pouring out like a burst dam. Whoosh! The Ice Empress pressed her hands downward, instantly freezing the clouds into a massive crystalline shield spanning several kilometers. The moment it appeared, spiderweb cracks spread across its surface. Boom! The Flame Goddess followed immediately, her world-burning flames transforming into countless crimson light cables that wove into a precise net, firmly ensnaring the tumbling airship. The flames raged madly, attempting to melt and vaporize the vessel midair. Sizzle! The Hurricane Goddess's blue hair whipped furiously as violent air currents formed flexible azure tornadoes, like giant hands supporting the shield's edges to share the impact. The Earth Mother's blessing had yet to reach the 2nd tier, so she could only continue supplying Lin Yang with power. Crack! Boom! The airship wreckage, carrying explosive flames, slammed hard into the crystalline shield. Shield shattered. Flames extinguished. Wind scattered. The massive shield held for mere seconds before exploding into countless ice fragments. The wreckage, its force greatly diminished, smashed through the tornado net, and continued falling toward the city, trailing black smoke and tongues of fire like a dying beast. At the critical moment, Lin Yang's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He bit his tongue hard, mental power gushing forth. Stop, damn it! Hum! The Time Goddess phantom materialized with unprecedented clarity. No longer in a dramatic pose, she pressed both palms desperately against the wildly spinning clock phantom behind her head, forcibly jamming its hands. Time froze. The wreckage, flames, and debris hung, suspended eerily less than 100 meters from the city's tallest building for just an instant. Splurt. Lin Yang felt as if struck by a 10th sand-pound hammer, blood spraying wildly. The backlash from the transcendent forbidden curse tore at his soul, and the time goddess phantom instantly dimmed and collapsed. But that instant was enough. Rumble. The airship wreckage, stripped of its terminal momentum, was shredded by Lin Yang's sword god's breath, then swept toward the outskirts by hurricane winds. The fragments tumbled and crushed an abandoned factory, raising towering clouds of smoke and flames. The shockwaves swept across the city, shattering glass and high-rises with a crash, yet not a single building collapsed, and no civilians were harmed. Success. Lin Yang hung suspended in midair, his face pale as parchment. The flames from the airship wreckage painted half the sky crimson. When the last piece of burning alloy was covered by freezing gel and the temperature plummeted below zero, four silhouettes quietly emerged on the twisted metallic terrain. The first to step forward was a man built like an Iron Toera level 50 steel shield warrior, captain of the National Security Bureau's Special Investigation Unit, codenamed Iron Mountain. He wore an unmarked black combat suit, his exposed arms rippling with muscle, his skin gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. He crushed the half-melted hull beneath his boot, revealing the charred logo of Huanyu Corporation, his expression grave as stone. Intelligence suggests this wreck is connected to Shadow Fawn. Following closely behind, a tall, lean young man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his fingers dancing across a tactical tableta level 45 hacker, codenamed Hacker. Without looking up, he spoke rapidly. Overseas sources confirm Huanyu is Shadow Fawn's eyes and ears in Linhai. We just locked onto them, and now this happens. Too much of a coincidence. Seal off Huanyu headquarters. Don't let even a cockroach escape. Iron Mountain's voice rumbled like distant thunder. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across some invisible focal point in the city's night sky, then surveyed the impact crater and scattered debris below. His mind rapidly constructed a Modila 100-meter steel behemoth, loaded with energy cores, plummeting vertically from high altitude toward the city center, only to be hurled toward this desolate outskirt by some unimaginable force at the last moment. Captain, came a sharp call. A level 48 shadow hunter, an agile woman with throwing knives at her waist, crouched beside the largest piece of hull, her fingertips tracing the shocking fractures. Ice erosion half a meter deep, instantaneous temperature near absolute zero, melt-through burns with incalculable temperatures, and these cut smooth as mirrors, as if sliced by spatial abilities. The last to appear was a level 46 sacred word priest, in white robes, white dove. He gripped his glowing staff, closed his eyes to sense the area for several breaths, then paled. The residual energy field is chaotic as a whirlpool ice, fire, wind, earth, even time. Only a full legendary squad of level 60 or above could leave traces like this. Night wind swept across the scorched earth, and the world fell momentarily silent. Iron Mountain picked up a piece of hull with blackened edges and clenched his fist. Crack! The alloy crumpled in his palm. Investigate. He released his grip, the fragments hitting the ground with a dull thud. Everyone Huanyu has contacted recently dig 3 feet underground if you have to, but find them. The next day, the Zhou family estate reeked of disinfectant and burnt odors, with bloodstains not yet fully cleaned. Iron Mountain, Hacker, and White Dove sat in the living room, dried dark red stains still starkly visible on the carpet. Iron Mountain's metallic gaze locked onto Zhou Tianhao sitting across from him. Chairman Zhou, before Huanyu's Bai disappeared last night, you were the last person he contacted. The auction conflict, did he send people to assassinate your entire family, or not? Zhou Tianhao leisurely poured himself tea, spilling some on the expensive carpet without concern. Bai? Don't know him well. Competing over items at auctions, just business as usual. As for assassination, he spread his hands with an innocent expression. Do I look like someone who's been attacked? The Zhou family has great fortune and destiny. Great fortune and destiny. White Dove couldn't help but speak, her sacred voice echoing through the hall. The Zhou family had 47 registered guards on record, and 46 were confirmed dead last night. Among them were 3 professionals above level 45. And you? White Dove shifted her gaze to the man sitting upright. Zhou Tianhao, a level 30 merchant with no combat skills. Miss Zhou, a level 9 winter mage. My question: ice under the siege of over 50 elite assassins. What incredible luck did you two have to lose only a few bodyguards? The air seemed instantly drained, leaving only the quiet hum of the hacker's tablet computing. Zhou Tianhao lifted his teacup and took a small sip. When he raised his eyes, all traces of the merchant's usual obsequious smile had vanished, replaced by a cold sharpness forged through blood and fire. Miss, his voice was low but cut like a dull blade through iron. Are you suggesting that my daughter and I should have died here last night? As his words fell, he slowly rose to his feet. An invisible pressure caused the room's atmosphere to plummet, making even breathing feel heavy. How should I explain this? He approached White Dove, his towering figure enveloping the girl as his breath, tinged with gunpowder, nearly touched her face. Or would you prefer to hear how I threw money around to buy off 2 squads under Bai Yi, making them turn against their own and slaughter their comrades? Every sentence avoided mentioning Lin Yang. Every sentence was full of holes, yet each word struck the hearts of everyone present, leaving them unable to refute. White Dove's face turned pale, her tightly gripped holy light staff trembling slightly as the light at its tip flickered unsteadily. Iron Mountain placed his hand on her shoulder and said gravely, Chairman Zhou, we only want to uncover the truth. Universe Group vanished overnight. Bai Ye's whereabouts are unknown, and last night's commotion has already alarmed the capital. The truth. Zhou Tianhao sneered, his brows carrying a chill. The truth is that a bunch of lawless bastards wanted to wipe out my entire family. Heaven had eyes and didn't let them succeed. As for everything else, he sat back down on the sofa, blowing away the foam on his tea. I know nothing. Iron Mountain stared at him for a full 10 seconds before finally rising slowly. Sorry for the disturbance. The investigation team members quickly packed their equipment and filed out. The moment the manor gates closed, Zhou Tianhao's hand holding the cup trembled almost imperceptibly. Scalding tea splashed onto the back of his hand, but he remained unmoved. The man looked up toward his daughter's tightly shut door on the second floor, then turned toward the northeast sky that had long since returned to tranquility, deep worry churning in the depths of his eyes. That boy Lin Yang. He's even alarmed national security, he murmured. Investigation team, temporary command center. The hacker projected the latest report onto the light screen. Its conclusions shocking. Comprehensive analysis of residual energy spectrums from the battlefield, overload records from the airship's power core, and orbital deviation models. All external interventions pointed to the same entity characteristics. What? Forbidden spell level. Iron Mountain stared at the energy curves on the light screen, his knuckles cracking as he clenched them. Chief, the communications officer suddenly looked up. We've intercepted encrypted frequency remnants from before the crash. Only 2 words, repeated 3 times. Through the speaker came a hoarse roar processed through noise reduction, filled with ultimate terror. Lin Yang, Lin Yang, Lin Yang. The command center fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Iron Mountain looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the file marked Zhou Group Security Consultant displayed on the light screen. In the profile photo, a young man wore a black haute couture suit, his gaze calm. Lin Yang. Iron Mountain squeezed the name through his teeth, his voice carrying the metallic taste of blood. Find him. Now. Immediately, pale light filtered through the blinds of the meeting room, dust motes drifting in the shafts of illumination. Lin Yang rested his forehead against one hand, his fingertips repeatedly rubbing the rough edge of a disposable paper cup, the hot water inside long since gone bone cold. Across from him, a man in black uniform pushed a stack of photographs to the center of the table. The blackened, hollow facade of a tenement building after being scorched, the charred crater left by a crashed airship, the mushroom cloud-like explosion column from a suburban factory, each one stamped with a blood-red, top-secret seal. Student Lin Yang, care to explain? The voice was like a rusted bearing, hoarse and dull. The man's knuckles tapped on the aerial photograph at the top. The cracks formed by interwoven ice crystal shields and crimson flame chains were grotesquely clear in the satellite imagery. Acting in the public interest. Lin Yang's lips curved slightly upward as he pressed a crease into the paper cup. Couldn't just watch millions of people get roasted to jerky, could I? Acting in the public interest means casting 5 or 6 forbidden spells in succession. And you actually survived? The uniformed man narrowed his hawk-like eyes. You can circumvent the side effects of forbidden spells. The paper cup completely collapsed in Lin Yang's palm, cold water splashing everywhere. When he looked up, his pupils were like frost-covered cold steel. The hair on the back of the uniformed man's neck suddenly stood on end, as if an invisible blade was pressed against his throat. Did you just harbor killing intent toward me? He jerked backward abruptly, the chair legs scraping against the floor tiles with a sharp sound. Looks like I guessed right. Deadly silence spread quickly. The distant sound of a telephone ringing came from beyond the soundproof door, making the room so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yang loosened his grip, the soaked paper ball rolling to the foot of the table. He leaned back into his chair, shadows swallowing half his face, leaving only his taut jawline visible. Chenjin, codename Iron Mountain. The uniformed man gave his name, and the tense atmosphere relaxed slightly. Dragon Abyss Special Operations Group. We specialize in cracking hard nuts like Shadow Fong and other foreign threats. Another file was pushed forward, with suspicious fund transfers and encrypted communications densely packed beneath the Universal Group logo. Bai Yi was a big fish, but unfortunately he slipped away. As for you, Iron Mountain tapped the satellite image. You saved half of Linhai City's population. Dragon Abyss has no interest in going after heroes. Like a magician, he produced a lead box. The lid popped open, revealing a palm-sized dark red scale lying on black velvet. Its edges flowed with a lava-like luster, and a deep gash in the center nearly split it in two, with residual sword energy causing the air to shimmer slightly. Found this at the scene. Iron Mountain picked up the scale with tweezers, the scorching radiation quickly turning the alloy tips red. Recognize it. Lin Yang's gaze was glued to the scale. The thunderous roar of the exploding airship, sulphurous winds, the giant claw emerging from the spatial rift fragmented images crashed into his mind. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. That claw came out of the rift. This scale took a direct sword strike, and only cracked 3 inches deep. Did you cut it? Iron Mountain's tweezers trembled slightly. Yes. Lin Yang uttered the icy word. The claw's owner was at least level 60 to 80. Iron Mountain stared at the still smoking scorch mark and set down the tweezers. Do you know what it is? Lin Yang shook his head. Embers of the world-burning Flamia dragon scale from Zelda. Even sealed, it's close to level 100. Iron Mountain closed the lead box with a click that seemed deafening. He pulled out a cigarette, but didn't light it, slowly crushing it between his fingers instead. The tobacco mixed with the sulphurous smell of the scale, permeating the air. It seems the shadow Fong. Cigarette ash drifted down slowly. They're planning something big. The central air conditioning in the conference room hissed out cold air, yet it couldn't dispel the sulphurous smell seeping from the lead box on the table. The cigarette between Tieshan's fingers was crushed into fragments. Gray-blue tobacco mixed with scale-like burning heat, floating and sinking under the pale fluorescent light. He looked up, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Lin Yang. Long Yuan needs a sharp blade, one specifically for cutting off dirty hands like those of the Shadow Fong. Lin Yang's molars ground silently. He didn't want to be trapped by any official organization in their bureaucratic maze. Layer upon layer of reporting? The suffocating feeling was unbearable just to imagine. The young man lowered his eyelashes, carving deep marks on the cold disposable paper cup. Not interested. I know you have the college entrance exam coming up. Taizhan seemed to have anticipated this obstacle all along. Lin Yang's fingertips froze. Taizhan caught that subtle fluctuation and flicked his lighter with a snap, lighting himself a fresh cigarette. The smoke blurred his originally sharp features. Take your exam when you need to, eat when you want to eat, sleep when you want to sleep, chase girls if you feel like it. He exhaled a perfect smoke ring, but his voice suddenly dropped low. After the exam, report to Long Yuan. He pushed over a document. On the dark blue cover, a gold-embossed national emblem gleamed faintly: Special Talent Admission Exemption and Targeted Training Agreement. Party A, Ministry of Education and Long Yuan Special Operations Group. Party B's signature line remained blank. The college entrance exam is just a formality. Pick whichever university in the capital you want. Taizhan flicked off the ash, which fell into an old enamel mug printed with Serve the People. Credits? Long Yuan mission reports can substitute for 10 SCI papers. Dormitory? We'll assign you a standalone building with a training ground. Diploma? He sneered. Show up, and the certificate will naturally follow. Lin Yang remained unmoved. Why? Why does it have to be me? If you can track down the Ash Lord and Shadow Fong, do you really lack muscle? Tieshan's hand holding the cigarette stopped midair. After a moment of silence, he leaned forward and pulled out an almost transparent sealed file bag from under the lead box. The bag was specially made, its surface shimmering with mercury-like flowing light. With a light touch of his fingertips, the runic lock quietly dissolved. Inside was only a yellowed photograph with curled edges. In the photo, a young couple stood side by side in front of a laboratory's glass wall. The man wore a white lab coat with a gentle smile. The woman carefully cradled an egg the size of a palm, its shell flowing with nebula-like chaotic luminescence. Lin Yang's breathing stopped abruptly, his eardrums roaring. The woman's features in the photograph perfectly overlapped with the faded portrait in his memory. The primordial egg isn't equipment. Tieshan's voice was ice cold as if sinking to the ocean floor. It's a key, a spark, it's... He knocked his knuckles heavily on the photograph, his voice echoing in the room. What your parents protected with their lives wasn't just you. His gaze moved past Lin Yang's suddenly constricted pupils to the dark blue agreement. What Long Yuan can offer you isn't just a diploma but also some answers. His parents' smiles burned into Lin Yang's retinas like a branding iron. He suddenly grabbed the cheap ballpoint pen, the tip hovering over Party B's signature line, the ink drop hanging heavy. Deal. His voice was hoarse. The pen tip fell, the strokes sharp as a blade cutting through paper. We'll talk after the college entrance exam. The sulfur smell from the lead box mingled with the air conditioning, forming an eerie undercurrent between the two men. Lin Yang withdrew his right hand, his fingertips still feeling the cold plastic touch of the pen, as if he were gripping a block of ice. The matter of the primordial egg being in your possession is classified beyond classified. Taizhan extinguished his cigarette, but pressing it heavily into the enamel mug with a sharp sizzling sound. Just focus on your college entrance exam. Come to Dragon Abyss immediately after you finish. Gray-white smoke spiraled upward like a snake coiling beneath the dim overhead light. He squinted his eyes. Now, ask whatever you need to know. Lin Yang leaned forward, his elbows pressing down on the freshly signed agreement on the table. The egg, what exactly is it? How did my parents really die? And the shadow fong, the primordial egg. Taizhan rubbed the stubble on his chin. According to ancient texts, before this thing fell, Blue Star was pristinino demons, no dungeons, and certainly no job changers. He raised his hand, his knuckles tapping the table in a dull, rhythmic pattern. Until that day, the sky cracked open. Through the fissure, 13 mythic-level nests came crashing down all at once, like 13 nails driven into the world. Falling alongside them were 13 primordial eggs. All the dungeons that opened later were caused by energy overflowing from those 13 nests. He paused, his hawk-like gaze locking onto Lin Yang. What's even more sinister is that Dragon Abyss has been probing with spatial anchors for 30 years, and all the nest theory connected. Connected? Lin Yang frowned. Yes, connected to the other side of the gate. Taizhan traced an imaginary line on the table with his cigarette, but the other side is probably a world teeming with living people and job changers everywhere, possibly a mirror reflection of our world. Lin Yang's pupils contracted sharply. Taizhan smirked. Figured it out? Lin Yang remained silent. He himself was living proof, having crossed over from another world. So what my parents left behind? Is Adam's apple bobbed? Is one of the 13? Possibly. Taizhan flicked off the ash. No matter which rat hole you stuff it into, keep it locked down tight. Don't let it slip, and definitely don't let anyone pry it open. Lin Yang's mouth twitched slightly. The country doesn't want it. The country. Taizhan snorted coldly. It's only a country when it has its people. If you really have the ability to drag half a city's worth of people back from the underworld, the country will still acknowledge you. Besides, once that thing recognizes its master, no one else can use it. Your parents brought it out with their lives, it's yours. He leaned forward, his rough finger pointing at Lin Yang's signature on the agreement. Burning emotions surged unexpectedly to his throat. Lin Yang turned his face away, the city lights outside instantly blurring. His voice grew hoarse. No matter where I go, this place is still the flower planting family. Flower planting family. Taizhan savored these words, a fleeting warmth flashing in his eyes. Including the one you carry, he held up 2 fingers. We now have 2 in total. 2. Lin Yang whipped his head around. Who has the other one? Classified. Taizhan revealed a fox-like smile. When it's time for you to know, you'll get to meet them. Lin Yang stared at him for several seconds, then slowly leaned back in his chair, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden, yet also as if being shackled with an even heavier chain. Then my parents. He began in a low voice, each word seeming to emerge from ice water. Taizhan sat ramrod straight, his shoulders and back forming rigid, cold lines. He fell silent for a few seconds, then reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a worn, gleaming metal flask. As he unscrewed the cap, the sharp smell of cheap liquor instantly dispersed the lingering sulfur in the air. He didn't drink from it, instead gently placing the flask beside a yellowed, brittle black and white photograph in it. A young man and woman in pristine white lab coats stood together, smiling. Tieshan's voice was deep and gravelly, like rusted gears being forced to turn. 10 years ago, they discovered a primordial egg beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Every nation was so greedy they nearly tore the ice apart fighting over it. In the end, they agreed only research personnel in white coats could go, keeping watch over each other. Your parents were among those sent. His rough knuckles traced across the photograph, stopping at the charred, curled edge, his tone suddenly turning ice cold. Later, America took the lead, working with Japan and South Korea to smuggle in a team called Shadow Fong, disguised as a research expedition. Your parents were among the last to evacuate from Dome A research station. Taizhan paused, then continued in a lowered voice. The night before evacuation, they intercepted Shadow Fong's encrypted message. Those bastards planned to massacre the research station on evacuation day and steal the primordial egg. He lifted the flask and took a swig, the harsh liquor making his eyes water. Your parents disappeared that very night with the artifact. Shadow Fong's hounds chased them for 17 straight days from the ice sheet to the icebreaker, then from the Southern Ocean all the way to the Cape of Good Hope. After taking a deep breath, Taizhan slammed the flask back onto the table, the impact making the lead box in the agreement hum. After returning home, America led an international smear campaign against us. Your parents didn't want to drag the country down, so they took all the blame themselves. Before leaving, they only managed a brief meeting with you in Fuzhou, then secretly left the country. Eventually, their bodies were found abroad. Lin Yang felt like his chest was filled with stones, his breathing nearly stopping. The gentle smiles in the photograph now felt like red-hot needles piercing his eyes, his throat tightening with emotion. No wonder. They said so much to me that day. His voice trembled. They didn't turn the artifact over? Turn it over my ass. Tieshan's eyebrows shot up. Our own contact network had a mole. They had no choice but to gamble everything and hide it on you. He jabbed his finger toward Lin Yang's chest. They won their bet. The primordial egg chose its master you. Taizhan leaned forward, his gaze burning into Lin Yang's face like a welding torch. I don't know how those Shadow Fong rats caught your scent again, but let me make this clear. Bang. He slammed his fist on the agreement, making the lead box on the table shake. Sign this paper, and you're one of my Dragon Abyss team. Anyone who dares lay a finger on you, I'll lead my team to destroy their entire nest and scatter their ashes to the wind. In the conference room, only Tieshan's heavy breathing and the monotonous hiss of the air conditioning remained. Lin Yang looked down at the sharp signature on the agreement, then raised his eyes to the heavy darkness outside the window. The stifling sulfur mixed with dust crept into his throat, making him cough lightly. Withdrawing his gaze from the northeast, he tapped twice on the dark blue agreement cover with his fingertip, his voice betraying no emotion. I'm taking the college entrance exam. Everything else can wait until after. Taishan stared at his unnaturally calm face with bloodshot eyes, then suddenly grinned, revealing teeth yellowed by smoke. I'm thinking, with your ability to punch holes in the sky itself, how about considering applying to the Demon God Academy? Demon God Academy? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, as if the name had caught him off guard. Weren't Tsinghua and Peking University in the capital always considered the top institutions in China? This Demon God title sounded more like some middle schooler's club slogan. Tsinghua and Peking? Magic University? Taishan across from him scoffed, his rough, hoarse voice echoing through the interrogation room. Those places produced geniuses, pillars of society gold-plated screws. His tone shifted, a cold gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. Demon God Academy? Hanno, that's a den of monsters, a gladiatorial arena where beasts sharpen their fangs. As he spoke, his rough fingers tapped against his temple. Tsinghua and Peking test brains and talent, but Demon God Academy. He locked eyes with Lin Yang, enunciating each word. Wants monsters among monsters. The scattered ice shards in Lin Yang's eyes were instantly ignited by those words. Monsters among monsters? A gladiatorial arena for beasts? He ran his tongue over his molars, feeling a long-lost excitement, tinged with metallic blood, surge up his spine to his brain. A place even crazier than Tsinghua, Peking, or Magic University. Interesting. Damn interesting. He suddenly leaned forward, elbows pressed against the table edge, the muscles in his forearms clearly defined beneath his torn suit sleeves. Taishan saw the icy flames churning in the young man's eyes and finally cracked a wolf-like grin, fresh fangs, razor sharp. That's the spirit. Taishan growled. Demon God Academy only opens one crack each year, and fewer than 10 can squeeze through all monsters among monsters. I might carry some weight elsewhere, but there. He patted his chest. They only recognize fists, not faces. One in. Fight your way through. With that, he grabbed his heavy lead alloy briefcase and turned around. His thick military boots creaked against the dusty floor tiles. At the door, he placed his hand on the handle, shoulders pausing slightly, but didn't look back. Kid, make me proud. The iron door slammed open with a clang. The next second, an ice-blue whirlwind burst in. Zhou Shuer dragged 2 female officers and nearly crashed into the room. Lin Yang. She locked onto the young man by the table, fury blazing in her crystal-like pupils as tiny ice crystals formed at her fingertips from the dropping temperature. Are they giving you trouble? Making you a scapegoat? She whipped her head around, pointing directly at Taishan. You can't catch the real killer, so you're picking on him like a soft target? Don't worry, Lin Yang. I'll get a lawyer right now. Ahem. Not only was Taishan not annoyed, he actually grinned, revealing a row of tobacco-stained teeth. He hefted his briefcase and nodded toward Lin Yang. Kid, your girlfriend? She's got some fire. Lin Yang didn't respond, only gazed at the bristling Zhou Shuer, the corner of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile. What girlfriend? Zhou Shuer reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly transforming from a furious ice phoenix into a steamed shrimp. Her cheeks flushed bright red, her ear tips tinged with pink, her gaze bouncing around Lin Yang as her voice grew smaller and smaller. I'm not, of course, if he. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the ice-blue silk hem of her dress, creating tiny wrinkles. Such a dramatic contrast was too much even for a rough man like Taishan. Ha! His hearty laughter shook dust from the ceiling, and even the 2 female officers trying desperately to keep straight faces couldn't help but turn away, their shoulders trembling. All right, girl. Tieshan's laughter faded, though warmth still lingered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yang and said, cherish what you have. With that, he strode toward the door, his heavy military boots scraping against the floor tiles with a grinding sound. Gripping the door handle, he didn't even turn back as his voice boomed like a bronze bell. Kid, see you in the capital. The moment his words fell, 3 heads squeezed through the door crackle in identical black tactical uniforms, 6 eyes locking onto Lin Yang like searchlights. On the left was the guy nicknamed Hacker, his round eyes wide behind black-rimmed glasses, clutching a palm's eyes detector as he whispered in amazement. Holy shit. Boss, is this the new human nuke? In the center stood Lin Hongye, a cold and stunning woman with her arms crossed. Her phoenix eyes swept from Lin Yang's torn suit down to his dusty shoes, finally settling on his expressionless face as she sneered. Just a green kid. The boss isn't pulling our leg, is he? On the far right, Beige only peeked out half her face, one eye stealing glances at Lin Yang, her ears tinged with red. Get lost. What are you gawking at? Tieshan's irritated roar exploded from the hallway, accompanied by the sound of him flicking each of their foreheads. The three heads instantly retreated. From outside came Hacker's pained cry, the Ice Queen's cold snort, and Beige's aggrieved mumbling as their footsteps faded away. Inside the room, Zhou Schwetter's face still carried traces of her earlier blush, which deepened from embarrassment at the commotion outside. She walked to the door, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yang. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze from the night sky and turned to give her a lazy yet familiar smile. Zhou Schwer. His tone was calm but soothing. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. The girl froze, her turbulent emotions seeming to hit pause as confusion filled her ice blue eyes. Huh? Lin Yang stretched. Let's go level up in the nest. Level up. Zhou Schwer immediately snapped back to attention, the frost in her eyes melting away like lava, replaced by somewhat silly excitement. Yes. She nodded almost without thinking, as if she'd follow him to hell itself for a dungeon run. Then, carefully and tentatively, she asked, So, Lin Yang, have you decided where to apply? The capital. The capital. Lin Yang stepped forward, his tall silhouette stretched long in the moonlight, relaxed yet determined. Zhou Schwer immediately became his little shadow, her high heels clicking crisply on the broken stones. She chattered away with rapid planning, all traces of her former strength genius aloofness gone, replaced by the clumsy yet fervent concern of an 18-year-old girl. The capital's great. Qingbei University? I'll have Dad set up a branch company in the capital these next few days. We'll donate a few small targets to Qingbei to build them a building, plus establish a special scholarship fund. That way you'll definitely get in. The environment's great too. I'll arrange your accommodation. She spoke faster and faster, her cheeks flushing pink with excitement, her ice blue hair bouncing with each step like a little squirrel eagerly piling the best pine nuts in front of her beloved. She didn't consider whether Lin Yang needed these arrangements. She simply offered everything she thought was best with instinctive clumsiness, trying to clear away any obstacle he might face. Suddenly, Lin Yang stopped. The night breeze tousled his slightly messy bangs as his eyes, deep as a cold pond, quietly settled on the girl, the Zhou family's eldest daughter, who could instantly transform from an ice queen to a chattering schoolgirl for his sake. The unreserved trust and passion in her eyes burned like a hot brand, making his chest tighten and the shadows in his heart grow heavier. He shouldn't drag her into that bottomless whirlpool. Schwer. Zhou Schwer froze, staring blankly at Lin Yang. This was the first time Lin Yang had called her Schwer. I'm here. 2 simple words, yet they carried 1,000 emotions. He walked to the intersection and stopped without looking back. The night wind caught his worn clothes, the fabric fluttering. After a few seconds of silence, he asked in a voice so flat it betrayed no emotion, posing a question he already knew the answer to but still needed to confirm. Do you want to come with me? Before he could finish, Zhou Schwer quickly interrupted. I'll go. Wherever you're going, I'll go. A smile played at the corners of Lin Yang's lips, playful, yet indescribable, before he slowly uttered a name that even made Tai Shan take notice. We're going to the Demon God Academy. Demon God Academy. She blinked, her long lashes trembling. That name? Sounds like something a terminally delusional person would come up with. After blurting out her complaint, she quickly added, I'll have someone look into this place when I get back. Lin Yang's gaze fell on her knuckles, white from clenching her fists in nervousness, understanding her worry. A pang of bitterness swept through his chest, quickly covered by firmer resolve. Yeah, pretty delusional name, right? His tone was light, his silhouette lonely in the moonlight. The stone path stretched ahead, their shadows drawn long and thin by the moonlight. Initially distinct, one rigid, one soft, one brooding, one delicate, yet their tips quietly converged, as if tentatively reaching for each other. 1 week later, dawn bathed the Zhou family's new villa in soft golden light. Lin Yang, hurry up. Do you want to make a grand entrance on the first day of the college entrance exam? Zhou Schwetter stood in the foyer, her ice blue hair tied in a neat ponytail. Her perfectly tailored ice sole robe flowed with ethereal blue patterns, and from hem to boots, every piece of equipment was worth a fortune. The restrained magical power made her look like an emissary of the winter goddess. Lin Yang appeared leisurely, forming a stark contrast to her Padoan boss outfit. Still in his black tailored suit, his only equipment was the massive sword on his back, carelessly wrapped in coarse cloth, its exposed hilt menacing his fangs. Others would mistake him for a misplaced berserker trainee, never imagining that beneath the suit lay an archmage capable of instant forbidden spells. At the door, Zhou Tianhao watched this oddly matched pair, his round face showing complex emotions. He patted his daughter's shoulder and looked solemnly at Lin Yang. Good luck. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. He didn't mention accompanying them. The Zhou family's young lady was already conspicuous enough. His presence would only turn the exam venue into a spectacle. The engine roared as Zhou Schwenner's sports car became an ice-blue streak of lightning, carrying them both away. At the gates of Linhai No. 1 High School, voices buzzed with excitement. When the sleek, expensive sports car slowly pulled up, the clamor strangely quieted for a moment. The car door opened, and Zhou Schwenner stepped out gracefully like an ice fairy, instantly drawing countless gazes filled with amazement, envy, and even jealousy. Following her, a hand wrapped around a cloth-covered giant sword emerged from the car door as Lin Yang lazily stepped down with his conspicuous weapon on his back, immediately causing an uproar in the crowd. Holy shit! Zhou Schwer, that guy next to her. Is that Lin Yang? Carrying such a huge thing? Does he really think he's a warrior? And Frank Forbidden Curse Archmage? Living off a woman's reputation? Damn it, why does he get to? Is Miss Zhou blind or something? Whispers buzzed like venomous bees. Lin Yang acted as if he heard nothing, casually scanning his surroundings, his eyebrow raising almost imperceptibly when his gaze paused at a certain spot in the crowd. Zhao Kai pushed through the crowd, his custom battle suit gleaming garishly, with several lackeys clustering behind him. The smugness on his face seemed wrapped in grease. Well, if it isn't our Linhai First High's great Archmage Lin Yang. He deliberately raised his voice, drawing more attention to this clearing. I heard you were invited by the National Security Bureau for tea a couple days ago. How did that taste? National Security Bureau? Really? What did he do? No wonder he disappeared for a few days. The murmurs rose again. Lin Yang's eyebrow twitched slightly. This Zhao Kai, who never learned his lesson and kept jumping around courting death, was apparently more persistent than the slimes and dungeons. What had initially been mere annoyance now sparked a cold, killing intent from the depths of his heart, spreading from his feet like dark ice beneath a deep pool. Zhao Kai was basking in the crowd's attention when suddenly his spine went cold, the chill shooting from his tailbone straight to the top of his skull, making his legs go weak and nearly causing him to collapse. He stubbornly held himself up, his voice sharpening with fear. Feeling guilty? Did I hit the mark? What right does someone like you with unclear background and watched by national security have to take the college entrance exam with us? No matter how rich the Zhou family is, they can't wash away the suspicion on you. He pointed maliciously at Lin Yang, shouting provocatively. Don't let him fool you all. He's just sucking up to the Zhou family. Zhao Kai? Shut up. Zhou Schwetter stepped in front of Lin Yang, ice crystals at the tip of her staff exploding into white mist, her voice so cold it seemed to drop ice shards. What Lin Yang did is not for you to slander. He was taken by national security, yes, but that was because he's a suspect in the recent airship crash. Zhao Kai interrupted like a drowning man grasping at straws, his voice hoarse with excitement. National security questioning him is proof. If the Zhou family hadn't paid to bail him out, he'd still be rotting in jail. Does someone like that deserve to stand in the same exam hall as us? Deserve to take the college entrance exam? He's a menace. Zhou Schwerer trembled with rage, her ice blue eyes practically shooting flames. You're lying. Lin Yang saved everyone. Saved people. Zhao Kai acted as if he'd heard the joke of the century, clutching his stomach in exaggerated laughter, his face full of contempt. Ha ha. And Frank Waste? Him? Zhou Schwer, what kind of spell did he cast on you? What could he possibly save people with? That broken stick? Or that face of his playing crazy and dumb? The venomous mockery stirred the crowd into greater chaos, weaving a web of suspicious, contemptuous, and schadenfreude-filled gazes. Lin Yang's eyes turned completely icy, his killing intent no longer restrained, pushing back several people around him like a cold current. His fingers on the cloth-wrapped giant sword curled slightly. The tension was explosive, the air seeming ready to shatter at any moment. Just as the malice reached its boiling point, a resonant, youthful voice suddenly rang out from the crowd's periphery like thunder. I'll testify. Me? I'll testify. The thunderous voice of a young man cut through the chaotic noise and malicious atmosphere outside the examination hall like a lightning bolt. The crowd suddenly turned to look, and they saw the owner of the voicey stocky, bald teenager built like a young bull pushing his way into the scene step by step. His closely shaved head gleamed coldly in the sunlight as he bulldozed through the blocking students with violent, yet steady movements. His faded tracksuit was worn white from washing, with frayed cuffs at the sleeves, making him look like some hothead who had just run out of a sports academy. But when he raised his head, those pale blue pupils seemed like glass soaked in ice water, reflecting a composure beyond his years. Yet deep within danced barely concealed excitement like an actor waiting to take the stage rather than an outsider causing trouble. Zhao Kai stood frozen in shock. Zhou Schwer's gaze flickered between confusion and surprise, but the teenager treated everyone as invisible, charging straight to the center of the storm and flashing Lin Yang a blinding set of white teeth. Me. I can prove it. Prove what? Who the hell are you? What can you prove? Zhao Kai finally snapped back to reality, screaming in humiliated rage, his gaze sinister as he tried to intimidate this unexpected intruder back into retreat. The bald teenager smiled even brighter, his white teeth almost reflecting light in the sun. He tilted his head and reminded Zhao Kai. Listen here, classmate, you'd better not talk to me like that. I promised my captain I'd be civilized and Palatino swearing, no random violence. His tone shifted, and his smile was instantly replaced by ice-cold menace, his pale, blue pupils contracting. I'm afraid I might not be able to control myself, and end up beating you to death. The killing intent pierced his spine like needles. Zhao Kai felt a chill shoot from his feet to the top of his head. The teenager before him was like a beast wearing human skin. The terror he'd felt when Lin Yang had crushed him with a snap of his fingers came flooding back. His face turned deathly pale, and he instinctively stepped back half a pace, yet still tried to maintain his bluster. You. What gives you the right to prove anything? Come on, say it. Stop playing mysterious. The teenager couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore. With movements as casual as pulling out a student ID, he reached into the inner pocket of his faded tracksuit and produced a completely black credential booklet with dark gold national emblems embossed along the edges. With a sharp snap, he flipped it open. The black background and gold emblem gleamed coldly in the sunlight, the four bold characters, Ministry of State Security, blazing prominently, with the name clearly written beside the photo below, Jia Dequan. Hiss. State. State Security? Holy shit. Is that real? How old is he? The crowd erupted, gasps of shock rising one after another. Zhao Kai stood as if struck by lightning, mouth agape and fingers trembling violently. Unable to squeeze out a single word, his previous arrogance had been completely crushed to dust by that small credential. What are you all doing here? Disperse. Everyone scatter. Time to board the buses. Though his roar still echoed in the air, the playground fell silent as if all sound had been sucked away. In the deathly quiet, Principal Chun Guodong pushed through the wall of people, his hefty frame nearly soaked in sweat. His gaze swept across the scene and landed on three figures: Lin Yang standing at the storm's center, the bald youth holding up his national security credentials, and Zhao Kai, whose face had turned ashen. Chun Guodong gasped for breath and raised his hand with a fierce wave, his deep, excited voice booming across the entire field. Students, let me vouch for Lin Yang. The disaster that nearly destroyed half the neighboring city 2 days ago, it was Lin Yang who stopped it. He sacrificed his own life essence and forcibly cast a forbidden spell to turn the tide. He pointed at Lin Yang, his voice trembling and eyes reddening. He's a hero of Linhai No. 1 High School, not some criminal. Boom. The truth struck the crowd like thunder. All the suspicion, contempt, and schadenfreude were instantly swallowed by overwhelming shock and remorse. So it was him. My God, he burned his own life force. We actually just now. Under Chun Guodong's dispersal orders and the impact of the truth, people slowly backed away, but their gazes toward Lin Yang had transformed into ones of awe and gratitude. Chun Guodong approached Lin Yang, looking at the young man's slightly pale but calm face, heartache written across his chubby features. He patted Lin Yang's shoulder firmly, his voice choked with emotion. Son, you've worked so hard. Do well on the exam. Don't think about anything else. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Yang's gaze moved past the principal to settle on the bald youth who had put away his credentials and was now grinning foolishly. You? Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. This youth's aura was unfathomably deep, his intentions mysterious. Hee, brother Lin Yang. The bald youth stepped closer enthusiastically, warm as a neighborhood kid, showing none of his earlier intimidating presence when confronting Zhao Kai. I'm Jia Dequan, SS rank, profession living Buddha. Just joined Dragon Abyss not long ago. Captain Taizhan sent me to find you. SS rank? Living Buddha? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, looking up and down at the youth in his tracksuit. You're taking the college entrance exam too? Yeah. Jia Dequan nodded repeatedly, pointing toward Linhai No. 1 High School's gates. The captain gave special permission to register my name at your school. He wants me to take the exam with you, and then go together to that. What was it? He frowned and thought for a long moment, then suddenly slapped his bald head. Oh right, Massage Academy. Uft. Zhou Shuer nearby broke into a light laugh before quickly composing herself and coolly correcting. It's Demon God Academy. Right. Demon God Academy. Jia Dequan had his eureka moment, then immediately complained with disgust. What kind of crappy name is that? Sounds like some cult hideout. Wonder which brain-dead idiot came up with it. Sounds awful. Lin Yang's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. This was a question that had bothered him countless times too. Beep beep. Dozens of buses for transporting exam candidates rolled into the campus like a silent steel dragon, their low engine rumbles announcing the imminent college entrance examination. Jia Dequan waved his hand. Come on, let's board the bus first. The bus was filled with the mixed scent of leather and disinfectant. The moment Zhou Shuer stepped onto the bus, her ice blue eyes locked onto the window-side double seat like radar. With a graceful sway of her slender waist, she practically floated over. Her fingertips touched the seat back as she turned and settled down with fluid motion. Unable to hide her smile, she patted the empty space beside her, deliberately softening her voice to a sweet whisper. Lin Yang over here, sit here. That soft, honey-sweet call instantly made several nearby boys go weak in the knees. Schwer, this is a great spot. Let me sit with you. Zhao Kai buzzed over like a fly drawn to something tasty, squeezing through in just a few steps with what he thought was a charming smile plastered on his face, his rear end about to claim half of that window seat. Get lost. One word, sharp as an ice blade. The rosy glow on Zhou Shue's face instantly froze into a Siberian cold front. She whipped her head around, her ice blue pupils seeming to crystallize with actual frost, and the temperature in the bus felt like it plummeted. Those sitting nearby instinctively pulled their clothes tighter. Zhao Kai froze in place, his smile crumbling into a ridiculous mask. His mind screamed, what's so great about Lin Yang anyway? So what if he's 6-foot and looks like a celebrity? So what if he solo cleared the Berserk Hell Nest at level 10 and broke world records? So what if he burned his life force casting forbidden spells to save half the city? Besides all that, what else does he have? Before he could finish his thoughts, steady footsteps echoed from deeper in the aisle. Lin Yang walked over unhurriedly, not even sparing a glance at Zhao Kai, who was fuming like a bellows. When his gaze met Zhou Shue's, a natural, gentle smile curved his lips as he nodded in greeting, then calmly took the seat beside her. Fireworks exploded in Zhou Shue's heart. The iceberg melted instantly, spring blooming everywhere. She lowered her head, pretending to smooth non-existent wrinkles in her skirt, her heart pounding like drums. Once the bus gets moving, I'll pretend to sleep. Then, when it breaks, I'll accidentally lean over and rest against his shoulder. Will he sneak a peek at me? What if he secretly kisses me? Should I use tongue? But if I use tongue, won't that give me away? Omega so conflicted. Her thoughts grew steamier, her cheeks flushing deeper red, her hands gripping her skirt hem so tightly she nearly rubbed the fabric raw. Schwer. Lin Yang's gentle voice by her ears shattered her pink bubble like thunder. Are you okay? Why is your face so red? Are you carsick? She jerked her head up like a startled rabbit, babbling incoherently. No, I was asleep. It was my tongue that. What snake head? Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Genuinely hadn't caught that. Just then, a shiny bald head suddenly popped up over the seat in front of them. Jia Dequan leaned over the back of his chair, his light blue eyes bright and fixed directly on Lin Yang, his face full of worship. Brother Lin, finally got to see you. Our Iron Mountain captain talked about you all night. Said you're incredibly awesome, single-handedly saving half the city. Amazing, bro. Really amazing. He raised his thumb, making no effort to hide his fanboy excitement. Zhou Schwetter glanced at the sudden appearance of this bald third wheel and mentally noted in her little black book. 10 points. Total buzzkill. Hey, sister-in-law. You should come with us to that massage. Ah, damn. I mean the Demon God Academy, right? Jia Dequan completely missed the resentful glare Zhou Schwetter shot his way, his bright white teeth gleaming blindingly as he grinned. Sister-in-law? Zhou Schwetter's icy expression instantly bloomed with 2 rosy clouds, while her ice blue eyes sparkled like scattered stars. She tried to maintain her composure, but couldn't hide her excitement. Hello there, student Jia? What's sister-in-law? We haven't even written the first stroke yet. Before she finished speaking, her smile had already stretched from ear to ear. Hey, sister-in-law, don't be so modest. Jia Dequan slapped his thigh with a resounding smack, his voice booming. I, Jia Dequan, am an excellent judge of character. You and my bro have that aura, that look like Golden Boy and Jade Girl descended from Buddha's throne. Cupid welded your red thread with steel rebar. A match made in heaven. Perfect match, ultimate match, celestial match. This barrage of simple, yet devastatingly effective flattery left Zhou Schwer dizzy and dazed, as if she were already wearing a wedding dress standing beside Lin Yang at the altar. She completely forgot about the target she was supposed to be pursuing nearby, and overlooked Lin Yang's helpless smile as he quietly rubbed his forehead. Oh my little Jia, you're such an honest child. If anyone in Linhai dares to bully you, just mention your sister-in-law's name. Sister-in-law's got your back. Zhou Schwerer fully embraced her role as the big sister-in-law, patting her chest in assurance. In the shadows of the back seats, Zhao Kai stared intently at the harmonious scene in front, especially at that radiant smile that had never bloomed for him. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, his gaze so sinister it could drip poison. At that moment, Jia Dequan, who was patting his chest declaring, I'll charge ahead in any fight, also noticed that malicious stare. His originally honest smile instantly transformed like a Sichuan opera face change, his brow furrowing, light blue pupils flashing with cold light, mouth corners turning down, looking exactly like a live version of Lu Huaqiang buying melons. He pointed a finger across the space at Zhao Kai, his voice exploding like muffled thunder. What the hell are you looking at? Just as the words began to emerge, he suddenly remembered Captain Tieshan's civilized and polite, restraining spell, forcibly swallowing the rest along with his saliva. His neck veins bulged from the effort, finally squeezing through gritted teeth. What? What the hell are you staring at? Don't want your eyeballs anymore. The bus fell into instant silence. Zhao Kai was startled by this fierce expression, his face turning pale as he quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to steal glances. Only then did Jia Dequan grunt with satisfaction, turning back with his smile instantly switching back to honest mode, as if the fierce demon from moments before wasn't him at all. Lin Yang took in everything, the corner of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible arc. The bus engine growled as it left Linhai City's concrete jungle behind, plunging into the desolate eastern outskirts. Hours later, the prosperity outside the windows faded to dusty yellow, with twisted vegetation replacing the high-rises. The air grew thick and heavy, carrying a strange mixture of sweet blood and metallic rust that made one's chest feel tight. This was the mutant beast zone. Nests are spatial rifts that connect to otherworldly dimensions. They never truly last forever. Once their energy is depleted, they suffer external damage, or mysteriously lose balance. They collapse. When that happens, the violent, otherworldly energy that was once contained spills into reality like toxic ink, instantly contaminating the land, air, and the world itself. The atmosphere becomes chaotic. The environment transforms abruptly. Ordinary vegetation either withers and dies, or becomes twisted into grotesque, monstrous forms. Even more terrifying, the otherworldly beasts that should have been trapped within the nest break free from their prison, hunting at will across the corrupted earth. In the eastern district of Linhai City lies a contaminated zone marked by the government as the Dark Thunder Ruins. At this moment, a bus packed with exam candidates, like a lone vessel stumbling into a nightmare, crushes over the cracked highway and barges into this thoroughly corrupted hell. Outside the vehicle, every sight is dominated by decay and deathly silence. The sky has long been shrouded by heavy, roiling clouds that glow with a sickly purple light, their dim illumination making dusk seem to have arrived a century early. The air is thick with a mixture of rotting sweetness, pungent sulfur, and the acrid smell of burning, making every breath feel like swallowing viscous sludge. The towering buildings of yesteryear now stand as mere steel skeletons, like the bones of giant beasts tilting crookedly toward the purple-black sky. Their walls are covered in slimy dark green moss and pulsating purple-black vines that secrete pus, emitting soft hissing sounds. Along both sides of the road, the former green belts have long since perished, replaced by bizarrely shaped withered trees that resemble spasming arms. Their pitch-black bark has split open, oozing thick, dark red fluid that looks like congealed blood. Among the twisted branches, tattered shrouds and rusted chains sway in the wind, their creaking and groaning sounds setting teeth on edge. Even more heart-stopping are the shambling figures wandering through the shadows and filthy undergrowth zombies. Some have missing limbs that expose gleaming white bone, others have bloated, festering bodies dripping yellow-green pus, and still others have only hollow sockets where their eyes once were, now burning with ghostly green flames. Their hoarse growls echo through the deathly silence, their dragging footsteps like the drumbeat of a funeral procession. Yet the dark clouds overhead are not entirely silent. Muffled thunder seems to roll up from deep underground, intermittently shaking the cloud layer. The sound doesn't resemble natural lightning, but rather the dying gasps of some enormous deity. Each rumbling boom makes hearts tremble and causes the zombies in the ruins to become even more agitated. This is precisely how the Dark Thunder Ruins got its name. Inside the bus, there is deathly silence. The students' faces are deathly pale as they stare unblinkingly at the hellish panorama outside the windows, even holding their breath. Some cover their mouths with their hands, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit. Others squeeze their eyes shut, their bodies trembling slightly. Still others can't stop their teeth from chattering audibly. Cold terror coils around every heart like a venomous snake. This is the permanent scar left behind after a nest's collapse, a realm where the dead wander, a forbidden zone for the living. An exam venue? No, it's more like a way station to hell. Hey, we're here, we're here. A booming voice, wildly excited and completely at odds with the despairing atmosphere, exploded like thunder through the deathly silent bus. Jia Dequan's gleaming bald head slammed into the seat back in front of him with a loud thunk. His pale blue eyes widened like copper bells, battle lust dancing in his pupils. Far from showing any fear, he was like a starving wolf eyeing a flock of sheep, excitedly rubbing the back of his smooth scalp. He flashed a grin revealing a row of blindingly white teeth, pointing through the window at the zombie-infested ruins outside, growling repeatedly. Holy shit. So this is the Dark Thunder Ruins? Awesome. Way more thrilling than those dummy targets back at the training ground. Look at those little critters so lively. Before he'd even finished speaking, he was already flexing his wrists and ankles, looking ready to jump out of the bus and start putting the undead to rest. This commotion startled Zhou Shuer, who had been pressed against Lin Yang's side seeking comfort. She snapped back to attention, her ice blue eyes filled with annoyance and gravity. Xiao Jia, sit down. Keep it quiet. Though her words were stern, she instinctively moved another half-step closer to Lin Yang. Even she, and Strength Prodigy, felt her scalp crawl at the sight outside the window. Lin Yang, however, was like a precision radar, his gaze calmly sweeping across the depths of the ruins without the slightest ripple of emotion. The bus bumped along until it finally stopped on high ground about 10 kilometers from the ruins' core. A steel fortress built from heavy alloy and energy shields the military outpost, Thunder Sentry, rose from the earth. Cold gun turrets silently locked onto the ruins while soldiers in full combat gear patrolled between bunkers like hawks. This fortress was wedged into the corrupted land like a nail. Should the undead tide or something even more terrifying make any large-scale movement, alarms would sound instantly, and high-level professionals would descend like divine punishment. And now, it had become Linhai City's most hardcore exam site. The bus doors opened, and students were led out by their teachers and soldiers, faces pale as startled quail. The cold alloy ground and stern atmosphere somewhat dispelled the mental contamination from the ruins, but the rotting stench lingering in the air still reminded everyone. This was truly the edge of death. Several principals were already waiting on a hastily erected alloy platform. Principal Chun Guodong of First High took a deep breath of air mixed with rust and disinfectant, trying to keep his voice steady though it remained slightly hoarse. Students, this is your final venue for the practical combat portion of your college entrance exam, the Dark Thunder Ruins. He raised his hand toward the land of death, shrouded in purple-black thunderclouds beyond the protective walls. Your mission objectives have been sent to your personal terminals. Venture deep into the ruins, kill mutant beasts while surrounded by the undead, then return alive. Your scores will be comprehensively evaluated based on kill count and completion speed. Remember, this is not a drill. Your enemies are mutant beasts and undead that truly hunger for the flesh and blood of the living. Stay alert to your environment. Trust your teammates' survival is your primary objective and the only passing grade. The exam begins. The declaration echoed off the fortress's cold walls. Below the platform, students clenched their fists, some fearful, others resolute, casting complex gazes toward that expanse of purple-black thundercloud wasteland. However, before everyone had fully collected themselves, several figures had already shot out through the protective gates like arrows from a bow, their forms disappearing into the churning dust and purple-black mist. Schwer, let's go. Wind element, heed my command. Lin Yang's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. His left arm slipped beneath Zhou Xuaner's knees while his right arm steadied her shoulders and back, the motion flowing as smoothly as if he'd practiced it 100 times. Whoosh! Wind rose from nowhere. The violent azure currents, like a tamed dragon, rapidly gathered and compressed beneath his feet. Two visible high-speed rotating wind vortexes formed instantly, their shrieking sounds stirring up debris and dust. Under countless astonished gazes, the twin whirlwinds acted like invisible giant hands, lifting him and the girl in his arms into the sky. He's flying. Holy shit. What kind of skill is that? He's flying while carrying Zhou Xuer. The outpost erupted in chaos. The examinees craned their necks, mouths agape enough to fit eggs, eyes nearly popping from their sockets, all other thoughts abandoned, leaving only the shocking image of that figure suspended in midair. Hold tight. Lin Yang looked down at the ice blue-haired girl in his arms, his voice calm, yet radiating complete control. Zhou Xuer's previously frozen expression bloomed with two patches of crimson, her heart pounding so violently it seemed ready to burst from her chest. Instinctively, she tightened her arms around him, pressing her forehead against his collar that still carried the scent of gunpowder. Only the howling wind filled her ears as the steel fortress and dense crowds below shrank at a visible rate. This was the fastest way to reach the nest's core. Countless battles fought side by side had forged an unspoken understanding between them. Boss is awesome. A thunderous roar swept over the crowd. Jia Dequan's gleaming bald head reflected blinding white light in the sun as he bounced half a meter high with excitement, his pale blue eyes shining like searchlights. Watch me. He slammed his chest and roared, Reed crossing the river. Whoosh. Gentle yet resilient golden light erupted from within him. Beneath his feet, a phantom golden lotus platform materialized, Sanskrit characters flowing across its surface. Jia Dequan planted his feet firmly, his entire form shooting forward like an arrow from a bow or a wave-treading arhut, following Lin Yang's skyward trajectory in a brilliant golden streak. Hiss. Wind-chasing steps. Shadow escape. Wind-walking technique. The quickest agility-type examinees snapped out of their shock and displayed their abilities. Some became blurred shadows streaking through the air, others used debris from ruins to propel themselves, while some moved with ghostly elusiveness, all pursuing the direction where Lin Yang had vanished. Under the dim purple-black sky, several figures raced in competition, creating a spectacular sight. On the elevated platform, the principal's expressions were as colorful as an overturned paint palette. This, wind element levitation? Flying through the air? Could it be another forbidden spell? Principal Chun Guodong's chubby face quivered, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin, eyes filled with disbelief. Then a thought flashed through his mind, making his heart skip a beat as his round face instantly wrinkled like a bitter melon. That kid. He's not risking his life again, is he? It's just an exam. Is it really necessary? Beside him, a thin principal from second middle school stroked his goatee. With a complex glance toward the direction where Lin Yang had vanished, his tone carried a hint of sour regret. So what if it's a forbidden spell? And frank forbidden spellcaster is ultimately just a fleeting moment bought with one's life. How far can he really go? I think our second highest rank necromancer is much more reliable as like a fish in water in this land of the undead. The principal speaking flicked his sleeve dismissively, his face full of disdain. Another principal squinted his eyes, staring intently at the brilliant golden streak of light chasing after Lin Yang. That shiny little bald head. So fierce. Which school is he from? Fat Chun, when did your first hide such a treasure? Instantly, all eyes turned to Chun Guodong. His previously bitter expression transformed at a visible speed into barely concealed pride and mystery. He cleared his throat twice and slowly raised one chubby finger, first pointing it toward the sky. Arranged by the province? Someone probed. Chun Guodong shook his head, his fingers stubbornly pointing even higher. Holy shit. The capital. Several principals gasped in unison, their voices changing pitch. What's this kid's background? What's his talent level? The thin principal was so anxious his goatee trembled. Exactly. Look at that presence, that golden light skill. He's definitely no ordinary person. Fat Chin, spill it. Chun Guodong looked around, forcibly suppressing the smile at the corners of his mouth and putting on a grave expression as if heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. His voice dropped extremely low. Gentlemen, this is a direct placement from above. I know only limited details. You understand the rules. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone with warning. I can only tell you this kid is unfathomably deep. With that, he held up 3 fingers, his voice even lower. His talent level has reached the ceiling. Hiss. Several principals simultaneously widened their eyes as if hearing earth-shattering news. SS rank. A legendary existence. Seeing that the crowd hadn't been shocked to their limit yet, Chun Guodong delivered the final blow. Moreover, this child has a special identity. Several high-level ascetics from India came to recruit him, but in the end, it was the national security big shots who personally led a team and forcibly snatched him back from the Indians. Indians? Snatched back. The thin principal's beard stood straight up. You mean holy crap? He obviously thought of something even more shocking and swallowed the rest of his words, looking toward where the golden light had disappeared with eyes full of awe and disbelief. All right. Chun Guodong waved his hand to interrupt everyone's shock. Just knowing is enough. Keep it to yourselves. Don't spread it around. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was full of warning. After a brief dead silence, the platform erupted instead. My god. Fat Chun, did your ancestral grave start smoking or something? Wasn't having in rank Zhou Shuer enough for you to show off? Now you've got another SS rank, and it's a direct placement from the capital. What's the point of this competition anymore? You've monopolized first and second place. No way. Old Chun, you absolutely must treat us to drinks, or nobody's leaving today. Right? It has to be century-old vintage. The principals surrounded Chun Guodong tightly, half jealous and half teasing. The fat man was pushed back repeatedly, his face blooming like a chrysanthemum with laughter, his eyes nearly squinting into slits, yet he pretended to be modest. Oh my. Keep it low-key. Low-key. Let's wait until the results come out. At this moment, Lin Yang, bringing Zhou Shuer with him, had almost reached the core area of the beast zone. On the outskirts of the Dark Thunder ruins, the aura of death clung like thick sludge to the first wave of students who dared to enter. Arg. Hold the line. Shield warriors, hold the line. Healer. Heal me. Heal me now. No good. Too many of them. Retreat. Fall back. Screams, roars, the crack of breaking bones, and the thunder of skills created a desperate symphony that tore at everyone's eardrums. Even the lowest-tier jungle zombies were level 17, dragging their rotting corpses forward while swinging blackened claws and lunging at the defensive line with savage howls. They surged forward in waves, each bite carrying potent corpse poison. Even deadlier were the level 18 ravenous zombies mixed among them, their hunched silhouettes unmistakable, with greedy green flames burning in their eye sockets. When they charged, they moved so fast they left afterimages, instantly breaking through hastily formed battle lines before spewing clouds of dark green toxic mist. Where the fog passed, vegetation withered instantly, and students who inhaled it turned pale, coughing violently as their health visibly plummeted. Watch out for the poison fog. Spread out. Spread out. My leg. It's got me. Help. Someone pull me out. Damn it, these things are way too high level. We can't handle this. Despair spread through the ranks. Most students were still around level 10, and facing an undead horde averaging level 15 and above, their carefully prepared skills only managed to tear shallow wounds in the zombies, which only provoked more vicious counterattacks. Students kept falling injured, dragged back by their companions, leaving trails of blood and shattered equipment. Only a handful of top students who had reached level 15 or higher managed to form small squads, like tiny boats forcing their way through the raging tide of corpses, cutting and advancing at an agonizingly slow pace. The air reeked of blood, decay, and raw terror. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse and morale hit rock bottom, a golden figure suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone get halautof Buddhisway. This roar carried the fierce intensity of an enraged guardian deity, like thunder from a clear sky, instantly drowning out all other noise. Everyone instinctively looked up to see that blazing golden light high above, like a meteor, plummeting straight toward the densest part of the zombie horde. Boom. The earth shook violently. Dust mixed with shattered rotting flesh and bone fragments shot skyward. With the impact point as the center, a violent shockwave exploded outward like an invisible giant hammer sweeping across the battlefield. Crack. Splat. 7 or 8 zombies didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into meat pancakes against the ground. With foul blood and entrails splattered in a radiating pattern, the scene was brutally savage. As the dust settled and the golden light faded, the figure emerged. Jia Dequan cracked his thick neck with audible pops. His gleaming bald head didn't have a speck of dust on it, and his pale blue eyes swept over the cleared circle in the zombie horde, his face written with pure irritation that seemed to say, "That's it?" He brushed at his tracksuit where no dust existed, still muttering curses under his breath. "Son of a bitch. A bunch of losers dare to block Buddha's path? Delaying me from finding my boss, I'll scatter your ashes to the wind." Before his words even finished, Jia Dequan casually lifted his foot and kicked away a still-twitching zombie arm beside him. The motion was effortless, as if brushing aside a pebble. The remaining candidates around, whether elite students gritting their teeth in defiance or ordinary students in tattered clothes, all froze in place, their pupils trembling as they stared at this fierce monk who had descended like a deity, radiating golden light. The zombie horde that had just moments ago pushed them into desperate battle and caused heavy casualties now seemed as fragile as paper before Jia Dequan. The shock of his single devastating strike left the very air frozen. Holy shit. Who is this big shot? One strike? Just one strike. He just said boss? Who's his boss? Shock, awe, and the bewilderment of survivors intertwined on every face. But Jia Dequan ignored all these gazes. His brow furrowed as he looked up toward the deepest part of the ruins where purple-black thunder clouds churned and ice-fire energy shot skyward. That was the core zone. His booming voice made no effort to hide his displeasure. "TCH. Boss is flying so fast while carrying sister-in-law." With that, he rotated his wrists and stretched his ankles. Golden light surged across his body again as he aimed himself toward the core zone, clearly preparing to use crossing rivers on a reed once more to catch up. High above the beast zone, the chaos of the fortress below and the flashing lights of skill explosions were quickly left behind. Violent wind elements carried Lin Yang and Zhou Shui'er like loyal hounds, racing through the oppressive purple-black canopy. Wind blades howled, tearing at the tattered hem of Lin Yang's suit with sharp snapping sounds, yet couldn't budge the girl in his arms an inch. Zhou Shui'er's arms locked around his neck, her ice-blue hair cutting sharp arcs through the fierce wind, stray strands lightly brushing Lin Yang's cold, hard jawline. Through the thin fabric, she could feel his chest's steady, powerful heartbeat, hot as molten iron, as if it could burn cracks in her long frozen shell. She tried to steady her breathing but remained rigid from the thrilling sensation of being protected, afraid to reveal even a hint of her shyness. Below their feet, the earth had corrupted into black, putrid swampland. Twisted dead trees clawed upward like ghostly hands. Scattered zombies dragged their rotting bodies through the wasteland, and the remnants of ruined buildings told tales of desolation. Yet in Lin Yang's embrace, Zhou Shui'er felt an incredible sense of security, as if she were isolated from this hellscape. "We're here." Lin Yang's deep voice cut through the howling wind, calm yet resolute. The wind spiral suddenly decelerated and stopped. The two hovered steadily 100 meters in the air, like deities overlooking the mortal world. Below them lay the most corrupted area of the Dark Thunder Ruinsa, massive tomb, mound built from countless bones and frozen earth. From deep within the mound, a towering chill emanated forest blue radiance, announcing the presence of its master. This was no ordinary undead beast. Its massive body was brutally assembled from pale white bones and forcibly frozen together by ghostly blue ice crystals, resembling from afar a moving mountain of terror. This was the boss of this region, a corpse thiefbone prison breath. Corpse thiefbone prison breath, LV 20 skills, rapid bite, absolute 0 domain. Standing over 5 meters tall, its twisted and grotesque form retained only a vague human silhouette. Frozen organs and shattered bones intertwined into countless thick tentacles that spread from its chest and abdomen like diseased roots, burrowing deep into the frozen earth to greedily absorb the death essence from the ground. Most terrifying was its visible absolute zero domain. Pale white frost churned and swirled around it, with the ground within dozens of meters covered in a layer of ghostly blue thick ice. Tiny ice crystals suspended in the air refracted the cold gleam of the purple-black thunderclouds, forming a mesmerizing yet deadly freezing mist. Any living creature that stepped within would have their blood instantly frozen solid, their soul trapped in the absolute silence of 0 degrees. The monster's massive skull, forged from multiple skeletal remains, slowly lifted. In its hollow eye sockets, 2 clusters of ghostly blue soul flames flickered, as if ready to freeze the intruder's very soul. In the next moment, roar! A shriek woven from grinding bones and shattering ice exploded forth, the terrifying sound waves carrying bitter freezing air as they rushed toward the 2 figures in the sky. The air crackled with cracked sounds, as if the entire sky was about to freeze. Almost simultaneously, silent ripples stirred in the void behind Lin Yang. The phantom of the Ice Empress suddenly appeared. Her crystal-like eyes gazed downward as a purer, more ancient absolute cold silently spread, instantly dissolving the incoming freezing sound waves into nothingness. She floated quietly like an eternal glacier, declaring the true ownership of Frost's dominion. During this time, Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer had been frantically leveling up in the nest. He had now reached level 19, just 1 step away from level 20. Except for the time element, all other forbidden spells had broken through to level 2 or above. He could even borrow partial divine power without summoning the goddess's phantom. As the forbidden spells reached level 3, the abilities granted by the goddess grew stronger, more forbidden spells were unlocked, and her support for Lin Yang increased accordingly. Lin Yang's gaze was sharp as a hawk's, piercing through the churning cold mist to precisely lock onto Bone Prison Breath's massive form. I'll leave it to you. His voice was as calm as if he were assigning some trivial matter. He held Zhou Shuer suspended in midair, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Since the forbidden spells reached level 3, the goddess's phantom had become nearly corporeal, even her little moods clearly audible. You're so lazy you might as well drop dead. The Ice Empress's crisp yet languid, irritated voice rang directly in his mind. All you do is boss this goddess around. Behind Lin Yang, that elegant figure rolled her eyes in a motion almost too subtle to detect, then raised her slender jade finger formed of pure ice, and casually pointed at the creature below. Her movement was nonchalant, as if merely flicking away a speck of dust. Annoying. Her voice was soft, yet carried an absolute authority that transcended all creation, piercing clearly through the chaotic energy field like a divine oracle descending. Mere rotting bones dare to usurp the dominion of ice? Behold me. How dare you not kneel? The Ice Queen raised her hand slightly, pointing with a single fingertip, as if dropping a grain of sand onto the surface of an absolute zero lake. The air instantly froze, space collapsed, and an ice-blue storm bloomed from nothingness. This was not wind, but death itself preserved in ice, the physical manifestation of time, standing still. The storm dove down in silence. Along its path, the violently clashing ice energies, the spreading toxic frost, all color, warmth, and life force were drained away in the blink of an eye, crystallizing into ethereal blue ice. The massive body of the corpse thief Bone Prison, its tendrils rooted deep in the earth, and the frigid domains swirling around it were completely consumed by the divine ice wave in a fraction of a second. The heavens and earth made no thunderous roar, only an absolute silence that made souls tremble. Crack, crack, crack. The 5-meter ice mountain formed from countless frozen corpses split with fine fissures, as if carved simultaneously by billions of ice blades, finally crumbling silently into a sky full of blue ice dust that drifted down, spreading a layer of ethereal blue snow across the frozen ground. Instant kill. This was a god's crushing annihilation of an ant. Defeated level 17 Beast Jungle Zombie. Experience 1700. Defeated level 18 Beast Starving Zombie. Experience 1800. Defeated level 19 Beast Mutant Zombie. Experience 1900. Defeated level 20 Beast Leader Corpse Thief Bone Prison. Experience 20,000. Level up, level 20. Congratulations. Talent unlocked, Elemental Fusion. Congratulations. Trait unlocked, Divine Familiar. Personal panel. Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Archmage ED. Level, 20. Strength, 220,010. Agility, 220,010. Stamina, 220,010. Spirit. Talents. Thought Manifest Magic, Elemental Dominion, Elemental Guardian, Elemental Fusion. Pending unlock, Elemental Dominion Ice, Earth, Fire, Wind, Thunder, Light, Life, Time. Traits. Growable, Unique, Infinite Spirit Power, Law-Level Destructive Force, Immortal Body, Divine Familiar. Pending unlock, Divine Familiar. Forbidden Spells. Ice System Ice Empress's Lament, LV3. Earth System Earth Mother's Blessing, LV2. Fire System Flame Goddess's Passion, LV3. Life System Life Goddesses Kiss LV2. Wind System Hurricane Goddesses Howl LV3. Thunder System Thunder Goddesses Judgment LV2. Light System Light Goddesses Purification LV2. Time System Time Gods Dominion LV2. Elemental Fusion. Harness the power of an Archmage to fuse two or more elements together. Divine Familiar. Subjugate familiars and freely adjust experience distribution. The cold system notification exploded in Lin Yang's ears as streams of musical light rapidly spread across his panel. In the next moment, a torrential flood of pure, overwhelming energy crashed into his limbs and bones. His muscles stretched amid violent resonance. His flesh surged like fire, every cell filled with power, instantly completing transformation and ascension. His perception of the world was completely renewed. The flow of air, drifting dust, the surge of distant elements, everything became crystal clear, as if within arm's reach. With a slight movement of his fingertips, ice, fire, wind, thunder, and other elements responded like soldiers hearing commands, rushing forward in formation, bending to his will. Level 20. He quickly scanned his updated personal panel, witnessing an entirely new tier of power. 1. Class, Forbidden Spell Archmage ED. 2. Strength, 20. 3. Agility, 220010. 4. Stamina, 220010. 5. Spirit. Talents. Thought Manifest Magic. Elemental Dominion, pending unlock. Elemental Guardian. Elemental Fusion, newly unlocked. Available Elemental Dominion branches: Ice, Earth, Fire, Wind, Thunder, Light, Life, Time. Class traits: Growable, Unique. Infinite Spirit Power. Law Level Destructive Force. Immortal Body. Divine Familiar pending unlock. Mastered Forbidden Spells. Ice System Ice Empress's Lament LV3. Earth System Earth Mother's Blessing LV2. Fire System Flame Goddess's Passion LV3. Life System Life Goddesses Kiss LV2. Wind System Hurricane Goddesses Howl LV3. Thunder System Thunder Goddesses Judgment LV2. Light System Light Goddesses Purification LV2. Time System Time Gods Dominion LV2. New Ability Descriptions. Elemental Fusion. Harness Archmage power to freely fuse two or more elements. Divine Familiar. After subjugating familiars, freely adjust experience distribution. After instantly absorbing all the panel information, Lin Yang's heart still pounded violently, his ears still ringing. He flexed his fingertips, feeling the inexhaustible torrent of spiritual power within him, his lips curving into an irrepressible smile. Experience distribution? Interesting. Thinking about the simple description of Divine Familiar, his eyes flashed with brilliance. Previously, when running dungeons with Zhou Shuer, he had to carefully weaken monsters to near death before letting her deliver the finishing blow, time-consuming and troublesome. If she became his familiar, he could adjust the experience flow however he wanted. With his leveling speed, having others as his familiars would mean experience points flowing like a waterfall. What difference would that be from riding a rocket? Done and dusted. Don't bother me with this trivial nonsense again. I need my beauty sleep to recover. The Ice Queen's lazy and disdainful voice exploded in Lin Yang's mind, then dissipated like a bubble and vanished faster than a fleeing rabbit. Lin Yang's mouth twitched as speechlessness filled his heart. During the early summoning days, she was noble and aloof. Now that she could speak, her temper had grown considerably, and she even demanded beauty sleep. On the return journey, his mind was completely occupied with the newly unlocked Elemental Fusion talent, making his fingertips itch with anticipation. Looking down at Zhou Shuer in his arms, his eyes burned with intensity. Shuer, hold tight. Let's try something new. The girl was still immersed in the shock of witnessing the bone prison breath being instantly killed, and reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck, her ice blue eyes filled with curiosity. With a thought wind, come. The violent wind element responded instantly, rapidly gathering and compressing beneath their feet. A cyan cyclone several meters in diameter formed with a thunderous roar, like a jet engine's exhaust, growling lowly as it lifted them both. Lin Yang stepped into a forward bow stance, his entire body poised like an arrow ready to be released. His lips curved into a mischievous smile. Ignition. Puff. A single crimson spark landed precisely in the cyclone's core. This wasn't ordinary flame, but the explosive fire power of the flame goddess. Boom. Wind fueled the fire, fire borrowed the wind's might. Under the guidance of elemental fusion, the two violent energies didn't repel each other, but instead triggered a chain reaction. The high-pressure cyclone instantly transformed into a super-high-temperature flame jet engine. Whoosh! Only a ring of explosive sonic clouds remained at their original position, with water vapor steamed into white mist. Red and cyan twin-colored streams of light tore through the sky, moving several times faster than pure wind propulsion, leaving almost no afterimage as they shot straight toward the outskirts of the ruins. In the middle section of the Beast Zone, Jia Dequan was riding on a level 19 elite cat demon, his face fierce. His pot-sized golden fists hammered like pile drivers, striking the cat demon's grotesque head one punch after another. That's for scratching, Buddha. That's for your poison. Do you submit? Speak up. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by furious roars, brain matter and blood splattered everywhere as the cat demon wailed incessantly. Suddenly, the terrifying sound waves of intertwined wind howls and fire explosions swept overhead. The hurricane made Jia Daquan stumble, and he jerked his head up, only catching a glimpse of an extremely blurred red and cyan stream of light disappearing into the horizon. Holy crap, boss. That speed. Did a rocket become sentient? Is the boss done already? Looking down at the cat demon that had become mush, he suddenly felt bored, spat with golden light flashing around him, and frantically chased after the stream of light. At the entrance of Thunder Post, several principals and Shun Guodong surrounded the Education Bureau officials, arguing heatedly with flying spittle about the scoring criteria for this assessment and potential dark horses. In any case, that necromancer's performance was incredibly consistent. I think, Principal Chun, that SS-level little bald kid from your number 1 high school, is the real deal. Just now at the perimeter, I'm betting on the Zhou girl. Her coordination with Lin Yang was quite impressive too. Just then, boom, a thunderous roar swept from afar, instantly drowning out all arguments. Everyone looked up in horror. A meteor trailing red and blue flames tore through the dim sky at a speed beyond their comprehension, like an out-of-control intercontinental missile, crashing down hard toward the open ground in front of the outpost. Get out of the way. Chun Guodong's voice cracked as he screamed. Crash! The earth shook violently. Dust and debris shot up like a mushroom cloud. Violent shockwaves carried rocks and dirt, pelting the platform. Several principals and officials were knocked around, covered in dust, and coughing uncontrollably. The dust slowly settled. An alloy floor had been smashed into a shallow crater. In the center of the crater, Lin Yang maintained a kneeling position to absorb the impact. Steadily holding Zhou Schwerer in his arms, she was completely unharmed but pale-faced and still in shock. His designer suit was covered in dust, his hair disheveled, looking rather worse for wear. Lin Yang lifted his head and shook off the dust. Looking at the stunned, dust-covered faces on the platform that looked like they'd just been bombed, he flashed his white teeth in a smile that was part embarrassed, part mischievous. Ahem, stepped on the gas, a bit too hard. The dust hadn't fully settled yet. On the platform, several dust-covered principals and officials, along with staff members who had rushed over and a few lucky students who had exited early, all stood as if under a collective petrification spell. They stared in disbelief at the human missile in the crater who was casually standing up while holding the campus beauty and brushing off dust. Fast. Too fast. From the start signal to Lin Yang rocketing back to the starting point with Zhou Schwerer in his arms, even managing to crush a level 20 regional boss along the way. Did all of this take even half an hour? Looking at those students still struggling in the outer zombie hordes, some not even having reached the core area yet. Then looking at this guy, not only had he returned, but he'd treated the ultimate boss of the college entrance exam like a random mob to farm. If it weren't for the massive crimson dot representing the corpse thief's bone prison definitively and decisively disappearing from the satellite imagery in the monitoring hall, with the energy annihilation spectrum readings being undeniable, they might have suspected Lin Yang never left at all and just took a nap at the entrance. Gulp, someone swallowed hard, the sound particularly clear in the dead silence. Lin Yang and Zhou Schwerer, this duo, had completed the practical combat assessment with undisputable speed and absolutely crushing strength. Partners? No, to be precise, Lin Yang had solo cleared the boss and all the elite beasts blocking the path. Zhou Schwerer's role throughout was, well, looking beautiful and providing wind resistance optimization. The college entrance exam scoring system was cold and fair, strictly allocating points based on combat contribution. The allocation ratio ranged from a minimum of 10% to a maximum of 90%. So when the final data from the Linhai testing district was uploaded to the national real-time leaderboard, a score of astronomical proportions, enough to make all the students nationwide who were fighting desperately and racing against time, along with their proctors, collectively question their existence, crashed onto the top of the rankings like a meteor hitting Earth. National College Entrance Exam Practical Combat Points Real-Time Leaderboard Updated. Number 5 Wangtung South China Tiger Military Academy Points, 3,150. Number 4 Li Mushua Magic Capital Pearl Academy Points, 3,160. Number 3 Zhongquang Beijing War God Affiliated High School Points, 3,180. Number 2 Zhou Schwerer Linhai Number 1 High School Points, 1,200. Number 1 Lin Yang Linhai Number 1 High School Points, 10,800. Silence. A deathly silence instantly swept through every monitoring hall, at every test site across the nation, and every screen where people were watching the rankings. How much? 1. 10,800. Over 10,000? Am I seeing things? Did I count an extra zero? Zhou Schwetter's 1,200 points was already monstrous. But this Lin Yang is even more ridiculous. 10,800 points. What kind of international joke is this? Did he wipe out the boss's entire lair? Cheating. Definitely cheating. The system must have malfunctioned. After a brief, deadly silence, doubts, screams, and roars of disbelief erupted like a mountain flood, nearly lifting the roofs off all the test sites. Linhai test site. On the giant screen, that 5-digit high score that left everyone else far behind was particularly glaring. The test supervisor Chun Guodong's fat face trembled uncontrollably as he looked down at his terminal, then up at the scene, his chest heaving violently. Below the stage, Lin Yang was holding the startled campus beauty Zhou Shuer, wearing a calm expression that said, "Just basic operations, nothing to get excited about," gently patting the girl's shoulder. Lin Yang. Chun Guodong's voice trembled as he raised his hand to point at the leaderboard. Your score. Lin Yang glanced up at the screen with the tone of someone commenting on cafeteria buns. Oh, not bad. There were too many small monsters when I killed the boss, so I wiped them all out in one go. All in one go. Someone in the hall gasped. If those candidates who had fought tooth and nail for dozens of points on the periphery heard this, they'd probably faint on the spot. Zhou Shuer poked her head out from Lin Yang's arms, her ice blue eyes looking at the 1200 after her name, then glancing at Lin Yang's 10800, her expression complex. She pursed her lips, and for once, a hint of helplessness and barely perceptible shyness appeared on her usually frosty face as she lightly pinched his arm, complaining in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. It's all your fault. Making me look so useless. Yet deep in those eyes, there was a hint of proud satisfaction. Chun Guodong coughed forcefully, suppressing his surging emotions, squeezed out a professional smile, and rubbed his hands as he approached Lin Yang, his voice extremely low, filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and awe. Lin Yang, congratulations. This score, it's simply phenomenal. Before he could finish speaking, boom! A thunderous roar accompanied by dazzling golden light crashed into the ground nearby, sending dust flying. Through the smoke, a shiny bald head emerged first. Jia Dequan brushed the dust off himself and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss! Sister-in-law, why did you fly so fast?" I rushed as hard as I could, but still couldn't catch up. His words came to an abrupt halt. His gaze fell on the screen on the platform, and that line reading 10,800 hit him like a cannonball to the heart. Jia Dequan's mouth fell open, his light blue eyes nearly popping out. He raised his finger, stained with unidentifiable blood, trembling as he pointed at the screen, his voice cracking completely. "Holy shit! Boss, you actually speedran the college entrance exam dungeon. And it was still an uninjured SSS rating." A tsunami of doubt instantly flooded the nation's online forums and every testing site. 10,800 points? What kind of joke was this? That number hit like a resounding slap across the face, leaving countless students who had desperately prepared for the exam red-faced with shame. The Linhai Testing Center was thrust into the eye of the storm, with officials like Chun Guodong feeling as if massive boulders were crushing their chests, making even breathing difficult. Inquiry calls and video conference windows from the Ministry of Education in the capital popped up almost simultaneously, screens buzzing with urgent alerts. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, the on-site technicians, bearing overwhelming pressure, uploaded the real-time satellite monitoring data. Once the high-definition, indisputable trajectory map was released, all the clamor came to an abrupt halt, like ducks with their necks squeezed shut. In the satellite imaging, a blazing white, labeled Lin Yang, shot skyward the instant the exam's signal lit up, like a precision-guided missile following an almost perfectly straight path through ruins and debris, completely ignoring terrain obstacles, charging straight into the heart of the wasteland at unimaginable speed. Even more spine-chilling was what happened when the dot reached the core zone's perimeter. It actually slowed down, leisurely tracing an arc through the air as if sightseeing. After a brief hover, the core boss's light simply vanished, clean and decisive. Then Lin Yang's dot retraced its path, accelerating to an even more outrageous speed limit, rushing back to the starting coordinates. Total time, 15 minutes and 58 seconds. The cold timestamp in the bottom right corner of the screen struck every doubter like a frost-covered palm, leaving their faces numb. The silence was even more complete than before. If 10,800 points initially seemed like an absurd number, then this trajectory map revealed a reality that was utterly crushing, a devastating truth. He hadn't just instantly killed the boss, but had taken the campus beauty on an aerial sightseeing tour. More than half the time was spent enjoying the scenery. In other words, those 10,800 points weren't his maximum output, but the result of deliberately holding back. If he had gone all out, the entire round trip could have been compressed into 5 minutes. This was no longer the definition of genius. This was a monster wearing human skin. Just as the deathly silence was about to be replaced by an even more violent storm of public opinion, the Ministry of Education's highest-level announcement was simultaneously pinned to the top. Statement regarding student Lin Yang's combat performance at Linhai Testing District after review by the Ministry of Education's highest authority. Student Lin Yang exam number XXXXXXXX from Linhai Testing District showed clear satellite trajectory throughout the combat assessment, complete energy feedback records, and boss elimination process in compliance with regulations, with no cheating behavior detected. His score of 10,800 points is authentic and valid. Cold, concise, with no unnecessary explanations, just the phrase authentic and valid. This bucket of cold water instantly extinguished all the speculative flames. The entire nation was shocked. Lin Yang, this name, claimed the top spot on this year's combat exam rankings with an unshakable position, a terrifying score that was unprecedented and likely never to be matched. However, after the shock came more widespread regret and indifference. So it's him, the frank forbidden curse mage from Linhai, burning his life force for power, one-shotting the boss. Not that surprising. Such a pity, points earned by trading his life, gone in a flash. A genius who won't live to 20? No matter how brilliant, investing in him is like throwing money down the drain. A hero destined for a short life can't make much of a splash. Leaders of major factions and top academies shook their heads after their initial amazement. The satellite trajectory and official announcement proved his strength, but also confirmed his identity as a forbidden curse mage, a brief flame ignited by life itself, a one-time weapon that, no matter how dazzling, wasn't worth investing in or fearing. Only a handful of figures at the very pinnacle, when faced with files on their internal terminals covered in multiple asterisks and marked 12-star classified, showed an indescribable gravity flickering in the depths of their pupils. National Security Bureau's highest level of classified information. Across the entire nation, fewer than 5 people know Lin Yang's secret. These select few operate in silence and efficiency, never offering any explanations to the outside world. Like a precision machine running without sound, they mobilize every resource to instantly crush any prying eyes, covetous intentions, or malice directed at Lin Yang before they can even take root. Yet Lin Yang, at the center of this storm, seems completely isolated from the world. The external clamor, regret, and indifference all sound like mere noise to his ears in his view. These ants blinded by appearances are hardly worth his attention. At this moment, what captures his interest far more is the divine familiar trait he has just unlocked. He turns his gaze toward Zhou Shuer, who stands gracefully beside him. The young woman's ice blue hair dances gently in the breeze, its ends swaying softly. A playful smile curves at the corner of Lin Yang's lips. Shuer. Zhou Shuer frowns as she stares at her terminal, irritated by the comments calling Lin Yang short-lived and such a pity. Hearing her name, she looks up, her ice blue eyes filled with inquiry and lingering indignation. Would you be willing to become my familiar? Lin Yang asks. Familiar? Zhou Shuer pauses, but doesn't overthink it. I'm willing. Her trust in Lin Yang makes her answer without hesitation. Lin Yang says nothing more, merely focusing his thoughts. Invisible and mystical threads of law, like the most delicate silk, quietly weave between them. Confirm binding Zhou Shuer as familiar of the forbidden Spell Archmage. After binding, the familiar will share partial traits of the forbidden Spell Archmage. Experience acquisition efficiency increased. Experience distribution ratio freely adjustable by host from 199. Current bindable familiar slots, 11. Lin Yang confirms without hesitation. Buzz. Zhou Shuer's delicate body trembles violently, her pupils dilating instantly. She feels a vast power, boundless as a sea of stars, yet carrying Lin Yang's unique essence, gently but domineeringly branding itself into the depths of her soul, as if opening a door to infinite possibilities. Her magic power, previously depleted from battle, instantly refills and becomes even more pure and active. A pale blue snowflake mark appears on her forehead, ice light surging beneath. What is this? She stares at Lin Yang in wonder, both delighted and bewildered by the changes within her body. Lin Yang observes her expression and smiles gently. His gaze sweeps past the bald Jia de Quan huffing and puffing as he rushes over. Then toward the examinees still locked in fierce combat at the perimeter, adding meaningfully, becoming a god's familiar. These slots are precious, first come, first served. The first round of the college entrance combat exam comes to an end. Jia de Quan's performance quite zen-like. Seeing boss Lin Yang's eye-searing numbers on the scoreboard and the boss monsters wiped clean from the satellite map, he completely loses interest in the small fry still prowling the ruins. Bullying weaklings is beneath me. He curls his lip, leisurely strolling back to the entrance of the beast zone, finding a clean stone to sit cross-legged upon, and promptly dozing off. The broadcast echoes across the ruins. Exam concluded. By then, dusk has nearly fallen. The second round of testing will be held the following day at the Linhai City Professional Association. Examinees pour out of the ruins like a receding tide, most bearing fatigue and wounds on their faces. Jia de Quan stretches lazily, his gleaming bald head bathed in warm golden sunset light. He rubs his rumbling stomach and looks around. Then, those pale blue eyes lock precisely onto Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer, who were being picked up by the luxury flying car sent by Zhou Tianhao. The owner of those eyes was none other than Jia Dequan. The streetlights illuminated his gleaming bald head as he shuffled toward the flying car like an abandoned large dog, shoulders drooping with each reluctant step. He poked his round head through the half-open window, his gaze fixated on Zhou Shuer. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. His hoarse voice was filled with grievance, creating a stark contrast to his fierce appearance. I've never seen my parents since I was little. I grew up with my master in a mountain temple, eating vegetables and striking wooden fish. He paused slightly, his bright eyes dimming. A few months ago, a group of turbaned men reeking of curry barged into the temple, insisting I was a reincarnated living Buddha and demanding to take me back to worship me. My master, his voice suddenly trembled, fists unconsciously clenching until his knuckles turned white. To protect me, he was beaten to death by them. The car fell silent instantly. The lingering indignation on Zhou Shue's face from Lin Yang being criticized vanished immediately, replaced by soft compassion that melted away the coldness. She stared at this bald young man before her terrifyingly powerful, yet helpless like a lost little beastan, felt a sharp pang in her heart. Stop talking. Her voice was firm, ice blue eyes meeting Jia Dequan's directly. Come with sister-in-law. My house has plenty of rooms. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're like a living Buddha. The gloom on Jia Dequan's face cleared instantly as he flashed his signature bright white teeth, nimbly squeezing into the spacious back seat while winking at Lin Yang in the front row. Hee boss. Lin Yang turned back with a smile and nodded. Zhou family estate. The extended flying car landed smoothly in the brightly lit parking area. Jia Dequan was the first to poke his head out, and the next second his mouth fell open. Holy crap. What met his eyes wasn't a simple residence, but a palace that perfectly merged futuristic technology with classical gardens. Massive floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the sunset and brilliant lights, while the private training grounds in the distance were illuminated like daylight. Compared to his leaky, broken temple with only a few tattered meditation cushions, this place was like heaven compared to the 18 levels of hell. Zhou Tianhao was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing his daughter safe, his plump face was filled with relief. But when his gaze swept over the bald young man in faded clothes, looking like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, his pupils contracted sharply. SSS level. Upon learning that Jia Dequan was homeless, Zhou Tianhao's generous nature immediately showed. Little Jia, right? Good boy. From now on, treat this place as your own home. Like quiet places? That lakeside villa on the east side is empty. Great environment, it's yours. The keys. No. Uncle Zhou. I couldn't possibly. Jia Dequan waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a rattle drum. My master said that monks only need a place to sleep with a bed and shelter from wind and rain. Golden nests and silver nests aren't as comfortable as your own grass nest. He paused, turning his gaze to Lin Yang nearby, who maintained a calm expression, his tone resolute. Besides, wherever boss is, that's where I'll be. I'd even sleep outside boss's door. Lin Yang looked at this display of unwavering loyalty, catching the pain in the young man's eyes that hadn't yet faded from his master's death, and silently weighed his options. This kid was from Dragon Abyss, a future teammate sent by Iron Mountain Fortress. His strength was unquestionable, and the potential of an SS-level living Buddha profession was unfathomable. But teammates meant being able to trust someone with your back. Lin Yang needed time to observe. Well, alright then. Lin Yang spoke indifferently. Seeing both father and daughter from the Zhou family nod in agreement, he finally consented. I have a spare guest room next door. You can stay there for now. The guest room Zhou Shuer had personally selected was luxuriously appointed, thick carpets soft enough to sink into up to one's ankles, floor-to-ceiling windows offering an unobstructed view of the night scenery. Lin Yang's room had been even more thoughtfully arranged by her, with pillows and curtains carrying the sweet, delicate fragrance unique to young women. Jia Dequan was settled in the adjacent room, equally spacious and bright, fully equipped with all necessities. Deep into the night, the manor's lights went out one by one. Lin Yang sat cross-legged on the down-filled bed that could swallow a person whole, his consciousness sinking into his inner realm as he sorted through the day's gains, particularly that mysterious thread of elemental fusion. Within his consciousness, he experimented with various new combinations. All was silent. Knock, knock, knock. Hesitant, gentle tapping suddenly broke the stillness. Lin Yang opened his eyes, a flash of surprise crossing them. Who would be knocking at this hour? Zhou Shuev. Unlikely. Jia Dequan. His invisible perception spread out, instantly capturing the aura outside the door, powerful and blazing, carrying the weighty presence of Buddhist Vajra, yet mixed with the uncertainty that only belonged to youth. He got out of bed and opened the door. Under the warm yellow corridor lights, Jia Dequan's shiny bald head gleamed. He rubbed his large hands together, his fierce face unusually flushed, his small belly beneath the tracksuit gurgling appropriately. Boss. Jia Dequan spoke in a muffled voice, his eyes darting away. Well, tonight, didn't eat enough. Seeing him begging for food, Lin Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Where had all that daytime ferocity gone? Wait here. After saying this, he pulled out his phone and simply ordered barbecue takeout. The night breeze was cool, dispersing the city's lingering sounds. On the massive rooftop of the Zhou family manor's main building, moonlight poured down like liquid mercury. In the distance, Linhai City's lights sparkled brilliantly, while nearby, the aerial garden's greenery swayed silently in the night. Two lounge chairs sat side by side, with oil paper-wrapped skewers and several cases of ice-cold beer piled between them. Jia Dequan simply sat cross-legged on the ground, one hand gripping sizzling lamb skewers, the other clutching a beer bottle, eating with oil dripping from his mouth, all image forgotten. With the cold beer flowing down his throat, his last bit of restraint evaporated with the alcohol. Boss, let me tell you, my master, aside from chanting sutras and striking wooden fish, he loves dabbling in questionable things. Eating meat, drinking alcohol, he touches everything. He gulped down another mouthful of beer, let out a satisfied belch, his eyes bright and shining, his chatterbox completely opened. Lin Yang reclined lazily in his chair, twirling a grilled wing tip between his fingers, eating in an unhurried manner. He didn't reject Jia Dequan's heart-o-heart frankness. Instead, he found it refreshingly rare. Boss, do you know Zhang Jiao? Jia Dequan suddenly stopped chewing, a contemplative expression appearing on his greasy face. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, swallowed the food in his mouth. The azure heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. The great virtuous teacher Zhang Jai, of course I know him. As his words fell, he tilted his head back and downed a gulp of ice-cold beer, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then boss, if you were Zhang Jiao. Jia Dequan put away his smile, seriously setting down the skewer in his hand, his gaze burning as he stared at Lin Yang. Lin Yang's heart stirred slightly. This kid could actually ask such a profound question? Zhang Jiao, peasant rebellion leader, religious leader. What was he trying to explore? Ambition? Ideals? Or perhaps the price? He set down the beer bottle and grew more serious, looking back at Jia Dequan with a gesture for him to continue. The night breeze swirled around the rooftop, carrying the scent of charcoal, while the skewers sizzled and rows of empty beer bottles lay scattered at their feet, foam still clinging to their mouths. Jia Dequan tilted his head back and took a deep breath, as if he was about to reveal some earth-shattering truth. If you were Zhang Jiao, wouldn't you want the world to be at peace? Lin Yang's brow immediately furrowed into a knot. The serious contemplation he'd just mustered instantly crashed. What the hell kind of logic is that? Seeing his boss's expression of complete, "Are you kidding me?" bewilderment, Jia Dequan finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, his shoulders shaking so hard that cumin fell off his skewer. Hee boss, just kidding, just kidding. He wiped away tears of laughter and grabbed another glistening grilled kidney, winking playfully. Okay boss, different question. If there's a beautiful woman, so gorgeous she's basically perfection itself, what does she need most? Lin Yang watched him warily, suspecting the guy was up to no good. A boyfriend? Wrong. Jia Dequan slapped his thigh triumphantly, wearing an expression of, "You're still too young." No matter how good a ceiling is, it still needs a suspended ceiling. Ha ha ha. He doubled over with laughter at his own joke. Lin Yang was speechless, examining him like some rare specimen. This guy who spouts nonsense and fires off dirty jokes like a machine gun is really an SS-level living Buddha? What exactly did your master teach you? After several beers, Jia Dequan was completely unleashed. Boss, let me test you again. Back when I was delivering food, I dated this really innocent college girl. Lin Yang's face went blank as he gave up thinking and silently picked up a grilled chive skewer. Guess why we broke up? Jia Dequan squinted with a mischievous grin. Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to guess and just watched him perform. The most important reason. Jia Dequan slapped his forehead again, looking utterly heartbroken. I couldn't get into her school. Puffed. Lin Yang nearly spat out his beer, forcing himself to swallow and coughing from the shock. You better be talking about the actual school. After recovering, he pointed at his own head. Did your master teach you all this stuff? Of course, Jia Dequan replied matter-of-factly, even with a hint of nostalgia. My master was amazing. He knew astronomy above and geography below, and in between he understood a bit of, humor. He said that wandering the world, you can't just rely on your fists, you need some jokes to lighten the mood. All right, fine. Lin Yang rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling intense curiosity about this master. He'd never met anyone who could turn an SS-level talent into this character was quite something. Boss, I've got one more question that's my absolute best. Stop. Lin Yang decisively raised his hand. If he listened any longer, he feared for his mental stability. Clean up and get some sleep. We have the exam tomorrow. He gestured at the mess of bottles and skewer sticks at their feet and headed toward the stairway. Jia Dequan smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction, watching his boss's figure disappear down the stairs. He looked down at the glistening skewer in his hand, chuckled foolishly a couple of times, and tilted his head back to drain the last of his beer. Under the moonlight, those pale blue eyes that usually held either fierceness or silly laughter were touched by a rare moment of profound calm. He muttered quietly, his voice so soft it was scattered by the night wind. Master, you told me to follow someone who could change the world. I think I found him. The next morning, at dawn, the Linhai City Professional Association headquarters stood majestically a massive structure where modern metal merged with solemn professional architecture, gleaming coldly in the morning light. The towering alloy pillars reflected icy rays, and above the entrance, the enormous association emblem rotated slowly, emanating an invisible sense of oppression. A sleek black limousine glided silently into the center of the plaza, coming to a steady stop at the main entrance. The moment the door lifted, the first slender figure stepped out. Zhou Shuer. Her ice spirit robe was sharply tailored, her ice blue hair bound behind her head with silver threads, every movement radiating frost-like coldness that instantly captured the attention of all candidates and staff present. Following closely, Lin Yang emerged from the vehicle. His black custom-tailored suit outlined his tall frame, his gaze steady, appearing both languid and nonchalant, causing the previously noisy chatter to immediately quiet down. Awe, curiosity, regret, complex gazes converged around him. The third figure climbed out of the car, and the scene took a dramatic turn. His shaved head gleamed in the morning light, wearing a faded but clean tracksuit. Jia Dequan gripped the door frame and clumsily landed, instantly triggering a wave of barely suppressed gasps and whispers. Holy crap, who's that bald guy? He's with Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer? What a bizarre combination. A bodyguard? Doesn't look like it. Completely unfazed by these comments, Jia Dequan cracked his neck audibly, his attention particularly drawn to the two professional warrior statues carved with runes at the entrance, clicking his tongue in admiration. Wow, how impressive. Much bigger than the stone lions at our temple gate. The three walked side by side, ignoring the surrounding chatter, heading straight for the entrance. Several identity verification devices embedded with blue crystal cores were neatly arranged, their azure scanning beams casting cold trails across the alloy floor. Staff members in standard combat uniforms spoke in brief, icy tones. Identity verification required. Please proceed one by one. Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer stepped through the scanning area in turn, soft green lights illuminating as their candidate information was clearly projected. When it was Jia Dequan's turn, he peered around curiously, the beam clearly hesitating for a beat as it scanned him, the screen's data stream frantically refreshing for several seconds before stabilizing, finally showing a green light. The staff member caught sight of the level 20 living Buddha authorization in their peripheral vision, their eyebrow twitching sharply, but they silently allowed passage according to protocol. Stepping into the association's interior, the atmosphere changed abruptly. The central hall beneath the dome could accommodate tens of thousands, now temporarily divided by partitions into several examination areas. The air was thick with unbridled tension and severity. Figures in dark blue examiner uniforms were positioned at key points, standing straight as spears, all at least level 40 or above. Their restrained auras wove an invisible psychic field that would instantly shred any thoughts of cheating. On the elevated platform at the front of the hall, three elderly examiners in gold-trimmed robes sat with eyes closed, their profound presence like surging tides, yet solid as mountains, suppressing the entire venue. The candidates who had arrived early felt as if submerged in ice water, holding their breath as they searched for seats, leaving only suppressed breathing and hurried footsteps in the air. When Lin Yang, Zhou Shuer, and the completely out-of-place bald Jia Dequan stepped into the area, all eyes converged on them like lightning, making them the absolute center of attention. On the elevated platform, the elderly man seated in the center slowly opened his eyes. His hair was white as snow, and his face bore the weathered marks of countless years. His name was Mo Xian, a senior instructor at the Demon God Academy and the chief examiner for this Linhai testing site. Pale golden spiritual energy silently emanated from his eyes, spreading like probes to scan the dense crowd below. When his gaze swept over Lin Yang and Jia De, a hint of mild interest flickered across his otherwise impassive face. One level 20 living Buddha, and one level 20. Mo Xian's thoughts stirred as his perception instantly locked onto Lin Yang. The young man's surface appeared casual, yet his spiritual sea was as vast as a galaxy of stars. This contrast made him nod slightly. Two level 20 little monsters. No wonder the dean personally instructed him to come to this seaside town. The next moment, the examiner's exclusive terminal automatically displayed Lin Yang's public profile before him. Name, Lin Yang. Profession, Forbidden Spell Archmage. Forbidden Spell Archmage. Mo Xian repeated the words in a low voice, his lips curling into a disdainful sneer. Flashy nonsense. Nothing more than a forbidden spell caster who burns his own life force. His initial interest vanished instantly, replaced only by pity, as if he were looking at a candle wick about to be extinguished. What a shame destined for a short life. unable to reach true heights. With this thought, he completely crossed Lin Yang off his list of potential candidates. In comparison, that little bald monk was more to his liking, an SS-grade living Buddha with excellent foundation and pure nature. Though he seemed a bit simple-minded, with proper guidance, he would surely achieve greatness. At the center of the testing ground, the examination began. First test, damage output assessment. A massive stone monument stood in the center, pitch black throughout, and covered with mysterious energy circuits. It evaluated not mere attributes, but the depth of one's power excavation and efficiency of utilization. High attributes were merely the foundation. How much one could actually unleash was what truly mattered. Candidates stepped forward one by one, attacking with full force. A level 12 warrior roared as he swung his massive sword in a downward strike. The monument flashed, damage rating 14. 2 levels above his own. Murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd. A level 14 assassin's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind the monument with a gleaming dagger backstab. The monument hummed, damage rating 18. For levels above. The crowd gasped in amazement, applause erupting sporadically. Zhou Xuan'er's turn arrived. She took a deep breath, determination shining in her ice-blue eyes as she gripped her staff, cold mist swirling around it. Lin Yang gave her a calm, encouraging look, and she stepped forward to the monument. On the platform above, Emo Xian barely glanced. Enscrayed Winter Mage, level 15 by Demon God Academy standards, merely average, nothing remarkable. Ice, freeze my enemies. Zhou Xuaner called out clearly, and brilliant cold light erupted from the tip of her staff as overwhelming frigid energy suddenly condensed. Before her, a massive ice spear as thick as an arm with a razor-sharp tip rapidly took shape, cold spreading in all directions until the very air seemed to frost over. This was her strongest single-target spell. Emo Xian remained unmoved. The condensation speed was acceptable, the purity of the cold energy decent, but that was all. Wait. Just as the ice spear was about to launch, a tiny snowflake mark made of ice crystals suddenly blazed to life on Zhou Xuaner's forehead, emanating a deep blue glow as if from primordial glaciers. Immediately after, an ice-blue phantom appeared behind her. At that very moment, buzz, an indescribable, transcendent chill that looked down upon all mortals suddenly descended, causing the temperature in the testing hall to plummet below freezing in an instant. The floor, walls, and even the air itself crystallized with a fine layer of ice, producing crisp crack-crack sounds. Behind Zhou Xuaner, the void rippled as a graceful figure formed from pure ice energy slowly materialized. She wore a crown of ice crystals, her trailing gown woven from frost and snow, her face breathtakingly beautiful yet devoid of any warmth. Her ice-blue eyes gazed down upon all living beings with cold indifference and majesty, like a deity. The Ice Queen. Even though this was merely a phantom far weaker than the one Lin Yang had summoned, it still carried the aura of the ice and snow law's sovereign, pressing down on everyone's hearts with the weight of towering glaciers. This is impossible. Chief Examiner Emo Xian shot to his feet, his usually impassive face filled with shock. The energy pen in his hand crumbled to powder, blue dust cascading down. The examination hall fell into deathly silence, everyone frozen like statues, only able to stare at that dreamlike, yet terrifyingly imposing phantom of the ice goddess. Simultaneously, vast currents of cold energy flowed through the contract into Zhou Xuaner's body, merging seamlessly with her magical power. With a slight thought, the giant ice spear suspended in midair rapidly transformed under the queen's gaze. The cone became increasingly crystalline, like deep-sea blue crystal. Its tip spun and formed several spiral cutting edges, wreathed in cold mist that even caused frozen cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Go! The girl tapped her staff lightly. Whoosh! The spiral ice spear, now imbued with divine power, transformed into a deadly blue light, shrieking as it tore through the air toward the black testing monument. Boom! There was no deafening explosion, only a deep, heart-stopping rumble like an iceberg striking the earth. The complex energy circuits on the monument activated, light flashing wildly as the entire structure trembled violently. After several seconds, the light finally stabilized. A blood-red, glaring number projected at the top of the monument and appeared on the central screen. Damage level, 35. Hiss. After a brief silence came gasps sharp enough to lift the roof. Level 15 dealing level 35 damage, full 20 level gap. Even in the history of Magic God Academy's tests, such an outrageous record was rarely seen. Monster! A candidate screamed. Shrank can achieve this? That phantom behind her. Is it a god? On the platform, Emo Xian stood frozen like stone, his gaze shifting between the 35 and the gradually fading queen's projection behind Zhou Xuaner. That cold number gripped his heart like iron. What the hell? And Shrank Ice Mage actually surpassing 20 levels? What kind of monsters was this Lin Hai first high school hiding? An indescribable chill, mixed with intense curiosity and a trace of alarm that even he hadn't noticed, instantly swept through the entire body of this Demon God Academy instructor. The sharp whistle of the ice cone cutting through air still echoed above the hall. The spiral ice cone left a ring of ghostly blue frost marks after piercing the stone tablet, as if carving the cold deep into everyone's bones. The crimson LV-35 on the tablet's surface burned like a red-hot brand, making everyone's nerves tighten. Behind Zhou Shuer, the phantom of the Ice Queen still stood proudly, her aura like a deep winter storm, then dissolving like early snow melting in sunlight, crystalline light scattering as she slowly faded away. Just before completely disappearing, the Queen's crystal eyes that looked down upon all living beings swept toward Lin Yang in the crowd with subtle, yet unmistakable disdain. That look seemed to silently complain. Making me work again? And having me assist this little girl? Her lips twitched, forming a familiar shape, FCK. The phantom dissolved into scattered ice crystals. Zhou Shuer felt the vast cold current within her body recede like a tide, her ice blue eyes still holding traces of shock and bewilderment. She took a deep breath of cold air, suppressing her surging emotions, and walked back to Lin Yang's side under thousands of dazed, awestruck gazes, her cheeks flushed from suddenly becoming the center of attention. Lin Yang looked at her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he nodded slightly. Not bad. With those two words, the weight in Zhou Shuer's heart instantly lifted, transforming into sweetness, and a smile like melting ice and snow bloomed on her lips. Sister-in-law is amazing. Jia Dequan's broken gong voice exploded like muffled thunder, breaking the hall's frozen atmosphere. He danced with excitement, giving double thumbs up with saliva flying. Sister-in-law is invincible. That move just now was absolutely badass. No matter what boss it is, one cone strike goes straight through. Praised until her cheeks burned even hotter, Zhou Shuer shot him a reproachful glare, though she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Next, Jia Dequan. The examiner's voice trembled slightly as he forced himself to maintain control of the situation. Roger that. Watch Buddha masterwork. Jia Dequan rubbed his hands together, cracked his neck with audible pops, and strode confidently toward the testing point. Passing by Lin Yang, he lowered his voice and asked slyly, "Boss, do you know why men all like?" "Cut the crap." Lin Yang didn't even lift an eyelid, coldly interrupting. "Get up there, finish the test, and let's wrap this up." "Yes, sir." Jia Dequan grinned sheepishly, dropped his playful expression, and stood before the dark stone tablet. The crowd whispered among themselves. "Who's that bald guy? Looks pretty fierce. Like a thug." He came with Lin Yang too. Could he also be a tough character? How tough could he be? Tougher than that ice cone. On the high platform, Xian suppressed his overwhelming confusion about Lin Yang. His gaze locked deadly onto Jia Dequan. The dean had personally instructed, SS-level living Budhe was the real target of this trip. Jia Dequan pressed his palms together at his chest and chanted an obscure Sanskrit syllable from his throat. OM. Hum. The next moment, a solid layer of golden Buddha light exploded from within his body, instantly covering his entire form. Especially those pot-sized fists of his blazed with golden radiance, as if cast from pure gold. Holy shit. Arhut golden body. A fierce and unparalleled aura erupted like an enraged guardian deity, overwhelming and magnificent. Holy shit. The golden Arhut form? Someone in the crowd gasped. That aura is so intense. It feels even stronger than that ice spike. Before the exclamation could finish, Jia Dequan had already made his move. He didn't charge up power or make any flashy movements, simply tapping his toes lightly. The solid alloy floor cracked into a spider web with a crisp crack, and his entire body became like an extremely compressed spring, twisting his waist and spinning in place. In the next instant, his right fist burst with blinding golden light, transforming into a golden meteor that tore through the air, striking directly at the center of the testing monument. Open up for Buddha. Boom rumble. This punch was no longer the dull thud from before, but a thunderous roar like a Tinthasant hammer striking a bell. The ceiling fixtures in the professional association hall shook loose fine dust, and the ground trembled with visible ripples. Shock waves spread outward from his fist as the epicenter, sweeping up tables, chairs, and people's clothing. The ancient runes on the dark monument's surface suddenly blazed white-hot, accompanied by a sharp humming that seemed ready to shatter at any moment. Hum. Blinding red light exploded, and new crimson numbers covered the LV-35 that Zhou Shuer had left behind. Damage level, LV-50. Level 50. At level 20, crossing 30 levels. The shock from the ice spike had not yet faded when everyone's thoughts were again stunned blank by this brutally extreme power. Only the monument's resonant vibrations and successive gasps of cold air remained in the hall. On the high platform, Xian's pupils contracted violently. Witnessing this power that exceeded expectations, his heart pounded fiercely. SS rank. Demon God Academy must have him. As his fist withdrew, the golden light dimmed slightly. Jia Dequan shook his wrist, his pearly white teeth gleaming coldly under the lights. Not bad. Didn't waste boss's barbecue. Like a triumphant general, he swaggered back to Lin Yang's side, proudly lifting his chin. Boss, didn't embarrass you, did I? Lin Yang merely nodded casually, his gaze passing over him to settle on the monument in the center of the field. Next, Lin Yang. The examiner's voice echoed through the amplification array. Swoosh. All eyes were drawn like magnets, fixed on the black-suited youth with his upright, yet languid posture. Ice blue light danced in Zhou Xuan's eyes. Anticipation mixed with nervousness. Jia Dequan clenched his fists with the expression of someone watching a good show. Lin Yang's steps were steady but unhurried. The surrounding commotion and amazement seemed irrelevant to him as he walked to the monument and looked up. On the monument, LV-35 and the newly appeared LV-50 still flickered in the afterglow. No ice crystals, no Buddha light, not even the slightest energy fluctuation could be detected. Lin Yang simply stood there casually, as if examining an ordinary decorative stone. Zhou Shuer held her breath, her ice blue eyes unblinking. Jia Dequan grinned widely, his fists unconsciously clenching tight, as if he were even more excited than if he were taking the test himself. In the spacious testing hall, all eyes were focused on the ancient stone monument 10 meters tall and black as iron. Ice spikes and diamond-hard punches had left only shallow white marks on its surface, never managing to shake it in the slightest. But now, Lin Yang simply raised his right hand with casual, easy emotion, so light it seemed like he was merely brushing dust from his sleeve. He slightly bent his index finger, placing his thumb against the joint. The crowd held their breath, yet he appeared utterly bored. In the next instant, he aimed at the center of the monument and gave it a gentle flick. Tap! Soft as a raindrop hitting stone, yet in the deathly silent hall, it rang out as clear as thunder. That's it? Nearly every spectator had the same thought flash through their minds simultaneously. No energy waves, no brilliant light, not even the slightest aftershock could be detected. Mockery, confusion, and disappointment were just beginning to coalesce in the air when, boom rumble, without any energy fluctuations whatsoever, a purely physical impact of ultimate refinement exploded outward from the point where Lin Yang's fingertip had made contact. Visible transparent ripples spread in layers like an invisible giant hammer striking the entire monument heat-in. The mysterious runes covering the monument's surface instantly began to boil, first blazing blindingly bright, then flickering and twisting frantically, accompanied by a piercing shriek that made eardrums ache. The massive monument shook violently like a candle in the wind. The base anchoring it to the alloy floor let out the agonized wail of metal being torn apart, and the thick alloy was forcibly compressed into an arc. Hum! Red light erupted from the monument's peak like a volcanic fissure, instantly drowning out all previously remaining energy traces. Immediately after, an enormous, suffocating crimson number materialized in the void. Equivalent damage level, LV-70. Silence more complete than any before. With merely a level 20 body, he had forcibly dealt level 70 equivalent damage, spanning a full 50 levels. Time seemed frozen. Spectators stood with mouths agape and eyes wide, their expressions locked between shock and bewilderment. Isn't he a mage? And frank at that, the kind who can barely cast forbidden spells by burning his life force. But just now, no incantations, no staff, not even a trace of elemental fluctuation. Just a finger flick? Pure physical strength? What the hell kind of monster is this? Clang. Crash. On the elevated platform, Chief Examiner Mo Xian seemed to have his spine extracted, collapsing back into the alloy chair he'd just been helped up from, knocking over the recording officer's crystal screen equipment in the process. Shattered light panels and scalding tea spilled over him simultaneously, yet he felt nothing. The old man's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably, his clouded eyes fixed on that blood-red LV-70 floating in the void, then mechanically turning toward the youth in the arena, who was slowly withdrawing his finger. Monster, an ancient beast wearing human skin. Dean, what exactly have you brought me to witness? This thought roared through Mo Xian's mind, shredding all his knowledge and pride regarding forbidden spellcasters. At the center of the arena, Lin Yang slowly lowered his hand. His fingertip bore not even the slightest scratch, as if he had merely flicked away a speck of dust. Completely oblivious to the countless stares behind him, looks as if they were seeing ghosts or God, she simply tilted his head slightly and looked calmly toward the dumbstruck chief examiner on the platform. His voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly penetrated the frozen air. Examiner, this monument seems not very sturdy. Lin Yang's casual remark about it being not quite solid enough hit like an invisible slap across every candidate's face. Those young men and women who had struggled with all their might to deal mere dozens of damage points suddenly felt their cheeks burning with shame, their hearts heavy as stone. The testing ground fell dead silent, yet beneath the oppressive atmosphere, feelings of frustration, humiliation, and unspeakable shame began to brew rapidly. I refuse to accept this. A shrill, voice-cracking roar instantly shattered the silence like a venomous snake striking from tall grass. Zhao Kai burst from the crowd with a flushed face, breathing heavily, his trembling finger pointing at Lin Yang, his eyes filled with jealous hatred and almost maniacal malice. He cheated. He absolutely cheated. Zhao Kai's voice twisted with excitement. He's a mage, a forbidden spellcaster. Everyone knows that. How could he possibly deal 70 points of physical damage? It makes no sense. It violates basic class principles. The testing stone must be malfunctioning, or he's using some shady equipment. He swept his gaze around the crowd, his voice rising sharply like a whip lashing at everyone's emotions. If you're so capable, use magic and try again. Show everyone the true power of this so-called forbidden spell master. Use your forbidden spells. Do you dare? If you don't dare, it proves you're guilty. Cheating. Invalid results. The crowd erupted instantly. Everyone understood how vicious Zhao Kai's demand was. Forbidden spellcasters burning their life force to cast magic was common knowledge. To cast again in public? It was equivalent to forcing Lin Yang to sacrifice years of his life, possibly even dying on the spot. Zhao Kai? You're despicable. Zhou Xuan'er's face went pale with fury, her ice blue hair floating without wind as frost spread from her feet outward. She raised her staff, pointing directly at Zhao Kai, her voice cold enough to shatter steel. Want to harm someone's life? Believe it or not, I'll turn you into an ice sculpture right now. Jia Dequan didn't shout, merely grinned to reveal a row of gleaming white teeth, giving Zhao Kai an extremely kind smile. But those pale blue pupils held no trace of mirth, only the cold, bloodthirsty gaze of a predator. He slowly licked his lips and silently mouthed 3 words, "You are dead." The undisguised killing intent made Zhao Kai's scalp crawl, a chill shooting from his tailbone to the crown of his head. But jealousy and fear had already pushed him to the brink, and he was past caring. If Lin Yang wouldn't live long anyway, why not make him die faster, before he himself was completely trampled into the mud? All eyes suddenly converged on Mo Xian standing on the platform, his expression complex. As the chief examiner, his decision would determine everything. Mo Xian's brow furrowed deeply as he wrestled with himself internally. He had always been prejudiced against forbidden spellcasters and didn't want Lin Yang entering the Demon God Academy. But to use such an obviously life-threatening method to verify results already recorded by the system, in full view of everyone, it was too despicable. If word got out, where would the Demon God Academy's reputation stand? He took a deep breath, about to reject Zhao Kai's unreasonable demand. I think, a voice so calm it betrayed no emotion suddenly cut through all the noise like ice dropped into boiling water. Lin Yang slowly turned around, his gaze deep as a frozen pond. Bypassing the furious Zhou Xuer and the menacing Jia Dequan, his gaze landed precisely on Zhao Kai, whose face had turned deathly pale and whose body trembled slightly. A cryptic smile curved at the corner of his lips. What you said makes perfect sense. Boom. His thunderous response stunned the entire hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Mo Xian on the high platform was momentarily speechless. Zhou Xuer whipped around, her ice blue pupils trembling with anxiety and confusion. Lin Yang. You. Jia Dequan's fierce grin froze like stone, bewilderment spreading to his brow. Zhao Kai felt as if someone had seized his throat. All his carefully rehearsed scenarios, Lin Yang will rage, will refuse, will argue, crumbled instantly, replaced by the absurd terror that he actually agreed. An ominous premonition gripped his heart like a vice. Lin Yang's gaze lingered on Zhao Kai's fear-twisted face for half a breath, his eyes like those of someone observing an ant dancing at the edge of boiling water. Then let's. His voice was calm, yet carried the chill of an ice blade. Do it again. He withdrew his gaze and looked up at the platform. Examiner, since someone has raised doubts, let's do as he suggests, use magic and retest. Mo Xian opened his mouth, met Lin Yang's unsettling calm gaze, then glanced at Zhao Kai below, who was panicking like a stray dog because of that very calmness. All his words of dissuasion dissolved into a low sigh. Very, very well. The stone tablet still stood in the center, its runic glow dim, its base twisted like a ship battered by storms. Lin Yang stepped closer, but no longer raised his hand to touch it. He simply stood still, eyes slightly lowered, his emotions unreadable: grief and anger, resolve, or something else entirely. The hall fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. The air congealed like lead. Zhou Xuer gripped her staff tightly, knuckles white. Jia Dequan dropped his smile, muscles tense. Mo Xian's palms sweated, his cloudy eyes not daring to blink. Zhao Kai felt an invisible hand crushing his chest, making even breathing painful. Lin Yang's earlier cryptic smile haunted him like a nightmare. In the deathly silence, Lin Yang slowly raised his head. His expression had changed, all calm and laziness stripped away, leaving only indifference, like an ancient thunder god awakening from slumber. Without incantations, without a staff, he simply raised his right hand with casual ease, fingers spread, palm forward. as if grasping the scepter of thunder from the void. Crackle! Countless fine, yet violent purple-gold arcs materialized from thin air, writhing like living serpents around his arm, dancing between his fingers. Destructive pressure radiated outward with Lin Yang at its center, like an awakening apocalyptic storm slowly taking shape. Blinding lightning, like the first thunderbolt of creation, instantly tore through the frozen air. Wild currents formed twisted branches, lashing at the void with deafening roars. And at the center of that lightning explosion, an indescribably majestic and beautiful phantom silently materialized behind Lin Yang. Purple-gold serpentine lightning erupted violently from Lin Yang's raised palm. In the next instant, a battle dress woven from pure thunder draped over her form as she lifted off the ground barefoot, each step landing firmly on the nodes of natural law, sending ripples of fine, web-like electric arcs in all directions. Her deep purple hair cascaded downward like a stellar waterfall, whipped into countless silver serpents by the raging currents. Most terrifying of all were her ice pupillas, containing only two continuously collapsing and explosively expanding vortexes of thunder, where destruction and lightning law intertwined in eternal rotation. Thunder goddess, shadow of judgment. A god, a deity, another goddess phantom. What kind of profession is this? Screams, sharp intakes of breath, and the sound of knees hitting the ground rose in waves. The crowd had barely recovered from the shock of the physical finger snap when this divine spectacle beyond mortal comprehension scattered their souls to the winds. Mo Xian on the high platform clutched his chest, his aged face contorting with ultimate terror. This was no ordinary elemental summoning, but the manifestation of law itself, a divine projection. The Thunder Goddess Phantom's arm, composed of pure lightning, moved in perfect synchronization with Lin Yang's descending hand. Her slender fingers wreathed in destructive thunder, carrying the cold indifference of one who judges all things, aimed at the darkened stone tablet below with its dimmed runes and twisted base, and made a gentle strokey as elegant as plucking a harp string. Boom crack! At that very moment, beyond the towering alloy dome of the professional association, what had been clear skies for thousands of miles was suddenly devoured by lead-gray thunderclouds that gathered from nowhere. The cloud layers churned as snow-white lightning serpents thick as dragons converged and intertwined. The next second, a blazing white lightning pillar over 3 meters in diameter, condensed like a spear of judgment falling from the ninth heaven, tore through the heavy dome without obstruction, carrying the ultimate will to incinerate all things as it precisely pierced the tablet's center. There was no process, only result. That ancient stone tablet, inscribed with countless profound runes, theoretically capable of withstanding level 99 equivalent damage, weathered by 1,000 years of wind and rain, was like ice crystal thrown into the sun's core in the tenthesanthe of a second the lightning pillar touched it. Hum sizzle. No thunderous roar, only the teeth-grinding sound of crystal being crushed. The tablet's body began glowing blindingly bright from its finest runes, then before everyone's eyes was kneaded into dust by an invisible giant hand. Collapse, annihilation, vaporization. Left in its place was a crater several meters in diameter and bottomlessly deep, like a black hole, its edges flowing with molten red-hot metal. Residual electrical currents wandered reluctantly about, crackling their laments. The thick scent of ozone and the acrid smell of burned metal instantly filled the entire venue. The alloy base that had supported the stone tablet had turned to smoke. The profound runes upon it, reduced to ash and dust. That symbol of absolute power standards, the tablet itself, had left not even dust behind, completely erased from the material plane. Silence. Absolute, vacuum-like, deathly quiet. Everyone, including the examiners, went completely blank. They lost all comprehension of the scene before them. Was it divine punishment? An illusion? Or perhaps a nightmare? Destroying the stone tablet wasn't particularly difficult. Any level 60 or 70 expert with proper equipment and full buffs could accomplish that. What was truly terrifying was the instant vaporization of the entire tablet, annihilating it into the most basic particles. This level of power completely exceeded everyone's understanding of damage. On the platform, Chief Examiner Mo Xian collapsed into his chair as if his bones and blood had been drained. His lips trembling uncontrollably, he first looked up at the black hole torn open in the dome by the lightning pillar, then down at the deep crater still churning with red-gold lava beneath the arena. And finally his gaze fell upon the slowly dissipating phantom of the Thunder Goddess behind Lin Yang. That mark of destruction had been branded into everyone's soul. The level 99 stone tablet. Gone, with one strike, just gone. The only voice in his heart screamed hysterically. That seemingly casual, physical flick was actually him holding back. At this moment, Lin Yang slowly withdrew his right hand, the residual arcs in his palm silently extinguishing. His breathing was terrifyingly steady, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He didn't even bother to glance at the lava crater he had created. His icy gaze cut through the smoke and deathly silence, precisely locking onto the instigator Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai had already collapsed into a puddle of mush. A large dark wet stain rapidly spread across his crotch, the pungent stench of urine filling the air. All color had completely drained from his face, his eyeballs bulging from extreme terror, only daring to stare fixedly at the crater. His throat produced wheezing sounds like a broken bellows, his limbs shaking as if electrocuted. He wanted to scream, but his vocal cords were frozen. He wanted to flee, but couldn't even move a finger. Endless cold swept over him like an icy tide, completely drowning his soul. He seemed to see himself being instantly vaporized by that lightning. Lin Yang coldly observed Zhao Kai's wretched state of incontinence, convulsions, and near collapse, his expression unchanged. He slightly turned his head toward the dazed Mo Xian on the platform, his voice so calm it made one's scalp tingle. Chief Examiner, is this enough? The air seemed to solidify into lead, pressing down on everyone's chest. Only after Lin Yang's words completely faded did the frozen terror shatter like breaking ice. The crowd suddenly snapped back to reality, urgent breathing rising and falling. Countless gazes filled with shock, awe, and disbelief clung firmly to that slender figure. Terrifying. So terrifying. He was a forbidden spellcaster who, knowing this was merely an ordinary college entrance exam determining his future rather than life and death, had unhesitatingly ignited a forbidden spell that might consume his lifespan. Yet his expression remained calm as still water throughout. It felt like a quasi-emperor at his peak, nearing the end of his lifespan but wielding an ultimate imperial weapon, knowing death was certain, yet able to crush everything before dying. Who would dare not fear? Who could not be afraid? Zhao Kai's face twitched as he struggled to emerge from the bone-chilling terror. He no longer cared how others viewed him. His dignity was now just a torn rag. Only one thought grew wildly in his mind: force Lin Yang to use another forbidden spell and drain the last bit of his precarious lifespan. That heaven-destroying strike just now was the result of his relentless pressure. But why was he still standing? Zhao Kai's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, fixed deadly on Lin Yang. Extreme shock, the fury of shattered expectations, and a panic he was too ashamed to acknowledge churned together. You, how is it possible? His voice was dry and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping iron. That forbidden spell, with such tremendous power, how can you possibly still be alive? He stared intently at Lin Yang's face. That countenance remained as calm as a stone wall, without the slightest crack or even a hint of exhaustion from being pushed to the limit. Only an eternally indifferent expression lingered there, along with a subtle, world-weary mockery that clung to the depths of his eyes like thin ice. Zhao Kai's chest suddenly tightened. Ridiculous. Could this man truly be the reincarnation of the legendary Antarctic immortal? How else could he still be standing? How else had he not collapsed? His hand clenched so tightly in his sleeve that his nails pierced his palm, blood seeping along the creases, yet he felt nothing. What had been a carefully orchestrated, seemingly foolproof death trap now appeared as nothing more than a pathetic, powerless farce in the face of Lin Yang's silent defiance. A chill called loss of control crept up his spine, and Zhao Kai felt as though ice had formed across his back. At that moment, Lin Yang slightly raised his eyes. His profound gaze swept across Zhao Kai's face, twisted with unwillingness, as his lips curved into a cold arc piercing through everything yet remaining detached, as if observing a death struggle from above. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze and turned toward the examination proctor, standing frozen nearby. With a casual gesture, he pointed at the pool of molten metal on the ground, still smoking and radiating terrifying heat. Proctor, his voice was flat, as if discussing the weather. How do you score this? This. The designated proctor's Adam's apple bobbed as cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. With the scoring monument reduced to nothing, what was he supposed to record? Instinctively, he cast his gaze toward the chief examiner's seat. Mo Xian, receiving this plea for help from the chief examiner's seat, nearly spat blood. Looking at me again? Is scapegoat written on my face? But unfortunately, he was indeed the chief examiner. His temples throbbed as he rubbed them vigorously, forcibly suppressing his irritation before clearing his throat. Ahem, silence. Rules are inflexible. Mo Xian's voice was heavy yet carried authority. Although student Lin Yang employed, some special methods, the power originated from himself and meets examination requirements, so the results are valid. He paused, glancing at the pool of molten liquid, then at the monument's base that had been completely overturned in the distance. A sense of tragic determination, I'm going all in, surged through him as his voice rose. Therefore, for this round of testing, Lin Yang's score 100 points. 100 points. The three words exploded like thunder from the ninth heaven, striking the silent examination ground. After a brief moment of suffocation came an overwhelming uproar. Holy shit, did I hear that right? 100 points? Wasn't the monument's limit 99? Limit? He obliterated the monument and its foundation. That's breaking through the limit. Insane. Everyone's gone insane. Lin Yang's a madman, and now the chief examiner's joining him. 100 points. a score never heard of before. This earth-shattering score spread through the networked National College Entrance Examination real-time rankings like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Giant screens in major city squares updated simultaneously, and countless people refreshing the rankings froze instantly. Pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the explosively dazzling line at the top of the rankings. Linhai number 1 High School Lin Yang. Damage test level 100. Dead silence. Then came a thunderous roar of shock, questioning, and incredulous screams. The crowd exploded. Linhai number 1 High School again. Lin Yang again. Cheating. This is absolutely epic level cheating. Report him. We must report this. Level 100? Damage test? The system must be bugged. Where's the Ministry of Education? Come out and explain this. Has fairness gone to the dogs? Complaint hotlines were instantly overwhelmed, and the Ministry of Education's official email was flooded with angry and questioning messages within minutes. However, this time, the ministry didn't even bother posting a token announcement. Just as everyone was raging and spamming the screens, certain insiders leaked explosive information through secret channels. Lin Yang was a forbidden spell caster, and every time he cast a forbidden spell, it inevitably consumed his lifespan. The surging wave of public opinion was suddenly split apart, and most of the doubts receded like a tide, replaced by even more complex voices. Hey, forbidden spellcaster, damage bought with his life. I take back what I said. This damn, just for a college entrance exam score? Is it worth it? Has he lost his mind? Idiot. The biggest idiot in the world. Not saving forbidden spells for the beast battlefield to turn the tide, but using them for exams? What a waste. Utterly foolish. Pitiful, lamentable, but also, damn ruthless. Mockery, confusion, regret, and even discussions tinged with fear shrouded the entire internet, like smog. To most people, Lin Yang's behavior was equivalent to burning a zither for cooking utterly stupid and wasteful, the final madness of a dying man, and a naked mockery of worldly rules. No one truly understood him. The uproar had not yet subsided, and countless people were still digesting the shock brought by level 100 damage and forbidden spellcaster, when spatial portals in the center of all examination venues across the nation simultaneously lit up. Ancient and majestic runes flowed across the doorway, casting an eerie blue radiance, with overwhelming presence pressing against hearts. Cold electronic synthesized voices spread through every inch of air. National Unified Assessment, Final Round. Trial Tower, activate. Beyond the door was not darkness, but bizarre and twisted scenes. The outline of a towering structure loomed faintly, and deep beast roars came through the spatial membrane, suffocating in their pressure. This was a path to destiny's end step through, and it would be the final battle. In the shadows of the crowd, Zhao Kai stared fixedly at the portal, his peripheral vision clinging to Lin Yang's perpetually calm and unruffled profile. The corner of his mouth slowly curved into a serpentine arc, his gaze flashing like a poisoned dagger, gleaming with madness and anticipation. Each floor of the trial tower has new beasts, he whispered silently, every word soaked in malice. Lin Yang, this time, let's see how you get out alive. The massive gate stood majestically. Runic light flowed endlessly, the deep blue glow seeming to connect to another dimension. The scene within the door continued to twist and change, yet one could catch glimpses of the tower spiraling upward layer by layer, with monster roars echoing from the heavy shadows. The trial tower, 15 floors, each floor a purgatory. More cruel still, every beast killed on each floor would regenerate and respawn. This meant all examinees' stamina and mana would be continuously drained to their limits. This rule was like suddenly poured cold water, extinguishing the lingering amazement toward Lin Yang, forcibly pulling attention back to the ultimate trial. 15 floors, having to fight each one, and the beasts respawn. No matter how outrageous Lin Yang is, he can't throw forbidden spells on every floor, right? How many lives does he have left to burn? Exactly. That previous shot probably took everything out of him. I think he's done for this round. He's at the end of his rope. That move earlier was definitely an overdraft. The tower won't give him any chances. Whispers merged into a wave of doubt about Lin Yang's chances. In everyone's eyes, a forbidden curse master nearing the end of his lifespan entering the trial tower that demanded prolonged battles would instantly lose all advantages, even turning them into fatal shackles. Using forbidden curses layer by layer for an exam? That wasn't just foolish, it was complete suicide. No one believed he would do such a thing, and even fewer thought he could pull it off. The Azure portal stood quietly open as examinees took deep breaths and stepped through, some resolute. Others hesitant, their figures swallowed one by the blue light. Zhou Shuier stared at the portal, then turned to look at Lin Yang beside her, who remained calm as ever. Her delicate face was filled with worry, her soft lips moving slightly. Lin Yang, don't. She wanted to urge him not to use forbidden curses anymore, but as the words reached her lips, and she saw those unfathomably deep eyes that seemed to harbor endless secrets, she ultimately swallowed them back. Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, his voice gentle. I'm fine. He paused for a moment, wanting to give her some real comfort. Don't worry. Actually, he desperately wanted to tell her that secret why he could withstand the backlash of forbidden curses. Bai Yi had vaguely mentioned methods to escape death in front of her before, but Zhou Shuer had taken it as a joke at the time. She would only believe what Lin Yang told her directly. Now, facing her clear yet worried gaze, Lin Yang still buried the truth deep in his heart. The implications ran too deep, and the more she knew, the more dangerous it would be for her. All right. Zhou Shuer suddenly seemed to remember something, gripping her staff that glittered with ice crystals, with a hint of curiosity and unease. That ice goddess just now. That's the effect of divine blessing. Lin Yang explained patiently. His fingertips brushed over the delicate frost flowers on her staff, and a trace of extreme cold power silently seeped in, quietly deepening her connection with the ice and snow empress. You can borrow part of the authority from the deity I've contracted with. You're a winter mage, so you're most compatible with the ice and snow empress. The corner of his mouth curved into the faintest smile, seeming both helpless and indulgent. Her temperament is, well, rather aloof and solitary. Interact with her more, try to understand her power, and you'll benefit immensely. Through the staff, an unprecedented surge of mighty cold flowed into her limbs, and Zhou Shuer's eyes flashed with understanding and determination. She nodded vigorously, like a small beast ready for battle. Yes, I understand. Then, I'm going. Go ahead, good luck. Lin Yang raised his hand, intending to ruffle her hair as usual, but when his fingertips touched the icy aura emanating from their power resonance, he paused slightly and instead patted her shoulder gently, his palm retaining the bone-chilling coolness. Zhou Shuer took a deep breath and gave him one last lingering look, as if wanting to etch this figure into her heart. Then she resolutely turned around, tapped her staff on the ground, and her entire form transformed into a swift ice-blue streak of light, disappearing into the deep portal. Boss, came a muffled greeting. Jia Dequan rubbed his shiny bald head and squeezed forward, his bell-like eyes full of concern. Are you really okay? I can see your complexion is, He scratched his scalp, seemingly unable to find words to describe Lin Yang's state of unnatural, deathly calm. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Captain Taizhan never mentioned anything to you. He had assumed that given Tieshan's personality, he would have at least shared some speculation about his special constitution with Jia Dequan. Mentioned what? What are you talking about? Jia Dequan looked completely bewildered, his bald head gleaming particularly bright under the portal's ethereal glow. Captain Taizhan just told me to follow you, boss, and listen to your orders. He didn't say anything else. Lin Yang looked at his earnest expression honest, yet somewhat simple-minded and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Clearly, Tieshan's lips were tighter than expected, or perhaps his protective instincts toward this subordinate ran deeper, giving orders without revealing any information. He raised his hand and gave Jia Dequan's shoulder solid as a city walla heavy pat that made even the burly man sway slightly. Don't worry about it. Once the tower trial is over, you'll understand everything. For now, just focus on the trial. You got it, boss. As long as you know what you're doing. Jia Dequan grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, his voice carrying almost blind trust. Well, I'm heading in then. Boss, you take it easy. After his warning, he charged into the portal like a heavy tank roaring to life, disappearing in a swirl of blue light. The examination area's edge was suddenly left with only Lin Yang. The ethereal blue glow reflected in his calm pupils, while flashes of blades and beast roars flickered faintly from within the tower. The surrounding candidates' chatter and schadenfreude seemed blocked by an invisible barrier. Lin Yang raised his finger, and a wisp of gray light carrying an aura of annihilation flickered at his fingertip. A cold smile crossed his lips as his whisper scattered in the wind. To deal with these, such measures are hardly necessary. With one step forward, he disappeared into the blue portal. Trial Tower, 1st floor. His vision suddenly expanded as the cold, damp atmosphere of an underground dungeon hit him. A minotaur beast 3 stories tall blocked the passage entrance, its knotted muscles covered in rough, thick hide. Sulfurous steam puffed from its massive nostrils, and the totem club it dragged across the stone floor created ear-piercing scrapes. This was the gatekeeper of the level 10 zone, renowned for its brute strength and thick health pool. Meanwhile, the real-time ranking displays in major plazas across the nation updated simultaneously. Lin Yang progress. 1st floor time, 1 minute and 15 seconds. 1 minute and 16 seconds. 1 minute and 17 seconds. Nearly 2 minutes dawdling on the 1st floor. It's just a minotaur beast. Even level 10 ordinary professionals can clear it in teams. Is he sightseeing in there? Haha, that forbidden spell must have drained all his mana. His true colors are showing dead last in the rankings. Comments and live mockery rose one after another, as if everyone could already see Lin Yang's embarrassing exit. Inside the tower, Lin Yang remained completely oblivious to the outside clamor. During those 2 minutes, He had simply analyzed the entire structure of the first floor with cold precision. Now, the Minotaur beast roared as it shattered the ground beneath its feet, bringing its totem club down with the force of a landslide. At this critical moment, Lin Yang moved without drawing his staff. He simply raised his right hand casually. Snap! A crisp finger snap. On the first floor of the trial tower, the air seemed frozen solid. A massive Minotaur blocked the narrow passage entrance, its mountain-like body nearly sealing off the entire corridor. Scorching, sulfur-laden air blasted from its thick nostrils, sweeping across the ground and stirring up layers of charred dust. It dragged a totem pole thicker than a stone pillar, the heavy grinding against the stone floor producing ear-piercing shrieks. Its crimson eyes locked onto the tiny human at the entrance. Lin Yang. Deep roars rumbled in its throat, yet it restrained its charging instincts. It was afraid, as if facing not flesh and blood, but a walking god of death. Lin Yang stood calmly, his gaze wandering as if assessing the structure and rules of this trial tower. Time ticked by second by second. Outside the tower, the massive National Trial Tower real-time ranking display scrolled. Candidate. Lin Yang floor. First floor time. 1 minute and 17 seconds. 1 minute and 18 seconds. 1 minute and 19 seconds. Over a minute already? Has Lin Yang been scared stupid by the Minotaur? Too afraid to even move. Ha ha ha, I told you so. Without that desperate final move, Forbidden Curse mages are useless. Dead last in rankings. Let's see how he gets out of this. What Forbidden Curse Archmage? His true colors are showing. Mocking voices surged through the plaza, nearly overwhelming the sky. Inside the tower, the Minotaur's nerves reached their breaking point. The crushing pressure hammered its heart like an iron mallet, each breath a scream. Finally, it roared wildly, casting aside fear, charging like a derailed locomotive, its totem pole stirring up a storm as it cleaved down toward Lin Yang. The moment the totem pole's shadow engulfed Lin Yang. Snap! A crisp finger snap shattered the deathly silence. No incantations, no energy surge, only a gray beam thin as a hair, yet swift as lightning, precisely piercing the Minotaur's neck. The colossal beast froze mid-charge, its crimson pupils instantly extinguished, leaving only deathly emptiness. The next moment, the mountain-like body along with its totem pole crumbled from within, turning into fine, uniform ash that fell silently. The roaring, trembling, and terror seemed to have never existed. On the display, Lin Yang remained at the bottom. Time, 1 minute and 45 seconds floor, first floor. Still on the first floor? Seriously? Taking so long just to deal with one little Minotaur. It's over. He probably can't even clear the small monsters. What Archmage? What Forbidden Curse? Without that desperate move, he's nothing. The mockery grew even louder. On the second floor, the scene suddenly transformed into a dark forest. The stench of damp earth mixed with rotting leaves hid him hidden. Among the trees, several cat-like shadows flickered in and out of sight, moving erratically while emitting piercing meows, accompanied by cursed dark green light shadow curse cats, ghost-like in speed with claws naturally imbued with curses. Lin Yang stepped into the forest. Several cat demons seemed to merge with the shadows, pouncing from gaps between tree trunks and vines, their claws tearing through the air with flashing green light. Without even shifting his gaze, Lin Yang slightly tilted his body, avoiding the first wave of attacks, as if strolling through a garden. The cat demons landed, their momentum spent and new force not yet gathered. Lin Yang's left foot seemed to casually tap the ground. A faint circle of blue ripples, carrying the breath of absolute zero, silently spread outward from his toes as the center. The dark curse cat demons that had just landed trembled violently, their bloodthirsty gleam instantly frozen in their eyes. Deep blue ice surged up from their claws like ocean waves, sealing their joints and muscles in mere moments. Even the eerie green curse light coating their bodies froze and shattered with crisp, crack sounds. In the next second, several lifelike ice sculptures of the cat demons crumbled thunderously, dissolving into countless ice crystal fragments that scattered across the cavern floor, completely devoid of life. As ice shards still drifted through the air, Lin Yang's steps never faltered, striding directly toward the teleportation array leading to the third floor. The third floor, an ice-covered cavern. The stone walls were encased in half-foot-thick ice layers, with cold mist rolling along the ground. An ice-blue tiger with sharp ridges along its back stood in the center. It crouched low, amber vertical pupils gleaming with dangerous light, chest swelling as frigid energy gathered in its throat, instantly frosting the surrounding air. Lin Yang didn't even bother to raise his hand, merely flicking his finger at the gaping maw about to unleash its freezing breath. Snap! Whoosh! Blue-white flames silently engulfed the ice tiger, every inch of fur and sinew collapsing and evaporating under the intense heat. The blaze burned for only the blink of an eye before the fierce beast's body vanished as if erased, leaving only a smooth, mirror-like, semicircular ice crater on the ground that reflected the cold light of icicles hanging from the cavern ceiling. Without sparing a glance, Lin Yang calmly ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. Outside, on the ranking screens scattered across major cities nationwide, the previously unremarkable name, Lin Yang, suddenly lit up. The name didn't rise slowly but shot upward like a released spring. Floor 1, 1 minute and 17 seconds, complete. Floor 2, 1 second, complete. Floor 3, 1 second, complete. What the hell? The mocking voices cut off abruptly, replaced by explosive exclamations. 1 second on the 2nd floor? 1 second on the 3rd floor too? Dark curse cat demons and ice tigers are notoriously nightmare-level difficulty. How is this possible? The tower's timer must be broken. He's cheating. Doubts arose one after another, only to be slapped down by the numbers that followed. Floor 4, 1 second. Floor 5, 1 second. Floor 6, 1 second. Each 1 second struck like an invisible slap across everyone's face. The noisy crowd fell into deathly silence, leaving only eyes widened to their limits and rapid breathing. In the capital, at the first trial ground, the teleportation gate flashed with silver light as a young man stumbled out. His silver armor was covered with cat demon claw marks and frost flame burns, blood dripping from his left arm through his fingers, yet he still held his head high. This was Xiao Tianyu, the genius from Capital First High School. He had slain a Lord-level Ice Tiger King on the 11th floor while severely wounded, then was forced to retreat amid the beast tide. His 11th floor record should have been enough to dominate the entire nation. Xiao Tianyu took a deep breath of cold air, preparing to receive thunderous congratulations. However, the plaza was so quiet only the wind could be heard. All eyes were glued to the central screen, mouths agape enough to fit eggs, expressions as if they'd seen ghosts. Xiao Tianyu followed their gaze. Trial Tower National Rankings. First place, Lin Yang Linhai First High School. Floors, 15. Clear time, 1 minute 59 seconds. 1 minute 59 seconds? 15 floors? He felt his spine turn cold, as if pierced by ice spikes. He had fought desperately for 2 hours just to reach the 11th floor, while this young man named Lin Yang had cleared it in less than 2 minutes. No, this is impossible. Xiao Tianyu's anguished roar shattered the brief silence that had fallen over the capital's premier trial grounds. His voice was shrill, like a rooster being strangled by iron tongs, each syllable twisted by his crushed pride. Staggering, he nearly collided with the timing pillar, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the glaring name at the top of the leaderboard. It had to be the timer. The timer was definitely malfunctioning. Or perhaps, that guy had used some underhanded method to avoid combat, exploiting loopholes in the rules. This result must be invalidated. This cry of humiliation and unwillingness was like a spark falling into boiling oil boom. The plaza, still as stagnant water moments before, instantly erupted as the suppressed volcano exploded in full force. Yes, timer malfunction. System bug. Cheating. Blatant cheating. Clearing 15 floors in under 2 minutes? Even the creator would have to fight through each level. Who does Lin Yang think he is? Report him. Investigate thoroughly. Strip his qualification. That trash from Linhai First High definitely used forbidden items. The Ministry of Education owes us an explanation. The furious shouts merged into a hurricane, carrying panic that shattered all understanding and jealousy, crushed by genius. Eggs, drink bottles, and even shoes rained down on the massive ranking display like hail. Security guards formed human barriers, nearly scattered by the surging crowd time and again. This loss of control wasn't unique to the capital. At Magic City's Central Plaza, beneath the massive holographic projection, people who had been cheering for their academy's geniuses breaking into the top 10 now stood speechless, staring at that rocket-like ascent to first place stopped at 1 minute 59 seconds before erupting into even more violent questioning and cursing. Lingnan, Western Desert, Northern Territory, at every testing site across the nation, from bustling metropolises to remote border towns, the same absurd drama played out simultaneously. Lin Yang's 1 minute 59 second clearance was like a searing brand of impossibility pressed against the fragile nerves of every self-proclaimed genius candidate, instructor, and spectator. The entire Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination was swept into an unprecedented storm of chaos and doubt, with order appearing laughably fragile before absolute power. At the Ministry of Education headquarters, the minister's office sat at the eye of the storm. The encrypted communicator on his desk buzzed and hummed like a maddened bee for the nth time. Red lights flashing frantically. The National Complaint Hotline had been overwhelmed, with inquiries from various officials coming one after another. The air was heavy as lead, making even breathing difficult. Minister Chun, his hair gray with age and well-versed in political storms, struggled to maintain his composure. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the dozen or so floating screens before him. The largest displayed Lin Yang's battle footage from within the trial tower, in slow motion, at 1000th speed. Snap a finger snap. Thud a foot stomp. Push a gentle breath. Each casual gesture was accompanied by a powerful beast being erased from existence, terrifyingly effortless. On an adjacent screen, The trial tower's core data stream monitoring displayed its readings. Lin Yang's energy readings displayed a cliff-like plunge into an incomprehensible abyss every time he made a move. The monitoring screens showed data curves that looked as if they'd been severed with a single blade, followed by cascades of red error codes while alarms shrieked like drills boring into eardrums. Director Chin's temples throbbed violently, but what gave him the worst headache was the document placed right next to the light screen, stamped with the highest-level electronic seal. The document's language was uncompromisingly harsh, with one core message: handle this properly, quell the controversy, and maintain the authority of the college entrance examination and overall social stability. Lin Yang's scores must be validated. Validate my ass. Director Chen finally snapped, springing up from his wide leather chair and grabbing the expensive antique purple clay teapot from his desk. Veins bulged on his forearms as he aimed the spout toward the floor, looking ready to let gravity take its course. His remaining rationality held him back at the last second, and he slammed the pot back onto the heavy mahogany desk with a dull thud that sent papers flying and scalding tea splashing everywhere, soaking documents and desktop alike in chaos. Not a single person dared reach out to clean it up. This little ancestor. He's having a grand time. One snap per floor, like he's clocking out of work. Director Chin's roar exploded through the soundproofed office, the ceiling seeming to ripple from the sonic waves. He gestured wildly. Does he have any idea he nearly crashed the trial tower? Low profile. Does he understand those 2 words? 1 second per floor? Does he think this is a video game speedrun? This is the college entrance exam. The whole nation is watching. Several secretaries and assistants didn't dare breathe, huddled in corners with eyes downcast, even their breathing barely audible. The director's fury rolled through the room like molten lava, heating the very air. But with mountain-like political pressure and that unquestionable supreme directive bearing down, the Ministry of Education could only grit their teeth, suppress their urge to cough up blood, and work through the night to craft an official announcement with carefully chosen words that nonetheless sounded guilty at every turn. Authoritative statement regarding abnormal scores of certain candidates in the trial tower. Recently, candidate Lin Yang Linhai No. 1 High School achieved results in the National College Entrance Examinations Trial Tower Assessment that have drawn widespread attention. The Ministry of Education takes this matter seriously and immediately organized top technical experts and spatial rule research teams to investigate. Through meticulous analysis of core monitoring data streams within the tower, spatial fluctuation records, and energy residue patterns, we have determined the energy impact released by this candidate during preliminary damage testing reached historic peaks, causing brief, unexpected coupling oscillations between spatial stability and timing module logic chains in trial zone LY114514. Academia has termed this the rule ripple effect. This effect manifests as follows. When a candidate's instantaneous energy output extremely exceeds the life essence threshold limits of beasts on that floor, it triggers with extremely low probability the tower's preset, ultimate safety protocol instantaneous annihilation protection mechanism. This mechanism forcibly terminates the challenge process, records the minimum theoretical completion time, and refreshes the candidate's status. Final determination shows Lin Yang's abnormal scores resulted from the extremely rare rule ripple effect, representing a passive response by the trial tower's preset mechanisms under specific conditions, not deliberate cheating by the candidate. The scores are authentic and valid. This rule loophole has been urgently patched, and tower operations have returned to normal. The Ministry of Education reaffirms, the college entrance examination system is fair, just, and transparent, with zero tolerance for cheating, and will continue providing stable, reliable trial environments for candidates. This incident was an extremely low-probability technical anomaly. We ask candidates and the public to view it rationally and not believe or spread rumors. The Ministry of Education didn't care anyway, the more obscure the better, ensuring laypeople couldn't understand it. Once the announcement was released, it was like pouring ice water into boiling oil. Instant explosion. Public opinion immediately shot to the top of all social media trending lists. Rule ripple? Instantaneous annihilation protection mechanism? Like hell I believe that. The Ministry of Education is rotten to the core. Do you even believe this excuse yourself? Translation. Lin Yang was so strong the trial tower got scared and just gave him instant kills, too lazy to even go through the motions. Official certification, stamped approval. Lin Yang. The man so powerful he made the trial tower shut down. A forbidden curse mage? Trading life for damage? I'm starting to suspect he's just putting on a show for us. Does he look like someone who's about to die? The doubts didn't fade. Instead, they grew more absurd by the minute. As the dust settled and glory descended, the massive ship of the college entrance examination finally docked at shore. The national rankings gleamed with golden light. First place, Lin Yang, Linhai No. 1 High School. Second place, Xiao Tianyu, Capital First Academy. Third place, Murong Qingxue, Kunlun Academy. 10th place, Zhou Shuer, Linhai No. 1 High School. 28th place, Jia Dequan, Linhai No. 1 High School. The rankings were displayed across major plazas and virtual networks, each name appearing as if gilded in gold. But all eyes were ultimately drawn to those two characters at the very top, more dazzling than the sun itself, Lin Yang. In the viewing area for Linhai No. 1 High School, Zhou Shuer lifted her small face toward the rankings, gazing at that familiar figure beside her own name. Her fair cheeks flushed upward with excitement. She stole glances at Lin Yang beside her, seeing him stand straight with a stern profile and eyes as calm as a frozen lake in the depths of a glacier. The glory that could shake the entire nation rested on his shoulders, yet it only earned him a blink as light as a breeze. Zhou Xuan's admiration instantly doubled. Was this shared honor? No, it was more like she had found her faith. Boss is awesome. Sister-in-law is awesome too. Jia Dequan's booming voice kicked the solemn atmosphere aside. He rubbed his bald head, grinning with all his white teeth showing. Missing the top 10 due to his low first-round scores didn't bother him at all. I knew following the boss was the right choice. This gravy train smells good. Enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. Captain Tieshan's words about unlimited potential now gleamed like an imperial decree in his mind. The Linhai City Professional Association had become a whirlpool of glory. Principal Chen Guodong took the stage with his round belly, his chubby face blooming like a chrysanthemum, every wrinkle glowing with triumphant light. Under the envious gazes of other principals, he personally handed Lin Yang a giant ceremonial check. The large numbers on it were blindingly spectacular: 5 million yuan. Student Lin Yang. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Chen Guodong's voice boomed as he excitedly patted Lin Yang's shoulder. You are the pride of Linhai No. 1 High School, and the pride of all of Linhai City. This 5 million is well deserved. It's a small token from the school, spend it however you like. Though his words were generous, his heart ached. Yet his face remained full of pride. This money was well spent. Linhai No. 1 High School had never been so glorious. The crowd below erupted in tsunami-like gasps and applause. 5 million was an astronomical figure for most student families, and countless envious gazes fell upon Lin Yang. Lin Yang accepted the giant ceremonial check with only a slight nod, as if receiving a weightless flyer. That effortless composure once again stunned the crowd. Next, the director of Linhai City's Education Bureau personally took the stage. His expression was solemn, and his gaze toward Lin Yang was filled with gravity and expectation. Student Lin Yang, your performance has shocked the entire nation and brought supreme honor to Linhai City. From the center of the podium, the director's voice rang out with powerful authority. After careful consideration, we hereby award you 10 million yuan in cash. A thunderous roar swept through the venue. 10 briefcases filled with cash gleamed under the lights, and combined with the school's earlier announcement of 5 million, the staggering total of 15 million instantly ignited the atmosphere. Before the applause could fade, a staff member brought forth a silver-white metal case. The surface was carved with intricate frost patterns, and cold air seeped through the gaps, as if the very air had been frozen solid. The director personally unlocked the clasps, and the moment he lifted the lid, a wave of pure ice elemental energy spread outward, causing the front row audience to shiver involuntarily. Inside the case lay a pair of ancient bracers. They were ice blue throughout, with snowflake runes moving like living creatures across their surface, while cold light flickered between the metal joints. The director announced loudly, the Frost Whisperer bracers. They can greatly enhance the condensation speed and power of ice spells, and instantly generate ice crystal shields capable of blocking fatal strikes at critical moments. This rare-grade equipment is a treasured possession of our city, and today we present it to you. This reward was clearly well considered. It matched the terrifying power Lin Yang had just displayed, while perfectly complementing the attributes of the Shrank Winter Mage beside him, Zhou Shuer. Zhou Shuer's ice blue eyes lit up like illuminated gems, her gaze lingering gently on the bracers before involuntarily settling on Lin Yang's face. Sensing her attention, Lin Yang's lips curved into the faintest smile as he nodded to the director. Thank you. His tone remained calm, yet in that moment he exchanged an unspoken understanding with Zhou Shuer. A soft blush rose to her cheeks. Applause erupted again as the Provincial Education Department representative stepped forward with a warm smile. He presented a palm-sized black square package, smooth as jade throughout, with an intricate metal clasp on the back. Student Lin Yang, congratulations on achieving the top score. This is a small token from the Provincia's spatial folding backpack. Though spoken quietly, his words triggered a second wave of amazement. Spatial equipment was a strategic resource. The representative weighed it lightly in his hand. Don't let its size fool you. The internal space is stable, with a full 25 cubic meters. The clasp can be attached directly to your belt or backpack, and you only need to focus your thoughts to store or retrieve items. Lin Yang accepted the package, feeling its slight weight in his palm. He extended his consciousness into it, clearly sensing the vast and stable internal space. Thinking to himself, this is more valuable than mere cash. He casually clipped it to the inside pocket of his tattered suit jacket, his movements relaxed yet displaying an innate composure. The title of national champion was already the highest honor. Even without these rewards, his name was destined to be written in history. However, the award ceremony was not yet over. The provincial education department representative once again produced a dark gold envelope. Its surface bore a blood-red spiral emblem that seemed to pulse with an unsettling energy, as if connected to some abyss. The representative's expression suddenly grew solemn. Furthermore, as our province's top scorer, you have received an invitation to the Abyss Party. In the front row of the crowd, Jia Dequan's bald head leaned forward, his pale blue eyes fixed intently on the ominous envelope as he couldn't help but whisper, "Abyss Party?" He surveyed the entire venue and began explaining in a loud, clear voice. His voice penetrated every ear through the psychic amplifier. The Abyss Party is not a celebration as the name suggests, but a special trial space controlled by the state, open periodically, and directly connected to the real abyssal plane. The dangers there are 100 times greater than ordinary beast zones. Twisted creatures roam everywhere. The environment is extremely harsh, and the laws of nature are in chaos. On the podium, the lights reflected the fervor in his eyes, but danger comes with opportunity. Within the abyss, there's an extremely small chance of finding epic-grade equipment infused with abyssal essence. The representative declared firmly. That's why every time the Abyss Party opens, it attracts top scholars from provinces across the nation. You will compete, explore, and fight within it, seeking your own fortunes. This is the highest level trial the state offers to elite talents, and a crucial step on the path to becoming a true powerhouse. With that, he respectfully presented an invitation letter emanating an ominous dark golden glow, solemnly placing it in Lin Yang's hands. The invitation is bound to your identity information. The opening time and specific rules will be sent to your personal terminal. Student Lin Yang, be sure to prepare well. The cold metallic texture seeped from his fingertips into his palm. The blood-red vortex emblem seemed alive, slowly swirling and emanating a dangerous yet alluring aura. A barely perceptible ripple flashed through the depths of Lin Yang's eyes. Epic equipment, what an unexpected bonus. The award ceremony concluded amid countless complex gazes. Envy, awe, jealousy, curiosity. All these emotions ultimately crystallized into wariness toward that terrifyingly calm young man. Lin Yang casually handed the Frost Whisperer bracers to Zhou Shuer. Zhou Shuer froze for a moment, her icy cheeks instantly flushing crimson as she carefully accepted them like a precious treasure, whispering barely audibly, "Hitch, thank you." He nodded slightly. "Let's go." "Yes, boss." Jia Dequan's bald head gleamed in the sunlight as he rubbed his hands excitedly. 15 million, plus a spatial bag. Wow, how thrilling. The Abyss Party sounds so exciting. I've never seen what epic equipment looks like in my whole life. Zhou Shuer tucked the bracers close to her chest and followed Lin Yang closely, her ice blue eyes fixed on his profile, her gentle gaze almost melting. The three ignored the continuing commotion behind them and walked straight toward the sleek black limousine nearby. Linhai City, Zhou family estate. When the black car slowly stopped in front of the palace-like main building, Zhou Tianhao, who had been waiting for a long time, shot down the steps like an ignited cannonball. "Haha, Shuer, Yangzi, little Jia, you're back." His chubby face was flushed red, every hair radiating excitement and pride. He spread his arms wide, first pulling his daughter Zhou Shuer into his embrace with a bear hug so tight it nearly cracked her icy composure. Immediately after, he wanted to lunge toward Lin Yang again. But seeing Lin Yang's calm, unruffled gaze and his slight half-step backward, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Instead, he swung his palm and slapped it heavily on Lin Yang's shoulder with the force of someone tamping foundation soil. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." His booming voice made the crystal chandelier sway gently. He spun around excitedly, his chubby face gleaming with oil and spittle flying. "We must celebrate. We absolutely must throw a grand celebration. I'll book the entire top-tier Yunxiao Pavilion in Linhai for 3 days. Everyone who can be invited, and even those who can't, will all be invited. Let them see what a true genius looks like." "What real? Dad?" Zhou Xuan's cool voice interrupted timely, tinged with helplessness. She knew Lin Yang too well. The girl gently tugged at her father's sleeve, her ice blue eyes glancing toward Lin Yang, who stood nearby with an indifferent expression. Zhou Tianhao stopped like a duck with its neck pinched, his enthusiasm suddenly breaking. He looked at his daughter, then at Lin Yang. Oh, right. Look at my brain." Before he finished speaking, he slapped his shiny bald head with a palm and immediately switched to an I get it expression. Low-key, I understand. We'll just stay home. Just eat at home." He waved his hand with grand spirit. "Old Zhang, notify the kitchen. Bring out their best skills. Today we'll serve whatever delicacies we have. But remember, prepare them home-style. Make it warm. Make it have that homey atmosphere. Understand?" The new butler Old Zhang suppressed his laughter and bowed. "Understood, sir." As night fell, A low-key luxurious, yet meaningful, family banquet unfolded in the main dining room of the Zhou family estate. The massive crystal chandelier cast soft light. The long table was covered with pristine linen, and exquisite bone china was arranged in order. Yet the dishes were steaming home-cooked meals: golden corn and pork rib soup, fragrant braised pork belly, steamed mandarin fish, dry-fried green beans. Zhou Tianhao personally served Lin Yang and Jia Dequan large pieces of marbled pork belly, ladled a full bowl of soup for his daughter, then grabbed his bowl of white rice and dug in heartily, with juices dripping down his stubble. While eating, he reminisced. Yang, you don't know this, but back in the day, Schwer's mother, Schwer, and I were crammed into that broken-down place in the urban village. In winter, with no heating, we relied on a bowl of hot dumpling soup to warm ourselves. That soup, in my heart, was the most delicious thing in the world. Zhou Schwer held her soup bowl, sipping in small mouthfuls. The rising steam dampened her eyelashes, and a rare softness appeared on her face. Nostalgia for the old days. Though they were poor then, the family squeezed into that tiny rental room, and even the simplest meals could bring hearty laughter. Her mother's smile seemed to still be before her eyes. Lin Yang ate quietly, his movements refined yet efficient. While he didn't share much resonance with Zhou Tianhao's reminiscing about hardships, he could sense the faint sadness in Zhou Schwer's emotions. He picked up a piece of tender fish and naturally placed it in her bowl. Later into the night, the estate settled into tranquility. Yet the rooftop terrace of the main building remained lively. Two lounge chairs side by side, with stacks of oil paper wrapped skewers at their feet. Lamb skewers sizzled with oil, chicken wings were enticingly charred, oysters wrapped in garlic sauce bubbled with milky white juices, and emerald chives were slightly curled from the charcoal fire. There were also several cases of ice-cold beer. Zhou Schwer carefully picked up a skewer of grilled chicken wings, hesitating for a moment before taking a small, almost guilty bite. The sizzling sound accompanied the burst of juices at the corner of her delicate lips, as the smoky aroma mixed with cumin and chili exploded on her tongue. She unconsciously squinted her eyes, and her usually ice-cold expression revealed a long-lost, childlike satisfaction. It's been so many years since I've had this, she murmured with nostalgia in her voice. The last time was when I was little, when Dad's business was just starting to pick up, at a roadside stall. Beside her, Jia Dequan clutched 5 or 6 lamb skewers in one hand and a beer bottle in the other, eating with grease dripping from his mouth, completely abandoning any pretense of dignity. Hearing her reminiscence, he burst into laughter, tilted his head back to gulp down a large mouthful of ice-cold beer, and let out a loud burp. Sister-in-law, if you like it, eat more. This stuff is down to earth, way better than all that fancy nonsense. Zhou Schwer watched his uninhibited eating style and couldn't help but ask curiously, Dequan, aren't you a monk? How can you eat meat and drink alcohol? She remembered her master mentioning that Jia Dequan had grown up in a temple. Jia Dequan waved his greasy hand dismissively and answered carelessly. My master figured it out long ago, he said. Wine and meat may pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart. As long as we have Buddha in our hearts, we're good. He grabbed another kidney skewer and added with a wink. Besides, eating meat helps them eliminate their karma, so they won't be reborn as animals in their next life. How wonderful. I'm doing good deeds here, Amitba. He then pressed his palms together with one hand, making Zhou Schwer burst into giggles. After several bottles of beer, Jia Dequan's honest yet slightly fierce face flushed with alcohol, and his inner comedian fully awakened. He sneakily leaned over and lowered his voice. Boss, sister-in-law, let me test you. Do you know why people from southern Hunan usually don't smile when they're being loyal? Lin Yang methodically peeled grilled shrimp and raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, while Zhou Schwer blinked her ice-blue eyes in confusion. Why? Jia Dequan proudly shook his bald head and announced the answer with a grin. Because since ancient times, loyalty and laughter cannot coexist. If you laugh, you're not loyal anymore. Ha ha. Ugh. Zhou Schwer dragged out the sound in disgust and elegantly rolled her eyes. What a terrible joke. Lin Yang's lips curved slightly as he shook his head helplessly, placing the peeled shrimp meat on her plate. This baldy loses all self-control after a few drinks. Jia Dequan was clearly not satisfied and got excited again. Here's another one. If Shi Yongxin met Li Tai in prison, guess what he'd say? Zhou Schwer frowned in thought. These two people had nothing in common, and she really couldn't think of any connection. However, Lin Yang seemed to be on the same wavelength. Without stopping his movements or looking up, he delivered an utterly absurd yet surprisingly fitting answer in a calm, steady tone. Tai, do you think combining Shaolin Kung Fu with football has potential? Ha ha ha. As soon as the answer came out, Zhou Schwer was stunned for a moment, then completely lost her composure and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as her ice-blue long hair trembled with her laughter, tears nearly streaming down her face. Lin Yang, how? How did you learn his bad habits too? Jia Dequan slapped his thigh even harder, laughing so hard he nearly fell backward. Ha ha. Boss, you're amazing. You've truly inherited our master's teachings. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The cool moonlight spread like silver sand over the three of them. The grease-stained barbecue rack, beer glasses with foam spilling over the rims, and their carefree laughter merged strangely with the luxurious mansion's rooftop terrace in the night. At this moment, there were no class distinctions or social hierarchies, just three young people enjoying grilled skewers, drinking beer, and sharing jokes under the moonlight. Lin Yang reclined in his chair, able to see Zhou Shuider's radiant smile in profile and Jia Dequan's animated gestures, his bald head gleaming in the moonlight. Deep in his eyes flickered a warmth he himself hadn't noticed. He raised his beer bottle, first gently clinking Zhou Shuider's glass, then tapping Jia Dequan's bottle. Cheers. Cheers, boss. Cheers. The three crisp sounds of clinking glasses dispersed into the night breeze, followed by their drifting laughter. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, coating the luxurious bedroom in pale gold. The carpet was so soft it seemed to swallow footsteps. Lin Yang sat cross-legged, his consciousness diving into his inner realm, carefully analyzing the various possibilities of elemental fusion. The night's tranquility hadn't completely faded when his phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. The ringtone shattered the silence. Lin Yang's eyes snapped open instantly, his gaze deep and cold, without a trace of drowsiness. He picked up the phone. The caller ID read, Linhai City Professional Association. As soon as he answered, an urgent yet respectfully restrained voice immediately came through. Mr. Lin Yang, we sincerely apologize for disturbing you. The spatial coordinates for the Abyss Party have stabilized ahead of schedule. The portal will forcibly open at the City Professional Association in 2 hours. You must arrive at the association's teleportation hall within 90 minutes. I repeat, within 90 minutes. The passage will close if you're late. The notification came without warning, but Lin Yang merely responded calmly. Understood. His voice was steady, without fluctuation. After hanging up, he rose smoothly. The Abyss Party was arriving sooner than expected. Stepping out of his room, he encountered Jia Dequan peeking out from the adjacent guest room, his bald head gleaming in the morning light, eyes still heavy with sleep. Morning, boss. Why do you look so serious? Lin Yang explained briefly. The Abyss Party is opening early. We leave now. Holy crap. So urgent. Jia Dequan instantly became alert, but then showed a hint of conflict. Boss, I want to hit that shadow mine nest in the West District first. I just reached level 20, haven't even warmed up my skills yet. Need some practice. Captain Taishan always said, every bit of extra strength means better survival chances. I can't drag you down, boss. He scratched his bald head, his eyes earnest and determined. Lin Yang glanced at him without objection. Stay safe. Yes, sir. Jia Dequan grinned, showing his white teeth, then rushed back to his room like a whirlwind to gather his equipment. At that moment, Zhou Shuider also emerged quickly from her room. She had obviously heard the conversation. Her ice blue hair was simply tied back, and she had changed into a modified, everyday version of her ice soul robes for easier movement, her slender figure radiating hidden strength. Her eyes held a barely perceptible tension and worry as she looked up at Lin Yang. Lin Yang, let me take you there. Her voice carried an unshakable resolve. Her gaze fell upon Lin Yang's face, where beneath his calm exterior, emotions churned far more complex than her restrained tone could convey. Abyss Party. These 3 words alone fell like a crushing weight, pressing heavily upon her heart. Lin Yang caught the fleeting worry in her eyes, paused briefly, then finally nodded. All right. No further pleasantries were exchanged. The black sports car roared to life like an awakened panther, its engine growling as it shot through the ornate iron gates of the Zhou family estate, merging into the burgeoning morning traffic. Outside the windows, streetlights still glowed while morning mist was torn apart swiftly on either side of the speeding vehicle. Inside the cabin, silence reigned, broken only by the engine's steady, oppressive rumble and the faint, ethereal fragrance emanating from Zhou Shuider, cold and pure like freshly melted snow. Her slender knuckles gripping the steering wheel had turned white, her palms slightly damp with perspiration. Her peripheral vision kept drifting uncontrollably toward the passenger seat. That sharply defined profile appeared carved from stone in the morning light, with its prominent nose bridge, tightly pressed thin lips, and deep eyes gazing ahead, seemingly unfocused yet appearing to perceive everything. Memories suddenly accelerated through her mind. Their first encounter in the classroom, his distant demeanor, assassin striking suddenly, his figure shielding her from harm, howling night winds as he carried her through the air at breakneck speed. Before the trial tower, a casual flick of his fingers changing the very colors of heaven and earth. Each scene was etched into her memory as if by a blade, so vivid she could hear her own heartbeat. Was this love? It had long transcended initial infatuation. It was dependence, admiration, and an emotion powerful enough to melt the frozen lake of her heart. Yet this feeling seemed separated by an invisible wall of ice. She could sense Lin Yang's unique gentleness and understanding toward her, but she also glimpsed the millennia-old loneliness deep in his eyes and that trace of distance that made her heart ache. Was it his identity as a forbidden curse master? Or perhaps his lifespan that could burn out at any moment? Zhou Xuan'er's chest tightened suddenly as an indescribable fear crept into her heart. Lin Yang. She finally couldn't help but call his name softly, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly at the end. The Abyss Party. You must be careful. 1,000 words condensed into the simplest plea. Lin Yang slowly turned his head. Zhou Xuan'er's tense profile and those ice-blue eyes brimming with concern reflected in his pupils pure and burning, almost piercing through that layer of ice within him. Cracks appeared instantly, followed by long-suppressed, weighty emotions guilt. He understood this affection and was even more aware of the burden he carried, the endless source of mental power, his incomprehensible strength, the true secrets hidden beneath the surface. This was a sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Anyone who drew close to him might be swept into unpredictable chaos. He couldn't offer hope, much less make promises. So Lin Yang merely curved his lips slightly, his smile warm, yet deliberately maintaining a safe distance. He raised his hand, gently patting her stiffened grip on the wheel, his touch cool as if cooling both her and himself. Don't worry. His low voice was particularly clear in the enclosed cabin. Wait for me to return. Just 4 words, yet they seemed to carry a magnetic field, calming Zhou Xuan'er's thundering heartbeat. She took a deep breath, nodding firmly, forcing a smile to bloom across her frozen features. Only she knew how much reluctance and hidden worry lay beneath that smile. The air in the plaza of Linhai City's professional association was taut as a drawn bowstring. At the center, a transmission gate over 10 meters tall churned with azure energy, spinning into a dark vortex with suction so powerful it made one's scalp tingle. Around it, armed guards stood with solemn expressions, their gazes behind protective goggles heavy as molten lead. A silver-gray sports car raced up, executing a beautiful drift before coming to a steady stop outside the security perimeter, leaving scorched tire marks on the ground. The door sprang open, and Lin Yang's tall figure stepped out first. He glanced up to check the gate's fluctuations, then looked back at Zhou Xuan'er in the driver's seat, giving her a slight nod before turning toward the vortex with steady, unhesitating steps. Lin Yang. A clear, cold voice suddenly cracked, cutting through the tense air. Lin Yang paused mid-step and instinctively turned back. An ice-blue figure had already rushed from the driver's seat, crashing into his arms like a moth drawn to flame. Before the guards could raise their hands to intervene, the girl had already collided with his chest with a thud. The tremendous impact made him step back half a pace to steady himself. A soft, warm body pressed against his chest, and the girl's unique cool fragrance mixed with her panicked breath filled his nostrils. He could clearly feel her slightly trembling shoulders and her rapid heartbeat through the thin fabric. Wait for you to come back. Zhou Xuan'er's voice was muffled against his chest, heavy with nasal congestion and suppressed tears. Before the words had fully left her lips, she pushed him away forcefully and rushed back to the sports car, her ice-blue hair tracing a frantic arc through the air. The car door slammed shut with a bang, hiding her flushed face behind metal. Lin Yang stood stunned for a moment, warmth and fragrance still lingering on his chest. He quietly replied, I will. Then he turned and strode across the security line. The next instant, his figure was swallowed by the blue vortex. Student Lin Yang, safe travels. The president of the professional association and his staff stood outside the perimeter, calling out their farewells. Only the transmission gate's sudden flash followed by steady blue light answered them. A brief sensation of weightlessness passed, and when his feet found solid ground again, Lin Yang felt as though he'd been thrown into another world. The pungent mixture of blood, gunpowder, beast stench, and charred flesh mingled in the cold, damp air, hammering his senses like a sledgehammer. Immediately after, deafening roars filled the sky as savage, hungry howls of countless beasts merged with the hoarse commands of humans on the city walls and the sharp whistles of energy weapons cutting through air, composing a symphony of death. Lin Yang's eyes snapped open. The scene before him would chill any newcomer to the bone. He stood within a mountain-like massive fortress, his feet on black stone floors stained with dark red blood and fragments of flesh. Looking up, he saw walls 100 zhang high built from black rock that gleamed with metallic luster, cold and hard as upright giant blades. Warriors swarmed across the ramparts like busy ants. Beyond the walls lay hell. As far as the eye could see, an army of alien beasts surged like a black tide, blotting out the sky, wave after wave, an endless, tsunami-like torrent of alien creatures. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless army of monstrous beasts, surging forward like a black tide. In the front ranks, goblins and minotaurs charged like expendable cannon fodder, shrieking as they trampled over their fallen comrades' limbs, rushing headlong into the rain of arrows and spells cascading from the city walls. Arrows pierced through flesh and hide as foul blood splattered alongside shattered bone fragments. Exploding fireballs turned them into charred husks. Behind them, dragonkin and centaurs mingled together, roaring as they swung battle axes and spears against the city's foundation, sending brilliant sparks flying where steel met stone. Deep within the beast tide, terrifyingly massive monsters tore through the formations. Stone giants moved like walking fortresses, each impact causing the walls to groan under the strain. Crimson-winged wyverns circled at low altitude, their scorching breath sweeping across the battlements and leaving vast patches of blackened stone. Fire. Mage Core, area bombardment, coordinates D7. Get the crystal cannons up there. That breach won't hold much longer. Medic, move up. We've got wounded here. Atop the walls, commands, roars, screams, and the thunderous explosions of magical energy wove together into an eardrum-shattering symphony of war. Archers mechanically drew their bowstrings, sending volleys of arrows raining down. Mages raised their staffs high, unleashing ice spikes, fireballs, chain lightning, and earth spears in deadly cascades, each explosion stirring up a storm of blood and carnage. Boom. A golden giant the size of a small mountain slammed into a relatively weak section of the wall, instantly sending the defenders there flying like scattered leaves. The giant's single eye glowed ominously as it prepared for an even more devastating second strike. You dare! A thunderous roar erupted from the highest tower as a blazing golden beam shot downward, striking the golden giant's head with perfect precision. A piercing shriek tore through the sky as the giant disintegrated like butter before a hot knife, its shattered remains hurling dozens of meters away. The residual force carved out a scorched vacuum through the battlefield, cleaving the beast tide in two. The one who struck stood resplendent in gilded armor, wielding a massive sword, towering majestically above his presence, as steady as a pillar, holding up the sea. He was one of the supreme warriors defending this front line. Lin Yang calmly withdrew his gaze from beyond the walls, as if the heart-stopping execution he'd just witnessed was mere background noise. Beneath his feet lay an open area near the inner wall's base, clearly designated as a temporary teleportation zone. Several pillars of teleportation light had just faded, and a group of men and women emerged, all possessing refined auras and sharp gazes, the champion prodigies from various provinces. Even facing a beast tide of this magnitude, their eyes couldn't hide their shock and gravity. Hey, what are you all standing around for? A gruff voice interrupted Lin Yang's observations. A middle-aged military officer strode over, his muscular frame encased in regulation dark gray alloy armor. A full beard framed his stern face, and his hawk-like gaze was piercingly intense. The silver star on his shoulder indicated his rank of lieutenant. He looked Lin Yang up and down, his gaze settling on the tailored black suit that seemed completely out of place on this battlefield. His brow furrowed tightly, making no effort to hide the contempt and suspicion in his expression. So you're that Lin Yang from Linhai No. 1 High School? The lieutenant asked in a muffled voice, his heavy nasal tone cutting into Lin Yang's face like a searchlight in an interrogation room. What the hell are you thinking? Dressed like that, and showing up at the Dragon City defense line? Do you think this is some kind of resort? He suddenly raised his hand, pointing toward the battlefield beyond the breach in the city wall. Flames and gunpowder smoke intertwined, severed limbs mixed with scorched earth, blood mist rising in the heat waves. Spittle nearly flew into Lin Yang's face as he continued. Look out there. The most important gateway to Dragon Nation's northwest. The Dragon City defense line. This isn't some playground for hothouse flowers like you to play pretend. Behind the city wall, a massive portal emanating dark red light was surrounded by layers of energy shields and heavily armored soldiers. On the gate's surface, twisted runes pulsed like blood vessels, radiating a soul-stirring abyss aura that was the entrance to the Abyss Party, and spots were extremely limited. The lieutenant turned his gaze back, staring at Lin Yang's overly casual attire, his tone growing colder. The Abyss Party entrance is right behind us, but only if you're qualified. The battle-hardened soldier couldn't stand the thought of a spot going to what appeared to be a frail forbidden curse mage, his resentment burning hot. Lin Yang looked up, meeting his gaze with the calm of deep water, not a ripple disturbing the surface, too lazy to offer any explanation. Listen up, kid. The lieutenant's temper flared, his voice rising sharply. The name's Wang Lei. I'm temporarily in charge of this sector. I don't care what tricks you pulled during the college entrance exam here. Dragons coil up and tigers lie down. Before the Abyss Party opens, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. Don't cause trouble for the defense line, and don't drag us soldiers down. With that, he glared fiercely at Lin Yang, as if staring at a troublesome burden ready to explode at any moment. Now, immediately, get your ass over to the quartermaster. Collect your standard equipment. Then find a safe corner and stay put. Wait for orders. He turned around, roaring at the other geniuses who had just teleported in. And you lot, what are you standing around for? Move it. His fierce gaze swept over them with tangible pressure, causing several proud top scorers to instinctively look away, grumbling in discontent but not daring to speak up. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing. Lin Yang remained unmoved, his gaze passing over Wang Lei to settle on the ancient portal deep within the defense line. The dark red light flickered, runes writhing as if breathing, seeming to whisper to him. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a gentle yet authoritative female voice rang out. Lieutenant Wang, please calm down. Don't frighten the newcomers. Everyone turned toward the voice to see a tall female officer approaching quickly. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with neat shoulder-length hair that looked sharp and efficient. Her healthy wheat-colored skin made her features appear even more spirited. Her crisp lieutenant's uniform hugged her figure perfectly, and the badge at her waist gleamed coldly in the morning light. She positioned herself beside Wang Lei and flashed a reassuring smile at the crowd. Don't mind him, everyone. She skillfully smoothed things over, defusing the tense atmosphere. Lieutenant Wang can be a bit blunt, but he's good-hearted and can't stand seeing new recruits get hurt. Wang Lei snorted coldly, crossed his arms and turned his face away, though the murderous aura around him visibly diminished. The female captain turned to address the group, her clear voice echoing across the training ground. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Wan, your temporary liaison officer during your stay at the base. The spatial gateway to the Abyss Party needs approximately 2 more days to fully stabilize. During this time, you'll be stationed in the living quarters behind the base. She raised her hand, pointing toward the depths of the camp. Now please follow me. First, we'll go to the quartermaster to collect your training uniforms, personal items, and room cards. The mess hall is in the eastern sector, open 24 hours with ample portions, but please value the food and strictly avoid waste. As for safety, she paused briefly, her gaze steady. The base is the safest place there is. You have nothing to worry about. Now let's move out. Clear, organized, and delivered with a tone both gentle yet decisively crisp, Su Wan's few words immediately captured the team's attention. Everyone silently fell in line. Lin Yang walked toward the rear of the group, his expression calm. He needed time to observe his surroundings and process the impact of those 4 words, Abyss Frontline Base. At the quartermaster, he received a set of dark gray durable training fatigues, a toiletry kit, and a knuckle-sized metal room card. Following the directional signs, he walked along the clean alloy walkway toward the living quarters behind the defensive line. The barracks consisted of rows of prefabricated metal buildings simple in structure, yet thick and sturdy, with window frames and door hinges reinforced with high-strength rivets. Lin Yang had barely stepped away from the quartermaster when a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Hey, you're Lin Yang, right? The voice was crisp, carrying undisguised curiosity and spirited fighting intent. Lin Yang glanced sideways. The newcomer was an exceptionally tall woman, nearly 6 feet in height, making her newly issued training uniform appear slightly oversized, though it couldn't hide her fluid muscle definition. Her lustrous black hair was pulled high into a ponytail with a black elastic band, swaying lightly behind her head with each step, revealing a full forehead and slender, pale neck. Her features were sharp and heroic, with bright almond-shaped eyes that studied him without reservation, their gaze as keen as a cold blade. Especially those long legs wrapped in training pants straight, slender, and radiating explosive power. I'm Lin Anna, Dongshan Province's top scorer. She extended her hand with a hearty smile, exuding the distinctive boldness of a northern girl. Level 20, Profession War God. When she said War God, she deliberately emphasized the words, lifting her chin slightly like a proud little peacock. Pleased to meet you, National Top Scorer. Though it sounded like mere pleasantries, every word carried an unmistakable hint of defiant challenge. Lin Yang's gaze lingered briefly on her outstretched hand, then swept over her powerful frame and those eyes burning with fighting spirit. War God most likely in strength profession or higher. No wonder her presence was so imposing. He didn't shake her hand, merely nodded faintly in acknowledgement and continued walking toward the barracks indicated on his room card, his pace unchanged. His attitude was distant, and Clear appreciated long legs, but overly familiar people like this were too troublesome. Lin Anna's extended hand hung suspended in midair, a flash of bewilderment crossing her almond eyes, quickly replaced by even more intense fighting spirit. Not only did she show no anger, but she quickened her pace to catch up, her ponytail swaying even more enthusiastically. Hey, don't be so cold. She caught up to Lin Yang's side, her voice carrying a hint of dissatisfaction, yet brimming with barely contained excitement. College entrance exam scores are just numbers, they don't truly represent one's real strength. The girl turned her head, her burning gaze fixed on Lin Yang's calm profile, the corner of her mouth curving into a provocative smile. How about we find a place right now to have a match? Let me see just how unfathomable the national top scorer really is. Lin Yang acted as if he hadn't heard a word, not even sparing her a glance as he walked straight to the dormitory door marked with his room number. He swiped his card, pushed the door open in one fluid motion, then shut the metal door with a decisive bang. Outside the door, Lin Anna stared at the closed entrance, bewilderment, annoyance, and the frustration of being ignored flashing across her face in succession, ultimately igniting an even fiercer curiosity and competitive spirit. Oomph, what a character. She shook her fist at the door, muttering under her breath. You can avoid the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. No one Lin Anna wants to challenge has ever gotten away. Inside the room, Lin Yang surveyed his assigned 10 square meter space. A simple metal bed, a small desk, a chair, built-in wall storage, plus an independent tiny bathroom, standard military quarters that were sparse but clean. He casually placed his training uniform on the bed, originally planning to sit down, close his eyes, and collect his thoughts. Before long, knock, knock, knock. Crisp knocking sounds. Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly as he got up to open the door. Outside stood exactly the face he expected, wearing a bright smile with remarkably sparkling eyes. Lin Yang, are you hungry? Lin Anna chirped like a lark, warmly familiar. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. I heard the food here is pretty good, and it's allocaniate. As she spoke, she instinctively flexed her arm, showing off the smooth lines of her forearm muscles. I'm not hungry. Lin Yang instinctively refused, wanting nothing more than some peace and quiet. However, before his words could settle, grumble rumble. In the quiet corridor, the sound from his stomach was unmistakably clear. The air instantly froze. Lin Anna blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes, her gaze slowly sliding down to Lin Yang's flat stomach. The next second, laughter like silver bells erupted. Ta! Not hungry. Lin, our top scorer, your stomach is way more honest than you are. A barely perceptible trace of embarrassment crossed Lin Yang's usually stoic face, his ears turning slightly red. Come on, come on. After laughing her fill, Lin Anna grabbed his arm with surprising strength, practically dragging him out. Man cannot live by bread alone, but he sure needs to eat to have energy. She paused, looking up at him with a smile so brilliant it made Lin Yang's eye twitch. By the way, once you're full, can you have that match with me? Being half dragged, half pulled by her, Lin Yang could feel the very real strength in her grip. Listening to her persistent, fighting declaration, he sighed inwardly. This girl. Is there anything in her head besides fighting? The cafeteria at the Abyss frontline base wasn't the rough, makeshift mess hall one might expect from a military outpost. The spacious hall blazed with bright lights, and the alloy walls reflected a cold, white gleam. Rows of metal tables and chairs stood in perfect military formation, while the air purification system hummed quietly, keeping out the stench of blood and motor oil from the outside world. The dining area operated on a semi-self-service model, with transparent warming cabinets filled with steaming disheshig energy, easily digestible exotic beast meat, energy blocks, special nutrient solutions, and brightly colored fruits and vegetables for vitamin supplements. The variety was staggering. Lin Yang and Lin Anna each carried trays piled high like small mountains as they found seats in a corner. The appetite of an SS rank war god was not to be underestimated. Lin Anna's tray was stacked with palm-thick giant rhino steaks, sizzling with fat, several fist-sized compressed energy blocks, and a mountain of beef-stuffed buns. She grabbed a steak larger than her face and tore into it with gusto, her cheeks bulging like a hamster's as she chewed, producing loud crunching and tearing sounds as if she were doing strength training. Lin Yang ate with more refined movements, but was no slower. His plate was equally overflowing. Several golden-fried frost tiger ribs, a large bowl of meat stew rich with pure energy, and a stack of fragrant multi-grain flatbreads. The body of a forbidden spell mage, long shaped by third-tier forbidden magic, possessed base attributes far exceeding those of same-rank professions and required massive amounts of energy to maintain. With each bite, he operated like a precision machine, the food on his plate visibly disappearing. Their whirlwind eating pace stood out conspicuously in the relatively quiet cafeteria. TSK, what are you, starving ghosts reborn? Such disgusting table manners. A somewhat sharp female voice drifted over from a nearby table, unhurried but clear enough to hear. Lin Yang's chopsticks paused as he picked up his last rib, and he turned to look. The young woman speaking wore the same gray training uniform as them. Her features were reasonably attractive, but her expression carried an unmistakable air of smugness and superiority. She delicately nibbled at an elegant energy salad, her gaze sideways and full of disdain. Lin Anna had just stuffed a large chunk of rhino meat into her mouth when she heard this. Her chewing stopped abruptly. She swallowed the meat, grabbed her energy drink, and took a gulp, then slowly turned her head. Her almond-shaped eyes glinted coldly as her lips curved into a chilling smile. Wu Lily, that mouth of yours is still as foul as ever, like you've been eating shit. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried fierce, penetrating power. What? Feeling itchy for a fight? Perfect, I am full of energy after that meal. Killing you might be troublesome, but smashing that punchable mouth of yours shouldn't be a problem. With that, she flexed her wrists with crisp, cracking sounds, battle intent blazing in her eyes. The oppressive aura of an SS rank war god spread outward, making the very air seem heavier. Wu Lily was startled by her undisguised fierce gaze, her face paling as she instinctively leaned toward a tall figure beside her. Her voice instantly turned shrill and whiny, with a sobbing tone. Darling, look at her. She's going to hit me. Someone's bullying me here. What's going on? Let me see what's happening. A thunderous roar mixed with thick Beijing accent crashed into the cafeteria. The crowd was violently pushed aside as a tall, imposing young man with commanding strides burst in, his entire body wrapped in gleaming silver full-body armor, with fierce beast heads carved vividly on his shoulder plates, as if desperate to hammer the words, "I'm rich and powerful," into everyone's heads. The armor joints clinked against each other, the clang-clang of metal friction echoing through the cafeteria ceiling, drawing all eyes. He charged straight to Wu Lily's side, swept the girl into his arms, lifted his chin high, and pointed his nostrils almost directly at Lin Anna and Lin Yang. "I'm Xiao Tianyu, from Beijing. College entrance exam, second place in the nation." He bit down hard on the words second place and Beijing, his sense of superiority practically overflowing. Level 25, SS class profession bloodthirsty berserker. Before his words finished, he stomped the ground hard. Bang! The floor tiles shook violently, and a thick, bloody aura exploded outward, the metallic scent hitting everyone's faces like an invisible hammer crushing their chests. "From now on, when you see me, you better stay the hell away. Otherwise," his vicious gaze swept over Lin Anna first, then locked onto Lin Yang, who was still quietly sipping his soup with his head down. His lips twisted into a sinister smile. "I'll rip your heads off and use them as soccer balls." Level 25, SS class bloodthirsty berserker. The overwhelming presence brought by such level and profession instantly suppressed most of the provincial top scorers present, who were only around level 20. Beijing, national second place, top-tier profession, top-tier resources. These words combined into suffocating pressure. Many provincial top scorers unconsciously stepped back half a pace, their eyes full of wariness. Was this the gap between Beijing and smaller places? Lin Yang thought to himself. Those resources in Linhai City that claimed to be top-tier were nothing compared to Beijing's true elite families. To reach level 25 at this age, the investment behind him must be astronomical. "Wow," Lin Anna deliberately drew out the sound, but her face showed no fear. Like watching a monkey show, she playfully nudged Lin Yang beside her with her elbow. "Lin, our top scorer, did you hear that? He's the second place winner." Sounds so impressive, she pronounced second place slowly and heavily, like a deliberate provocation. "Lin, top scorer." Xiao Tianyu's arrogant expression froze, his gaze locking onto Lin Yang's overly calm face like a searchlight. Something in his consciousness seemed to connect a name with rumors, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "You're Lin Yang." Lin Yang put down his spoon, reached for a napkin with movements as elegant as if he were in a high-end restaurant. He gently wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth, then looked up to meet Xiao Tianyu's uncertain gaze, responding calmly. "That's right, I'm Lin Yang." "Hello there, Xiao." Second place." "Uffed. Ha ha ha." Lin Anna couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing so hard she was rocking back and forth, tears streaming down her face, nearly sliding off her chair. "Horseye. Ha ha. Lin Yang, you're so mean." Snort. A wave of suppressed laughter and coughing erupted around them, cracking through the deathly oppressive atmosphere. Who would have thought that this national top scorer, who had been coldly dominating all along, could be so wickedly sharp with his words? Xiao Tianyu's face looked like it had been hit with a club, his expression instantly freezing, then rage surging upward. Blood rushed from his neck all the way to his face, turning him liver-colored, veins bulging on his forehead like earthworms writhing under his skin. "You fucking..." A roar of absolute fury erupted. Xiao Tianyu's entire body trembled as he slammed his palm down hard on the alloy dining table in front of them. Boom. The bullet-resistant surface instantly caved in with a clear handprint, its edges warped and twisted as metal fragments scattered everywhere. Plates and bowls on the table were launched into the air, spilling soup and food across the floor. A savage, bloodthirsty aura erupted from within him like an uncontrolled volcano. Dark crimson patterns crawled across the surface of his silver armor, as if feeding on blood. His eyes blazed scarlet as they locked onto Lin Yang with the intensity of a starving beast ready to devour its prey. "You worthless forbidden spellcaster who burns through your own lifespan. You short-lived wretch. How dare you toy with me?" His roar tore through the air, his voice distorted by extreme rage. "Today I'll show you what real power looks like. I'll make you, this hollow champion, kneel down and lick my boots." The overwhelming pressure of a level 25 SS rank bloodthirsty berserker poured forth, and a crimson storm instantly swept through the entire cafeteria. Killing intent condensed into a chilling blade, aimed directly at Lin Yang. Scarlet arcs of electricity crackled from Xiao Tianyu's gauntlets as he raised his fist to smash that infuriatingly calm face. Everyone held their breath. "He's finished," countless minds thought in unison. A forbidden spell mage who relied on burning his own life force for power, caught at close range by a level 25 berserker in the peak of his fury. The outcome was all too clear. Even Lin Anna, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, changed expression slightly, her delicate fists clenching as the power of the war god stirred within her. The blood-reeking heavy punch closed in, less than a foot away. Whoosh. Lin Yang's figure vanished into thin air. No light. No aftermage, as if he had never existed at all. What? The mist punch stirred up a gust of wind, scattering table fragments with a clatter. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Tianyu's mind. The next second, a slender yet terrifyingly powerful hand emerged from below, cold as an iron clamp, precisely grasping his throat through the silver armor. Ugh! Overwhelming force surged forth. His pride and joy as level 25 berserker strength felt as fragile as an infant's before this grip. His entire body, along with that gleaming silver armor, was lifted clean off the ground, his feet dangling as suffocation instantly set in. The cafeteria fell into deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood as if petrified, eyes wide, mouths agape enough to fit an egg, their faces showing nothing but extreme shock and disbelief. Lin Yang, that short-lived forbidden spellcaster? He just lifted a level 25 SS rank bloodthirsty berserker with one hand. How is this possible? What kind of mage is this? Most of all, Xiao Tianyu's mind went completely blank. He struggled desperately, his armor-clad legs kicking futilely in the air while his hands clawed at Lin Yang's wrist that gripped his throat, trying to pry it open. Those 5 fingers were like cast steel bars, utterly immovable. What chilled him to the bone even more was the aura that suddenly erupted from Lin Yang, no longer the previous calm indifference, but a bone-chilling, terrifying pressure that seemed to emerge from the deepest abyss, like an ancient beast awakening with blood-red eyes. Those eyes so close to his own were as deep as a frozen pond, cold enough to freeze one's very soul. Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, leaning close to that face which had turned liver-colored from suffocation and terror, his voice deep as colliding glaciers, hammering each word into Xiao Tianyu's eardrums. Who did you just call, mother? Each word was wrapped in crushing coldness and naked killing intent. If Xiao Tianyu uttered even half a disrespectful syllable more, his throat seemed destined to be crushed the next second. Damn it! The enormous humiliation and life-threatening crisis completely ignited the savage nature buried deep in Xiao Tianyu's bones. In an instant, his eyes filled with crazed crimson, and a beast-like roar erupted from his throat. Scarlet blood energy exploded around him like boiling magma, bloodthirsty and violent, as he desperately fought back. Boom! The crimson energy burst outward with him at the center, like a small bomb. The alloy tables and chairs in the cafeteria shrieked in unison under the impact, and the battle threatened to spiral completely out of control. Everyone stop! A thunderous roar carrying iron-blooded authority crashed in from the entrance, instantly tearing apart the chaotic energy field and shocking everyone present into stillness. 3 figures in crisp military uniforms, their shoulder patches bearing crossed sword and shield emblems, stood at the entrance like Spear's military enforcers. The leader was built like a tower, his face chiseled as if carved by axes, his hawk-like gaze radiating pressure far beyond anyone else present at least level 40 or above. His shoulder patch clearly displayed the 2 bars and 3 stars of a major's rank. It was the same General Lin Yang had encountered upon first arriving, the one clad in golden armor wielding a massive sword. He stepped forward, his icy gaze becoming a blade as it swept first over Xiao Tianyu, still struggling frantically while being choked, then over Lin Yang, who controlled everything as easily as holding a chick, and finally across the students who sat silent as winter cicadas. His voice scraped like steel, carrying unquestionable authority and deep disappointment. What do you think this place is? He raised his hand, pointing outward, his voice rising with soul-penetrating gravity. This is the Abyss frontline. A defense line forged with the flesh and blood of countless soldiers, an iron fortress against otherworldly invasion. Look around you, the warriors standing guard day and night on the walls, fighting bloody battles beyond the shields, many of them no older than you. His gaze swept across the young faces again, his teeth nearly grinding. What do they fight for? For their homeland behind them. For millions of ordinary people like your parents. So that you can eat safely here. They shed their blood, sacrifice their lives, risk everything. And what about you? His voice struck like a heavy hammer, blow after blow against their hearts. Relying on a bit of talent, you fight and brawl here? Over a few harsh words, you want to throw punches in a military compound? Do you think this is some playground arena for spoiled brats? His gaze flashed like lightning as his thunderous voice concluded. This is a battlefield. This is the front line, not a place for you to show off. The major's voice was resolute and cutting, carrying an iron-blooded aura of death. This is my final warning. Before the Abyss party begins, anyone who dares to engage in private fights or disrupt the base order. His gaze swept like a frozen current, first passing over Lin Yang, then locking onto Xiao Tianyu, who was being choked by Lin Yang's grip. Each word fell with crushing weight. Will be immediately disqualified from the Abyss party. No exceptions. The cafeteria fell into instant silence. Lin Yang listened quietly, the murderous intent churning in his eyes slowly receding, returning to the calm of deep waters. In his heart, however, rose an indescribable sense of respect. Soldiers, Whether on Earth, his homeland from his previous life, or in this cruel new world overrun by alien beasts, soldiers remained the final iron wall protecting home, the ones who sacrificed the most and bore the heaviest burdens. Their faith, their sacrifice, deserved the highest respect. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the major's decision. It truly wasn't worth making a move here over such a pathetic clown. His arm relaxed. Thud. Xiao Tianyu crashed to the floor like a broken sack, clutching his throat and coughing violently, his face twisted with fear and shock. His eyes dripped with venomous hatred as they fixed on Lin Yang. He staggered to his feet, chest heaving violently, several times wanting to curse aloud. But when he met the major's iron gaze and remembered the precious value of Abyss Party qualification, he swallowed his harsh words. Finally, he shot Lin Yang a vicious glare, raised his hand to his neck and drew it across in a throat-slitting gesture, then grabbed the already pale Wu Lily and stormed out of the cafeteria, filled with humiliation and rage. The major snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping the room once more like an invisible whip striking everyone's spine. Behave yourselves. With those words, he turned and left with the two enforcers. Deathly silence still shrouded the cafeteria. The way everyone looked at Lin Yang had completely changed, no longer seeing a short-lived genius or a lucky top scorer, but a mixture of awe, wariness, and disbelief. Instantly killing a level 25 SS class bloodthirsty berserker? What the hell kind of curse master is this? He's like an ancient beast wearing a mage's skin, someone muttered under their breath, but no one dared to raise their head. Lin Anna moved closer to Lin Yang, her bright eyes glowing but tinged with concern. That horse face and that Wu Lily are petty as hell. They're definitely planning something nasty against you in the Abyss Party. You better be careful. Hearing this, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Against me? A soul-freezing amusement flashed in the depths of his eyes, making a move in the abyss. That would be absolutely perfect. Several forbidden spell names flashed through his mind as he considered which method of disposal would be most efficient. Seeing his silence, Lin Anna thought he was worried and immediately patted her solid chest. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. We'll go together when the time comes. Once we're in the abyss, stick with me. Leave that horse-faced bastard to me. I'll beat him so badly his own mother won't recognize him. As for that slutty attention-seeker Wu Lily, she wrinkled her nose in disgust and shoved the problem right back into Lin Yang's lap without hesitation. The speaker was Lin Anna, scatterbrained, naturally combative, yet surprisingly loyal SS rank war god. Standing beside Lin Yang, her fists were already clenched and cracking, her mind filled with nothing but thoughts of throwing down. Lin Yang turned his head and gave her an incredibly complex look. Part, are you missing brain cells? Exasperation. Part, are you seriously planning to team up with a forbidden curse master? Absurdity, mixed with this girl's simple-minded but decent enough resignation. Hey, what's with that look? Think you're hot stuff just because you're a bit stronger? I can fight too. Protecting one measly mage is more than enough for me. Lin Anna put her hands on her hips and complained loudly. Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to explain, shrugged, turned around, and headed toward the barracks. Watching his retreating figure, she stomped her feet in frustration, then had a sudden inspiration and chased after him, her ponytail swishing back and forth. Hey, wait up. Where are you going? Back to rest? Come on. I just finished eating. How about we find somewhere private and have a sparring match? Hey, why are you running? Dawn had yet to break, and the military camp was shrouded in deep indigo. In the distance, searchlights from the defensive fortifications cut through the darkness, leaving trails of cold light. The air was thick with the heavy scent of metal, gunpowder, and churned wet earth. Knock, knock, knock. Rhythmic knocking broke the silence and roused Lin Yang from deep meditation. He opened his eyes, completely alert. Has the Abyss Party begun? He muttered to himself while getting up, his footsteps silent. The moment he opened the door, he didn't first see the deep blue of a teleportation gate, but rather a pair of straight, slender legs with smooth muscle definition. Dark gray combat pants clung to her legs, tucked into military boots that made her ankles look delicate yet strong. The owner was Lin Anna. She still wore that high ponytail, the ends swaying gently in the cool morning breeze. Her wheat-colored skin had a fine luster, and her bright almond eyes sparkled with excitement. Her combat uniform was only zipped up to below her chest, revealing a black sports bra that outlined her full curves and toned abs. She was like a burst of vibrant flame, completely at odds with the oppressive dawn atmosphere of the military camp. Lin Yang silently glanced at her, then looked up at the sky outside his window. Only a faint pale light showed in the east, the waning moon still hanging halfway in the western sky, its clear light not yet faded. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the exasperation in his chest. If she weren't a girl, he really would have thrown a punch first. What is it? His voice carried the hoarseness of just waking up, yet remained controlled and calm. Time to eat, Lin Anna declared matter-of-factly, her voice as crisp as a morning bird, even standing on her tiptoes to peek into his room. Come on, come on. The day's plan starts in the morning. You need to eat well to have energy. Lin Yang looked once more at that stubborn waning moon that refused to set, his chest rising and falling more heavily. Besides eating, can't you fit anything else in that brain of yours? He grumbled internally, but outwardly only let out a barely audible sigh. Oh, right, there's also fighting. Lin Yang felt his temples throbbing. The corridor behind the steel barracks door stretched silent and empty. He forcibly suppressed the urge to shut the visitor out completely, his tone cold yet steady. The Abyss Party's launch time is undetermined and could be announced at any moment. Going to the cafeteria now would just be a waste of time. Oh, come on. The earlier we go, the earlier we'll be back. Lin Anna waved dismissively, bouncing on her toes as her ponytail swayed. Besides, I'm worried you'll go stir-crazy cooped up alone. Come on, let's go. I heard they're serving special rock-armored earth dragon steaks for breakfast today packed with energy and amazing for stamina recovery. As she finished speaking, she instinctively flexed her arm, the smooth muscle definition clearly visible under the corridor lights, as if she could already taste that steak. Lin Yang watched her eager, almost predatory expression like she was ready to head out hunting and was completely speechless. He stepped aside, hand on the door handle, preparing to simply close the door. Hey, don't close the door. Lin Anna reacted lightning fast, wedging her military boot precisely into the gap, a sly smile playing at her lips. All right. If you don't want to go to the cafeteria, how about we find some open space to stretch our muscles? Warm up a bit. The Abyss environment is complex, so we should adapt to combat rhythm in advance. As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, her bright eyes gleaming like a little leopard spotting prey. Can't get food, so now you want to fight? Lin Yang's temple veins pulsed visibly as he stared expressionlessly at Lin Anna, his gaze clearly conveying, keep this up and I'll throw that foot out along with the rest of you. In that tense moment, whoa, a deep, urgent, and penetrating alarm shattered the pre-dawn silence like a hammer striking everyone's eardrums. Compared to yesterday's assembly call, this sound was sharper, more urgent, carrying a bone-chilling sense of crisis. The last trace of playfulness vanished instantly from Lin Anna's face. Her foot quickly withdrew from the door gap as she sprang upright like a coiled spring. The aura of an SS-rank war god exploded outward, her eyes sharp as blades, every muscle in her body tensing immediately. Lin Yang also looked up, his gaze focusing. It's time. Immediately after, the base's broadcast system crackled to life with Captain Su Wan's steady yet urgent voice. All personnel attention. All personnel attention. Abnormal fluctuations detected in Abyss Party's spatial coordinates energy, tides erupting ahead of schedule. The portal will force open in 15 minutes. Repeat, force opening in 15 minutes. All participants report to the Abyss portal immediately. This is not a drill. The female voice echoed through the empty base, each word striking their hearts. Let's go. Lin Anna wasted no more words. Bang! Lin Yang slammed the door shut behind him, moving like lightning. The two shot from the barracks like arrows from a bow, racing toward the massive portal emanating dark red light in the base's depths. In the morning mist, their training boots struck the ground in rapid, clear rhythm. Along the way, doors of other barracks opened in succession as figures emerged with expressions of alarm and gravity, joining the rushing stream. Besides the provincial champions, numerous military prodigies were also participating in this Abyss Party, and the entire corridor instantly filled with concentrated killing intent. Within just a few minutes, the team had assembled before the massive dark red vortex in front of the Abyss portal. The enormous crimson spatial whirlpool had fully formed. The vortex was even more violent and profound than what they had witnessed yesterday. A heart-stopping crimson glow emanated from its center, resembling a massive maw ready to devour anyone who dared approach. The chaotic and overwhelming suction force tore through the surrounding air with a buzzing roar, causing even the concrete floor beneath their feet to tremble slightly. Lieutenant Wang Lei and Captain Su Wan had already taken their positions at the front lines, both wearing equally grave expressions. Wang Lei stood with his arms crossed, his fierce gaze sweeping over the arriving participants like he was counting suicide squads. Su Wan kept her head down, rapidly cross-checking the roster while speaking in urgent, clear tones. The spatial energy is extremely unstable. Find cover immediately upon entry and steady yourselves. The abyssal beasts have been agitated by the abnormal energy tides, making them far more aggressive than anticipated. Exercise extreme caution. If you feel your life is threatened, evacuate the abyss immediately. The hall felt as oppressive as thunder before a storm. Xiao Tianyu and Wu Lili arrived shortly after. Xiao Tianyu still wore his flamboyant silver armor, his face dark with brooding anger. When he looked toward Lin Yang, the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes were undisguised. Wu Lili clung tightly to his arm, her knuckles white with tension. Lin Anna stood beside Lin Yang, flexing her wrists and ankles. Her body leaned slightly forward, muscle lines taut, her entire form like a drawn bowstring. She lowered her voice. Be careful. Find me the moment we get in there. Those two bastards are definitely up to no good. Lin Yang didn't respond, simply gazing quietly at the portal. Behind his seemingly calm demeanor, his mental power had already spread out like a spider's web, capturing the chaotic and malevolent energy fluctuations from deep within the vortex. Everyone, attention! The portal is about to open. Please form your teams now. For the first time, Su Wan's voice carried urgency. With her shout, the spatial energy seemed twisted to its limit. The air was torn apart with piercing shrieks, and the crimson vortex spun at high speed, its ominous central glow growing ever more intense. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze, his eyes still calm and steady. In this atmosphere of impending storm, forming teams had become the only path to survival. The Abyss Party was the highest difficulty trial space controlled by the state, far more dangerous than ordinary dungeons. Going solo was tantamount to suicide. The military-trained talents moved like textbook examples. Their standardized combat uniforms gleamed with dark metallic luster under the lights. Heavily armored warriors planted themselves firmly at the front, elemental mages positioned in the center chanting in low voices, while agility-based fighters and healing support spread along the flanks. The entire formation meshed with precision, radiating an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness. Even the proud top scholars from various provinces had no choice but to set aside their arrogance. Those with weaker abilities showed anxiety on their faces as they searched for reliable partners, while the stronger ones acted like magnets, naturally drawing others to gather around them. 3 people had already assembled around Xiao Tianyu. Besides Wu Lily, there was a burly shield warrior holding a tower shield like a living wall, and a shadowy assassin with twin daggers at his waist and sinister eyes. The 4 formed a core around Xiao Tianyu, his silver armor gleaming coldly as they radiated the aura of bloodthirsty berserkers. Lin Yang surveyed the crowd and was surprised to discover that some of the most sought-after focal points weren't assault-type classes at all. They were support classes. A young woman in pristine white robes held a crystal staff, radiating a gentle yet unwavering aura of holy light. She stood surrounded by several melee fighters, wearing a warm but distant smile. While the air carried a faint purifying fragrance undoubtedly, she was an extremely rare high-level cleric. Not far away, a petite boy with thick glasses bent over his calculations. Before him floated a complex metal compass with gears spinning rapidly, its tiny graduations gleaming coldly. Several mages and archers gathered around him, their words full of recruitment intent. The young man was clearly a rare strategic support specialist. Lin Yang observed this scene with sudden understanding. The college entrance exam wasn't simply about raw damage output, but about comprehensive strength and potential. Roles like high-level clerics and strategic supports could turn the tide of battle, their team bonuses often far exceeding those of combat classes at the same level. In an environment like the Abyss that tested endurance and coordination, a top-tier support could be more valuable than 2 strong attackers. However, not everyone enjoyed being fought over. Lin Yang stood in a relatively empty corner, calmly watching the increasingly violent portal. Forbidden Curse, mages burning their lifespan for instant bursts before becoming useless were viewed by many as team poison. Even with his national champion status, even after demonstrating incredible close combat skills in the cafeteria recently, in the Abyss where stability, endurance, and reliability were paramount, he was still instinctively excluded from all team rosters. No one wanted to entrust their back to a teammate who might drop dead at any moment. Except for one particularly independent individual. Lin Anna stood beside him, focused intently on wrapping specialized black combat bandages around those well-defined, powerful hands. The bandages wound around his wheat-colored skin, accentuating the ready muscle definition in his arms. She had rolled up her training uniform sleeves to her elbows, revealing toned, smooth forearms. Her slightly arched posture made her full chest rise and fall gently beneath her fitted tank top with each breath, while her slender waist and taut hip line created clean, yet strikingly eye-catching curves beneath her training pants. "Aren't you going to find a team?" Lin Yang finally spoke, looking at this war god who had clearly decided to follow him, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. With the Abyss approaching, he hadn't minded going solo, but bringing along a companion whose only thought was fighting seemed rather troublesome. "Me?" Lin Anna tightened the final wrap of bandage with a sharp pull to ensure it was secure. She looked up, her bright almond-shaped eyes flashing with sharpness, chin slightly raised, her tone resolute. "True warriors always go it alone. Teams. That's just a lack of confidence in one's own strength." Her declaration rang out, as if revealing some absolute truth. Lin Yang watched her. "I'm the best in the world," prideful expression, feeling a vein throb involuntarily at his temple. Too lazy to argue, he pointed toward the increasingly brilliant portal. "Fine. Then, Lone Wolf, I'll go first." With that, he moved a step forward. "Hey." Lin Anna's confidence froze instantly as she grabbed Lin Yang's arm with surprising strength. "You're not going with me?" Her almond eyes widened suddenly, as if Lin Yang had committed some unforgivable act. Lin Yang stopped and turned his head. He gave her an extremely standard imitation of her sarcastic expression from moments before. "Isn't that what you said?" True powerhouses always go it alone. He drew out the final note mockingly. Hey. Lin Anna was left speechless, a flush of red instantly spreading across her delicate face. She forced a smile that was both ingratiating and obviously stiff, patting Lin Yang's shoulder before letting go. The next second, her fingertips flashed as she pulled a pair of menacing-looking arm guards from her spatial storage equipment. I'm just trying to protect you. The pair of indigo arm guards called Golden Python had a streamlined design, covered entirely in fine metallic scales that resembled actual python armor, with cold light flowing through the gaps. On the back of each hand, two deep purple crystals were embedded like venomous fangs. With two click sounds, the clasps locked into place, and a fierce aura exploded outward of your equipment, the Golden Python. Not only did it provide terrifying strength and physical damage, but it could also randomly trigger toxic corrosion and blinding effects. Lin Anna flexed her fingers, the metal joints producing crisp sounds. She shook her fists with satisfaction, the indigo scales gleaming coldly in the dim light, like a newly awakened python ready to devour its prey. Well, thank you very much then. Lin Yang looked at her fully armed appearance, then thought about her bold declaration of protecting you, feeling both speechless and amused. He gave a perfunctory verbal response while his mind stirred. Buzz. His spatial backpack flashed with light, and an ancient, pitch-black longsword fell into his palm. The blade appeared dull but radiated a sharpness that could cleave space itself. The hilt was wrapped in dark red beast hide, and gripping it brought a heavy, wild sensation, as if the desolate aura of countless battlefields was washing over him. Divinity or weapon, a Ganzuo's Ronin longsword. With the longsword in hand, Lin Yang gained an understated edge. He casually flicked his wrist, the blade trailing a dark red arc of light, cold yet silent. Lin Anna glanced at the ancient and fierce-looking longsword, then looked down at her own gleaming golden python arm guards, battle intent blazing like fire in her almond-shaped eyes. She licked her lips, as if already envisioning the two of them slaughtering their way through the abyss. Now that's more like it. She slapped Lin Yang's shoulder heavily, the metallic impact reverberating. You take the sword, I'll use my fists. With this combination, we're unbeatable in close combat. Whatever beasts are in that abyss, we'll crush however many come at us. Wahahaha. The countdown synchronized to 0. Teleportation activate. Captain Su Wan's voice rang out firm and resolute. Buzz. Blinding blue-violet and purple-black light poured forth like a bursting dam, instantly engulfing the entire teleportation hall. Violent spatial tearing forces enveloped everyone. Lin Yang felt an irresistible tremendous force strike him, his body suddenly weightless before plummeting into a bizarre, color-distorted chaotic tunnel. In his ears, the roar of spatial rifts and energy turbulence intertwined. The Abyss Party had officially begun. The violent spatial tearing felt like being thrown into a meat grinder. Purple-black streaks interwoven with surging deep blue light bands spun wildly before his eyes, nauseating him. Lin Yang gritted his teeth to steady his consciousness, weaving his mental power into a resilient spider web-like barrier. After a brief moment of weightlessness and disorientation, his feet suddenly struck something solid, cold, and hard. What awaited him was not the expected open space, but a suffocating absolute darkness. The air was thick with the heavy scent of metallic rust, ancient dust, and a soul-freezing, deathly chill that made each breath feel like swallowing viscous liquid. Beneath his feet lay smooth yet ice-cold stone of unknown origin, with occasional hollow echoes from the distance amplifying the silence. The dark, mysterious corridor. Lin Yang immediately recognized this familiar, yet strange placia, seemingly endless grand hallway. The vaulted ceiling stretched beyond sight, flanked by massive pillars carved with ancient, eerie reliefs that stood like silent giants in the darkness. There were no conventional light sources, only occasional wisps of ghastly green phosphorescent fire seeping from corners, flickering briefly before dying out, making the atmosphere even more sinister. He released his mental power, spreading it like invisible ripples. Wind perception. The ability granted by the third-tier wind forbidden spell made wind elements his extension. The terrain and air currents within several thousand meters instantly formed in his mind. Not far away, another figure had just landed and was spinning in place, struggling to adapt to the darkness. The tall frame, distinctive ponytail, and fists wrapped in indigo arm guards unmistakably belonged to Lin Anna. Lin Yang transformed into a shadow, gliding silently behind her. Who's there? Lin Anna spun around alertly, her golden python arm guards cutting through the air as she threw a punch, the force creating a muffled wail in the thick atmosphere. It's me. Lin Yang's tone remained calm as he slightly sidestepped the crushing blow. Lin Yang. Lin Anna finally relaxed but complained quietly. You scared me to death. You walk without making any sound. This cursed place is so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. She strained to open her eyes wide, but even her martial god-level vision couldn't penetrate the corridor's absolute darkness. Stay close. Lin Yang replied simply, his voice carrying barely detectable gravity. The deathly silence here emanated unusual danger. The two had barely walked 10 meters side by side. Whoosh! From the shadows of a massive pillar on the left, a streak of silver light suddenly leaped out, tearing through the darkness with ear-piercing metallic scraping and bone-chilling killing intent, aimed directly at Lin Anna's ribs. Watch out! Lin Yang's warning came almost simultaneously with his wind perception. Lin Anna's combat instincts exploded. Without seeing clearly, the mortal danger made her hair stand on end. She twisted her body sharply. Clang! The clash of metal rang deafeningly as sparks flashed and died. A rust-covered yet eerily gleaming long sword was blocked solidly by the golden python arm guard on Lin Anna's left arm. The tremendous force sent a numbing shock through her arm, and the stone slabs beneath her feet cracked with several fissures. The attacker revealed its form, a humanoid monster, standing roughly 2 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in tattered silver armor, ancient and menacing in design. Beneath the helmet was no head, only 2 dancing orbs of eerie green soul fire. The joints were heavily corroded, its movements stiff and jerky, yet its speed and strength were astonishingly formidable. This was an exiler corrupted by the power of the abyss. Originally just a common level 20 beast from the Sky City's nest. Now it was wreathed in wisps of ominous purple-black aura, its soul fire raging wildly, emanating a ferocity far beyond that of ordinary exilers. Lin Yang's eyes turned cold as his fingertips twitched slightly, wind elements beginning to gather. Leave it to me. However, Lin Anna let out a sharp cry, forcefully shaking off the longsword. Simultaneously, her right hand gripped the golden python arm guard tightly, her fist instantly condensing a blinding white aura, like a cyclone compressed to its absolute limit. Straight punch. Break. Boom. Like a cannon firing. The punch, condensed with the martial god's violent power, slammed hard into the exiler's chest armor. Crack. The teeth-grinding sound of shattering metal rang out. The heavy silver breastplate instantly caved in with a clear fist imprint, spiderweb cracks spreading wildly. The entire exiler was sent flying like it had been struck by a high-speed train, crashing hard into a stone pillar behind it, scattering into a pile of twisted armor pieces with a clatter. The beasts in this abyss party are indeed extraordinary. Lin Anna shook her somewhat numb fist, looking at the pile of stilt-witching armor with a hint of gravity in her voice. Phew, that packed a punch. She bounced lightly in place a couple of times, her full chest rising and falling slightly with the movement, her waist beneath the training uniform displaying remarkable flexibility and explosive power. However, the next second, clatter, those scattered armor pieces seemed to be pulled by invisible strings. Wrapped in that purple-black aura, they actually began to writhe and piece themselves together. They were about to reassemble. Oomph. Cheap tricks. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Anna's almond-shaped eyes as she bent her legs slightly, powerful force exploding in a ring of dust on the ground. Flash step. Whoosh. Her figure vanished from its original position like a phantom, so fast that she left a blurred afterimage in the thick air. The next second, her form appeared as if teleporting directly in front of the exiler, which had just reassembled its upper body with soul fire still flickering. Her right fist clenched again. This time, atop her fist was no longer compressed aura, but an even more violent, destructive energy that seemed capable of shattering mountains. On the surface of the indigo arm guard, the deep purple venom fong crystals lit up. Crushing punch. No fancy techniques, only the purest, most extreme violence. Boom. The fist landed solidly on the exiler's freshly assembled helmet. This time the sound was like muffled thunder exploding. The sturdy helmet along with the just condensed torso armor shattered instantly like porcelain struck by a heavy hammer, exploding into countless tiny metal fragments. The eerie green soul fire within let out a piercing shriek before being completely scattered and annihilated by the punch's force. Clatter. The broken armor fell to the ground like lifeless scrap metal, silent once more. Defeated level 20 Abyssal Exiler enhanced. Team experience gained 1,000. How's that, sis? Pretty badass, right? Lin Anna withdrew her stance, breathing slightly heavily with her chest rising and falling dramatically. A few damp strands of hair clung to her smooth forehead. She tossed her head back, chin raised proudly, her face beaming with anticipation for praise. The dark blue arm guards gleamed with a cold luster in the dim corridor, making her entire figure radiate heroic spirit. Not bad, but a bit slow. Lin Yang nodded with a flat tone, giving his honest assessment. Taking 2 punches to deal with a level 20 mob isn't very efficient. That was a kill shot. From the moment it appeared to be becoming scrap metal, it took less than 10 seconds. And you call that slow? You don't know jack. Lin Anna bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, huffily waving her ice blue arm guards back and forth in front of Lin Yang's face. Whoosh. Behind them, a heavy whooshing sound suddenly cut through the air from behind a stone pillar. A much more imposing banisher charged out, gripping a massive single-edged bone axe with both hands. Its battered, heavy armor was wreathed in dark purple energy, radiating menacing pressure. The bone axe swept toward their waists with mountain-splitting force, tearing through the air with a wailing sound. "Watch out." Lin Anna's expression changed as she instinctively stepped forward to block. But Lin Yang was faster. Without even turning around, he casually raised his right hand and lightly rubbed his thumb against his middle finger. Snap! The crisp sound of his fingers snapping echoed through the corridor. Hum! With the axe-wielding banisher at the center, an icy blue chill suddenly exploded outward. Ice crystals formed from thin air, instantly covering the giant axe, broken armor, massive body, and that dancing soul fire. The bone axe froze mid-swing as the monster and its weapon were instantly transformed into a deep blue ice sculpture. Crack! The next second, countless ice spikes burst simultaneously from within the sculpture, shattering the entire frozen form along with the monster into uniform fragments of glowing blue crystals scattered across the ground. No thunderous crash, no gore, just complete annihilation. Defeated level 22 Abyssal Axe Banisher. Enhanced party experience gained 1200. From snap to annihilation, less than 1 second. Only then did Lin Yang leisurely turn around, his gaze calmly falling on the blue crystals on the ground, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Lin Anna beside him, who still maintained her blocking stance with wide almond eyes and slightly parted lips. The corner of Lin Yang's mouth curved into a subtle arc barely noticeable, yet enough to make Lin Anna's blood pressure spike. His voice was flat, tinged with just the right amount of confusion as he asked softly, "What did you just say?" Lin Anna's gaze lingered on the pile of frost-blue crystal shards still emanating cold air at her feet, then shifted to Lin Yang's unnaturally calm face. A crushing sense of helplessness and absurdity surged through Hera level 20+ abyssal beast blessed by the abyss itself, reduced to ice fragments with a mere snap of his fingers. This was supposed to be a perilous abyss party, fraught with danger at every turn. Yet in Lin Yang's hands, it seemed like his own backyard, casually crushing a few ants. She opened her mouth, wanting to cry out, "That's impossible," but was silenced by Lin Yang's matter-of-fact expression. In the end, she could only swallow hard and force out dryly, "Let's just continue exploring." Her voice carried a mixture of shock, defeat, and a touch of resigned numbness. What happened next completely shattered her understanding of abyssal adventures. Deep within the dark corridor, the kind of darkness that devoured even souls was supposedly insurmountable. But Lin Yang simply raised a finger casually and whispered a single word, "Light." Hum. Gentle yet pure golden radiance exploded overhead without warning, instantly dispelling the darkness within a 100-meter radius. At the center, a graceful figure formed from condensed light energy slowly materialized. A golden flame gown, dawn diadem, and sacred countenance, the phantom of the goddess of light. Only this goddess appeared listless, hugging her arms, chin slightly raised, her half-closed starry eyes filled with the resentment of life has no meaning. Her golden aura still brilliant, yet radiating a thick atmosphere of perfunctory, "I want to clock out." The holy light swept like a searchlight, revealing every stone pillar, every weathered relief, even the dust motes floating in the air in perfect detail. The abyssal banishers lurking in the darkness were exposed like cockroaches scalded by boiling water. Their purple-black auras hissed and dissolved in the holy light, soul flames flickering unsteadily, terrified shrieks rising one after another. Then, crack, ice sculptures shattered. Thud, charred armor hit the ground. Slice, sharp wind blades cut targets into uniform pieces. Each crisp snap of his fingers was like death calling roll. Lin Yang didn't even bother to pause his stride, as if strolling through his own living room, leaving behind only faintly glowing beast remains that represented experience and materials. Lin Anna's emotions evolved from initial shock to eventual numbness, finally reaching complete resignation. She dropped her combat stance and followed behind Lin Yang with nothing to do, occasionally kicking small pebbles along the way. Her indigo silk python arm guards gleamed in the holy light, yet were completely useless. "Hey, I'm saying, this makes me look totally useless." She couldn't help but speak up, her voice heavy with resentment. Her fists were already charged with power, yet she couldn't find a single opportunity to strike, leaving her chest burning with pent-up frustration that had nowhere to go. "Really?" Lin Yang didn't even turn his head, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Aren't you getting half the experience?" Killed level 20 Abyssal Banisher team experience gained 1000. Killed level 22 Abyssal Axe Banisher team experience gained 1200. System notifications flooded both their minds relentlessly. The monsters were indeed being instantly killed by Lin Yang, but since they were in a party, the experience was legitimately split 50-50. Lin Anna watched her experience bar slowly climb and could clearly feel the level barrier beginning to loosen. She was at a loss for words for half a second, finally managing to squeeze out, "That's technically true, but it feels like being carried by a pro player. There's no sense of participation at all. She finished by angrily waving her fists. Participation? Only then did Lin Yang glance sideways at her, his eyes clearly conveying, quite demanding, aren't you? How about, I leave a few for you to warm up on next time. Lin Anna stared at his, I'm being generous, expression, completely speechless. A sudden burst of light interrupted their conversation. Level up, level 21. Level up, level 21. The abundant experience from the Abyssal Party had pushed both of them past the level 20 threshold. Before Lin Anna could savor the increase in power, her hawk-like gaze had already caught a dazzling golden gleam in the shadows behind a stone pillar to their right. Look, treasure! She instantly came alive with a shriek, her voice echoing through the spacious corridor. Behind the pillar's base, a round, half-human hate figure poked out half its head. Its entire body gleamed with golden scales, tiny eyes darting around like green beans, with a golden pouch bulging on its back. Its movements were sneaky and furtive. Unlike the menacing abyssal demons, it had a somewhat comical appearance. Golden Goblin LV-25. It's a golden goblin. Lin Anna's excitement raised her voice by several octaves. We're rich. This thing is a walking treasure vault in the abyss. Killing it has a chance to drop a golden goblin miniature jar that can contain divine artifacts. Her eyes instantly transformed into gold coins, her breathing becoming rapid. Don't let it escape, she growled, her leg muscles tensing, ready to dash forward at any moment. However, Lin Yang's wind perception had already locked onto that golden gleam. The moment the little creature poked its head out, he casually flicked his finger. Snap, a light sound hit the ground, followed immediately by crack. The stone surface beneath the golden goblin's feet suddenly crystallized into a layer of deep blue ice, crystal clear and transparent, instantly freezing those golden-scaled stubby legs solid. Squee! It let out a sharp, broken scream, struggling desperately, but the ice layer remained completely unmoved. Its green bean eyes filled with despair as it clutched tightly to the golden pouch on its back. Lin Anna's figure shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, instantly appearing before the frozen golden goblin. The chill hadn't yet dissipated, and the ice crystals coating the goblin's body refracted shattered rainbow light under the torchlight. The gleaming golden pouch at its waist bulging with miniature vials was almost touching Lin Anna's nose. A smile curved her lips as she stared like a hungry wolf eyeing fat prey, chuckling softly. Hee hee. Little treasure, those vials are mine now. Her slender right hand reached out, mere inches away. Terrified screams still echoed through the deep, mysterious corridor, and the air grew heavy with tension. Whoosh! A thread-thin whistling sound suddenly tore through the silence, shooting from the blind spot behind the massive stone pillar to her left, swift as a striking viper. The short arrow was pitch black, its tip gleaming with a sinister green poison, aimed directly at her outstretched wrist with vicious precision and perfect timing. Lin Anna didn't even turn her head. The instant before the whistling sound emerged, her combat instincts had already driven her body into action. Her right hand snapped back, while her left arm flashed across to block. Clang! A sharp, piercing crash exploded as the short arrow embedded deeply in her indigo-blue golden python scale arm guard. Poison splattered and hissed corrosively, but could only leave an inconspicuous white mark on the artifact-grade scales. Without missing a beat, Lin Anna's right hand shot out again, grabbing the golden goblin's head and lifting it like a broken doll. Wu Lily! She whipped her head around, her arm guard reflecting cold light under the sacred radiance of the goddess of light above. Her gaze locked onto the figure behind the stone pillar like a blade, her voice ice-cold and cutting. Shooting arrows from behind? You're still as disgracefully underhanded as ever, you bitch. Huh, Lin Anna, you're still as crude and reckless as always. A sharp, sour female voice responded. Wu Lily sashayed out of the shadows, wearing a fake smile while her eyes greedily fixed on the golden goblin in Lin Anna's grasp. Beside her, two companions emerged. A shield warrior gripping a tower shield stepped forward, while another assassin with sinister eyes quietly shifted position. The three formed a triangular formation as they pressed forward. Finally, a man in gleaming silver armor looking like he wanted, "I'm the greatest," tattooed on his face stepped into view. Xiao Tianyu. His silver armor blazed blindingly under the holy light as he crossed his arms and tilted his chin high, resembling a human-shaped lamp. His gaze first swept over the golden goblin with obvious greed, then fixed on Lin Yang behind Lin Anna like a venomous snake, noting his calm expression. Lin Yang. Xiao Tianyu's voice mixed undisguised hatred with arrogance as he pointed at the trembling golden goblin, his tone domineering and brutal. So it really is you. You dare steal from me. This golden goblin is prey my squad has been tracking for half the day. If you know what's good for you, hand over the goblin. Then get on your knees and kowtow to me 3 times, and I might consider letting you off easy. He paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face like he was granting charity. He stepped forward menacingly, the bloodthirsty aura unique to berserkers churning beneath his feet. Get on your knees, kowtow 3 times, and bark like a dog. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll consider sparing your miserable life." His words cut through the air like a poisoned dagger, harsh and arrogant. Wu Lily immediately let out several affected giggles behind him, her eyes gleaming with malicious glee. The shield warrior and assassin beside them simultaneously lowered their stances, locking their killing intent on Lin Yang. Lin Anna's beautiful face darkened with fury, her fingers gripping the golden goblin so tightly her knuckles turned white, the indigo arm guards creaking with metallic friction from the string. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a slender hand gently settled on her shoulder. Lin Yang stepped forward to stand beside Lin Anna, his face betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion, as if Xiao Tianyu's provocation was merely a breeze brushing past his ears. He even glanced up at the ceiling above. The goddess of light still floated lazily in midair, arms crossed and head tilted, her half-closed eyes practically screaming, "How annoying! When will this end?" Yet the pure holy light she radiated shone like the brightest beacon in the night sky, illuminating the mysterious corridor for hundreds of meters in brilliant daylight, banishing darkness and completely exposing any hidden figures. Lin Yang's wind perception had already spread out like an invisible radar. Xiao Tianyu's squad's supposedly stealthy approach looked to him like fireflies dancing in pitch darkness. As for why they were so easily discovered, one glance at the human-shaped light bulb overhead gave him his answer. Other squads drawn by the holy light were also lurking quietly on the periphery, wanting to watch the show, or waiting for an opportunity to scavenge. Heh. A faint mocking curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Trouble, killing neither bothered him. His gaze returned to Xiao Tianyu, his voice flat and emotionless. "Spare my life?" That indifferent question pierced through Xiao Tianyu's barely maintained bravado like an ice needle. "Xiao Mayan, have you forgotten how I crushed you before?" Even the hollow echoes of the corridor were suppressed by that quiet voice. Lin Yang's gaze held the impatience of someone looking down at ants. He could ignore a stray dog's barking by the roadside, but if a fly insisted on buzzing in his face, he wouldn't mind swatting it dead. "You." Humiliating memories instantly flooded Xiao Tianyu's mind. The scene of being publicly choked in the cafeteria seemed carved into his very bones. His face shifted from flushed red to ashen gray, veins bulging at his temples as the last shred of his sanity was consumed by rage. "Damn it! Stop putting on airs," he roared as he drew the menacing greatsword wreathed in bloody aura from his waist, pointing the blade directly at Lin Yang. "There are 4 of us against just 2 of them. 1 brute force war god, and 1 worthless mage burning through his lifespan. What's there to fear? Attack. Kill them. The jar is ours." As Xiao Tianyu roared, the shield warrior slammed his massive tower shield into the ground with a thunderous crash. The collision of metal against stone sent visible shockwaves rippling outward as he locked himself into an absolute defensive stance. The sinister assassin's form melted into the shadows like a lurking viper, leaving only a blurred afterimage. Wu Lily raised her bone staff high, malice and greed intertwining in her eyes as the skull atop it blazed with an eerie crimson light. "Lin Yang, run. I'll hold them off." Lin Anna reacted almost instinctively, stepping forward to shield Lin Yang. In one fluid motion, she hurled the trembling golden goblin she had just seized toward him. Her indigo arm guards crossed over her chest as every muscle in her body tensed like a drawn bowstring. The overwhelming aura of an SS-rank war god exploded outward as she prepared to face all 4 opponents alone, desperate to buy Lin Yang a chance to escape. However, Lin Yang caught the small creature effortlessly, glancing down at it with calm indifference. The golden goblin's legs were frozen solid, its beady green eyes filled with despair, yet it still clutched its small pouch of gold coins tightly. Lin Yang's expression remained serene, even showing slight annoyance at being disturbed. He raised his free left hand and casually rubbed his fingertips together. Pop! A small orange flame flickered silently to life at his fingertip. Though tiny, the fire radiated heat capable of incinerating anything. The flame seemed to possess its own consciousness as it gently drifted onto the golden goblin's rotund golden body. Squeak! The brief, piercing shriek barely had time to echo before the goblin vaporized instantly like a snowflake falling into a star's core, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. Only a golden miniature jar covered in runes remained on the ground, along with a small pile of coins gleaming with tempting luster. "It's the golden goblin's miniature jar. And the gold coins!" Wu Lily shrieked, ecstasy and greed intertwining. "Grab them for me." Almost the instant the goblin disintegrated, her spell was already unleashing. Power drain. Sharp incantations tore through the air as twin beams of crimson light shot from the skull's eye sockets atop her staff. A ring of scarlet thorns materialized around Lin Yang, ignoring distance, while 3 wisps of faint red light penetrated Xiao Tianyu, the shield warrior, and the assassin. The trio's auras surged as their muscles visibly swelled, their strength skyrocketing instantly. Agility drain. Without pause, Wu Lily swung her staff again. A deep purple energy ring followed immediately, locking onto Lin Yang once more as 3 streams of violet light poured into her teammates. Xiao Tianyu and his companions felt their bodies become incredibly light, their movements several times faster. With both strength and speed dramatically enhanced, their confidence soared. Holy shit! Overwhelming power and unprecedented agility flooded through their limbs, and they couldn't help but roar with ecstatic joy. Damn! My strength and agility both increased by several hundred points. This is incredible. Haha, Wu Lily is awesome. The sinister assassin's figure became an almost imperceptible blur, creating a piercing whistle as he rushed forward. He licked his lips, gazing at Lin Yang as if looking at a corpse about to fall. Xiao Tianyu was equally ecstatic as he swung his massive sword, the blood-colored energy tearing through the air, making him feel more powerful than ever before. Trash! Die! He roared. Together with the shield warrior and assassin, they formed a triangular pincer attack, using their surged strength and speed like 3 ferocious beasts breaking free from their cages, pouncing toward Lin Yang who still stood holding the golden jar. Their combined assault sealed off all escape routes. Lin Anna's face turned pale as she desperately tried to rush forward to intercept them. In that split second, what? The wild joy on Wu Lily's face, who was in the middle of casting, instantly froze. Her staff-holding hand trembled violently, and for the first time, her cruel eyes showed absolute, almost ghostly terror. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Her S-rank professional talent, Curse Theft, could forcibly extract 10 of a target's base strength and agility, temporarily stacking it onto designated teammates, with reduced effectiveness against higher-level targets. But the attribute flow from those 2 thefts just now was massive like a bursting dam, nearly overwhelming her mental link several hundred points. She knew that her total mental power as a level 20 curse mage was less than 200 points. Stealing 10 of Lin Yang's attributes had caused each of her 3 teammates to surge by several hundred points, unless Lin Yang's base strength and agility. Each stat was above several thousand points. The thought exploded like thunder in her mind, instantly chilling her to the bone as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. A mage with base attributes exceeding 1,000? What kind of monster was this? Come back! Wu Lily's terror-stricken shriek tore through the corridor as she finally realized what kind of existence she had provoked, but it was too late. Xiao Tianyu and the others' attacks crashed down like 3 cannonballs. The shield warrior raised his tower shield, slamming toward Lin Yang's chest with mountain-like force. The assassin's poison dagger struck like a viper's tongue toward Lin Yang's back. Xiao Tianyu's blood-red greatsword descended with a bloodthirsty roar, determined to cleave Lin Yang in half. Facing this triple killing blow that could instantly severely wound, or even kill an ordinary level 30 professional, Lin Yang's feet never moved. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, his deep eyes showing no fear, only indifferent boredom. His free left hand flicked lightly. Snap! The crisp finger snap, like death's toll, echoed through the holy light-illuminated corridor. There was no earth-shaking energy explosion, no dazzling magical light, only an ultimate bone-chilling silence that seemed to freeze souls, quietly spreading outward with Lin Yang at its center. Xiao Tianyu, the shield warrior, and the sinister assassin who were pouncing toward Lin Yang. The 3 figures, their faces twisted with savage grins and bodies surging with explosive power and speed, froze instantly, as if someone had hit the pause button. Crack! Azure frost erupted across the ground, and crystalline ice climbed up their legs at a visible pace, spreading through every gap in their metal armor. In the blink of an eye, silver armor, tower shields, and daggers were all encased in ice. The poisonous gleam faded as 3 lifelike ice sculptures rose from the ground, leaving only their heads exposed thanks to Lin Yang's mercy, exhaling rapid puffs of white mist. Xiao Tianyu's savage grin froze into icy cracks across his face, his bloodthirsty rage replaced by bone-chilling cold. His eyes darted frantically, neck muscles twitching, yet he couldn't move a single finger. The shield warrior and assassin beside him were similarly trapped in their transparent prison, faces pale as death, eyes wild with panic. Lin Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing them like frozen specimens in a laboratory, his eyes filled with nothing but pure curiosity. I'm curious, he said, his voice as calm as if commenting on the weather. Why do people like you always insist on picking fights you know you can't win? His gaze swept across Xiao Tianyu's contorted face, the shield warrior's terrified breathing, and the cold sweat beating on the assassin's forehead. The air fell deathly silent, broken only by the soft crackling of extending ice. Lin Yang, let me go if you know what's good for you. Xiao Tianyu forced out the words, his voice trembling from cold and fear, yet still blustering with false bravado. I'm from the Xiao family of the capital, the eldest son, the future clan leader. Touch a single hair on my head, and you're dead. The Xiao family will make you beg for death. A few steps away, Wu Lily was scared out of her wits, her legs trembling as she pleaded through tears. Lin Yang, it's all a misunderstanding. Please let them go. We'll leave right now. We don't want the jar anymore. Please show mercy. The stark contrast between their reactions laid the answer bare before Lin Yang. Their confidence wasn't born of courage, but from the deep-rooted family power backing them. They were certain that once they revealed their identities, no one would dare truly harm them. Lin Yang's gaze grew cold as ancient ice. He leaned closer to Xiao Tianyu, the chill almost touching the man's skin. "Do you think," he said, word by word, "I wouldn't dare kill you?" Xiao Tianyu's heart nearly stopped, but he forced himself to maintain his arrogant facade. "That's right. Would you dare? My Xiao family is one of the capital's great houses, deep foundations, countless powerful warriors. And I, Xiao Tianyu, am the most outstanding leader of this generation, the designated heir to the clan leadership. Try touching me. If you dare kill me, my Xiao family will mobilize everything to grind your bones to dust. Your entire family will pay the price." In his frenzied shouting, like a drowning man grasping at straws, he turned his gaze toward the teams hiding behind the stone pillars. "You, what are you waiting for? He's just a worthless forbidden spellcaster. He just unleashed that level of ice forbidden magic. He's definitely at his limit now. Completely drained. Attack together. Take him down. All his treasures, and that golden jar will be yours. I, Xiao Tianyu, swear here and now whoever captures him will be richly rewarded by my Xiao family. I guarantee 3 generations of wealth and glory for their clan." Xiao Tianyu's roar echoed like a demon's whisper, filled with temptation and incitement. Lin Yang's icy gaze swept across the surroundings as his wind perception painted a clear picture in his mind hidden in the shadows of stone pillars. Over a dozen figures with heavy breathing and greedy eyes stirred restlessly. All were provincial champions, representing nearly half the nation's top talents. Xiao Tianyu's painted vision of glory and that gleaming golden vial made them forget the terror of Lin Yang's instant kills. As for the military prodigies, Lin Yang's perception detected none. That group had long since followed their predetermined objectives deep into the mystic corridor, completely unmoved by the commotion and radiance here. Take him down. The golden vial is in his hands. Attack together. He can't hold out much longer. Fortune favors the bold. Xiao Tianyu's relentless goading ignited their greed like flames. The dozen champions could no longer restrain themselves and burst from behind the stone pillars. Blade edges, spear shadows, and light blades blazed under the holy radiance, accompanied by scorching skills as they lunged at Lin Yang from all directions, like a pack of hyenas catching the scent of blood. "Lin Yang, watch out." Lin Anna's face turned ashen. She knew Lin Yang's strength, but she also understood the massive toll of forbidden spell. She must be weakened now. Without hesitation, she rushed in front of Lin Yang, crossing her arm guards in absolute defense. "I'll hold them off. Take the vial and run." Her only answer was Lin Yang's serene, untroubled expression and his gently raised hand. His thumb pressed against his middle finger and gave a light snap. Snap. The subtle sound of fingers snapping was like a clock hand frozen in time. With Lin Yang as the center, the temperature within a 20-meter radius plummeted instantly to absolute zero. The dozen champions who had just charged from the shadows remained frozen in their assault poses, sealed from foot to pupil by deep blue ice. Blades, battle aura, and light patterns all froze midair as over a dozen ice sculptures of various forms refracted cold light under the holy radiance, resembling a scene from hell. The next second, bang, 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 a series of subtle, yet bone-chilling muffled sounds. The ice sculptures shattered from within. No screams, no flying flesh and blood, only uniform fragments gleaming with ethereal blue light scattered down like finely cut blue stardust, carpeting the ground. Dead silence. Even the air seemed frozen. You actually killed them?" The icebound Xiao Tianyu and Wu Lily collapsed on the ground, looked like ducks with their throats seized, their eyes nearly bulging out. Faces written with absolute horror had actually eliminated over a dozen top provincial talents in one move. Lin Yang slowly lowered his hand, as if merely brushing away non-existent dust from his sleeve. His gaze fell upon Xiao Tianyu's face, twisted with terror, his voice flat and devoid of any emotion. "When they chose to attack me, they should have been prepared to die." His stare pierced like an icy probe into the depths of Xiao Tianyu's pupils. "You included." The moment Xiao Tianyu met Lin Yang's indifferent eyes that showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever finally saw it. It wasn't anger, nor killing intent. It was pure, absolute indifference, like looking down at dust from above. The gaze of someone looking at a dead man. In that instant, Xiao Tianyu's psychological defenses completely crumbled. No, don't." He let out a shrill, distorted scream. All his arrogance, all his pride, all his family's backing, everything vanished in that moment. Only the most primitive, instinctual desire to survive remained. "Lin Yang, Master Lin, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Spare me. Please spare me. I don't want the jar anymore. The Xiao family won't trouble you either. I swear. I'll be your servant. Please let me go. Let me go." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he begged incoherently, even trying to kowtow. But his body was frozen stiff. unable to even turn his neck. A strong urge to urinate hit him, but he realized in horror that even that part of his body was numb and senseless from the cold. Begging for mercy now? Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of puzzled confusion, as if asking an incredibly stupid question. Where was this earlier? At that moment, Wu Lily collapsed on the ground, grabbed onto what seemed like her last lifeline. She crawled desperately to Lin Yang's feet, crying and pleading without regard for her dignity. Lin Yang, listen to me. Let us go. The Shao family will surely reward you handsomely. You're a forbidden curse master, right? You need rare treasures to replenish your life force, don't you? The Shao family has money, resources. They can definitely help you find what you need. Help you live longer. Really, as long as you let her words cut off abruptly, because while she was pleading, Lin Yang's gaze wasn't even on her. He simply, casually, flicked his finger again at the three ice sculptures. No sound. The three ice sculptures encasing Shao Tianyu, the shield warrior, and the assassin's heads, along with their frozen bodies below, instantly developed spiderweb-like cracks, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Then, under Wu Lily's despairing gaze, crash, the three ice sculptures shattered completely. They became an unrecognizable pile of fragments mixed with ice crystals. Shao Tianyu's face, frozen in terror and pleading, flashed briefly among the shattered ice before vanishing completely. What did you just say? Only then did Lin Yang seem to notice Wu Lily's pleas, looking at her calmly with eyes filled with pure curiosity. Ah! Wu Lily's scream pierced through the corridor's deathly silence like a banshee's wail. You killed him. How dare you kill him? He was from the capital's Shao family. The heir to the Shao family. It's over. Everything's over. She collapsed on the ground, clutching her head and screaming hysterically as if the sky were falling. After a few seconds, she suddenly realized an even more brutal fact from her shock and breakdown: her own life was also in his hands. She jerked her head up, her tear-streaked face filled with absolute terror, trying to crawl on hands and knees to grab Lin Yang's legs. Lin Yang, please spare me. I beg you to spare me. It was all Shao Tianyu's idea. He forced me into this. He's had it out for you from the start. I was just following orders. I'm just a helpless woman. Wu Lily's voice was hoarse, her face deathly pale as she babbled incoherently, desperately trying to shift the blame. She retreated against the wall in a disheveled state, flailing her arms wildly as she attempted to pin all responsibility on Shao Tianyu. In the corridor, cold light fell like frost, and Lin Yang's face remained carved from ice, unmoved by her wailing pleas. Realizing her begging was futile, Wu Lily suddenly whipped her head around, fixing her desperate gaze on Lin Anna nearby. Like a drowning person clutching at driftwood, she shrieked. Anna, save me. Aren't we best friends? Have you forgotten how close we used to be? Are you really going to stand there and watch me die? Lin Anna. Hearing this pitiful scream, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow with interest, turning his head to observe this SS-level war god renowned for her hatred of evil. He was curious whether this so-called friendship could sway her in the slightest. Holy light poured down from the dome, illuminating Lin Anna's cold profile. She stood with arms crossed, her indigo armor gleaming with metallic coldness. Faced with Wu Lily's tear-streaked face and pathetic attempt at moral blackmail, using their friendship, her sharp eyebrows arched, and her almond-shaped eyes filled with naked contempt and disgust. Her red lips parted slightly, delivering two clear words that, though not loud, struck like nails hammered into a coffin. Idiot. The two casual words echoed through the deathly silent corridor. Lin Yang's lips curved upward in a rare smile, clearly satisfied with this response. He turned his attention back to Wu Lily, who stood completely stunned. No, please don't. Wu Lily saw those eyes freeze over again, and her last shred of hope crumbled instantly. Despair swallowed her like a tide. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, her eyes widened and her voice shot up with desperate shrillness. Wait. She stared fixedly at Lin Yang, driven nearly mad by fear and the will to survive. In the next second, she made an absurd and degrading decision. I can be with you. This scream nearly tore her throat. Before the words had fully left her lips, she grabbed her already disheveled clothing and ripped it apart with both hands. Rip! The flimsy fabric tore in two, exposing her pale shoulders and suggestive curves under the cold light. Reeking of perfume mixed with cold sweat, she threw herself to the ground, wrapping her arms desperately around Lin Yang's legs like a cornered leopard clinging to its prey. Front, back, however you want to play. She looked up, forcing a seductive smile that was twisted by terror, making it appear cheap and ugly. Her soft body pressed against his legs in sacrificial submission. However, this figure that had once driven countless men wild appeared nothing but filthy in Lin Yang's eyes. He didn't even bother to look down, merely tilting his head slightly, as if avoiding something revolting, found even glancing at someone else's worn-out leftovers disgusting. This silent contempt cut sharper than any curse, instantly piercing through Wu Lily's last pretense of dignity. The seductive smile on her face completely froze, replaced by a venomous hatred that erupted from the depths of her soul after being utterly trampled. That malice burned in her eyes like blinding flames, as if it could materialize into poisonous venom at any moment. Lin Yang, you, go, to, hell. Her shriek tore through the air as Wu Lily's entire body convulsed, and a cold, violent wave of psychic energy exploded forth. Secret technique, soul-cursed death strike. A ghastly, twisted smile contorted her features as the pain of sacrifice instantly warped her face. Visibly, her once smooth skin rapidly dulled. Fine wrinkles crawled across the corners of her eyes and lips, and a strand of black hair turned ashen gray on the spot. 10 years of her lifespan, reduced to ashes. In the next moment, a translucent figure identical to her, but formed of pale psychic energy, suddenly shot out from the crown of her head. The figure gripped an equally pale, bone-chillingly cold dagger, transcending physical distance as it lunged toward Lin Yang's forehead with desperate resolve to perish together. Watch out. It's a psychic attack. Lin Anna's cry carried heart-wrenching urgency as she detected that sinister piercing force. Yet Lin Yang remained motionless, not even his robes stirring. His profound eyes showed no ripple, merely lowering slightly to fix his gaze precisely and coldly upon the psychic form of Wu Lily that ordinary people could never see. Impossible. I'm in spirit form, how can he see me? The psychic Wu Lily suddenly stopped, looking up to meet his gaze, her face filled with terror. Refusing to believe it, she drifted half a foot to the left. Lin Yang's eyes followed like a shadow, tracking her movement without the slightest deviation. He really can see me? Bone-deep cold rose from the depths of her soul, but the sacrifice was complete, there was no turning back. I don't care. Die. A silent shriek shook the realm of consciousness as she poured all the malice gained from burning her lifespan into the dagger, transforming into a pale streak of light aimed directly at Lin Yang's forehead and sea of consciousness, intent on tearing his soul's essence to shreds. Only 1 foot remained between her and Lin Yang. Boom. An indescribable pressure suddenly descended, vast as a sea of stars, sacred as divine authority, invisible yet indestructible. The psychic Wu Lily seemed to crash into an unseen barrier, her speed plummeting as she became trapped in space thick as golden amber. She looked up, and what she saw made her spiritual form tremble violently. Deep within Lin Yang's sea of consciousness lay not a weak domain, but a divine realm. Gentle, yet blazing golden radiance flowed like rivers, with several graceful figures faintly visible. Some shrouded in moonlight's pure glow, silver hair cascading like waterfalls, eyes filled with compassion. Others surrounded by golden divine flames, lips red as fire, noble light flowing between their brows. Still others formed from billions of stars, their skirts transformed into the Milky Way, eyes holding the birth and death of universes. They varied in posture, some sitting, some standing, some playing instruments, others holding flowers, yet all without exception surrounded the central figure. Lin Yang's spiritual essence sat upon a golden divine throne, his entire being radiating gentle yet vast divine light. At this moment, he was like a god king seated above the 9th heaven, gazing down upon mortal insects. This wasn't a sea of consciousness, this was clearly a divine realm. No, impossible. This is... Wu Lily's spiritual consciousness came to a complete halt. The pale dagger that had gathered all her malice and life force couldn't even approach under the crushing divine might, dissolving inch by inch like snow under scorching sun, vanishing into nothingness. In the real world, Wu Lily's physical body seemed pierced by lightning as she suddenly spat out a large mouthful of dark red blood mixed with grayish-white fragments that splattered on the ground with wet sounds. Malice, madness, and terror froze in her pupils like fine porcelain covered in cracks. In the next moment, her skin visibly sagged and dulled, large patches of her hair turned gray-white. Her vitality drained away as she withered from a beautiful woman into a decrepit old crone whose lamp had run dry. She collapsed to the ground, left with only weak, terrified trembling. Lin Yang slowly withdrew his gaze, glancing at the dying, instantly aged body with the indifference of looking at a dead insect. Killing you would only dirty my hands. His voice was calm and emotionless, yet carried the cold cruelty of a death sentence. The icy abyssal aura mixed with the metallic scent of blood clung to skin, suffocating. Lin Yang continued walking without pause, not even bothering to spare another glance at the withered figure, stepping directly into the deeper darkness of the lair. Lin Anna's gaze swept over the old woman curled up on the ground, Wu Lily, who had once been radiant and inseparable from her. Her heart felt pierced by fine needles, a sharp yet dull ache rising within. How many years ago had they walked arm in arm, sharing all their secrets? One destined to shine as an SS-rank war god of unparalleled talent, the other an enviable S-rank curse master. But jealousy's poisonous vines had ultimately entwined Wu Lily's heart. She had fled to another province, then climbed up to Shao Tianyu, the prodigy of the capital's Shao family. thinking she had reached higher branches. Now, pity and desolation flashed briefly in Lin Anna's eyes before she shook her head gently, suppressing the untimely melancholy, and hurried to follow Lin Yang. All around was deathly silence. Those provincial top scorers who had been so confident and self-satisfied stood petrified in the shadows like stone statues. Horror was written across their faces, pupils trembling violently, throats tight, not daring to breathe heavily. The scene before them was too terrifying. Lin Yang, a college entrance exam top scorer from a small place, had crushed several top-tier peers along with the lofty Xiao Tianyu, prodigy of the capital's Xiao family and national runner-up, with the ease of trampling ants. His methods were ruthless, his strength unfathomable, completely shattering all their pride and false hopes. With the Abyss factions gathering concluded, the outside world would surely erupt in tremendous upheaval. A casual glance from Lin Yang was like an invisible giant hand gripping everyone's throat. All survivors stepped back in unison, cold sweat instantly soaking their clothes, none daring to take even a single step in his direction. Only 2 sets of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Lin Anna maintained her position half a step behind, following closely. Lin Yang remained utterly calm, as if the bloody massacre moments before had been nothing more than brushing dust from his shoulder. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's. The small vial might hold surprises, but there were clearly more urgent targets ahead. The two pressed forward through the debris, fighting their way upward as blood and experience points surged together. Finally, a massive metal gate loomed before them, its surface covered in ancient runes, radiating an oppressive chill. Lin Yang pressed his palm against the door, and frost spread along the runes at a visible speed. With a deafening crack, the entire gate shattered into ice crystal fragments. Beyond the door lay a hall vast enough for a dragon to turn around in. The vaulted ceiling soared high above, with rusted chains hanging from black beams, while the air carried the scent of cold metal mixed with millennia of dust. At their feet lay a fallen sword-bearing knight in tattered armor, clutching a longsword a guard Lin Yang had just dispatched with a wave of his hand. At the far end of the hall stood a more imposing figure, the Lord, Banisher of Heaven. Heavy mithril armor gleamed in the dim light, with halos at the joints pulsing like cold currents. Within the dark slits of its helmet, 2 clusters of ghostly blue soulfire blazed fiercely. The massive blue lightsaber it wielded hummed incessantly, its edge slicing through the air and seemingly crushing the atmospheric pressure around it. This level 40 Abyssal Lord made the entire hall feel frozen just by standing there. Let me try. Battle fervor ignited in Lin Anna's eyes. As an SS-class war god, her pride would not allow retreat. Before her battle cry faded, she had transformed into a golden lightning bolt, her punch creating ripples in the metal floor plates as she struck directly at the Banisher's chest armor. Clang! The deafening impact echoed throughout the hall. A punch capable of shattering mountains and splitting peaks left only a fingerwidth white mark. The Banisher remained completely motionless, as if stung by a mere insect. The soul fire within its helmet suddenly flickered, and the ghostly blue sword swept in a backhand arc too fast for the eye to follow. Too fast. Lin Anna didn't even have time to cross her arms in defense. Swoosh. Blue light flashed, and blood sprayed. She was sent flying like she'd been hit by a high-speed train, crashing into the rear wall. The metal panels dented from the impact as she fell to the ground, a deep wound running diagonally from shoulder to abdomen, visible to the bone. The torn flesh gaped open, blood instantly soaking through her golden battle suit. The excruciating pain darkened her vision as she spat blood onto her pale, delicate chin. She clutched the wound, blood flowing freely between her fingers. Her breathing instantly weakened, her eyes filled with terror. How could this be? She had been critically wounded by a single sword strike, like she was made of paper. Something's wrong. Lin Yang's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He knew Lin Anna's capabilities in SS class. War God's physique far exceeded others of the same level. Even in defeat, she should never have been brought to death's door by a mere level 40 lord with one strike. This attack strength completely exceeded normal level parameters. Kiss of the Life Goddess, he commanded in a low voice. Raising his hand, a pillar of emerald light containing endless vitality burst from his fingertips, instantly enveloping Lin Anna. Within the gentle radiance, the ethereal figure of a goddess in light veils appeared, her features blurred, yet radiating pure sanctity. With a compassionate smile, she leaned down and, like a dragonfly touching water, gently pressed a soft kiss of green light upon Lin Anna's forehead. A miracle occurred. The terrible wound seemed to be smoothed by invisible divine hands, the torn flesh rapidly writhing and mending, severed muscle fibers growing back at lightning speed. Her pale cheeks quickly regained their color. Lin Anna gasped violently. Like a drowning person finally surfacing, her chest heaved dramatically as sweat and blood mingled together, soaking her hair and clinging to her smooth forehead. The shock of surviving left her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably, her gaze toward Lin Yang filled with dependence and lingering fear. Lin Yang stepped forward, his imposing figure standing like an iron wall before her, his voice resolute. Stand back. Let me handle this. The Banisher of Heaven was enraged by this sudden intervention. Its ethereal blue lightsaber hummed with rising intensity as its massive form charged forward with the force of wind and thunder, each step shaking dust from the palace ceiling. Facing this terrifying charge, Lin Yang's eyes turned ice cold. With him at the center, the temperature plummeted sharply, and the air crackled with the brittle sound of freezing. Violent ice elements compressed and swirled in his palms, forming a seal of extreme cold that seemed to freeze time itself. Ice forbidden spell absolute zero purgatory. Lin Yang roared, thrusting both palms forward. A massive torrent of frost blazing with absolute zero radiance roared forth, freezing space itself in its path and crystallizing even light. However, facing this flood capable of freezing all things, the Banisher of Heaven merely raised its ethereal blue lightsaber and casually slashed downward. Hiss! No explosion, only the teeth-grinding sound of tearing. The frost torrent was split in two by that blue blade, as easily as cutting through tofu. The divided streams of cold rushed past either side of the Banisher, crashing into the walls and instantly forming massive ice crystals, while the creature itself remained completely unharmed. The sword's edge gleamed with an even more sinister light. How is this possible? For the first time, the coldness on Lin Yang's face cracked, turbulent waves surging in his pupils. His invincible ice-forbidden spell had been easily shattered by a single sword strike. That ethereal blue lightsaber had cut through the forbidden spell like slicing tofu, and the absolute zero cold hadn't even left a trace of frost on the mithril armor. Lin Yang suddenly understood. This was no ordinary level 40 abyssal lord. The soul fire beneath the Banisher's helmet flickered violently, as if mocking his shock. Without breaking stride, it pressed forward with crushing momentum, the ethereal blue lightsaber transforming into deadly lightning aimed straight at Lin Yang's heart, moving far faster than its previous attack on Lin Anna. The mortal crisis pierced his spine like an ice pick. Lin Yang's pupils contracted as his mental power rapidly calculated, dodge? No time. Anna's injury was proof of that. Defensive forbidden spell? A single target shield probably couldn't stop this penetrating lightsaber. In that split second, one thought emerged: victorious amplification. Overwhelming force through extreme attributes. Blessing of the Earth Mother. Lin Yang's voice was deep and solemn, carrying the majesty of Earth's laws as he pressed both hands to the cold ground beneath his feet, as if to draw the power of the entire abyss into himself. Rumble. The entire hall shook violently. This wasn't an enemy attack, but a torrent of earthy yellow energy erupting from deep within the Earth's veins, thick and magnificent, as if the Earth itself was breathing. The energy gathered like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, pouring into Lin Yang's body all at once. In an instant, his entire body exploded with brilliant earthy yellow light, like a humanoid sun. His attributes, already far exceeding those of his peers, now soared under the blessing of the third-tier forbidden spell, Earth Mother's Blessing, as if he could tear mountains apart with his bare hands, yet remain unmovable when standing upon the earth. His muscles expanded rapidly, his bones cracked under pressure, but were stabilized by the gentle power of the earth. Speed, reflexes, endurance, everything surged, making him like a mobile war fortress. As the tremendous power flowed in, a phantom figure materialized above his head, draped in plain hemp robes with a wreath of weed ears, a goddess radiating maternal radiance, the Earth Mother's projection. However, this solemn scene was broken by her sudden eye roll. She glanced sideways at Lin Yang, then at the tin can charging forward with its demonic light sword, her expression clearly saying, "To stay again? My power isn't for you to randomly drain. And that big fool with the glow stick, so noisy." Divinity mixed with annoyance, utterly absurd. Buzz. Aegon's Ronin's sword was gripped in Lin Yang's swollen hand. Power surged through it, making the ancient blade hum excitedly as the surrounding air twisted under compression. Clang. The light sword and Ronin blade collided fiercely. No longer a one-sided crushing, the sharp metallic clash exploded, piercing eardrums. Shockwaves spread from beneath their feet, tearing and flinging up the hall's metal flooring. The ground beneath Lin Yang's feet collapsed thunderously, cracks spreading like a spider web, yet he remained motionless as a mountain. Instead, the massive mechanical armor of the Heaven's Banisher was forced back a step. The soul fire within its helmet flickered violently. It clearly hadn't expected this human to surge to such terrifying power. Hiss. Lin Anna, watching from afar, pressed her recently healed chest, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The aura Lin Yang now emanated was as wild as an ancient beast, as heavy as eternal mountains. Even she, an SS rank war god, felt suffocating pressure. Good. I can block it. Cold light flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. No longer at a disadvantage in raw power, he was far from just a brute. Since it liked cutting through forbidden spells, time for a change of flavor. Heaven-burning karmic fire. He spread the fingers of his left hand, aiming at the retreating Heaven's Banisher and clenching suddenly. Without incantations, purely through will, fire elements were instantly detonated, compressed, then detonated again. Boom! Not a fireball, nor a sea of flames, but a beam of blazing white fire that had lost all color. Like the most scorching, most frenzied, most reckless love, carrying the will to burn everything. It instantly pierced through space, striking directly at Heaven's Banisher's chest. Where it passed, air was completely incinerated, leaving a pitch-black vacuum trail. Heaven's Banisher reacted swiftly, raising its ghostly blue light, sword horizontally, to intercept sizzle. Sizzle. The piercing sound of energy annihilation. The blazing white beam crashed heavily against the dark blue lightsaber, its scorching heat so intense that even the mithril armor instantly turned red-hot, bubbles dancing chaotically across its surface as if thrown into a furnace. The blue radiance of the lightsaber flickered rapidly, yet it still steadily blocked the terrifying forbidden spell capable of melting through obsidian. Blocked it again. Lin Yang's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze sharp enough to slice through air as he locked onto that eerie dark blue lightsaber. Twice now. Whether it was ultimate frost or raging flames, these forbidden spells containing the power of natural laws had been effortlessly parried and nullified. This was definitely not simple elemental resistance. Spell breaking, that's right. Lin Yang muttered under his breath, his voice cold, yet carrying the composure of newfound understanding. Energy was severed, and physical attacks struggled against the armor, a troublesome combination. But now that he'd seen through its essence, he had found his breakthrough. A cold smile tugged at Lin Yang's lips. Spell breaking? Very well, then I'll use something you can't break. Howl of the Wind Goddess. Judgment of the Thunder Goddess. His steps synchronized almost perfectly with his heartbeat. His right hand wielded the Ronin longsword in a strike, pure physical sharpness wrapped in air-tearing hurricanes. His left hand summoned wind and thunder, thick purple lightning coiling like a dragon within the tornado, lashing toward the Banisher of Heaven with the cunning angle of a striking viper. The Banisher of Heaven raised its sword to block the Ronin blade, but was shaken by the surging brute force until its entire armor rang and clanged. Simultaneously, the violent wind and thunder struck the armor like a 1,000-pound hammer, erupting in muffled crashes and piercing electrical currents. For the first time, its movements showed obvious delay, joints trembling slightly, electric arcs dancing wildly across its surface. The spell-breaking lightsaber could dissolve energy, but couldn't completely negate the impact of pure force and the direct assault of natural phenomena. Time to end this. Silver light exploded in Lin Yang's eyes, like a falling galaxy. Dominion of the Time God. The light in the hall suddenly twisted, and an indescribable phantom materialized behind him. It was a goddess draped in pure white robes, with a magnificent ethereal clock suspended behind her, each tick of its hands pulling at the pulse of spacetime. The Time Goddess had descended. However, this supreme being who commanded time struck an extremely exaggerated, dramatically over-the-top pose upon her appearance. Arms crossed over her chest, body leaning slightly forward, one leg straight, the other bent back with toes touching the ground. The contrast between divine majesty and ridiculous posture was almost blood-spittingly absurd, as if proclaiming, "Mortals, behold this goddess's invincible entrance." The goddess phantom raised her finger, aimed at the Banisher of Heaven who was struggling to break free from the wind and thunder, while raising its sword again, and lightly pointed. The world, a cold syllable that seemed to echo from the very source of time itself, thundered forth. Hum. The space centered on the Banisher of Heaven instantly froze solid. Dancing arcs of thunder, roaring hurricanes, the flickering blue light on its body. Even its attempt to swing its sword, everything was frozen in time. The massive armor remained locked in its sword-raising pose, as if sealed within invisible amber, even the dancing blue soul flames beneath its helmet completely still. Throughout the entire hall, only Lin Yang, and the Aegon's Ronin blade in his hand remained unaffected. Time had become his sharpest weapon. Dispel magic? Dispel my ass. Lin Yang sneered inwardly, though his voice remained ice-cold and calm. Before the words had fully settled, his figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing beside the frozen colossal head of the Banisher of Heaven. The power gathering on his blade was suffocatingly heavy, its edge wrapped in soul-freezing cold. No roar, no unnecessary movements, only a strike of ultimate speed. The sword light flashed. Crack. That slight, yet bone-chilling sound, like a blade slicing through tenth of sandy-rolled ice. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure of the Time Goddess floating in the air withdrew her finger, her exaggerated JoJo pose instantly dissolving as time resumed its normal flow. The Banisher of Heaven's massive form froze, the twin soul flames in its helmet flickering frantically before extinguishing completely. A hair-thin line of ice spread from the side of its helmet, instantly covering its entire body. Crash! The heavy armor and light sword collapsed together, shattering into countless ice crystal-wrapped metal fragments. At the center of the debris lay a deep blue rhomboid crystal and several items gleaming with different lustrous colors. The battle was over. Lin Yang leaned on his sword with one hand, his chest rising and falling slightly. The series of high-level forbidden spells, especially manipulating time, had placed a heavy burden even on his seemingly endless mental power. The earthy yellow radiance around his body slowly faded. Lin Yang, Lin Anna rushed over quickly. Her delicate face was pale, beads of sweat sliding down several strands of black hair at her temples, her chest heaving violently. In her eyes swirled a mixture of lingering fear, shock, and almost blind worship. This man could actually control time itself. What was that goddess who had struck such a bizarre pose? Just how many secrets was he still hiding? But Lin Yang only stared at the dispel magic light, sword still glowing with eerie blue light among the ice fragments. The blade's material and power emanated an ominous wrongness. Just as he bent down to pick it up, sudden change erupted. At the core where the Banisher of Heaven had died, space crumpled like roughly wrinkled fabric, suddenly emitting a piercing tearing sound. Pitch-black cracks appeared, their edges crackling with unstable purple-black arcs. An indescribable, utterly violent, yet familiar aura burst forth like a dam-breaking lava flow. Scorching, high-pressure, destructive. The hall's temperature skyrocketed as the metal walls groaned in agony. Lin Anna let out a muffled grunt, feeling her blood boiling, her recently healed wounds burning with pain. She instinctively grabbed Lin Yang's arm, her delicate body trembling, her chest heaving violently with rapid breathing, her eyes filled with terror at this disaster-like horror. Lin Yang's pupils contracted sharply the moment that aura hit him, the killing intent and towering rage in the depths of his soul completely ignited. He stared fixedly at the crack, his voice cold enough to freeze the abyss itself, speaking each word deliberately. "We meet again, ember of the world-burning flame. Zelda." Lin Yang's bone-chilling roar erupted, saturated with towering hatred. Like thunder, this low growl exploded through the deathly silent hall. The violent aura from the spatial rift, mixed with scorching waves that could incinerate everything, instantly ignited the coldest killing intent deep within his soul. It was him. Absolutely him. This aura, he would never mistake it even in death. As murderous intent surged and Lin Yang was about to charge into that rift, the aura of world-burning flames suddenly stilled. The next moment, a massive, suffocating vertical pupil swept past the depths of the rift trapped in dark red flames, cold and indifferent, gazing down upon all living beings. With just one glance, the souls of Lin Yang and Lin Anna felt as if they were being scorched by fierce fire, trembling uncontrollably. However, the figure that stepped out from the rift was not the world-incinerating existence he had anticipated. Buzz. The purple-black arcs at the space's edge were torn apart by an extremely pure light. That figure seemed forged from solidified sunlight, clad in streamlined golden armor, each plate flowing with liquid radiance like a work of art. A helmet concealed the face, revealing only 2 points of star-like blue light his eyes. Behind him, pure energy formed blue hair that danced with invisible currents, each movement scattering golden sparkles that illuminated the cold hall with magnificent brilliance. In his grip was the very ethereal blue lightsaber that the Heaven's Banisher had lost earlier. Now the blade awakened in his grasp, its profound edge interweaving with his golden radiance, multiplying his imposing presence. Lord of Light Sieghart, LV50. The level number struck Lin Yang and Lin Anna's hearts like a hammer. Level 50. Far beyond the current limits of what the Abyss faction could reach, this was absolutely not an enemy that level 20 class changers could contend with. The lightsaber on the ground rose at his call, ringing clearly as it fell into Sieghart's right hand. He raised the sword with his right hand, slightly lifting his left, and bowed toward the still enclosed rift with elegant, yet absolutely respectful movements. "Lord Zelda, these are merely a few bothersome ants, unworthy of your personal attention." His voice, like grinding metal and stone, carried cold, mechanical oppression. "Please do not let them delay your important matters." Deep within the rift, that flaming vertical pupil seemed to glance at him. The aura of world-burning flames stirred slightly with the displeasure of being disturbed, but ultimately receded like a tide. The vertical pupil vanished into darkness, and the purple-black rift twisted several times before being roughly sewn shut by invisible hands, closing and disappearing in an instant. Though most of the terrifying pressure dissipated, the hall became even more oppressively murderous. More direct, more imminent threat of death now stood before Lin Yang, radiating blinding golden light. Sieghart slowly turned around, the cold blue light beneath his helmet firmly locking onto Lin Yang and Lin Anna. His lightsaber pointed diagonally toward the ground as invisible pressure crushed down upon them like a mountain. "Anna." Lin Yang's voice carried an unprecedented gravity, even tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. His spine was ramrod straight, not turning back, every muscle tense to its limit. The Ronin's blade hummed with a deep resonance, its cold gleam converging into a focused beam at the tip, locked firmly onto Sieghart. Lin Anna's throat tightened, her voice trembling noticeably. Lin Yang. I. The descending golden figure was like a deity incarnate, radiating an overwhelming aura of absolute dominance. Her prized SS-rank talent crumbled like brittle earth under this pressure, leaving only bone-deep terror. Cold sweat soaked her palms as her fingertips trembled slightly while gripping Lin Yang's arm. The old wound in her chest throbbed dully from the recent energy blast, constantly reminding her of the vast chasm between their powers. Listen to me. Lin Yang's speech suddenly accelerated, each word falling like ice pellets. Now, immediately, right now, go. We'll leave together. We'll exit the abyss. Right now. Lin Anna nearly screamed, her voice breaking with desperation. The exit mechanism would cost them dearly, but any loss was better than dying here. It's useless. Lin Yang cut her off decisively, his gaze locked onto Sieghart without the slightest deviation. Until this bastard dies, the space is completely sealed by him. There's no way out. This is a death trap. The moment Sieghart descended, the spatial structure of the entire hall was instantly reinforced by terrifying light energy loss. The Abyss Party's exit mechanism was forcibly disrupted. Lin Yang could sense it all clearly. Insects. Sieghart spoke, his voice cold to the extreme, pronouncing like a verdict. You've interfered with my lord's business, so you must all die. As the word die fell, he casually swung the ethereal blue lightsaber in his hand. Silent, yet supremely sharp, a blue sword energy streak moved with near teleportation speed, tearing through the air as it slashed toward the pair. Simultaneously, several barrel-thick, blazing white lightning bolts exploded without warning from the ceiling, like judgment spears hurled by gods, sealing off every possible escape route for Lin Yang and Lin Anna. Sword energy and falling lightning wove together into an invisible, yet deadly net. Too fast. Faster than Lin Yang's reaction limits. Get out of here. In that critical moment, Lin Yang's eyes blazed with resolve. With no time to consider defense or counterattack, he twisted sideways sharply, his left hand spreading wide. Violent wind elements compressed instantly in his palm, not to kill enemies, but to push people away. Wind, a gentle yet irresistible hurricane, precisely enveloped Lin Anna. She only managed a single cry before being hurled like a stone from a catapult. The wind forced violently, flinging her from the death zone toward the relatively safe, shadowy corner by the hall's side wall. Airborne, she tumbled helplessly, her long hair whipping wildly, her eyes filled with the terror of being forcibly separated, unwillingness, and above all, deep concern for Lin Yang. In that same instant, boom, crack, the blue death sword energy and several blazing white lightning bolts crashed down like divine punishment, hammering mercilessly into the spot where Lin Yang had been standing. No, Lin Anna cried out in despair. Sedgehart's seemingly casual, yet world-ending strike descended. The ghostly blue blade fell, its concentrated death energy forming a ribbon of pure destruction that moved silently, yet swift as teleportation, cutting across the vast space. From the depths of the dome, several lightning bolts as thick as barrels followed in blazing white fury, like judgment spears hurled by the gods themselves, precisely sealing off all escape routes for Lin Yang and Lin Anna. Sword energy and thunder intertwined in midair, instantly weaving a massive net of annihilation that crashed down upon Lin Yang. In the next moment, terrifying energy erupted. A blinding orb of blue and white light exploded like a miniature sun in the center of the hall, swallowing Lin Yang's figure completely. The hardened alloy floor melted like butter under the searing radiance, emitting piercing shrieks before tearing apart, melting, and vaporizing. A charred crater over 10 meters in diameter thundered into existence, its edges flowing with scalding red-hot molten metal that hissed and bubbled. Shockwaves carrying violent electrical currents and razor-sharp fragments of sword energy swept outward like an uncontrolled hurricane, ionizing the air with the acrid smell of burning. At the center of destruction, Lin Yang's figure was completely consumed. Meanwhile, Lin Anna, pushed away by Lin Yang's wind power, crashed heavily into the cold metal wall. Excruciating pain spread from her back, her vision nearly black, yet she couldn't care about herself and struggled to lift her head. Tears blurred her sight. Her chest felt crushed by an invisible hand, the pain making it impossible to breathe though they had known each other briefly. This man who had repeatedly pulled her back from death's edge and still stood before her in desperate moments had already burned his image into her soul. Lin Yang. Her anguished cry was torn apart by the explosion's aftermath. Suspended in midair, Sedgeheart, the Lord of Light City, floated bathed in holy yet frigid radiance. Beneath his helmet, two brilliant blue lights gazed coldly down at the blast center, like a deity indifferently observing ants. His ghostly blue lightsaber pulsed with flowing energy as he remained utterly calm, already certain of this strike's outcome. The raging energy storm finally began to subside. The blinding light receded, leaving only wisps of smoke curling from the deep crater and the pervasive smell of charred destruction. The hall was a scene of devastation. Cracked floors, blackened walls, as if torn apart by some colossal beast. Just as the smoke began to clear, a figure still stood upright. It was Lin Yang. He knelt on one knee, a Ganzuo's Ronin blade driven deep into the scorching ground to support his body. His clothing was torn and blackened in multiple places, exposed skin bearing burn marks, fresh blood at the corner of his mouth battered, yet unyielding. Even more astounding was what appeared behind Hema. Majestic phantom slowly materialized, a goddess draped in veils of thunder, crowned with lightning. Her features were indistinct, countless purple electric serpents coiling around her form, as if she bore the weight of the nine heavens' thunder pool. It was she who, at the moment between life and death, had used her divine power to block the heavenly punishment lightning that would have reduced Lin Yang to charcoal. Thunder clashed against thunder in direct collision, annihilating most of the destructive force. The Thunder Goddess. At the critical moment, Lin Yang relied on his terrifying reaction speed granted by infinite mental power and his talent for instantaneous spell casting to summon a lightning-type forbidden spell at the absolute limit. It wasn't an attack, but rather Thunder Shield's thunder, instantly erecting a defensive barrier woven from dark purple lightning around his body. Cough, cough. The violent electric current tore at his flesh as Lin Yang coughed dully, spitting out a mouthful of turbid air that tasted of burnt metal. Even his elemental guardian talent, which supposedly granted immunity to elemental damage, was now scorched with mottled cracks. He slowly raised his head. Blood and dust clung to his face, yet couldn't conceal those eyes that shone like stars in a cold night, showing not a trace of fear, only the icy sharpness of one who had survived catastrophe and an increasingly blazing fighting spirit. In midair, that golden radiant figure stood motionless, its oppressive presence heavy as mountains. Lin Yang's nerves tensed. This was definitely no ordinary magical beast. Lin Yang. From behind the broken walls, Lin Anna saw him still standing, and her despair was instantly swept away by surging joy. Tears scalding hot. She was about to stumble toward him when Lin Yang's cold, sharp glance stopped her. The danger wasn't over yet. From the direction of the collapsed palace gates came sudden chaotic footsteps and suppressed exclamations. The provincial champions who had been intimidated by Lin Yang's godlike killing methods and had been lurking at the periphery were finally drawn in by curiosity and greed at the earth-shattering explosion and energy fluctuations, steeling themselves to venture inside. The scene before their eyes left everyone instantly petrified. A charred crater dozens of meters in diameter was still smoking, its residual destructive energy cutting painfully at their skin. A golden figure radiating holy yet terrifying pressure hovered in the air like a nightmare from eternal darkness. At the bottom of the crater stood that battered, yet still upright figure. Lin Yang. What kind of monster is that? Level 50. That explosion just now, did it cause that? Lin Yang actually survived? My god, did he summon that lightning goddess avatar? If we interfere in this situation, we're asking for death. Retreat quickly. Shock, terror, and disbelief spread through the crowd. Some trembled, others turned pale, and many backed away repeatedly, wishing they could immediately flee this hellscape. Temptations like abyss rewards and treasure chests instantly lost their value in the face of death suppression. The gazes directed at Lin Yang held deeper awe, yet also carried a hint of pity, as if looking at a dead man. How long could he last against a level 50 abyss lord? Sedgeheart. The ghostly blue light within the gaps of his helmet and faceplate swept over these insects who had walked into his web without pause, then locked onto Lin Yang again. That this human could survive his casual strike and summon a thunder avatar bearing the aura of natural laws to resist his lightningness had sparked a hint of genuine interest in him. The struggles of an insect only add to the comedy. Sedgeheart's voice was like scraping ice blades. With the next strike, I grant you annihilation. The ghostly blue light sword rose again, this time mixed with blinding platinum. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed twisted into rope, humming with distortion. An even more intense aura of destruction than before locked onto Lin Yang's soul like a cold tide. Deadly crisis struck. Wanna kill me? Lin Yang suddenly drew his Ronin longsword, forcibly straightening his already swaying body, wiping the blood from his lips as wild flames ignited in his eyes. Then let's see who gives out first. Blessing of the Earth Mother Goddess. Mockery waves erupted from the Earth's veins, flooding into his meridians. The protective aura that had been covered in cracks instantly repaired itself, becoming thick as stone. Strength once again filled his limbs and bones. Immediately after, his hands formed seals like phantoms as he shouted, Passion of the Flame Goddess. Howling of the Storm Goddess. Boom. Crimson and white flame rays roared forth. Whoosh. Accompanied by piercing shrieks, a violent tornado tore through the air. The blazing flames and hurricane didn't strike directly at Sagehate, but instead swirled and intertwined before Lin Yang. The fierce winds pushed the waves of fire, while the flames devoured the airflow in return. In just an instant, They condensed into a flaming tornado burning with destructive flames, wind fueling fire, fire borrowing wind's might, like a roaring fire dragon carrying the momentum to incinerate the heavens as it swept forward. This was the embryonic form of a composite forbidden spell. Sage Hate raised his hand, and his light sword flashed with platinum radiance. Boom! A single, clean strike split the flaming tornado down the middle. However, the separated fire pillar didn't dissipate, but instead collapsed in midair into countless drops of fire rain. The orangered curtain of rain crashed down, instantly obscuring all vision. Now, Lin Yang's pupils exploded with silver light. Dominion of the Time God. The phantom of the Time Goddess appeared behind him once more, the massive clock slowly rotating. The goddess maintained an exaggerated JoJo pose, pointing her finger at Sage Hate. The world. In an instant, time's flow plummeted. Sage Hate's unfinished sword swing, the beating of his light wings, the falling fire rain, everything was pulled into slow motion. Lin Yang's figure faded at his original position and vanished silently the next second. Sigh of the Ice Queen. Extreme cold gathered frantically on the Ronin's long sword, frost coiling around the blade. Lin Yang flashed to Sage Hate's rear flank, carrying a temperature that could freeze souls, slashing his sword toward the opponent's back armor. Clang! The impact was deafening, as if striking against divine stone that had never melted since ancient times. Sage Hate's golden armor flickered violently, the seemingly light-constructed armor proving indestructible. Lin Yang's killing blow that combined the power of earth, the gap in time, and absolute zero only left an inch-deep ice-blue crack on the golden armor, and even that crack was rapidly healing under the surging golden radiance. Time returned to normal. Sage Hate spun around abruptly, his light sword carrying the fury of an ant trying to shake a god as it swept horizontally. The speed was pushed to its absolute limit. Earth's protection. A pure holy light barrier instantly expanded. Crack! The light sword struck down, shattering the barrier like glass, but buying a crucial moment. Lin Yang used the force to fly backward, narrowly avoiding the deadly blade edge. Even so, the howling sword energy still carved a bloody gash across his chest. PFF. Landing. Lin Yang staggered several steps as fresh blood sprayed once more. He had continuously activated multiple high-level forbidden spells, especially manipulating time, which consumed enormous amounts of mental energy. Looking at the rapidly healing ice marks on Sage Hate's armor, his heart sank to the depths. The defense was absurdly strong. Breaking through it was incredibly difficult. The blue light beneath Sage Hate's helmet was bone-chillingly cold. He slowly raised his sword, the blade tip locking onto Lin Yang, platinum radiance flickering uncertainly, completely sealing off all possible escape routes. The game is over. The icy judgment fell. In the distance, Lin Anna's heart nearly leaped from her throat, her nails digging deep into her palms. The provincial champions held their breath, as if already seeing Lin Yang's fate of being pierced by a single sword. At this critical moment of death, the spatial barriers of the hall that had been reinforced by Sage Hate's power suddenly emitted a piercing groan, like glass being forcibly twisted. Immediately, a blazing crimson energy beam, reeking of gunpowder and steel, pierced through like a red-hot drill, forcing its way through a weak point in the hall's dome. A thunderous roar accompanied by the anguished cry of metal erupted as the searing light exploded into a violent shockwave, tearing open a gap in the towering dome just wide enough for one person to pass through. Electric arcs danced wildly along the jagged edges like living serpents. Gray shadows descended. Several agile soldiers dropped through the breach in single file, landing steadily with slightly bent knees. They wore matching dark gray special ops uniforms, their arm patches bearing the image of a roaring dragon's head. The Dragon Fong Special Forces, here for internal investigation and security assurance of this abyss party. At the front, Major Zhou Yu's face was stern and resolute, his brow sharp as a blade, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across the entire scene. Silver light gleamed from his shoulder insignia as his right hand still held the crimson personal breach cannon that had just blasted open the gap, smoke still curling from its barrel. Dragon Fong unit. Execute emergency evacuation. Zhou Yu's voice rang out like clashing steel, instantly cutting through the deathly silence. His gaze swept over the devastated ground and the floating golden reaper, finally settling on Lin Yang, who stood bloodied but upright at the edge of the deep crater. A flash of undeniable shock flickered in his eyes. A student had actually managed to hold out this long against a mutated level 50 lord? The spatial passage can only hold for moments. Everyone evacuate immediately. Beside him, a tall female officer with shoulder-length hair immediately deployed a blue glowing force field shield. Her cold eyes locked on Seghart as she shouted sharply, "Move! Evacuate!" The provincial champion's eyes, previously drained by terror, suddenly blazed with hope. Wild joy instantly overwhelmed despair as they surged toward the spark-crackling breach, like drowning people grasping at straws. At this moment, pride and rewards meant nothing. Lin Anna's eyes snapped open, nearly collapsing from the surge of hope. She struggled to reach toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang, let's go. But Lin Yang only shook his head. Beneath his cracked armor, his muscles remained taut as steel as he kept his gaze fixed on Seghart, his voice hoarse but clear. You go. If this thing doesn't die, the spatial lockdown won't lift. Once he frees up his hands, no one will escape. I'll stay and cover the rear. Are you insane? That's a mutated level 50 lord. Zhou Yu's pupils contracted as he shouted angrily. He acknowledged Lin Yang's strength, but staying now would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Major, the passage is shrinking. The female officer watched the electric arcs along the breach's edge accelerate their dance, urgently reminding him. Zhou Yu looked at Lin Yang again. The youth's eyes burned with unyielding fighting spirit, showing no hint of wavering. Then he glanced at the crowd scrambling to escape, clenched his jaw hard, and ordered, everyone, execute Plan A, cover civilian evacuation. I'll handle the rear guard. He actually intended to replace Lin Yang. No, Major, let me. Me too. Several Dragon Fang team members stepped forward in unison, unhesitatingly blocking Zhou Yu's path. Their gazes resolute. They knew what staying behind meant, but a soldier's duty was to protect. Zhou Yu roared and shoved aside the blocking team members, turning to charge towards Seghart. Follow orders. Now, no one will disturb us. Let's have some real fun. Lin Yang's cold yet maniacal voice still echoed through the dome as he and Seghart, the Lord of Light City, collided like two meteors in the sky. Clang! Boom! The Ronin's blade clashed against the light sword forged from platinum radiance, erupting in a blazing energy storm that seared the eyes. Lin Yang pushed the Earth Mother's blessing to its absolute limit, unleashing raw, brutal power. Seghart transformed into pure light itself, his sword techniques grand and merciless, each strike carrying the will of purification and annihilation as he precisely parried and counterattacked. Sword energy ran wild, elements raged in fury. Lin Yang flickered like lightning, weaving around Seghart at incredible speed, each appearance triggering an ultimate elemental explosion. The Ice Queen's sigh, rings of extreme frost burst forth, seeking to freeze that flowing golden light. The Flame Goddess's passion, crimson-white pillars of fire crashed down from the clouds, hammering Seghart's shoulder armor. The Thunder Goddess's judgment, violent lightning serpents slithered across the ground, coiling and tearing at his light wings. Seghart's golden radiance exploded outward, his light wings spreading into a circular barrier that deflected most of the elemental assault. His demon-breaking light sword moved so fast only after images remained, each slash forcing Lin Yang to either block desperately or dodge frantically. The dual pressure of their level gap and the sword's magic-breaking properties made Lin Yang's spectacular offensive barely scratch his opponent. He danced on a knife's edge, each clash splitting his palms and sending blood streaming from his lips. Yet he endured through sheer infinite mental power and the resilient body granted by multiple forbidden spells and the Earth's blessing. Outside the hall, another battle of flesh against steel raged to the death. The Dragon Fang unit formed the final line of defense with their bodies, enduring unimaginable impact. Roar! The Purgers surged forward like a tide, feeling no pain, knowing no fear, only slaughter. Sharp light blades churned into a storm of death. Hold the line. Hold the damn line. Major Zhou Yu was drenched in blood, his combat suit shredded, his exposed chest bruised and caved in. His alloy warblade was chipped and notched, each swing accompanied by labored breathing and spraying blood. Smashed away by a giant lighthammer purger, he still roared as he crawled back up and charged again. Out of ammo. Use grenades. Use your teeth if you have to, but stop them. The burly soldier's chest was a bloody mess. Yet like a mad tiger he swung his broken rifle stock to crush a purger's skull. The next second multiple light blades pierced his body, and he gritted his teeth as he pulled the pin on his last high-explosive grenade boom. The flames consumed several enemies, and consumed his heroic figure as well. Xiaowu! The female officer's heart-wrenching cry tore through the air. Her force field shield was riddled with cracks, each impact shaking her delicate frame violently, her face deathly pale. Sweat and blood mixed as they slid down her temples, soaking her disheveled short hair. She bit her lower lip until it bled, overdrawing all her mental power to desperately maintain the shield's fading glow for the now empty corridor behind her, and for the figure in the hall battling a god, even if she could only shoulder the tiniest fraction of the burden. Military honor and duty meant that even facing certain death, they would never retreat a single step. Blood and sacrifice painted the cold metal hall a tragic crimson. Lin Yang caught sight of the corpses scattered everywhere in his peripheral vision, his chest feeling as if it had been carved open by a blade, fury and fighting spirit instantly boiling over. However, Sageheart pursued him relentlessly, leaving him no chance to break away. You dare let your mind wander while fighting me? Sageheart's voice rang like cold iron as his light sword suddenly bent at a bizarre angle, piercing through the ice shield Lin Yang hastily summoned and carving a bone-deep gash beneath his ribs. Splurt! Blood sprayed as Lin Yang staggered backward. Sageheart seized the moment, raising his light sword high as destructive platinum light gathered frantically, clearly preparing to end the battle with a killing blow. At this critical moment, domination armor, power fist, two crisp yet resolute battle cries suddenly exploded from behind him, cutting through the gloom like golden lightning. A golden figure appeared like a phantom, petite in stature yet explosive as thunder. Lin Anna. She had never evacuated. At this moment, she was wrapped in tangible golden energy, her fists compressing air currents to their limit until the very air distorted. Her once pale and delicate face showed no fear, only the calm detachment of one who had cast life and death aside and fighting spirit boiling to its peak. In those golden pupils burned the unyielding spirit of a war god and absolute determination to protect Lin Yang's bloodied form. When had she returned? Clearly, when everyone else evacuated, she had hidden in the shadows, waiting for this one opening. Life combustion war god's power kick. Without any hesitation, Lin Anna burned her life force, potential, and very essence. The ultimate forbidden technique of an SS-class war god, trading permanent damage to her foundation and shortened lifespan for a moment of ultimate power. Her slender right leg rose high, instantly covered in blazing crimson gold, as if forged from molten divine metal of the sun god. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding space to warp and collapse. Such power made even Sageheart suddenly sense danger, the blue light beneath his helmet snapping toward her. Seeking death, he swung his sword backhand, intending to strike down this new enemy first. How could Lin Yang allow this? Dominion of the time god. Silver light blazed wildly in his pupils as he forcibly overdrew his mental strength, activating the power of time once more. The time goddess's phantom appeared hastily, her form somewhat blurred, with a point of her fingertip the world. Sageheart's sword swing froze for 1/10th of a second. For top-tier warriors, this was enough. Now, Lin Anna's right leg, burning with life and conviction, tore through space and time like an executioner's blade, carrying the resolve to slay gods and demons alike, striking precisely at the core connection point on Sageheart's back, the very spot where Lin Yang's ice sword had already carved a slight crack. Boom! An indescribable explosion erupted as ultimate crimson gold clashed and annihilated with Sageheart's sacred golden light, like two stars colliding. Crack! Crack! With a sharp, ear-piercing sound of shattering, the supposedly indestructible golden armor on Sageheart's back was completely shattered at its base by Lin Anna's life-burning kick. Countless golden fragments scattered like broken crystal, tracing brilliant arcs of light through the air. Ugh! Sageheart let out a muffled roar mixed with pain and fury. The golden light surrounding his body instantly fell into chaos and dimmed significantly, his massive frame swaying and losing balance for the first time. Anna. Lin Yang's eyes blazed with anguish. The moment that kick landed, the life force within Lin Anna seemed to be instantly drained. The crimson gold radiance extinguished, and the light in her eyes rapidly faded. Blood poured relentlessly from her mouth, nose, ears, and even her pores as she fell helplessly from midair like a withered leaf. He lunged forward, catching her blood-soaked, soft, and cold body in his arms. All he could feel was bone-chilling coldness and breath as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Who told you to come back? His voice was hoarse, his arms trembling slightly. Lin Anna struggled to open her eyes, seeing the blood-stained face so close to hers. She tried to smile, but only more blood spilled out. Can't let you steal the spotlight. Every time. Before she could finish, her shoulders slumped as she fell completely unconscious, her fate uncertain. Anna. Lin Yang roared, instantly casting Kiss of the Life Goddess, and gently placing her in a relatively safe corner. When he raised his head, his gaze locked on his Sageheart with killing intent so intense it seemed tangible. Sageheart was still immersed in the excruciating pain from his shattered armor, his golden light scattered and his form trembling violently. Now, a fierce gleam flashed in Lin Yang's mind. Wild winds wrapped in blazing flames roared around him. Fire borrowed the wind's power as he transformed into a redan blue meteor, tearing through the air and appearing behind Sageheart's shattered back armor in an instant. Thundersword God's breath. His furious roar rang out like shattering ice. Lin Yang gripped Ganzuo's Ronin sword with both hands, assuming an ancient yet deadly drawing stance. Crackle! Purple lightning surged wildly from the void, no longer merely wrapping around the blade but being compressed, condensed, and infused into it. The black spine of the sword became translucent in an instant, as if billions of rampaging electric arcs had merged into one, forming a dazzling purple electric blade that hurt to look at. The destructive energy was extremely suppressed, causing the air around the sword's edge to twist and collapse with tearing wails. At the same time, a phantom figure materialized behind him, black hair tied high, handsome and composed, traditional red and black robes billowing in the wind, hands wrapped in white cloth, Wielding a tree branch with carefree elegance, it was the phantom of sword god Liang Yu. There was no earth-shattering roar, only ultimate speed and absolute sharpness. Lin Yang and Liang Yu's phantom moved in perfect synchronization, their waists suddenly twisting as the power accumulated to its limit exploded in an instant draw sword slash. A thin purple line that seemed capable of cutting through space and time flashed and vanished. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. The thin line struck with perfect precision, piercing straight into the core of the crack behind Sedgeheart. Crack. Thud. First came the subtle sound of fracturing, followed immediately by the dull thud of armor and energy being forcibly torn apart and annihilated. The massive golden form of Sedgeheart, Lord of Light, suddenly stiffened, his violent movements freezing instantly. A smooth diagonal line of purple lightning spread from his left shoulder all the way to his right waist. He looked down in disbelief, watching as his upper and lower body slowly slid apart. Brilliant golden light, fluid gushing forth like divine blood. Pos Cybele. He struggled to turn his dimming blue soul fire, his gaze fixed intently on the slowly dissipating phantom of Liang Yue behind Lin Yang, wearing that cynical smile. Endless shock overwhelmed this Lord of Light. It's you. His voice became distorted and deformed, filled with horror and despair. Even if it's you, you cannot stop. Lord Bakar's resurrection. Final madness replaced fear as Sedgeheart's separated halves suddenly burst forth with unimaginable blazing light. A destructive energy capable of completely annihilating the entire hall, and even space itself was about to explode from his core. However, that destructive radiance only flashed violently for an instant. Then, as if gripped by an invisible hand around the throat, it suddenly contracted inward before completely dimming and vanishing. Sedgeheart, Lord of Light, had fallen. The strange lightsaber wreathed in ghostly blue and platinum radiance, possessing magic-breaking abilities, slipped from his powerless, dissipating hands and clattered onto the charred ground with a crisp metallic ring. At the same time, the exorcists who had been frantically battling the remaining Dragon Fang warriors throughout the hall suddenly froze like puppets whose power had been cut. The soul fire in their eyes extinguished, their armor scattered to the ground with clattering sounds, becoming lifeless scrap metal. The Dragon Fang warriors who had narrowly escaped death leaned on their weapons, breathing heavily. Looking at the devastation everywhere and the suddenly motionless enemies, their faces were filled with bewilderment and the shock of surviving catastrophe. Lin Yang slowly straightened up, the lightning on his wanderer's blade gradually fading. His chest heaved violently, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Continuously using forbidden spells, especially summoning Liang Yue's projection, had placed an enormous burden on him. His gaze, however, immediately fell upon the lightsaber lying quietly on the ground. Just as Sedgeheart's body had vanished and his energy completely dissipated, a strangely designed sword hilt had fallen to the ground with a crisp sound. It appeared entirely dark gold in color, covered with mysterious patterns, with the grip wrapped in some kind of non-slip, unknown material. The design was simple, yet full of technological aesthetics, completely at odds with the style of this high martial world. Lin Yang's eyes focused as he bent down to pick it up. It felt slightly cool to the touch and extremely light, as if holding a piece of dead wood. He instinctively channeled the vast magical power within his body, attempting to infuse it into the weapon. The end of the hilt suddenly erupted with an extremely concentrated, blazingly bright platinum-colored beam of light. The beam emitted a deep and majestic hum, then stabilized, condensing into a sword blade form about 4 feet long, composed purely of destructive energy. The air around the light blade's edges twisted violently, radiating a sharp and scorching sensation that made one's skin sting, as if holding a bolt of solidified lightning. Lightning Sword, Divine Punishment Judgment. Level, LV50. Category, Lightsaber. Grade, Epic. Lin Yang casually swung the weapon a couple of times, barely feeling its weight. Only the slight resistance from the high-energy blade cutting through the air confirmed that the blue-gold edge remained razor-sharp and extraordinarily agile. Cough, cough, cough. Against the wall, a series of light but urgent coughs carried the weakness of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Lin Anna slowly rose to her feet, supporting herself against the metal wall. Her dark gray combat uniform was torn and disheveled from the earlier battle, and though the wound across her chest slashed open by the lightsaber had healed under the life goddess's divine power, it left behind a striking pink scar. Sweat-soaked fabric clung to her toned abdomen and slender waist, accentuating her curves. Her face was pale as paper, with several strands of dark hair plastered to her forehead and flushed cheeks. Her bright almond-shaped eyes appeared somewhat unfocused from blood loss, yet she still defiantly met Lin Yang's gaze. A smile that seemed ready to fade at any moment tugged at her lips. Good stuff. Nearly cost me my life. Worth it. Heavy, synchronized footsteps echoed through the collapsed corridor. Major Zhou Yu approached with the Dragon Fang warriors who could still move, supporting each other, their combat uniforms stained dark with blood and grime. Despite their wounds, each person's gaze remained bright and resolute. Snap! Zhou Yu snapped to attention, the movement aggravating his torn wounds and causing his mouth to twitch slightly. Yet he still raised his bloodied right arm to give Lin Yang a standard and solemn military salute. Behind him, every Dragon Fang warrior who could still move raised their hands in salute without exception, their gazes burning with respect and gratitude that needed no words. Had it not been for Lin Yang holding off Sieghart and Lin Anna's desperate strike, they would have been reduced to ash long ago. Comrade Lin Yang. Zhou Yu's voice was hoarse, but rang with conviction. On behalf of the Dragon Fang Special Forces 3rd Squad, I thank you for your valiant fight and for saving our lives. This achievement and sacrifice will be reported truthfully. His gaze swept over the lightsaber still glowing with blue-gold light in Lin Yang's hand, then settled on the weakened Lin Anna as he added, "The spoils of war are yours, earned them. Mission accomplished. This place isn't safe to linger in. We must leave immediately." The alloy floor beneath their feet suddenly let out a tearing groan, like the death cry of a dying beast. Violent tremors from the depths tore several cracks across the dome overhead, and massive metal plates crashed down with debris. Damn, this place is collapsing. Move. Move now. Zhou Yu's pupils contracted as he immediately gave the order. The well-trained Dragon Fang warriors, despite their severe injuries, reacted swiftly, carrying or supporting their completely exhausted comrades as they rushed toward the violently contracting spatial rift they had torn open upon arrival. Their steps were firm and orderly, without a trace of chaos. Lin Yang and Lin Anna, who was leaning against the wall, exchanged a glance. Her face remained pale, but the fear had vanished from those almond-shaped eyes, replaced by Lin Yang's reflection. A glimmer of relief from surviving disaster and indescribable trust flickered in her gaze as she mustered all her strength to lift her chin, her lips curving into a weak yet defiant smile. Lin Yang nodded slightly to her, then stepped alongside her toward the torn spatial rift. The jagged edges of the space continued to hiss ominously. The moment they stepped through, the disorienting sensation of being torn apart struck again. But without Sigart's power interfering, the fractured space smoothed out like flattened saw teeth, making the passage much smoother. The wildly twisting colors before their eyes quickly converged, and their feet finally touched solid ground once more. The familiar yet alarming sense of metal, disinfectant, and gunpowder filled the Air Dragon City defense base. Lin Yang had barely opened his eyes and hadn't yet taken in his surroundings when several sharp, hate-filled accusations pierced through like poisoned needles. That's him, Lin Yang, the murderer. Xiao Tianyu, Wu Lili, and over a dozen top scholars from Nanhu and Beihua provinces all dead by his hand. The military owes us an explanation. In the teleportation plaza, the surviving provincial scholars who had managed to escape were cordoned off by heavily armed base soldiers. Several emotionally unstable survivors, their faces twisted with fear and rage, pointed trembling fingers at Lin Yang. The atmosphere instantly turned ice cold. More soldiers surrounded them from all sides, their gun barrels not yet raised but already radiating deadly intent. Bullshit. A thunderous roar made the tension even thicker. It was the burly young man Lin Yang had saved earlier, his neck veins bulging as he shouted back. I saw everything clear as day. Xiao Tianyu and his crew attacked first. 4 against 2, trying to steal their stuff. They deserve to die. What? Should they have just stood there and let themselves be killed? Exactly. Another surviving mage broke free from the soldiers' restraint and shouted in agreement. If it weren't for Boss Lin Yang blocking that golden monster, none of us would have made it back alive. And now you have the nerve to bark at him. The two factions, those supporting Lin Yang and those accusing him, shouted at each other across the line of soldiers, spittle flying as the scene descended into chaos. The soldiers raised their weapons in warning, but couldn't immediately restore order. Standing at the center of the storm, Lin Yang merely glanced indifferently at his accusers, his expression unruffled, as if their words had nothing to do with him. He even casually brushed the wrinkles from his battle-worn clothes. But Lin Anna couldn't stand it. Though she was so weak she needed to lean on Lin Yang's shoulder to stay upright. Her breathing labored. She suddenly widened her almond eyes, her pale face flushing with anger. Cut the fucking crap. Her voice was hoarse, but struck straight to the heart. When those bastards were stabbing people in the back and ganging up on them, were you all blind? Now that the dead can't speak, you dare to make wild accusations? Anyone who says another word once I recover, I'll personally have a little chat with them about life. As her words fell, the residual aura of an SS rank war god combined with her desperate ferocity washed over them. The faces of the most vocal accusers instantly turned ashen, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Their momentum immediately deflated. Both sides remained locked in standoff, with the soldiers momentarily unable to mediate. Just at this tense moment, buzz. The abyssal portal behind them blazed with intense light once again. As the teleportation array blazed to life, the entire bustling plaza fell silent, as if someone had suddenly hit the mute button. Major Zhou Yu staggered out of the light barrier with the few remaining Dragon Fang warriors, supporting each other, their bodies covered in blood, their combat suits torn to shreds, as if they'd been dragged through a meat grinder. Blood dripped from their armor plates and between their fingers, yet it couldn't mask the iron-blooded killing aura forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, instantly silencing the crowd. The guard soldiers gasped, then straightened their backs in unison, saluting loudly. Major Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's chest wound was still bleeding, but he couldn't spare time for bandages. Forcing himself to stand upright, his hawk-like eyes swept across the scene. Several gun barrels vaguely pointed at Lin Yang caught his attention, and his gaze lingered on those accusers' faces, chilling to the bone. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing at those weapons, blood dripping from his palm. Lower your weapons now. His voice was hoarse, yet struck like a steel hammer. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice again, each word like a nail. Look clearly. This comrade Lin Yang is not only innocent, but the savior of my Dragon Fang 3rd Squad and all survivors of the entire Abyss operation. He looked around at his teammates, equally battered but resolute. If he hadn't faced that mutated level 50 Lord Hedon, if he and his companions hadn't fought desperately, we'd all be dead in there. The intelligence about this Abyss mutation would have been completely lost. He is a hero. Anyone who dares disrespect him is an enemy of Dragon Fang, an enemy of the frontline military's record of merit. His words struck like a giant hammer into people's hearts. The previously agitated accusers instantly turned pale, speechless. Lin Yang's supporters straightened their chests, eyes full of respect. The guard soldiers' gazes shifted from vigilance to solemnity, and the pressure surrounding Lin Yang dissipated instantly. Just as the atmosphere finally began to ease, a cold and arrogant voice came from above. Hero? Savior? Major Zhou, I'm afraid you don't have the final say. Everyone looked up to see a team of strangers in black suits who had appeared without notice, their aura cold and oppressive. The middle-aged man leading them had a sinister face and sharp eyes like knives, looking down at Lin Yang from above. Lin Yang, you are suspected of murdering Xiao Tianyu, the eldest son of the capital's Xiao family, and multiple important personnel. Now, please come with us for investigation. His tone was calm, yet carried irresistible pressure. The just relaxed atmosphere tightened again, more suffocating than before the Xiao family's people had arrived so quickly. Surrounded by the black-suited figures, a silhouette stepped out swiftly through the lingering teleportation light. It was a beautiful woman who appeared to be around 40 years old. She was exceptionally well-maintained, with delicate skin and features that bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Tianyu around the eyes and brows. At this moment, however, her beautiful face was completely twisted by bone-deep hatred and madness. The woman wore an exquisitely tailored dark purple qipao with star patterns, its hem wrinkled from her frantic overnight journey using the family's teleportation array. Her long hair, originally adorned with pearls and jade ornaments, was pinned back, though several strands clung to her forehead with sweat. Her crimson phoenix eyes locked onto Lin Yang with deadly intensity, as if she wanted to curse him into 1,000 pieces. You damned beast. Give me back my son's life. Her shrill roar tore through the air of the plaza, completely disregarding any sense of decorum. Her slender fingers pointed at Lin Yang as her entire body trembled violently, chaotic energy leaking uncontrollably from within, causing the air itself to hum. This fluctuation clearly marked her as a high-level professional. The moment the first batch of champions was announced, opportunistic spies had sold the information to the Xiao family at a high price. The grief of losing her son instantly drove this Xiao family matriarch to madness. Ignoring the special lockdown of Dragon City's defense line, she forcibly used the family teleportation array to break in, solely to avenge her son on the spot. Before her words had even finished, she formed her fingers into claws, wind blades accompanied by sharp whistling sounds striking directly toward Lin Yang's skull with murderous intent. How dare you? Before Lin Yang could even act, a furious roar erupted. Major Zhou Yu, still bearing heavy injuries, suddenly stepped forward and positioned himself directly in front of Lin Yang. The violent movement tore open his barely healed wounds, blood instantly soaking through his bandages, yet his spine remained straight as a blade. Madam Xiao, this is Dragon City's defense line, under military jurisdiction. This is not a place for your Xiao family to carry out private vengeance. How dare you force your way in? Zhou Yu's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, his iron-blooded authority undiminished. When the Abyss Party invitations were distributed, it was clearly announced once you choose to enter, life and death are left to fate, and you bear full responsibility. Do you dare defy military law? Military law? Ha ha ha. Madame Xiao laughed shrilly, her voice hoarse with grief and contempt. My son is dead, dead at the hands of this little bastard. Today, I don't care if it's the military or the heavens themselves, I'm taking him with me. If you have a problem with that, go talk to my father-in-law. She waved her arm, and several black-suited strongmen behind her stepped forward in unison, their overwhelming presence forming an invisible dark cloud that faced off against Zhou Yu and the Dragon Fang warriors who, despite being covered in wounds, refused to retreat an inch. Trespassing on military grounds, arrest them all. Zhou Yu likewise waved his hand, giving the order. The two forces stood at daggers drawn, battle ready to erupt at any moment. Protected behind them, Lin Yang slowly raised his eyes, glancing over Zhou Yu's blood-soaked yet unyielding figure. His gaze flickered momentarily before returning to cold silence. You want to take me away? His voice wasn't loud, but in the oppressive quiet it was exceptionally clear. You don't have that qualification. Under the gaze of thousands, he calmly retrieved a palm-sized black hardcover credential from his spatial storage bag. The cover bore no decorative patterns, only two bold golden characters: national security. Below the golden letters, a fierce black dragon coiled upward from endless depths, its head raised high, claws sharp, radiating menacing energy as it guarded those two characters. The moment the credential appeared, Zhou Yu was stunned. Upon clearly seeing that distinctive dragon emblem, his pupils contracted sharply, an incredulous light bursting forth as he exclaimed, "National Security Bureau's Dragon Abyss? You're one of Dragon Abyss's people." He whipped his head around to stare at Lin Yang, his voice tinged with shock and excitement. "Your captain? Is that madman Taishan?" Lin Yang didn't answer directly, merely glanced coolly at Zhou Yu and gave a slight nod, confirming the other's suspicion. National Security Bureau. Long Yuan. Madame Zhao's burning rage was instantly severed like a blade cutting through silk, her entire face darkening in an instant. She certainly knew what Long Yuan represented, an organization that even the most powerful families had to give way to. But the pain of losing her son overwhelmed everything else. The wild flames in her eyes blazed again as she shrieked. So what if it's the National Security Bureau? What does Long Yuan matter? You killed someone, that's a fact. The evidence is clear. Today I must. Madame Xiao. A cold but unquestionable female voice cut her off. Captain Su Wan had somehow stepped forward, her military uniform crisp, her gaze calm. She nodded slightly to Zhou Yu and Lin Yang first, then faced Madame Xiao, who was on the verge of losing control. Just now, that person called personally. Those few words hit like ice water. The noisy hall fell silent instantly. Su Wan's voice was flat, yet carried the weight of mountains. The Order ISIL members of the Xiao family must withdraw immediately. Regarding Lin Yang's matter, no further pursuit will be made, and it must not be mentioned again. As for the Xiao family's unauthorized intrusion into military headquarters, this time it will also be overlooked. What? Madame Xiao was struck as if by lightning, her body swaying violently, nearly collapsing. Her eyes widened as shock, disbelief, and unwillingness churned within her. Impossible. My son is dead. Which person? No matter who pleads, it's useless. No one can. She screamed hoarsely, as if grasping at the last straw. Who dares stop me from seeking revenge? I'll tell the Xiao family patriarch. Su Wan's expression remained unchanged as she stepped forward half a pace, her voice dropping extremely low, yet making everyone nearby break out in cold sweat. What if I told you? That person made the call personally. The words were soft, yet rolled like muffled thunder. That person. The color drained instantly from Madame Zhao's face, leaving her pale as paper. Her pupils contracted to pinpoints, her body trembling violently, as if hearing the most terrifying name in existence. Her towering hatred was instantly swallowed by boundless fear. No. How could that person concern themselves with such a matter? She muttered to herself, her mind in a daze, unable even to stand steady as her attendants rushed to support her. The black-suited enforcers who had been so aggressive moments before were also frozen by an invisible chill, all falling silent, not daring to breathe. The fierce light in their eyes had been replaced by deep reverence. Lin Yang frowned slightly, his gaze turning to Su Wan. Zhou Yu and the Dragon Fang soldiers were equally stunned. Who exactly was this person they spoke of, who could make the Xiao family matriarch retreat immediately even in her grief over losing her son? Supported by her attendants, Madame Xiao staggered back several steps, her bloodshot phoenix eyes boring into Lin Yang with deadly intensity. Her eyes churned with bone-deep hatred and suppressed humiliation, almost ready to bleed. Her carefully arranged hair bun had completely come undone, hairpins askew, damp strands clinging to her sweat-soaked cheeks, creating a disheveled yet menacing appearance. You little bastard, you'd better pray that Lord can protect you forever. She squeezed out hoarse threats through gritted teeth, each syllable dripping with venom. The Xiao family will remember this debt. Heaven and earth, no one can protect you for life. Well, see about this. As her words fell, she spun around abruptly, half dragged and half carried by her subordinates as they rushed toward the teleportation array. The brilliant energy barrier slammed shut behind her, and the group that had arrived with such arrogance now fled like beaten dogs. Lin Yang merely watched coldly, paying no mind to those vicious threats. If this weren't military headquarters, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Zhou Yu and the others, he would have slapped that old hag the moment she started spewing her filth. As the light faded, his gaze remained as calm as if watching a few buzzing flies. Suddenly, heavy metallic footsteps echoed from the shadows behind the teleportation gate. Clang, clang, clang. A towering figure emerged like an iron tower. Dark gold heavy armor bore countless battle scars, and a massive sword as wide as a door trembled softly with each step. Every footfall seemed to make the ground shake. With his helmet tucked under his arm, his rock-like face appeared chiseled by knife and axe. Tiger eyes blazing with fierce light. This was the peak-level warrior who had killed the Golden Stone Giant with a single sword when Lin Yang first arrived at Dragon City's defense line, and the enforcement team leader who had warned everyone in the cafeteria earlier. Damn it, lucky they ran fast. The golden-armored general's voice boomed like thunder, carrying iron-blooded killing intent. If not for the Lord's orders, just for daring to draw guns and cause trouble on my turf, none of them would have left standing. He strode up to Lin Yang, his imposing frame radiating overwhelming presence, yet without any official airs. That hand capable of crushing steel clapped heavily on Lin Yang's shoulder, making his armor ring softly. Good lad. Damn fine backbone. I admit I misjudged you before. You actually took down a level 50 mutant lord. When I was your age, I was still getting beaten up in boot camp. He burst into hearty laughter, his white teeth gleaming coldly under the lights, his laughter as bold as cannon fire. How about it? Interested in joining my side? The Dragon Fang Special Forces is short a deputy captain who can handle tough battles. The military will give you the best resources, the best treatment, guaranteed more freedom and excitement than your cushy national security job. His goodwill and sincerity were completely undisguised. Lin Yang was happy to stand alongside these iron-blooded soldiers, but after a moment's consideration, he shook his head calmly yet firmly. Thank you for your kind offer, but I currently belong to national security, and this matter still requires organizational approval. His words left room for future possibilities. The golden-armored general wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, his appreciation grew stronger. Huh, good. You don't forget your roots, that's a real man. He clapped Lin Yang's shoulder again with such force that Lin Yang's shoulder dipped slightly, though he didn't retreat a single step. No problem. National security and the military are one family, all serving the country. Next time I run into that kid Taishan, I'll ask him for you personally. Let's see if he dares refuse. After finishing his words, the general nodded to Lin Yang and Zhou Yu, saying nothing more. With the massive sword slung over his shoulder, he strode out of the training ground with powerful, measured steps. The metallic armor clinked against the sword hilt, producing deep, clear sounds that echoed through the air, leaving behind a figure that sent chills down everyone's spine. The sudden storm seemed crushed beneath his heavy footsteps, and the surface temporarily returned to calm. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Yang's gaze still followed that retreating figure, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. The Shao family's threats he could dismiss, but that mysterious lord who had frightened off Madame Shao with just a name, and the military strongman's seemingly casual, yet deeply meaningful recruitment, all of this foretold that he was being drawn into a deeper, greater vortex. Looking down, he gazed at the thunderlight, sword in his palm. Platinum electric arcs crackled along the blade's spine, reflecting in his eyes that grew profound, and cold-only power was the ultimate passport. In the depths of the Shao family estate in the capital, within a cold and luxurious hall, the lights were suppressed by heavy crystal lampshades, creating shadows as dark as a prison. Wu Lily lay dying on the cold, smooth floor, blood and dirt clinging to her torn combat suit, emanating the mixed stench of rust and decay. Her once beautiful face was now withered and sunken, her skin gray and sagging, with graying hair matted against her cheeks. Only the faint rise and fall of her chest proved she still lived. She struggled to lift one withered arm, fingers trembling as she reached toward the cold figures around her, a sound like a broken bellows rasping from her throat. Save me. You promised, the advanced life serum. In the abyss's final moments, her soul had nearly been shattered by Lin Yang's mental force. It was the Dragon Fang squad who had dragged her half-dead body out while clearing the battlefield, and at Dragon City's defense line, she had been taken away by the Shao family members desperate for answers, treated like refuse. Save you? Worthless. Madame Shao had long lost her ladylike composure, her qipao wrinkled, her phoenix eyes bloodshot. She shrieked curses, pouring all her venom onto Wu Lily. You couldn't even curse a little bastard to death. And you got my son killed. Why don't you just die? Give me back my son's life. She seemed mad, almost rushing forward to tear at that broken body. Just then, steady footsteps carrying unquestionable authority echoed from the side hall. The great hall instantly fell silent as a tomb. An elderly man in dark purple Tang-style robes, leaning on a sandalwood dragon-carved walking stick, slowly entered accompanied by an expressionless butler. His hair and beard were completely white, his face gaunt, his eyes half closed as if sleeping, Yet the occasional cold gleam that flashed through them was like a hawk locking onto prey. The Xiao family's true pillar, the family head, Xiao Dingtian. Seeing her father-in-law appear, Madame Xiao fell silent like a bird whose throat had been seized, lowering her head and retreating to one side, still full of resentment but no longer daring to act out. Xiao Dingtian took his seat in the main chair, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the dying Wu Lily on the floor, as if even looking at her was a waste. His voice was calm and emotionless. Rest assured, the advanced life serum we promised you, the Xiao family, won't be stingy. Now, tell us everything that happened in the abyss. Word for word, leave nothing out. Wu Lily grasped at this lifeline, forcing herself to hold on to her last breath. In halting fragments, he recounted everything: how they encountered Lin Yang, the ambush, Xiao Tianyu's death, Lin Yang's instant slaughter of over a dozen top-tier fighters, and finally that terrifying mental backlash. He dared not conceal a single detail. The hall's cold white lights cast harsh shadows, and the air seemed to freeze under the weight of this bloody testimony. After listening, a barely perceptible glint of coldness flickered in the depths of Xiao Dingtian's cloudy old eyes. Father, you heard everything. That little beast, Madame Xiao began with a tearful voice, ready to embellish the story further. Silence. The old man's voice wasn't loud, yet it struck like muffled thunder. Madame Xiao immediately fell quiet, her shoulders instinctively shrinking. Xiao Dingtian didn't even lift his eyelids, his gaze falling on a middle-aged man beside him, impeccably dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses. This was Xiao Tianyu's father and the Xiao family's acknowledged heir apparent, Xiao Donghai. Donghai, what do you make of this? Xiao Donghai adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses sharp and calculating. After a moment's consideration, he spoke at a measured pace. Father, this Lin Yang is problematic. He's far from the ordinary forbidden curse practitioner described in our files. Continue. Based on the intelligence, he repeatedly cast high-intensity, forbidden curses without showing any signs of life force depletion. I suspect he possesses epic-grade equipment, or perhaps even higher-tier artifacts that can continuously replenish or completely negate life consumption. Xiao Donghai's voice dropped lower. Perhaps this is precisely what caught that distinguished person's attention. He paused, his gaze turning cold. But regardless, he killed Tianyu. This is a blood debt. Our Xiao family must. When someone dies, vengeance is naturally required. Xiao Dingtian interrupted coolly, his tone as cold as winter water. But this is merely a small matter. Don't you have another son outside? The Xiao bloodline has sufficient continuation. Just like you, if you prove inadequate, I have other sons as well. This casual remark made Xiao Donghai's spine stiffen instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he quickly bowed. Father's instruction is wise. Several direct Xiao family descendants who had been keeping their heads down in the corner simultaneously straightened their backs, hidden gleams flashing in their eyes. Madame Xiao looked as if struck by lightning, whipping her head around to stare at her husband. Fury and disbelief intertwining. She had no idea her husband had an illegitimate son. Yet in the old master's presence, she lacked even the courage to question him, only able to bury her resentment and humiliation deep within, her nails digging into her palms. Bang! The dragon head cane struck the polished floor with a dull echo. Xiao Dingtian spoke slowly. When examining matters, don't merely look at the surface. An immortal forbidden curse practitioner is indeed rare, but insufficient to alarm that distinguished person even if he truly possesses epic equipment. He paused briefly, his meaning deepening. His surname is Lin. The hint was clear enough. Xiao Donghai, always sharp-minded, had a flash of insight and exclaimed, Father, are you suggesting that item discovered beneath the Antarctic glacier 10 years ago? The old master didn't respond directly, merely nodding slightly. After a long moment, he said slowly, back then, our Xiao family exhausted all resources yet failed to locate it. Who would have thought it would end up with this boy? Now that fate has bound him to our family, this is destiny. Donghai, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Investigate, thoroughly determine whether that item is truly in his possession. Yes, father. Xiao Donghai bowed in acceptance, though he hesitated for a moment. But, if that distinguished person takes offense? The old man lifted his eyelids and cast him a cold, indifferent glance. Sandalwood incense drifted through the living room while the wall clock ticked steadily, yet no one dared to speak. Xiao Dingtian raised his finger slightly, his voice low and deliberate, striking each person's eardrums with crystal clarity. Tell me, which matters more, the Xiao family, or that brat named Lin Yang? Xiao Donghai's spine went rigid, beads of sweat forming at his temples as he carefully considered his answer. Naturally, it's our Xiao family. Wrong. His heart skipped a beat as he quickly corrected himself. Then it's Lin Yang. Also wrong. The old man's fingers drummed against the armrest like the rhythm of death itself. To those in power, neither the Xiao family nor that boy matters. Everyone in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, confusion written across their faces. That thing is what matters. He nodded slowly, then added, or rather, whoever possesses that thing becomes important. As for who specifically holds it, that's irrelevant. As his words settled, understanding dawned on Xiao Donghai, who bowed deeply. Your son understands. I will see this matter handled properly. The crowd voiced their agreement in unison and filed out, no one sparing another glance at Wu Lily, who lay dying on the floor. Don't go, the serum you promised me. Wu Lily stretched out her withered hand, her fingernails scraping against the polished floor with sharp, grating sounds as she desperately reached for the retreating figures. The Xiao family's butler, walking at the rear, dropped his obsequious smile the moment his masters turned away, his face hardening. He straightened his jacket and glanced coolly at the bodyguards, raising an eyebrow in signal. Several black-clad guards immediately sprang into action, roughly hauling Wu Lily up and dragging her toward the exit. MMPH, MMPH. Just as she was about to scream, her mouth was clamped shut, leaving only muffled whimpers echoing through the corridor. Her clouded eyes filled with terror and regret. She had thought she was climbing into high society, never imagining she would die in the very mansion she had so desperately coveted. At Dragon City Defense Line's teleportation plaza, the commotion gradually subsided as magical energy beams flickered. Lin Yang shook hands in farewell with Major Zhou Yu, Captain Su Wan, and the others. Military camaraderie needed no words. A crisp salute and the solid thud of clasped wrists were enough to honor their shared battles. Zhou Yu gave Lin Yang's shoulder a firm pat. Take care. The position of Dragon Fang's deputy captain will always be waiting for you. As the crowd dispersed, only Lin Yang and Lin Anna remained by the teleportation gate. Their life and death partnership in the abyss had created a subtle tension between them. Lin Anna had changed into clean combat gear, her high ponytail swaying smartly behind her shoulders, her former brashness now tempered with the quiet strength that comes from weathering storms. She blinked her bright almond eyes and spoke first, deliberately maintaining her usual casual tone. Hey, top scholar, don't forget about me once you're back in Linhai City. She paused, lowering her voice. When you have time, remember to visit me in Dongshan Province. Feeling her tone had grown too soft, she quickly lifted her chin, resuming the fierce demeanor of a battle-ready wildcat, shaking her clenched fist. When that time comes, you'd better give me a proper fight. No more going easy on me. Sunlight filtered through the protective barrier, casting a warm glow on her smooth forehead and slightly flushed cheeks, highlighting the graceful line of her jaw and her slender, pale neck. The combat suit accentuated her full bust, trim waist, and breathtakingly stunning curves. A hint of genuine bashfulness added warmth to her otherwise cool demeanor. Lin Yang gazed at her, his usually indifferent eyes flickering with the faintest trace of a smile. Instead of his typical banter, he simply nodded solemnly. Then he slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist and extending it toward her. His voice was quiet but steady and strong. See you at the summit. Lin Anna froze for a moment, meeting those deep, earnest eyes, then broke into a radiant, unreserved smile like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. She raised her hand to bump his fist with a crisp collision. Yes, see you at the summit. As their fists separated, she turned decisively and strode into the teleportation gate glowing with ethereal blue light. Before her figure vanished, her high ponytail traced a carefree arc through the air, just like when they first met. Linhai City, Professional Association Hall. The atmosphere was suffocating. Principal Chun Guodong paced back and forth across the hall with his hands clasped behind his back, his forehead creased so deeply it could crush a fly. News of the Abyss Party's sudden loss of control and heavy casualties had spread everywhere, but the military kept the specific casualty list under tight wraps. Top students from dozens of provinces had died there. Please don't let Lin Yang be among them. That kid finally started to make something of himself. Chun Guodong muttered continuously, his gaze never leaving the silent teleportation gate. Jia Dequan, who had rushed back after finishing a nest upgrade outside the city, arrived dusty and travel-worn. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Zhou Schwerer sitting alone on a bench in the corner. Her hands were clasped tightly together, knuckles white from the pressure. Her pale blue robe made her small face appear even more ashen, her eyes rimmed with red. She had clearly been crying. Those usually composed eyes were now filled with worry as she stared at the ground, her slender shoulders slightly hunched as if a gust of wind could knock her over. The oppressive atmosphere was unbearable. Jia Dequan couldn't help but shout at Chun Guodong. Chin Fatty, can you stop pacing? You're making me dizzy. He then walked over to Zhou Schwer, trying to lower his booming voice. Sister-in-law, don't worry. You know what my brother is capable of, right? Good people have their own guardian angels. Chun Guodong choked at the outburst, glared at him, and retorted in a lowered voice. I'm just anxious. What good does being anxious do? Go be anxious somewhere else and stop affecting my sister-in-law's mood. Jia Dequan shot back, without mercy. Zhou Schwer looked up, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Thank you, Dequan. I'm just scared that Lin Yang might. Before she could finish, her eyes reddened again, just as anxiety was about to reach its breaking point. Buzz. The dedicated teleportation array in the center of the hall, silent for so long, suddenly lit up with gentle yet steady light, and stable energy fluctuations spread throughout. In an instant, all sounds ceased abruptly. Chun Guodong froze in place, his eyes locked onto the array's center. Jia Dequan's shoulder and back muscles tensed immediately, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Zhou Shuer shot to her feet, hands covering her mouth, her heart nearly leaping from her chest as tears flooded her eyes. She didn't dare blink, staring only at the gradually forming light portal. Could it be Lin Yang returning? The portal's radiance settled like ripples on calming water, gradually stabilizing. From the pale blue luminous barrier, a tall and upright figure stepped forward. Lin Yang. Battle dust still clung to his robes, yet not a trace of blood could be found. His profound eyes remained serene, as if he had merely completed an ordinary journey home from school. Lin Yang. Zhou Shuer was the first to cry out. She released her hands from her mouth as tears burst forth like a broken dam. Abandoning all restraint, she rushed to him in several quick steps. Her tear-filled eyes swept over Lin Yang from head to toe as she said in a trembling voice, "You're all right. Thank goodness. I thought." The words caught in her throat before she could finish. Ha! Jia Dequan slapped his thigh with such force that the floor resonated with a humming sound. His bell-like eyes brimmed with wild joy. "Big brother, I knew you'd be fine. What dragon's den or tiger's lair could possibly stop you?" He felt the urge to give a bear hug, but was frozen in place by Lin Yang's indifferent glance, left only to rub his hands together with an awkward grin. Principal Chun Guodong clutched his chest and exhaled deeply, nearly sliding down against the pillar. His aged face relaxed as he muttered repeatedly, "It's good that you're back. So good that you're back. You nearly scared this old bag of bones to death." The hall was instantly filled with relief. Zhou Shuer's tears still glistened, Jia Dequan's smile stretched from ear to ear, and Chun Guodong continued gasping while leaning against the pillar. "I heard this Abyss expedition was incredibly sinistra." Mutated level 50 Lord Boss appeared. His voice trembled with lingering fear. That was a true mutated level 50. Absolutely. Jia Dequan nodded vigorously, his voice booming like a bronze bell. "Yanga, we also heard that over a dozen provincial champions died. Those were geniuses among geniuses. For you to escape unscathed is truly." He scratched his head for a long moment, finally managing only one word. "Awesome." He thrust his thumb high above his head. Zhou Shuer gently patted her chest, still shaken. "Yes, it was truly too dangerous. Lin Yang, I'm so glad you're safe." Under the lights, she looked up at him, her tears and worry reflected in his pupils. The sincere concern from all three washed over him like a tide, yet Lin Yang's expression remained undisturbed, only the faintest curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. He picked up a glass of warm water from the table, took a small sip to moisten his throat, set down the glass, and let his gaze sweep across the three expectant faces. His tone was flat. "Of course I'm fine." He paused, then added unhurriedly, "Because those dozen or so people who died, and that boss, I killed them all." The air seemed instantly drained. Zhou Shuer's small hand froze mid-pat, her relieved smile solidifying on her face. Jia Dequan's gaping mouth forgot to close. Chun Guodong's hand trembled, nearly pulling out his own beard. Dead silence. A deathly silence where even a pin drop could be heard. Meanwhile, the Zhou residence blazed with lights. News of the Abyss Party's conclusion had already spread throughout Linhai. Lin Yang had not only returned alive, but had single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Zhou Tianhao immediately arranged a lavish feast, personally raising his cup to welcome the young hero home. Throughout the banquet, they spoke only of bright futures, avoiding any mention of dangers, with laughter and clinking glasses echoing continuously. After the feast ended, Zhou Tianhao retrieved a string of bronze-colored keys from his chest and pushed them toward Lin Yang. "Nephew Lin Yang, you've rendered great service to Linhai and our nation. This small token hardly expresses my gratitude." He gestured toward the window, where beyond the lush gardens, a standalone residence with a small courtyard could be glimpsed. "That house is yours now. Until you leave for university, at least you'll have a quiet place to call home." As a businessman who understood profit, he knew this gift was more like a forward-looking investment. Lin Yang's future value was plain to see. Beside them, Jia Dequan threw his arm around Lin Yang's shoulder, as excited as a teenager who'd just cleared a dungeon. "This is amazing, big brother. Now we can train together every day and go monster hunting outside the city." Lin Yang accepted the keys with a slight nod. "Thank you for your generosity, Uncle Zhou. Though once the college entrance exams are over and I enter university, I'm afraid I won't be staying long." His words were calm, yet he didn't refuse the offer. Connections were resources too, and he accepted them readily. The group then proceeded to the new residence. The interior was elegantly decorated yet luxurious, with every amenity one could need. The real surprise lay underground, a private training facility reinforced with special alloys, capable of withstanding the aftershocks of forbidden spells. "Wow, Yanga, this place is incredible." Jia Dequan pressed his face against the cold walls, trembling with envy. Now we can practice skills without worrying about demolishing buildings. However, for Lin Yang, whose output routinely reached forbidden spell levels and whose mental power seemed nearly limitless, this training facility still felt cramped. He nodded politely nonetheless. Not bad. Thank you for the thoughtfulness. Zhou Shuer looked around, growing more enchanted with each glance. Her pretty face flushed red as she suddenly gathered her courage, turning to face Lin Yang with a voice that was shy yet remarkably determined. Lin Yang, this place is really wonderful. Could I move in and live with you? I could clean the courtyard and cook, and it's close to my home too. The moment her words fell, Zhou Tianhao's smile froze instantly, nearly choking on his own saliva. Nonsense. He glared sternly at his daughter. What kind of behavior is this for a young lady? Go home. Zhou Tianhao groaned inwardly. Lin Yang was fine and all, but he was a forbidden spell caster who specialized in the most deadly forbidden spells. Who knew when he might gamble his life away? If his daughter truly followed him, she might end up widowed someday. Dared not make such a risky bet. Though scolded, Zhou Shuer pouted pitifully but didn't back down, raising her bright, watery eyes to gaze stubbornly at Lin Yang, awaiting his answer. Lin Yang glanced at the fuming Zhou Tianhao, then at the hopeful yet obstinate young woman. The cold light from the underground training facility cast shadows on his calm profile. After a moment's contemplation, his voice remained gentle yet clear and resolute. Shuer, I understand your feelings. He paused, his gaze gentle yet maintaining just the right amount of distance. Though this mansion is lovely, it wouldn't be proper for an unmarried man and woman to live under the same roof. It could damage your reputation. His voice was like a cup of lukewarm water, neither cold nor ambiguous, simply stating the facts plainly. Upon hearing this, the light in Zhou Xuan's eyes dimmed slightly, her delicate lips unconsciously forming a small pout, clearly disappointed. She clutched at the sleeves of her robe, her slender fingers twisting together. Lin Yang took in everything, his tone softening. Our houses are close by, just a few steps away. If you want to come practice your skills or grab a meal, you're welcome anytime. He cleverly avoided the more awkward phrasing of come see me, instead focusing on food and practice, giving her a graceful way out while preserving the young woman's dignity. Zhou Shuer wasn't one to make unreasonable demands. Her earlier words had been purely impulsive. Hearing his reasonable and considerate response, the hurt in her heart was instantly soothed. Realizing she hadn't thought things through properly, her cheeks flushed pink as she nodded gently, her voice soft. Lin Yang, you're right. I was being too naive. Then I'll visit often. Zhou Tianhao finally relaxed, secretly wiping away cold sweat. His look toward Lin Yang shifted from admiration to something more complex and grateful. This young man really knew how to handle things properly. After bidding farewell to Zhou Shuer, who kept looking back with slightly resentful eyes, and Zhou Tianhao, who was finally breathing easier, the vast mansion was left with only Lin Yang and Jia Dequan. Haha, brother Yang, we finally have a proper base. Jia Dequan excitedly rubbed his hands together, his bell-sized eyes sparkling like a child with a new toy. He threw his arm wide. I'm picking my room first. It's got to be spacious, or this big frame of mine won't have room to turn around. With that, he thundered upstairs, his heavy footsteps making the floorboards hum and vibrate. Lin Yang watched his retreating figure and shook his head gently. Though the mansion was nice, for him it was merely a temporary waystation. University, and an even broader world beyond, were his next destinations. As the commotion faded, the living room grew quiet. Rather than rushing to choose a room, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows. The courtyard was serene, with the moon just rising, its clear radiance flowing like water. With a thought, his consciousness sank inward, and his attribute panel unfurled like a translucent screen of light, visible only to him. Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Archmage. Level C, 23. Experience, 87. Strength, 2,230. Agility, 2,230. Stamina, 2,230. Spirit. The final line of data suddenly jumped. The Earth Mother Goddess's blessing amplification effect had increased to 4,000. Without the blessing of the Earth Mother Goddess activated, he could obtain half of his attribute talents. Thought manifestation, elemental domination, elemental protection pending unlock of elemental domination. Ice, earth, fire, wind, thunder, light, life, time, and space attributes. Growable, unique, infinite mental power, law-level destructive force, immortal body pending unlock. Equipped weapon, lightning sword divine judgment epic LV50 forbidden curse sword series, sword god's breath LV2. Ice system Ice Queen Sai LV3. Earth system Earth Mother Goddess's blessing LV4. Fire system Flame Goddess's passion LV3. Life Goddess's kiss LV2. Wind system Hurricane Goddess's howl LV3. Thunder system Thunder Goddess's judgment LV2. Light system Light Goddess's purification LV2. Time God's dominion LV2. Space God's mastery LV1. Lin Yang's consciousness sank into his attribute panel, carefully examining the gains from this abyss expedition. When he entered the abyss, he was only level 20, but now his panel clearly showed level 23. The massive hordes of abyss-enhanced exiles had contributed enormous amounts of experience, pushing him all the way to level 22. Finally slaying the mutated Lord of Light City, Seghart had nearly maxed out his experience bar, directly boosting him to level 23 and bringing him close to the level 24 threshold. His skill list had also been completely transformed. All his existing forbidden curses had increased in level, with their power rising accordingly. But what caught his eye most was the new icon at the end of the list, quietly flickering with mysterious silver light. Space God's Mastery, LV1 Space System, Forbidden Curse. Lin Yang focused his thoughts and extended his mental power toward the icon. In the quiet room, the air seemed touched by invisible fingers, rippling with subtle waves. A petite figure silently materialized, floating in midair. The phantom of a girl who appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, wearing a loose dark blue nightgown decorated with stars and crescents, with a hood covering most of her face, revealing only her delicate chin and a few strands of silver white hair. She held a soft white rabbit plushie almost as tall as herself, its drooping ears equally listless. Several semi-transparent cubes slowly rotated around her, their interiors seemingly folding infinite landscapes, like living bubbles breathing. Her posture was even more speechless. The girl was actually floating on her side, as if lying on an invisible large bed. Under her hood, those perpetually sleepy deadfish eyes were half open, half closed, lazily glancing down at Lin Yang below her gaze as vacant as a programmer who had pulled 3 all-nighters in a row. Then, without hesitation, she shifted to a more comfortable lying position, weakly waved her hand as if saying, "Good night, don't disturb me," hugged her rabbit tighter, and completely fell asleep surrounded by the rotating space cubes, her phantom becoming increasingly hazy. Lin Yang silently withdrew his mental power and rubbed his temples. Great, a sadistic one, a foul-mouthed one, a hothead, an eye-roller, a social phobic, and now a sleepy goddess Lala. Not a single one of these goddesses was normal. Just as he was at a loss with the sleeping space goddess phantom, secretly wondering what this forbidden curse could actually do. "Big brother, how do you like my room? It's big enough." A rough voice accompanied by thudding footsteps charged down from the stairway. Jia Dequan was halfway through his sentence when it suddenly turned into a muffled grunt. The tower-like giant had just stepped down the last stair, preparing to rush into the living room, when he crashed face first into what seemed like a completely transparent, yet impenetrable wall. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. Jia Dequan's entire body slammed spread eagle against the living room entrance, his nose nearly flattened against an invisible barrier. Ow, what the hell? He was completely dazed, frantically reaching forward with his hands. His fingertips didn't touch cold wall, but rather a smooth, slightly elastic gel-like surface. Though nothing was visible in front of him, something was definitely blocking his way. Refusing to give up, he stepped back half a pace, raised his massive fist, took a deep breath, and threw a powerful punch. Thud! His fist cut through empty air but was solidly blocked. The barrier didn't budge an inch, only rippling outward from the impact point in hair-thin transparent waves before quickly returning to stillness. Jia Dequan's eyes widened as he shouted toward Lin Yang in the living room, his expression both urgent and confused. But Lin Yang could only see his mouth opening and closing without hearing a single sound, like a silent movie with the mute button pressed. The entire house seemed divided by some absolute force into 2 completely separate, non-interfering spaces. Only then did Lin Yang notice the wildly gesticulating figure by the staircase. His previously casual gaze instantly sharpened as he straightened up. After glancing at the silently performing Jia Dequan, he looked up at the air above. The ethereal, lowly goddess of space, still clutching her rabbit plushie and sleeping peacefully, continued to nuzzle the soft toy. An incredible thought struck him. Could it be that this level 1 spatial forbidden spell's true effect isn't attack, but creating an absolutely isolated spatial barrier? One that can block attacks and even seal off sound completely? As soon as this thought emerged, he quickly reviewed his understanding of forbidden spells. Level 1 forbidden spells requires summoning a goddess's phantom to unleash powerful attacks of the corresponding element. Level 2 proficiency, no phantom needed, can borrow partial divine power directly. Level 3 unlocks other branch forbidden spells of that element. As for level 4, currently only his Earth Mother Goddess's blessing had reached that level, and he was still exploring its true divine mysteries. With this realization, Lin Yang's mind stirred, and he casually waved his hand. The sleeping spatial goddess lowly phantom holding the rabbit dissolved like a mirage, and the invisible barrier completely separating the living room from the staircase crumbled along with it. Ow, damn it! Jia Dequan, who had been pressed against the barrier, lost his support and tumbled down with a thud, landing in a heap. He grimaced as he struggled to his feet, rubbing his aching nose and speaking in a muffled voice. "Yanga, what What the hell was that thing just now? Ghost wall? Why am I bumping into walls and can't hear anything? Lin Yang maintained his composure and replied casually. Nothing much, just testing out a little skill I just acquired. Though simple-minded, Jia Dequan could tell Lin Yang didn't want to elaborate. He scratched his head sheepishly and stopped asking, only muttering under his breath. What kind of skill is so weird? Suddenly, an image of a trophy flashed through his mind. With a thought, Lin Yang reached into his spatial inventory and pulled out a palm-sized golden jar. The jar's surface gleamed with flowing golden light, covered in mysterious runes that seemed to pulse like a beating heart. He clenched his 5 fingers crack. The sturdy golden jar instantly shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. A black vortex formed in his palm, rapidly expanding and devouring the surrounding light. The next second, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the vortex, whistling as it plummeted toward the ground. It was a two-handed battle axe, nearly 2 meters long. The entire weapon was deep blue. The axe head was as wide as a door panel, its edge gleaming with cold light, while the thick back radiated an intimidating chill. Along with its appearance came a primitive and savage bloody aura. Jia Dequan's eyes instantly lit up like copper bells, his muscles tensing as he let out a low roar. Hey! He stepped forward, extending one arm to precisely grasp the long handle wrapped in anti-slip leather. The massive axe, weighing over 100 pounds, remained perfectly steady in his grip. The fierce aura transmitted through the handle made his blood surge with excitement. Sada's Battle Axe LV-25, Grade, Epic. Special skill, can randomly summon a Minotaur ally during combat. After reading the attributes, Jia Dequan gasped, holy cow, an epic grade weapon. Lin Yang nodded calmly, pretty lucky. If you like it, take it. What? Jia Dequan nearly dropped the axe, stammering. Boss, you're just giving this to me? This is epic equipment. It would sell for hundreds of millions at auction. Lin Yang smiled and patted his shoulder. You call me boss, so I can't let you look shabby. As long as it suits you, it's just a weapon. Jia Dequan hugged the battle axe, his nose tingling with emotion, his voice trembling. Boss, you're so good to me. From now on, my life belongs to you. Whoever you want me to cut down, I'll cut down. If sister-in-law Schwerer doesn't want to, my butt could temporarily be borrowed by you. Before he could finish, he saw Lin Yang tilting his head and staring at him, already gripping the lightning sword that flickered with platinum thunder. Jia Dequan shuddered, quickly covering his mouth and laughing awkwardly, clearing his throat. Ahem. Business. When you were testing your skill earlier, I got a call from Captain Taizhan. He said we've both been specially admitted to Demon God Academy and told us to report as soon as possible. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. The Dragon Abyss of the National Security Bureau works fast. The admission came right after the Abyss party ended. Where is Demon God Academy? In the capital? No. Jia Dequan shook his head, unable to hide his curiosity and excitement. Captain Taizhan said it's in Shanghai. In the demon capital stands the Demon God Academy. The massive gates appeared carved from a single block of obsidian, their pitch-black frames piercing straight into the overcast sky. Above the entrance, for bold, ancient characters spelling Demon God Academy seemed to pulse with crimson veins flowing through their carved lines, emanating an overwhelming aura of ancient power. The academy walls stretched endlessly along the street in both directions. On enrollment day, not a single parent stood before the gates. Academy law forbade it. The plaza gathered only young prodigies from across the nation, some walking alone, others in small groups. Their straight backs radiated both pride and wariness as their gazes swept between the towering gates and their peers, viewing the unknown future with equal parts anticipation and scrutiny. Lin Yang, Jia Dequan, and Zhou Schwerer followed the crowd toward the side entrance. Lin Yang had stored all their luggage in his spatial backpack, leaving them empty-handed and conspicuous among the new students dragging suitcases and shouldering bags, drawing many curious stares. Several provincial top scorers bore haunted expression survivors who had escaped the Abyss party. Upon recognizing Lin Yang's face, cold and nearly numb with composure, they instantly paled, lowering their heads and shuffling away, desperate to disappear into the crowd. Who dared meet the gaze of that killing god who had slaughtered over a dozen top scorers in the Abyss without batting an eye? The main gates remained sealed, opening only for major ceremonies according to tradition. New student registration took place at the side entrance. As the trio approached the welcome station, a senior student in dark training attire looked up with reasonably polite tone. All new students? The three nodded simultaneously. The upperclassmen's gaze swept over their empty hands, noting they had arrived together, showing mild surprise. You three know each other? They nodded again. I'm Wu Chengwang, your senior, he said, extending his hand. Admission letters, please. Lin Yang retrieved 3 intricately patterned admission letters from his spatial backpack and handed them over. After carefully verifying them, Wu Chengwang turned to about 10 seniors chatting behind him. Hey, anyone free to help these 2 junior brothers with enrollment procedures? The group either continued their conversations or stared at the sky, none bothering to respond. Escorting male students was hardly appealing work. Wu Qingwang sighed helplessly and added, "Well then, anyone willing to help this junior sister?" Before he finished speaking, the previously statue-like seniors exploded into action. "I'll do it. Me. Senior, I'm totally free. Junior sister, come with me. I'm strong, I'll carry your luggage." Cold faces instantly bloomed with brilliant smiles as they surrounded the pure and lovely Zhou Shuer completely. A vein throbbed at Wu Qingwang's temple as he waved them away. "Enough. Get back to your posts." "Fine, I'll escort them myself." Before he could finish, several laughing female voices drifted over, clear and melodious yet tinged with playful mockery. "Oh my, Senior Wu Qingwang, how ungentlemanly of you. I mean, how come such a handsome underclassman doesn't have anyone to show him around? Hey there, underclassmen, don't go with that wooden Wu guy. Come over here to your senior sister instead. I'll show you around campus and guarantee I know way more than he does. Your senior sister doesn't bite, so what's there to be afraid of?" After a few teasing calls, several upperclassmen girls sauntered over. They wore the same dark uniforms as Lin Yang's group, but had shortened their skirts to show off their long, graceful legs. Their bright eyes lingered on Lin Yang's handsome yet aloof face, their enthusiasm mixed with boldness. This greeting instantly put Zhou Shuer, who was staying close to Lin Yang, on high alert. She instinctively hugged his arm tighter, her soft body practically pressed against him as she puffed out her cheeks and glared at the senior girls with obvious possessiveness and wariness, like a little cat guarding her food. Jia Dequan, standing nearby, rubbed his shiny bald head and grinned as he joined in the fun. Senior sisters, look at me too. I'm also a freshman, a pure and innocent single guy who's both warm and sweet." The senior girls turned at his voice, but when they saw Jia Dequan's tower-like build, fierce features, and gleaming bald head, their smiles immediately froze. Ahem. Hello there, underclassmen. Well, we just remembered we have something urgent to do." They exchanged glances, laughed awkwardly as they backed up 2 steps, then turned and practically jogged away, pretending nothing had happened. "Senior sisters, don't leave. I'm really gentle, I swear." Jia Dequan waved and called after them, his voice full of grievance, but only received increasingly hurried footsteps in response. Wu Qingwang watched the chaotic scene unfold and sighed helplessly, gesturing to Lin Yang's group. "Ignore them, just follow me." Walking along the path toward the freshman dormitories, he tried to break the awkwardness while displaying the superiority typical of an upperclassman by casually asking, "So, underclassmen, you seem pretty composed. What level are you at now?" "Level 23, Lin Yang replied flatly. Level 23. Wu Qingwang immediately adopted a lecturing posture, nodding slightly. "That's not bad for just starting school. I suppose it's decent enough. But you can't slack off now. Our academy has pretty high graduation standards. You need to keep improving your level and abilities to graduate smoothly in your senior year." He smiled smugly, as if he could already see Lin Yang working hard under his guidance. However, Lin Yang just looked at him indifferently without responding, while Zhou Shuer and Jia Dequan remained tactfully silent, making the atmosphere grow cold again. Wu Qingwang cleared his throat and continued with what he thought was an impressive question. "So, what was your national ranking in the college entrance exam, underclassmen?" "Back in my day, I wasn't particularly talented and barely managed to squeeze into the top 100 nationally. Sigh, my performance was just average." Though he spoke humbly, his upturned lips clearly showed his satisfaction. Showing off in front of a pretty underclassman and freshman was indeed quite satisfying. Jia Dequan rubbed his bald head and commented with honest seriousness. "Oh, just top 100 nationally? Yeah, that is pretty average." Wu Chun was stunned. Before he could even react, Jia Dequan was already counting on his fingers, adding matter-of-factly, "I basically skipped one whole course and still ranked in the 20s. Senior, how did you do so poorly? Did you get food poisoning on exam day? Back home, we never dare eat greasy food before exams." This simple, devastating blow made Wu Chen's feet slip, nearly causing him to fall. The welcoming smile on his face instantly froze, and his mouth twitched as he steadied himself, awkwardly forcing out, "Heath, Jr., you're quite capable." His voice cracked. "I guess so." Jia Dequan grinned innocently, seemingly not satisfied with just bragging about himself, then casually pointed to Zhou Shuer beside him. "My sister-in-law is even more amazing, top 10 nationally." Cough. Cough. This time Wu Chen really couldn't keep his footing, staggering back 2 steps and coughing violently, his face turning bright red. "Senior, are you okay? Is the ground that slippery? Let me help you." Jia Dequan immediately reached out to steady Wu Chen, who was about to fall. The burning embarrassment made Wu Chen wish he could crawl into a hole in the ground. He could only go along with the excuse. Right. This damn ground is really slippery." Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his churning emotions and carefully shifted his gaze to Lin Yang, the most composed and inscrutable of the 3, his voice full of awe and apprehension. Then this junior, you?" Jia Dequan puffed out his chest, his voice even louder than before. Oh, my boss? He did okay. Wu Chun had just started to relax when the second half of the sentence hit, like thunder. He just casually scored the top rank in the entire country. At that moment, Wu Chun was completely petrified. Only the four golden words, national champion, remained in his mind, bouncing around relentlessly. His cheeks burned as if he'd been repeatedly slapped, and he screamed internally. What kind of genius underclassman had he encountered? One ranked in the 20s nationally, one in the top 10 nationally, and one who was the national champion. If he'd known he'd face such formidable opponents, he wouldn't have come to show off even if his life depended on it. Calling some other poor soul have taken this beating instead? Trying to show off only to get thoroughly humiliated. This feeling was too excruciating. Despite everything, Wu Chen still fulfilled his duty as a guide, leading the three around the vast campus. Along the way, he pointed out several landmark buildings and briefly explained their history. The three newcomers walked and observed, full of curiosity about this legendary institution. After half an hour, what they'd seen was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Magic God Academy's tens of thousands of acres. Finally, Wu Chun led the three to the new student reception area. In the magnificent hall, dozens of registration desks operated simultaneously, handling check-ins and dormitory assignments amid a bustling crowd. As Lin Yang waited in line, a clear, familiar female voice suddenly rang out behind him with surprise. Lin Yang. The three turned around at the sound. A tall, slender girl stood not far away, waving vigorously at them. She still wore her signature high ponytail, the end swaying playfully with each wave, revealing her smooth forehead and graceful neck. Her fitted athletic wear hugged her curves perfectly, showcasing her fluid, powerful shoulders and back, while her straight, long legs stood out remarkably in the crowd. The girl wore a bright, cheerful smile, her sparkling almond-shaped eyes locked onto Lin Yang, radiating the distinctive boldness and vibrant energy typical of northern girls. It was Lin Anna. Big brother, do you know this beauty? Jia Dequan raised an eyebrow, nudging Lin Yang with his elbow while winking suggestively. Yes, I do. Lin Yang nodded, his tone steady. The top scorer from Dongshan province, Lin Anna. We teamed up together during the Abyss party before. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuier immediately went on high alert. She instinctively tightened her grip and practically clung to Lin Yang's arm like a small animal guarding its treasure, her gaze scrutinizing and wary. Lin Yang, I told you to visit me in Dongshan province when you had time. I didn't expect you'd also come to Demon God Academy. Lin Anna approached quickly with a radiant smile, her tone carrying familiar complaint, though her almond eyes clearly showed a knowing certainty that said, I knew it all along. Yeah, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here either. Lin Yang rarely showed even a faint smile, but he always held fond feelings for this straightforward former teammate who had fought alongside him. Only then did Lin Anna seem to notice the two people beside Lin Yang. Her gaze briefly passed over the tall, burly Jia Dequan before finally settling on Zhou Shuier's almost clingy posture. She raised an eyebrow. And these two are? They're both very good friends of mine, Jia Dequan and Zhou Shuier. Lin Yang introduced them concisely. Oh, so they're good friends. Indeed, Lin Anna drew out her words, deliberately emphasizing good friends, while looking directly at Zhou Shuier, her lips curved in a meaningful smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Lin Anna. Nice to meet you too. I'm Zhou Shuier, Lin Yang's closest and dearest friend. Zhou Shuier didn't back down, meeting Lin Anna's gaze as the air instantly filled with tension. Jia Dequan scratched his bald head, feeling a chill down his neck. This atmosphere, this whole first come first served situation, it looked exactly like potential sister-in-law candidates. He swallowed hard and grinned awkwardly while greeting. Sister-in-law. Sister Anna. I'm Jia Dequan, just call me Dequan. After speaking, he wisely retreated several steps, distancing himself from this level of battlefield. Lin Yang frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. With his thousands of constitution points, he shouldn't fear cold or heat, yet this chill felt particularly real. Just as he pondered its source, the line had reached them. The registration staff member didn't even look up, asking mechanically, name and national college entrance exam ranking. Lin Yang glanced at the person and replied very calmly, Lin Yang. National first place. The staff member's fingers froze mid-keystroke, and he suddenly looked up with an expression of utter disbelief on his face. He lowered his head to double-check the system information, his fingertips nearly touching the screen. After confirming everything was correct, he seemed like a completely different person, his voice dropping to a whisper, yet unable to hide his excitement. Lin Yang, your information is confirmed. Here are your dorm keycard and student ID. You've been assigned to Villa number 1 in the Star Dome Villa District. Though the lobby was already buzzing with chatter, his raised voice cut through the noise like a blade. What? Star Dome Villa District? And Villa number 1? Isn't that the place only the national top 10 can get into? Wait, what's his name? Lin Yang? The national champion? As his words sank in, countless gazes instantly locked onto Lin Yang, creating a scorching atmosphere filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and curiosity. The weight of being the national champion was enough to stir up any crowd. The staff member seized the moment to announce the Academy's iron rules to everyone. According to Academy regulations, students ranked in the national top 10 can reside in the Star Dome Villa district, enjoying the finest cultivation environment and resources. Those ranked 11th to 100th are housed in luxury penthouses at Vast Sea Tower, while the remaining 900 live in the Blue Cloud Pavilion dormitories. The rules are simple and brutal strength reigns supreme. Someone in the crowd raised their hand. What happens to the corresponding rooms if any of the top 10 don't come to Demon God Academy? They stay empty. The staff member shrugged, his tone filled with provocative excitement. During the freshman competition, whoever has the skills can fight for them. Beat those ahead of you into submission, and any villa in the district is yours to choose. He then turned his attention to the two students beside Lin Yang. What are your rankings? Zhou Schwetter stepped forward half a pace, her voice gentle yet clear. Zhou Schwetter, 9th place. That brief statement triggered another wave of gasps, another top 10 student. And a strikingly beautiful girl at that. Next, Jia Dequan rubbed his bald head and grinned sheepishly as he announced, I'm Jia Dequan, ranked 28th. 28th was equally impressive, qualifying him for Vast Sea Tower. The staff member's tone became more respectful as he quickly processed their paperwork and handed them their keycards. Nearby, Lin Anna's eyebrows arched slightly upon hearing 9th place. She crossed her arms, accentuating her impressive curves, and stepped forward nonchalantly. She slapped her admission notice onto the desk, lifted her chin, and declared, Lin Anna, national 5th place. Another top 10 student. The freshmen were stunned. What kind of day was this, with top 10 students showing up in droves? After receiving her keycard, Lin Anna waved it with a confident smile, her eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Looks like we'll be neighbors, little sister Zhou. Zhou Schwerter's grip on Lin Yang's arm tightened slightly as she responded with a gentle yet firm voice. Please take good care of me, big sister Anna. She deliberately emphasized the word sister with a lower tone, showing no signs of backing down. Caught between the two girls, Lin Yang finally became aware of the inexplicable chill behind him, which seemed to have intensified. Jia Dequan looked at the three big shots who were about to move into the villa district, then glanced at the Hanhai Tower key in his hand. He let out a long sigh. Great, so I'm the only single guy stuck in a luxury apartment? Should have studied harder back then. As he crouched there wallowing in self-pity, Lin Yang spoke casually. Living alone gets boring anyway. Dequan, why don't you move to the villa district and stay with me? There's plenty of space. The massive surprise hit Jia Dequan like a bolt from the blue. His eyes instantly widened like saucers, and he nearly jumped up on the spot. Really, boss? I can actually live in a villa? This is amazing. I knew you were the most loyal friend ever. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Schwerer had already gently tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve. She lifted her delicate face, her voice soft and sweet, yet piercing straight to the heart. Lin Yang, no need to go through all that trouble. I can just give my villa number 9 key card to Dequan. She paused for half a second, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as her voice grew softer, yet crystal clear. I can just move in with you. After speaking, the girl lowered her head, her fair and slender neck taking on a subtle pink hue. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, yet her eyes secretly glanced toward Lin Yang, trying to catch his reaction. Beside them, Lin Anna's almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened, her small mouth slightly agape, as if she'd had an epiphany. Wait, you can do that? She reacted lightning fast. The moment Zhou Schwerer finished speaking, she shot forward like a blur, appearing in front of Jia Dequan and smoothly stuffing the keycard representing 5th place into his other empty hand. Brother Dequan, take my villa number 5. It's yours. Live there as long as you want. Don't be shy. Then she turned to Lin Yang with a brilliant smile, her tone matter-of-fact. I'll just stay with Lin Yang. It'll be more convenient for sparring practice anyway. In an instant, two pairs of beautiful eyes locked onto Jia Dequan. Zhou Schwerer's gaze was ice-cold yet determined. Take mine. I'm the one who should be your sister-in-law. Lin Anna's stare was sharp as a blade. You dare not take it? Believe it or not, I'll give your eyes some special effects. Jia Dequan stood there with the number 9 card in his left hand and the number 5 card in his right, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, as if he were holding 2 red-hot branding irons. What does this have to do with me? I'm innocent here. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Boss, save me. He screamed internally, though his face only dared to wear a smile more painful-looking than crying, his hands and feet frozen midair. The students passing by had long been drawn to the commotion, their mouths agape as they whispered among themselves. Holy crap, what's going on? Star Dome Villa keycards can be passed around like that. Those represent the top 10 in the nation. So many people dream of having one. They're actually trying to give them away? Is the giving away the main point? The main point is that both beauties want to live with that handsome guy. Damn. Just because you're good-looking and strong, you can do whatever you want. I'm so jealous it hurts. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and Jia Dequan was about to crack under the pressure, a staff member nearby finally couldn't stand it anymore. Wiping sweat from his brow, he cautiously interrupted everyone. Excuse me, students, sorry to interrupt. According to Academy regulations, dormitory key cards are bound to personal identity information and private transfers are strictly prohibited. Moreover, the Academy also explicitly forbids co-ed housing. The cold school rules were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the invisible standoff. TSK, what a hassle. Lin Anna pouted with dissatisfaction, but didn't push further. She stepped forward directly, pulled her room 5 key card from Jia Dequan's stiff fingers, then waved at Lin Yang with a still brilliant smile. Fine, rules are rules. Lin Yang, let's have dinner together tonight. I know a great barbecue place in the academy. After speaking, she playfully winked at Lin Yang, then turned and left with swift grace. Zhou Shuier quietly breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt vaguely disappointed. She stood on her tiptoes slightly, retrieved the room 9 key card from Jia Dequan's other hand, and with her head lowered, muttered in a voice only loud enough for Lin Yang to hear, "Playboy, big flirt." Her cheeks flushed red as she spoke, then she hurried away like a startled little rabbit. Only the shell-shocked Jia Dequan remained in the lobby, along with Lin Yang, who held the Star Dome Villa number 1 key with a helpless expression. The Star Dome Villa district was located in the heart of the Demon God Academy, covering a vast area with lush greenery. The spiritual energy concentration here was noticeably higher than in other areas, making even deep breaths refreshing and invigorating. From here, it was extremely convenient to reach the academic buildings, training grounds, or residential areas. At the highest elevation and central position stood the villa reserved specifically for the National Champion Star Dome, Villa number 1. This building had an extremely futuristic appearance, streamlined silver-white alloy exterior combined with deep blue-black glass curtain walls. The entire structure resembled a starship about to take flight, forming a stark contrast with the somewhat classical buildings nearby. It stood quietly with an inherent aura of dominance, subtly proclaiming its owner's extraordinary status. Good lord, is this really a student dormitory? Jia Dequan looked up in amazement, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Lin Yang inserted the key card to activate the access system, looked up for facial recognition, and the electronic door slid open silently. What greeted them was overwhelming luxury and technological sophistication. Soaring ceilings, smart sensor lighting, holographic projection interfaces, temperature and humidity-controlled air infused with subtle energy, and clearly expensive smart furniture. A level of investment surpassed even the mansion Zhou Tianhao had spent hundreds of millions to build. Boss, this place is absolutely incredible. Jia Dequan was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, first touching the mirror-smooth walls, then curiously poking at the floating holographic control panel. Lin Yang, however, showed little interest, focusing more on practical functionality. He walked straight to the elevator, heading to the private training facility on the basement level. The training facility was equally spacious, with walls and floors reinforced with specially made dark silver alloy that gleamed with cold metallic luster. The detector nearby showed that its defensive strength could withstand full force attacks below forbidden spell level. For ordinary students, this would be a dream training sanctuary, but for Lin Yang, it still wasn't enough. He knew clearly that once he tested new forbidden spells, if he made even the slightest mistake, he'd have to apply for rebuilding this villa the next day. After the two finished touring the villa along the corridor, the doorbell suddenly chimed crisply. Lin Yang's mind stirred, and the electronic door slid open silently. The visitor was indeed Lin Anna. With her high ponytail and form-fitting athletic wear, her tall, curvaceous figure was displayed in full view. At this moment, she stood with arms crossed, her expression carrying the interest of someone watching a good show. Lin Yang, I have good news. Well, maybe not so good for you. She stepped through the door without any courtesy, her gaze sweeping around the luxurious hall before letting out a whistle. TSK, Villa number 1 really is different. What news? Lin Yang asked. The three settled in the living room. Lin Anna called out to the massive TV screen with familiar ease. Turn on the TV. The screen remained motionless, and she rolled her eyes. Forgot this is your place needs your authorization. Lin Yang looked up. Turn on the TV. Soft light illuminated the screen, displaying the Demon God Academy's internal forum. You know about this afternoon's freshman welcome ceremony, right? Lin Anna crossed her legs. Lin Yang and Jia Dequan exchanged glances, both remembering the thick freshman handbook they hadn't bothered to read, their expressions awkward. Yes, we know, Lin Yang replied without changing expression. According to tradition, the freshman representative has to give a speech on stage. She gave him a meaningful look. It's not me, is it? Lin Yang suddenly felt uneasy. Bingo. Lin Anna snapped her fingers, pointing at the screen with gleeful schadenfreude. But the speech isn't the main point. Look at the forum. Lin, our top scholar, you've gone viral. The pinned post on the homepage had a striking title. Deep Dive, this year's strongest freshman representative Lin Yang. The post maliciously listed. Name, Lin Yang. Origin, Linhai City, Jiangnan Province, small place, resource spore. Level 23, utterly ordinary among the geniuses at Demon God Academy. Class, forbidden spell cast arachnoleged, short-lived profession, burning potential for nothing. Overall assessment, a pitiful creature who burns lifespan for temporary power, a long-lived waste. The conclusion read, already targeted by multiple top-ranking freshmen, will be the main soft target in this year's challenge tournament. Recommend challenging on site. The comments section was filled with mockery, with many eager to try their luck, as if Lin Yang were already a piece of meat ready for slaughter. Lin Yang turned to look at his two companions. Lin Anna was biting her lip, shoulders slightly trembling, her bright eyes full of the gleam of someone enjoying the spectacle. Jia Dequan kept his head down, rubbing his shiny scalp and seemingly studying the floor patterns with intense focus, though he couldn't hide his twitching mouth corners. Lin Yang shrugged, his tone calm. So, you made a special trip here just to tell me that I've become this year's freshman's primary target? Yes. Lin Anna finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter with a snort, quickly covering her mouth while her eyes sparkled with mischief. She lowered her voice and spoke rapidly. They all seem to have lost their minds collectively, thinking you're an easy target and rushing to challenge you one after another. I came to tip you off as soon as I heard. As soon as Lin Anna finished speaking, Jia Dequan beside her couldn't contain himself either, letting out the same snorting laugh, his hearty laughter echoing throughout the living room walls. He rubbed his shiny bald head with an incredulous expression. Exactly. Have they practiced themselves stupid? Actually thinking the boss is weak? Do they think it's pure luck that lets someone casually take down a level 50 mutant boss and become the national champion? I'm already looking forward to the welcome party where the boss slaps those arrogant guys into the ground one by one. That's going to be so satisfying. The three chatted for a while longer, and seeing it was nearly noon, they decided to go fill their stomachs first. Before leaving, Lin Yang casually called out Zhou Shuer, who was still sulking in Villa number 9. The little girl puffed out her cheeks, and upon seeing Lin Yang, still huffed proudly but obediently followed along. The Demon God Academy had several large cafeterias distributed throughout, with the nearest one to the Star Dome Villa district just ahead. The group had barely stepped into the cafeteria plaza when they encountered the senior who had shown them around earlier, Wu Chengwang. Seeing the four prominent freshmen, especially Lin Yang, Wu Chengwang's expression was somewhat complex, but he quickly smiled and approached. Going to eat? Let's go together, and I'll tell you about the academy's rules. On their way to the cafeteria, Wu Chengwang explained as they walked. At Demon God Academy, accommodation and meals at these basic cafeterias are completely free. The academy doesn't lack this kind of funding. These ordinary consumables don't even count as costs to them. His tone became more serious as he gave them an important reminder. But remember, at Demon God Academy, the things that don't cost money are often not expensive, while the things that do cost money are expensive enough to make you question life. High-efficiency potions, advanced skill books, premium equipment, they start at astronomical prices. Of course, you can also pay with academy credits. As they spoke, everyone entered the cafeteria. The interior had ceilings over 10 meters high with bright lighting and modern decor that blended metal and wood elements, making it feel like an upscale restaurant. Dozens of serving windows had long lines, with steaming hot dishes constantly being prepared, a mix of meat and vegetables with enticing aromas. Wu Chengwang skillfully picked up a tray and got himself a meal, continuing to explain. These are just ordinary ingredients to satisfy your appetite. Every cafeteria has a paid second-floor dishes made with exotic beast meat and spiritual plants that can strengthen your constitution and improve energy affinity if you eat them regularly. If you can afford it, you should definitely try going upstairs. There's such good stuff. Lin Anna's eyes lit up, and she was the first to respond. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. She understood the importance of high-quality energy supplements for cultivation. Zhou Shuer also looked curiously toward the staircase, and Lin Yang naturally had no objections. Jia Dequan even swallowed hard. Exotic beast meat? I've never tried it. Seeing the four about to rush toward the staircase, Wu Chengwang was startled and quickly stepped in front of them, lowering his voice urgently. Hey, junior students, don't rush. The second floor is indeed good, but those prices are no joke. Any random dish costs enough to eat downstairs for a month. You just arrived, so maybe you should first. Before he could finish, Lin Yang was already heading upstairs with decisive steps, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Anna, Zhou Shuer, and Jia Dequan exchanged glances and followed without hesitation. At the corner, Lin Yang turned back to look at Wu Chengwang, who was still standing there stunned, his voice calm but brooking no refusal. Senior, come along. It's my treat. Wu Chengwang. After a hearty and energy-packed feast of exotic beast cuisine, the group returned to Lin Yang's villa in Star Dome number 1. Night had just fallen, and despite the brilliant golden lights in the living room, a subtle tension lingered. The malicious posts on the forum and the upcoming freshman challenge tournament made them realize they had become targets. Looks like we're being treated as easy prey. Lin Anna sank into the sofa, her long legs elegantly crossed, her tone dismissive, but her expression more serious than ever. It's not just Lin Yang, Zhou Shuier added quietly, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Many people on the forum are saying that an Shrank Ice Mage like me making it to the top 10 was pure luck, and they're threatening to expose me for what I really am in the challenge tournament. So what? Jia Dequan slapped his thigh so hard the sofa shook. Let them come. I'll crush anyone who dares. Anyone who looks down on sister-in-law and boss will have to answer to me first. The four quickly reached an agreement to form a team and face the challenge together. Lin Yang would be the absolute core, Zhou Shuier would handle control, Lin Anna would serve as the sharp spear, and Jia Dequan would be their solid shield. Lin Yang could have handled it alone, but since even Zhou Shuier had been targeted, he decided to take it seriously. In the afternoon, the freshman orientation was held on the massive field in front of the academic building. The venue was astonishingly large. Even with 1,000 freshmen scattered about, it still seemed spacious. Lin Yang's group of four stood close together like a small formation, facing the curious, scrutinizing, or hostile gazes from around them. The venue hadn't completely quieted down when a gentle yet magnetic voice came from behind. Ew. Must be Lin Yang, right? The group turned around. The speaker was a tall, well-dressed male student. He wore an impeccable smile, his narrowed eyes curved like crescents, making him appear completely harmless. Lin Yang didn't respond, simply observing the other party with his calm eyes. Lin Anna alertly stepped forward half a pace, lowering her stance into a combat-ready position, her brow furrowed. Someone from the Xiao family. She recognized that annoying face. You looking for trouble with our boss? Jia Dequan's eyes widened like copper bells, his massive frame leaning forward with overwhelming presence. Zhou Shuier also gripped her staff tightly, ice spiritual power dancing at her fingertips. No, 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 please don't misunderstand. The male student quickly waved his hands, his smile becoming even more gentle, even tinged with helplessness. I'm not here to cause trouble. Quite the opposite, I should be thanking student Lin Yang. I killed someone from your Xiao family, and you want to thank me? Lin Yang finally spoke, raising an eyebrow with a hint of amusement in his tone. Ah, don't even mention it. The male student sighed as if discussing something trivial. That arrogant waste Xiao Tianyu deserved to die long ago. If student Lin Yang hadn't acted so decisively, how could an illegitimate son like me, who lives in the shadows, ever have caught the family's attention, or even have the chance to become a candidate for the next family head? He spoke with casual indifference, as if his brother's death was merely a stepping stone to power. Since the other party had clearly stated he wasn't here for revenge, Lin Yang and his companions instantly lost interest and were about to turn and leave. However, just as they took their first steps, the young man who called himself Xiao Tianhao spoke again. His voice remained gentle, yet carried a blade-like chill that immediately drew everyone's attention back. Xiao Tianhao's smile remained unchanged as he placed his right hand over his left chest and bowed slightly, his posture as perfect as an ancient ritual from a textbook. My dear grandfather, the current head of the Xiao family, has issued a death order, he said unhurriedly. Anyone who can kill you, Lin Yang. He narrowed his eyes, cold light flashing through his smile lines. That person will become the next undisputed head of the Xiao family. At this point, he straightened up, his smile becoming even more elegant. So, I'd like to apologize to student Lin Yang in advance. After all, the temptation of becoming family head is simply irresistible. This polite, yet bone-chillingly cold declaration finally broke Jia Dequan's restraint. He widened his eyes, pointing at Xiao Tianhao and shouting, "Holy shit, boss, he's showing off. He's even better at it than me." Lin Anna, Jia Dequan, and Zhou Shuier all became alert, expecting Xiao Tianhao to attack immediately. But he merely maintained his impeccable smile, nodded slightly to Lin Yang, then simply turned around and walked calmly toward the other end of the crowd. His back was straight, as if nothing had happened. That murderous declaration seemed like casual small talk about the weather. His voice, carried by the wind and still tinged with laughter, sent chills down their spines. Lin Yang, I hope you'll be more interesting than I imagine. Please don't die too quickly. At the freshman challenge tournament, I'll be the first to challenge you to a life or death battle. When that time comes, life and death will be left to fate. As his words faded, Xiao Tianhao had already disappeared into the bustling crowd of new students. TCH, he's quite the showman, but I wonder if his skills match his mouth. Lin Anna relaxed her combat stance, though her expression grew more serious. Zhou Shuier whispered a reminder. Anyone who can enter Demon God Academy and be put forward by the Xiao family definitely shouldn't be underestimated. No matter. Lin Yang remained calm, as if he wasn't the one who had just received a death threat. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll settle everything at the challenge tournament. Everyone nodded, still fully confident in Lin Yang's abilities. Only then did they notice that the towering stands around the field had somehow filled with upperclassmen. Groups of figures chatted and laughed, observing the freshmen below with interested gazes, especially Lin Yang's group. Curiosity, scrutiny, amusement, and even undisguised anticipation for the conflicts and drama about to unfold. Amid these intersecting gazes and undercurrents, time quietly passed. 2 o'clock sharp in the afternoon. Buzz. A deep, penetrating bell toll, like the breath of an ancient beast, instantly drowned out all the commotion on the playground and reached every ear with crystal clarity. The Demon God Academy's orientation ceremony had officially begun. As the bell's resonance still lingered in the air, the playground fell completely silent. Countless pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the main platform where a towering middle-aged man, nearly 2 meters tall and clad in heavy armor, strode forward with commanding presence. His armor bore deep battle scars and energy burn marks, its metallic edges gleaming with a dark red aura, radiating an iron-blooded aura like an impenetrable steel fortress. Without any amplification device, his voice made the entire playground tremble the moment he opened his mouth. Thunder-like words erupted from his chest, striking everyone's eardrums. Greetings, students. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Kaixian, Dean of the Warrior Academy. Those 7 simple words condensed overwhelming authority and power. Zhang Kaishuan's fierce gaze swept across the crowd, leaving the new students breathless. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice still booming. Principal Rin of our Demon God Academy is generally not at the school. The vice principals also have their own important duties. Therefore, today's orientation ceremony will be hosted by me. These few sentences revealed crucial information. The principal was elusive as a dragon. The vice principals were all occupied with their own affairs, and the only person who could lead this gathering of all new students was Zhang Kaixian, Dean of the Warrior Academy. This clearly demonstrated the Warrior Academy's supreme status within Demon God Academy, even slightly surpassing the Mage Academy and Support Academy. On this crisis-ridden continent, absolute martial power was the true hard currency. Warriors who could charge to the front lines, break through defenses, and change the tide of battle were naturally revered above all. Zhang Kaishuan's gaze was so intense it seemed tangible as it swept across the young faces below, some excited, some nervous, and some eager to prove themselves. He paused, then spoke again. Today, everyone standing here represents the future pillars of the Huan nation. Our Demon God Academy naturally won't shortchange any genius. As a welcome gift, every new student present will receive 100 initial academy credits. The crowd stirred slightly, but he raised his hand to silence them. Don't underestimate these 100 credits. His fierce eye surveyed the surroundings again. Perhaps many of you come from wealthy backgrounds and look down on ordinary money. But at Demon God Academy, credits are the real hard currency. He raised one finger encased in a metal guard, the joint gleaming coldly in the sunlight. At the Academy's logistics office, 10 credits can exchange for 1 low-level experience capsule. 100 credits equals 10 capsules. On the outside black market, 1 capsule is worth 100,000 Huan Nation currency, and they're priceless. 10 capsules, that's a gift of 1 million to each of you. Boom. As these words fell, the previously silent formation of new students instantly erupted. Exclamations rose like crashing waves, shaking the entire playground. How much? 1 million. Just giving it away like that. 100 credits are worth that much? My God, what an incredible gesture. Countless new faces were etched with shock, wild joy, and disbelief. On the training ground, light screens hovered in the air with credit numbers scrolling past, making the newcomers' eyes widen. This wasn't just some simple bonus, but a passport that could be directly exchanged for rare potions, top-tier equipment, and core skills. Even the geniuses from prestigious families couldn't help but clench their fists at this moment, as the Demon God Academy's profound foundation and generosity were laid bare before them, striking straight into everyone's hearts. On the elevated platform, Dean Zhang Kaixian stood with arms crossed, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Seeing the discussions rising and falling below, he thundered, "Silence." The words seemed to take physical form, instantly crushing all the commotion. Remember, this is just the beginning. He surveyed the crowd, his voice steady and measured. Credits are omnipotent within the Academy. Resources, equipment, skills, everything can be exchanged. But earning them is extremely difficult. How you spend this first windfall and how you earn more in the future will determine how far you can go. He stepped forward, his voice suddenly dropping low, like iron soaked in blood and fire. The Demon God Academy has stood for 20 years. For these 20 years, he swept his arm across the sky, as if gesturing toward invisible mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These weren't 20 years of comfortable living in the city, but 20 years paved with lives, one after another. His voice rose like war drums launching an assault. Your senior brothers and sisters walked out from here and threw their lives beyond the city walls, in monster lairs, on battlefields you'll never see. Their bones raised the threshold of the Demon God Academy. Only then could you stand here today, looking all proper and calling yourselves geniuses. His words cut like blades, making many newcomers' cheeks burn. Don't think you've come to the Demon God Academy to coast and enjoy yourselves. Zhang Kaixian laughed coldly with his rough voice. Remember rule number 1. You can only eat as much as you bleed and sweat for. Think you can rely on clever tricks or family background? That's worth jack shit. He slammed his fist against the heavy armor on his chest. Professionals aren't thugs who learn a few moves and go around bullying the weak. The deafening clang of metal echoed across the training ground. Professionals are the shields at the very front, the blades thrust into monster hearts, the last line of defense keeping this city, this nation, this world breathing. At this point, his gaze took on an almost fanatical fervor. We are great because we protect. You may not understand this now, and you don't need to. His tone shifted as he waved his hand broadly. But sooner or later you'll realize, stepping into the Demon God Academy isn't necessarily the beginning of glory, it's more likely the start of a tragic fate. But he suddenly roared like thunder. Since you refuse to accept mediocrity, since you've chosen this path, straighten your damn spines. Grit your teeth. Prepare to die. He pointed toward the Academy's thick walls in the distance, then at each newcomer. Since you're here, don't think about cowering. Fight. Fight for resources, for opportunities, for everything that can make you stronger and help you live longer. Opportunity only kneels before those with hard enough fists and thorough preparation. The sound waves rolled, making eardrums ring. The Demon God Academy doesn't have a bunch of bullshit rules, but that doesn't mean there are no rules. Whoever crosses the line dies. Cold intent seeped through his words. Immediately after, his tone softened but became even more chilling. Likewise, the Academy has built you a stage. When it's time to flex your muscles, don't cower like little girls. Zhang Kaixian gave the entire assembly one final sweep with his gaze, his eyes like a blade being sheathed. Today's orientation is simple. He stepped aside, making room behind him. On the vast training platform, 50 figures stood in formation like an iron wall, their black instructor badges gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Zhang Kaishuan's voice boomed like thunder. These 50 on the platform are the instructors who'll be mentoring you freshmen this year. Every one of them crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood theory, all battle-hardened veterans. Come on, show yourselves to your future precious students and make an impression. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man in his 40s with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and shoulders as broad as a door frame stepped forward half a pace, announcing with a resounding voice, Warrior Academy, Defense Department, Luo Zhong. A murderous aura surged around him, as if demonstrating the weight of a shield wall to the freshmen behind him. Immediately after, a shadow-like figure silently approached, his tone ice-cold as if scraped from a blade's edge. Warrior Academy, Agility Department, Shui Jingcheng. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to be swallowed back into the darkness, leaving the audience below stunned. The third person stepped forward, draped in a deep blue robe that swept the ground, her curves subtle yet graceful. She raised her eyes, her gaze sharp as an ice pick piercing straight into one's heart. Magic Academy, Elemental Department, Hongyuero. Next, a gentle green glow spread outward. A female instructor with a gentle temperament nodded slightly, her voice echoing like spring water. Support Academy, Medical Department, Kongyun. The wooden floor beneath her feet seemed moistened by morning dew, radiating with vibrant life force. The remaining instructors took their turns, each introduction brief and powerful, without any unnecessary words. The moment the last instructor's voice faded, boom! 50 completely different, yet equally terrifying auras erupted like unsealed pressure valves, exploding in an instant. Violent pressure carrying tangible killing intent, blade-sharp elemental tides, immovable protective will, and gentle yet unyielding life force layered upon each other, forming a towering wave that crashed down mercilessly upon the 1,000 freshmen below. Thud! Thud! In just one breath, faces below changed drastically. Those with weaker abilities turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, their knees feeling like lead. Some stumbled backward under the pressure, falling on their backsides with terror in their eyes. Even weaker freshmen seemed gripped by an invisible hand at their throats, struggling to breathe, only able to retreat awkwardly away from that terrifying source. On the high platform, 50 instructors stood shoulder to shoulder, their auras interweaving and competing with each other. They used the most direct and brutal method to deliver a sobering blow to all the arrogant freshmen here. Even dragons must coil, and tigers must crouch. The instructors' gazes were sharp as hawks, sweeping from one end of the platform to the other, etching every still tender face into their memories. Those freshmen who turned pale, retreated, or even collapsed under the pressure were silently marked with an X. We quilled, unable to withstand even an aura, destined to crumble first on future battlefields and become burdens. Tisk, each year gets worse than the last. Defense instructor Luo Zhong's voice rumbled like muffled thunder, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over several collapsed students. There are always a few who slip through the cracks. Agility instructor Shui Jingqing's voice remained ice-cold, his form like a blurred shadow. Elemental instructor Hong Yuro frowned slightly, her deep blue robe moving without wind. Poor mental fortitude makes even the highest talent worthless. Their gazes finally settled on the very front of the crowd. on those few figures who remained virtually unmoved under the terrifying pressure. Among the four, Jia Dequan's thick eyebrows knitted together as he grumbled in his deep, muffled voice. What the hell is all this racket about? The moment his complaint left his lips, Lin Anna beside him perked up instantly. Her spirited almond-shaped eyes blazed with excited battle intent, her lips curving into a sharp arc. Like a soldier ready for inspection, she subtly lowered her center of gravity, planting herself more firmly on the ground. Zhou Shui'er trembled slightly under the initial pressure. That crushing force felt like mountains collapsing. But in the next second, an ice crystal snowflake mark flashed briefly at the center of her smooth forehead before vanishing. The overwhelming pressure crumbled instantly, transforming into a refreshing coolness that spread through her limbs. She felt so comfortable that she unconsciously straightened her slender waist. Most ridiculous of all was Lin Yang was spacing out. His deep gaze was fixed on the main platform, yet clearly not focused on any instructor. With slightly furrowed brows, he was rapidly calculating elemental fusion formulas in his mind. The overwhelming aura was nothing more than background noise to him, unable to even pause his thoughts. On the main platform, Dean Zhang Kaixian exchanged glances with the other instructors, all showing surprise and satisfaction in their eyes. Lin Yang's complete indifference and composure sparked their intense curiosity. Good. Very good. Zhang Kaixian suddenly roared, his voice like thunder, instantly yanking everyone's attention back. His tiger-like eyes blazed as his commanding tone rang out with undeniable authority. Now it's your turn. Show me your levels. Show me your strength. Show me that fighting spirit you have as professionals. Don't hold anything back. Let your future teachers on this stage see clearly. Let them see whether you're dragons or worms. Before his shout even faded, the quickest reacting freshmen were already surging with power. Roars erupted one after another, waves of sound rolling forth as no one wanted to fall behind. Yang Yi, level 25 Sword Saint. Sharp sword intent shot skyward. Han Yuanfeng, level 24 Arcane Mage. Mysterious ripples spread through the surrounding space. Deng Baiqiu, level 26 Thunder Priest. Lightning serpents danced, blindingly bright. One powerful aura after another exploded forth. Not a single person's professional level was below a grade. A grade talents made up nearly half, while S-grade and S-grade geniuses accounted for over 40%. Only 10 possessed the pinnacle SS grade talent. In the crowd, Jia Dequan still looked around bewildered, scratching his bald head as he watched his classmates acting like they were pumped full of steroids. He wondered aloud in his simple way. What's gotten into everyone? Is this some kind of martial arts tournament for marriage? Why does everyone look like they've taken super supplements, all red-faced and thick-necked? Lin Anna and Zhou Shui'er had long seen through the dean's intentions, but seeing Lin Yang still deep in thought, they held their positions. Lin Anna shifted her gaze and explained quietly. The dean wants us to unleash our power and show off, so the instructors on stage can see what we're made of. Show off for what? We're not lanterns. Jia Dequan grew even more curious. Zhou Shui'er added softly, her tone gentle, yet cutting straight to the point. This is the Demon God Academy, where resources are limited and competition is fierce. Who gets the better instructors and more resources, that depends on your performance. Also, that's what this is all about. Whether it's a mule or a horse, you've got to take it out for a walk so the teachers can pick their livestock. Oh no, pick their students. Jia Dequan suddenly understood, his copperbell eyes widening. You four. From the main platform, Dean Zhang Kaishuan's voice boomed like thunder, his gaze falling like a tangible weight on Lin Yang and his three companions who had remained motionless. Did you not hear what I said? Or do you think these teachers on stage aren't worthy of your demonstration? Instantly, all the instructors' eyes focused on them, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of displeasure at being seemingly slighted. At that very moment, the contemplative gleam in Lin Yang's eyes faded, replaced by a look of sudden enlightenment and joy. Haha, so that's it. Energy is essentially like chaos, opposing forces that also complement each other. You just need to find that balance point. Though he was deep in calculation, he remained fully aware of everything happening around him. Seeing his three teammates waiting for him, he smiled slightly, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable confidence. All right, let's give them a show. The four exchanged glances and smiled, their aura suddenly transforming. Lin Anna, level 25. War God. Her clear shout rang out like thunder. The overwhelming blood energy of an SS-level war god erupted explosively, a crimson pillar of battle intent shooting skyward from the crown of her head. The fierce and violent momentum instantly overshadowed all the previous SS-level professionals, clearly marking her as one of the absolute elite. Excellent. What a gem. This girl belongs in our Warrior Academy. The Agility Combat Division claims her. A Warrior Academy instructor slapped his thigh hard, his face beaming with wild joy. Jia Dequan, level 25. Living Buddha. Jia Dequan's voice thundered as he pressed his palms together forcefully. A Buddhist chant seemed to echo from the void as brilliant golden Buddha light burst forth from within him. The towering shadow of a Buddha majestic yet fire seed suddenly materialized behind him. Sanskrit sounds swirled, and Buddhist power surged. Another excellent warrior prospect. And from the Special Division 2. The Warrior Academy instructor's eyes nearly popped out, grinning from ear to ear. Next, Zhou Xuer stepped forward. Her voice was cold and ethereal, yet carried an undeniable authority. Zhou Xuer, level 25, Frostfall Mage. As her words fell, her previously half-closed eyes snapped open. Boom. With her as the center, an extreme cold suddenly spread outward. The temperature of the entire field dropped at a visibly rapid pace, the ground instantly forming a layer of frost, and moisture in the air transformed into dancing ice crystals. Wait, something's wrong. The instructors on stage immediately noticed the anomaly, their faces showing surprise and suspicion. Didn't the records say she was in-level professional? This aura. How could it be so pure and powerful? Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, a goddess phantom draped in an ice and snow imperial robe, crowned with an ice crystal diadem, breathtakingly beautiful, yet coldly indifferent silently appeared behind Zhou Xuer. The goddess phantom gazed down with detached eyes, surveying all living beings. Simultaneously, countless ice crystals automatically gathered on Zhou Xuer's smooth forehead, condensing into a delicate yet exquisite ice and snow crown. Its design was identical to the imperial crown atop the goddess phantom behind her. This is Hong Yuero, the elemental instructor from the Magic Academy, shot to her feet. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulous shock, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. The projection of the ice elemental god, the Ice Queen. This young lady, she's actually gained divine recognition? The entire hall fell into absolute silence. Gaining divine recognition meant that Zhou Xuer would no longer be bound by the shackles of mundane professional levels. She could directly borrow a portion of the deity's authority and power. If one had to measure by secular standards, her potential could only be described in 2 words: godly tier. Mentor Hong Yuero trembled with excitement, her hands shaking uncontrollably, while the other magic department mentors revealed expressions of wild joy. Heaven blesses our Magic Academy. Though the mentors from the Warrior Academy couldn't help feeling envious, they were more filled with relief and inspiration. At their level, competition between academies had long faded. What they cared about was the future of the human race. In the cruel war against the exotic beasts, every additional prodigy meant better odds for the front lines. There's still one more. In the hall, the excited mentors exchanged glances in hushed tones, all turning their eyes toward the young man who had remained calm throughout. Lin Yang. Lin Yang? This year's national champion. The file says, Forbidden Curse Master? I watched the college entrance exam footage, truly stunning. But a Forbidden Curse Master is ultimately. Before the murmurs could spread, Dean Zhang Kaixian spoke in a deep voice. Don't rush to conclusions. His gaze profoundly fixed on Lin Yang. Before the principal departed, he specifically sent word, instructing me on only one matter: pay close attention to this young one. Anyone personally named by that distinguished person is absolutely extraordinary. As the dean's words fell, all commotion in the hall came to an abrupt halt. The principal's vision had always been able to pierce through to the essence of things, and the mentor's expressions instantly turned solemn. Boss, it's your turn. Jia Dequan grinned foolishly, shaking his fist, even more excited than when he had displayed his own abilities. That's right, Lin Yang, don't hold back. Lin Anna's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhou Xuer also encouraged softly, Lin Yang. Her gaze was full of trust. Lin Yang nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and stepped forward slowly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached every corner of the hall. Lin Yang, level 25. Profession. He paused, then uttered 4 earth-shattering words. Forbidden Curse, Dharma God. As his words fell, his mind stirred slightly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 distinct yet equally vast pressures descended thunderously from behind him, like deities awakening from eternal slumber. On the left, cold air spread as ice crystals instantly crawled across the floor. The phantom of an ice snow empress appeared, draped in an ice-blue imperial robe with coldly beautiful features, the surrounding air seeming to freeze solid. On the right, flames soared to the heavens as heat waves distorted the light and shadows. A blazing flame goddess stood tall, wrapped in undying divine flames with lips like fire, as if to incinerate all things. In the center, the earth rumbled as earthen yellow energy surged. The phantom of an earth mother goddess slowly rose, wearing hemp clothing and a wheat ear crown, her expression kind and benevolent, steady and profound. The 3 goddess phantoms possessed vastly different attributes, yet they surrounded Lin Yang like stars around the moon, forming a closed and terrifying energy cycle. Ice, fire, and earth, the 3 most fundamental, yet most violent elements between heaven and earth, now docilely circled around him. Not only was there no conflict, but it gave birth to an even more profound and terrifying force of balance. In an instant, The heavens and earth changed color. Pure white snowflakes began falling from half the sky, while crimson flames blazed across the other half, and beneath Lin Yang's feet, the ground surged with waves both soothing and heart-stopping in their overwhelming power. This is impossible. One instructor cried out in shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Summoning the projections of 3 elemental deities simultaneously? How did he manage that? Elemental balance. The legendary elemental balance domain. Tell me how ice, fire, and earth can possibly be balanced. Another instructor's voice trembled. Isn't he supposed to be a forbidden spell mage? What the hell kind of forbidden spell mage is this? Dean Zhang Kaixian on the viewing platform felt his scalp tingling and nearly jumped down from the main stage on the spot. Abandoning all pretense of dignified authority, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Lin Yang, what the hell are you up to, kid? I told you to show your aura, not put on a live forbidden spell bombardment. Are you trying to blow up the entire orientation ceremony? While cursing, he frantically scrambled to press the emergency protective barrier button on the platform. This spectacle looked ready to explode at any moment. The upperclassmen in the audience were scared out of their wits, screaming as they scattered in all directions, terrified of being consumed by those 3 seemingly out-of-control elemental forces. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yang slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping toward the panicked instructors on the platform. An innocent yet somewhat mocking smile appeared on the young man's face. Everyone, why are you getting so worked up? His calm words seemed to carry magical power, freezing everyone's movements simultaneously. Only then did they realize in horror that those seemingly world-destroying elemental energies were remarkably docile, perfectly contained around Lin Yang, without the slightest leakage. At that moment, 3 goddess phantoms floated behind him: the fire goddess with surging flames, the ice queen with piercing cold light, and the earth goddess with heavy stone armor, all rolling their eyes at Lin Yang, with faces full of resentment. Yet their power still centered absolutely on Lin Yang, precisely constructing a mysterious domain. The Ice Queen in particular had a level of solidity, size, and divine majesty that far exceeded the projection Zhou Shuer had summoned earlier. Such control. What terrifying control. Elemental instructor Hong Yu's voice trembled, simultaneously controlling 3 types of divine elemental power as if they were extensions of his own body. Is he really only level 25? As the demonstration ended, the suffocating powerful aura on the field receded like a tide. With a thought from Lin Yang, the 3 goddess phantoms dissipated as if they had never existed. However, after this display, the name Lin Yang had completely exploded throughout the Magic God Academy. Almost everyone remembered this monster freshman who could simultaneously and perfectly control 3 completely different elemental divine powers. Of course, where there was amazement, there was also defiance. Whispers mixed with sourness and malice rippled through the crowd. Bah, just smoke and mirrors. Nothing but showboating. He's just a short-lived pretty boy with good special effects. Let's see how long he can keep this up. Exactly, once he gets to the beast battlefield, he'll probably drain himself dry after casting just a few spells. All flash, no substance. Soon, all the freshmen had completed their demonstrations. After a brief moment of order on stage, the orientation ceremony moved into its final segment of freshman representative speech. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yang, the national top scorer, was chosen as this year's representative. However, rather than listening to the speech, everyone in attendance, whether freshmen or the bored upperclassmen in the stands, was more eager for the traditional highlight that would follow, the Freshman Challenge Tournament. Those who came to the Demon God Academy were all proud prodigies who thought highly of themselves, and no amount of boasting could compare to a real fight. It was perfectly normal for young people to be hot-blooded and aggressive, and the school administration was more than happy to encourage it. As long as no one deliberately maimed others or went for the kill, the fiercer the fighting, the faster and more accurately they could identify the true monsters among them. For this very reason, the stands had been packed early by upperclassmen. They came both to watch the spectacle and to scout potential future teammates. Now, the real climax was about to unfold. Everyone was certain that once Lin Yang finished his speech after stealing all the spotlight, someone would inevitably jump out to challenge him. Even though he had just stunned everyone with the divine miracle of 3 goddesses descending simultaneously, in the eyes of these geniuses who believed in proving oneself through combat, that might just be flashy trickery. No amount of talk could be as profound as a resounding slap to the face. Next, please welcome this year's freshman representative Lin Yang to the stage. Dean Zhang Kaishuan's voice rolled like thunder across the entire venue through the amplification array. Lin Yang's lips curved into a mischievous, defiant smile as he stepped onto the platform unhurriedly under countless gazes. Before he could even open his mouth, the long-suppressed boos and mockery from below erupted like a bursting dam. Get down. Forbidden spell short timer. Get lost. What's so great about being a fake top scorer? Stop acting so high and mighty. You really think you're somebody special? What's there to be proud of when your power comes from burning your lifespan? Loser, get down. The instructors on stage stood with arms crossed, expressionless, showing no intention of intervening. The upperclassmen in the stands whispered excitedly, waiting to see how this arrogant top scorer would handle the situation. Shut your damn mouth. Anyone who barks again, just try it. Jia Dequan was the first to lose his temper, his bell-like eyes blazing with fury as he pointed at the crowd and cursed loudly, his booming voice instantly drowning out much of the noise. A bunch of worthless dogs who only know how to bark. If you're not convinced, we'll settle it in the challenge tournament. What's all the yapping for now? If you've got a problem, come fight me. Lin Anna was direct and decisive, her indigo gold thread python arm guards instantly covering both arms with a resounding clang of metal, her almond-shaped eyes filled with murderous intent as she swept her gaze over the loudest hecklers. Zhou Schwerer remained silent, but the ice and snow mark on her smooth forehead was already gleaming with cold light. Her slender fingers gripped a crystalline staff tightly as a faint chill emanated from around her body. Her icy gaze locked onto those in front of her, as if she could freeze the most obnoxious mouth shut at any moment. At the very center of this storm stood Lin Yang, still wearing that same calm and carefree smile. The overwhelming chorus of boos crashed against the arena like waves, while the freshmen below mixed their pointing fingers, mockery, and doubts into a harsh buzzing that drifted past his ears like nothing more than a few insignificant gnats. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yang observed the arguing crowd with keen interest, as if enjoying a free theatrical performance. Suddenly, the crowd was roughly parted as a tall, sharp-eyed young man stepped forward. It was Xiao Tianhao, who had been shouting the loudest. He stood tall and proud, pointing directly at Lin Yang in the center of the arena, his voice sharp and brimming with confidence. Lin Yang, don't think that just because you've somehow managed to suppress the aftereffects of burning your life force with whatever props or equipment you scrounged up from who knows where, you can intimidate everyone. Here, if you still accept this. At the Freshman Challenge Tournament, I want to fight you. I'll show everyone who the real top scholar is. Xiao Tianhao was convinced that Lin Yang must have relied on external aids to cast that forbidden spell. As an SS-class professional who had made thorough preparations, his confidence had swelled to its peak. If it weren't for his family's resources being monopolized by that useless brother Xiao Tianyu, his college entrance exam results would never have fallen behind anyone else's. Today, he would step on the top scholar's head to secure his position as the Xiao family heir. According to the challenge rules, lower-ranked students could challenge higher-ranked ones, and the higher-ranked couldn't refuse. But to prevent will battles, each person could only fight once his move was perfectly legitimate. On the platform, Lin Yang finally put away his amused expression, his voice carrying clearly through the amplification array. Not convinced? That's perfectly normal. His tone was as calm as discussing the weather, yet carried a mocking edge. Because trash always finds excuses for their weakness and incompetence. That single sentence hit the mark, and Xiao Tianhao's face instantly turned ashen. The instructors exchanged glances, a hint of amusement and nostalgia flickering in their eyes. They too had fought their way up like this in their youth. The upperclassmen in the stands cheered loudly. Yes, that's how you do it. Fight! Fight! You dare call me trash? Xiao Tianhao trembled with rage, his voice cracking. No, no, fellow student, please don't misunderstand, I wasn't talking about you. Lin Yang quickly waved his hands, taking half a step back with a panicked expression on his face, looking exactly like a paper tiger caught in the act. This sudden, backing down first silenced the entire venue, then erupted into even more heated laughter and disdain. TCH. Scared already. All talk. Bragged to high heaven just now. Turns out he's all show and no substance. Even the instructors on the platform frowned slightly. No matter how strong one's abilities, showing fear before battle, what hope was there on the beast battlefield? Just when everyone thought Lin Yang was truly afraid, he slowly straightened up. That trace of panic dissipated like smoke, replaced by the cold indifference and mockery of one looking down at ants. He surveyed the entire venue. Questioning, mocking, and spectating gazes had nowhere to hide. His voice remained calm, yet struck like thunder. What I meant was, Lin Yang spread his arms wide, his gaze sweeping past Xiao Tianhao to all the freshmen, casually completing the second half of his sentence. I'm not targeting you specifically. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Everyone, including the instructors on the platform and the upperclassmen in the stands, froze as if someone had hit the pause button, their expressions instantly petrified. Lin Yang's declaration that everyone here is trash was like pouring ice water into boiling oil. It exploded with a bang, and fury erupted across the entire plaza. Damn, he's way too arrogant. So what if you're the national champion? So what if you're a forbidden curse mage? Unknown. I'm fighting you today no matter what. Get down here. Come down and die. Nearly 1,000 freshmen below the stage were seething with rage, their knuckles white as they pointed at the platform. Curses, challenges, and profanity crashed over like waves. Some hot-tempered students had already drawn their weapons blades and spear tips gleaming coldly in the sunlight, energy surging around their bodies, ready to charge forward at any moment. The instructors on the viewing platform looked grim, frowning and shaking their heads slightly. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. It's good for young people to have spirit, but being so reckless and provoking everyone's anger is hardly wise. Let's see how he handles this. I am afraid this won't end well. In their view, Lin Yang was overly aggressive and reckless to the extreme, making himself the enemy of all freshmen with just one sentence. Even if he truly was the champion, his school life would surely be difficult. The upperclassmen on the platform, however, were excited in the opposite way, wishing the fire would burn even brighter. Whoa, this year's champion is this bold? I love it. Ha ha, this is going to be good. Taking bets. How many minutes can the champion last? Minutes? These freshmen are no joke. I bet less than 10 seconds. Count me in on the betting. Amid the chaos, Xiao Tianhao in the crowd curled his lips into a cold, cruel smile. The rules prohibited group attacks? Perfect for him as long as he was first on stage. He could legitimately cripple Lin Yang, or even kill him outright. It would be both revenge and a show of power. He took a deep breath, energy surging through his meridians like a flood, his toes slightly tensed, ready to leap forward at any moment. Just 1 second before he was about to act, Lin Yang spoke again. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a heart-stopping arrogance and mockery that instantly drowned out all the noise. How about this? I'm in a hurry to grab dinner, so I don't have time to mess around with you guys. He grinned wickedly, his gaze sweeping over every angry face below, then casually added an earth-shattering statement. Why don't you all come at me together? Silence. Deathly silence. As if someone had hit the mute button for the entire venue. The cursing, shouting, and arguing stopped dead in the same second. Everyone stared wide-eyed at that slender yet defiant figure, thinking they must have misheard. A few seconds later, the eruption was even more explosive than before. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. Kill him. Let's all rush him. Tear him apart. Even the instructors on the viewing platform looked shocked. Finally, one instructor shot to his feet, his voice suddenly rising. Student Lin Yang, watch your words. This is no joke. There are nearly 1,000 equally talented students below. Do you realize what this means? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang merely smiled faintly, his expression carrying a hint of mocking insight that seemed to see through everything. Wasn't this exactly the situation the instructors hoped to witness? Before his words had fully settled, he withdrew his gaze and let the gentle breeze flow through his robes. Like a banished immortal, he gracefully descended from the edge of the platform. The moment he touched ground, his toes lightly tapped the surface, positioning himself perfectly between Zhou Shui's solemn expression and Lin Anna's excited gaze. Boss, I'm with you. Jia Dequan stepped forward without hesitation, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yang. His nearly tumtor-long Sada battle axe materialized instantly in his grip. The heavy blade struck the ground, sending stone fragments flying as a dull echo reverberated, unleashing a fierce and intimidating aura. Finally, a proper fight. My hands have been itching for this. Lin Anna licked her lips as her indigo python-scale arm guards clashed together across her chest with a crisp clang. The battle intent of an SS-rank war god surged upward like a tangible force piercing the sky. Though Zhou Shui remained silent, the temperature around her plummeted. Delicate ice crystals began forming at her fingertips, her robes billowing without wind. Her eyes grew cold and resolute, clearly prepared for battle. Lin Yang's gaze swept over his 3 unwavering companions, feeling warmth in his chest. Then he raised his head to face the tide of approaching freshmen. If you want to climb over me to reach the top, you'd better be ready to be trampled into the mud. He raised his hand as wind and thunder intertwined at his fingertips. His voice wasn't loud, yet it rolled across their eardrums like thunder. Come and fight. Amidst the clamor below, a cold, calculating gleam flashed in Xiao Tianhao's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and, projecting his voice with full force, called out above the noise. Esteemed instructors, I have a question. The entire venue immediately turned their attention to him. Zhang Kaixian frowned slightly. Student Xiao Tianhao, what is your question? Xiao Tianhao pointed at Lin Yang, adopting a righteous and serious demeanor. The freshman competition rules clearly state that no external items or potions are allowed. So what's his deal? His tone suddenly rose, stirring up the crowd. Everyone knows that forbidden curse masters burn their life force with every spell they cast. Yet Lin Yang, a forbidden curse master, has continuously cast powerful forbidden curses without a scratch, his aura perfectly stable. This defies logic. I suspect he used some unknown high-grade item to replenish his life force beforehand. There's no other explanation. He turned back to Lin Yang, revealing naked malice and provocation. How about he reveals to all the faculty and students his secret for casting forbidden curses endlessly without consequence? Otherwise, he's blatantly violating competition rules and should be immediately disqualified and expelled from the academy. This strike hit right at the core, exposed the secret or bear the stigma of rule violation. Zhang Kaixian looked troubled. The rules were indeed strict, but he couldn't arbitrarily declare Lin Yang a cheater. Though malicious, Xiao Tianhao's suspicions weren't entirely baseless, as Lin Yang's condition had indeed overturned every instructor's understanding of forbidden curse masters. Just as he hesitated, Lin Yang on the platform suddenly chuckled softly. His smile was calm and carefree, as if he'd heard an amusing joke. Items. Heh. He shrugged and shook his head, his tone lazy and indifferent. Since you put it that way, I don't need to use forbidden curses anyway. He shrugged casually, as if discussing something trivial. After all, forbidden spells were notoriously difficult to control. If he accidentally killed or crippled a fellow student, the aftermath would be a nightmare to deal with. Instructor Zhang Kaishuan's mouth twitched involuntarily upon hearing this, his mind screaming. You're a forbidden spell mage who won't use forbidden spells. What are you going to do? Beat people with your staff? If you can't handle it, don't act so tough. You were just bragging about taking on 1,000 opponents. Mocking laughter erupted from the crowd below, everyone convinced that Lin Yang was chickening out and making excuses for himself. The laughter began, then stopped abruptly. Lin Yang casually flipped his palm, and a massive, pitch-black sword with an ancient design materialized silently. The blade's cold gleam was restrained yet spine-chilling. Its handle, wrapped in dark red beast hide, exuded an aura of weathered wildness, and a fierce presence forged through countless battles instantly swept across the entire venue. This was the divine weapon, a Ganzo's vagrant sword. The sword tip dragged against the ground, producing a grating sound that set teeth on edge. The massive blade was nearly as tall as Lin Yang himself, yet he held it single-handedly, as if grasping a piece of straw. Tilting his head slightly, he looked down at the stunned Xiao Tianhao and nearly 1,000 freshmen below, his lips curving into a playful smile. Not using forbidden spells. How about this instead? A forbidden spell mage wielding a giant sword, absurd, yet awe-inspiring. Lin Yang indeed possessed an even more terrifying weapon, the lightning sword, divine judgment. But for dealing with these manipulated freshmen, this dark, reliable old companion would suffice. This mage pulling out a giant sword move completely shattered Xiao Tianhao's carefully orchestrated moral blackmail and rule trap. When someone switches from forbidden spells to physical combat, what could you possibly say? Xiao Tianhao's face turned ashen as he retreated into the crowd, his eyes locking onto Lin Yang like a venomous snake. No forbidden spells? He refused to believe a mere sword could turn the tide. He would wait for Lin Yang's stamina to deplete, for him to show weakness, then strike like lightning to send him to his grave. On the platform, Zhang Kaixian watched the menacing giant sword, his eyelids twitching, before finally waving his hand. Freshman challenge, begin. The most unprecedented and outrageous 4 versus 996 battle in Demon God Academy's history was about to commence. Get them. Charge. Show them what we're made of. Nearly 1,000 freshmen surged forward like a bursting dam, roaring and bellowing, various skill effects exploding in brilliant colors as they swarmed toward the 4 figures opposite them, instantly plunging the scene into utter chaos. The 4 remained composed and unhurried. Lin Yang even found time to remind his 3 companions, watch your strength, don't cripple anyone, and definitely don't kill them. If someone does get injured, don't worry, I can heal them. Got it, boss. Jia Dequan rumbled in response, his face brimming with excited battle lust. He gripped Sada's battle axe with both hands, but didn't activate any skills, relying purely on brute force as he swept around like a human tank. Whoosh! The heavy axe back stirred up a fierce wind, the air exploding with sound. The first few freshmen to charge forward felt like a steel torrent was crashing into them. Their hands went numb from the shock, their weapons nearly slipping away as they were sent flying like they'd been hit by a runaway truck, screaming as they crashed into the crowd behind them. Jia Dequan held back his strength, only sending people flying without breaking bones, yet still laughed heartily. Huh? What a rush. Lin Anna let out a delicate shout as her slender figure suddenly launched forward. She deliberately avoided using the poison fang effect of her golden python arm guards, her fists wrapped in compressed milky white energy, moving so fast she left trails of afterimages in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed precisely on joints, wrists, or stomachs, avoiding vital points while causing excruciating numbness that left opponents collapsing on the spot. She moved through the crowded masses like a butterfly, her figure flashing in and out as people were sent tumbling wherever she passed. Further back, Zhou Shuier raised her staff with a gentle tap, ice blue magical patterns flickering. Her role wasn't damage dealing but crowd control. Frost path after frost path spread out, instantly freezing the ankles of the front row students, locking their movements. Immediately after, Jia Dequan's heavy axe back and Lin Anna's fierce punches mercilessly sent these ice sculptures flying. But what truly left everyone stunned was Lin Yang, holding that door-sized greatsword in one hand. His movements were so fast they seemed like teleportation. No fancy swordplay, just the most simple and direct slapping. Each strike contained terrifying force and millimeter-perfect control. The massive sword seemed like paper in his hands. With a casual sweep, large areas were cleared. The freshmen were like autumn leaves in a hurricane, sent spinning in confusion. When agile types occasionally tried sneak attacks from blind spots, he didn't even bother turning his head, backhanding his sword to swat them back into the crowd like flies. He strolled leisurely, his greatsword dancing through the air, forcibly tearing open a vacuum in the siege of nearly 1,000 people. The scene looked less like he was surrounded and more like he had trapped 1,000 people outside his sword circle. The four worked together seamlessly. Though they hadn't unleashed any killing moves, they used their absolute superiority and strength to crush their opponent's fighting spirit. They were like reefs in the ocean. Waves crashed against them again and again, but only the waves themselves shattered. On the main platform, the instructors who had been sitting calmly moments before collectively fell silent. The warrior department instructor shot to his feet, staring intently at Lin Yang's effortless sword work, his voice trembling. Is that really a forbidden curse, master? This strength, this physique, this sword foundation. You've got to be kidding. The magic department instructor frowned deeply, as if his academic foundations were being overturned. Something's wrong. Without using forbidden curses, his magical fluctuations are as deep as the ocean, and this physical condition, it's nothing a mage should possess. Their gaze swept back to the battlefield. That girl who controlled power to perfection, the bald warrior whose brute strength rivaled a level 30 rare class, the ice mage with precise crowd control. And that ice mage. Just who were these four people? Some instructors muttered to themselves, feeling that their decades of teaching experience seemed inadequate when faced with these four freshmen. Around the stands, upperclassmen erupted into chaos. Cheers, whistles, and applause rose and fell in waves, creating an atmosphere more festive than New Year's celebrations. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This year's freshmen are absolutely insane. Just four people taking on nearly 1,000? I'm not dreaming, am I? Place your bets. Quick, reset the odds. I'm betting these four legends will finish the fight in 10 minutes. Is that handsome guy with the giant sword a mage or a warrior? I'm totally smitten. Record this. Quick, record this. This is definitely the most outrageous freshman battle in Academy history. In just a few minutes, this magical battle dubbed for V996 swept through the entire Demon God Academy like a whirlwind. Did you hear? There's a fight breaking out in the Star Dome district. 4 freshmen against over 900. What? Are you drunk? It's true. Absolutely true. Go check it out. If you're late, there won't be any seats left. The news spread throughout all districts. Countless instructors and students, regardless of what they were doing, dropped everything and rushed frantically toward the central training ground. The originally spacious stands were instantly packed beyond capacity, with latecomers forced to climb nearby trees or occupy windowsills of surrounding buildings. The crowd's roar was deafening, creating an unprecedented spectacle. At the center of the battlefield, the freshmen who had initially charged forward with nothing but hot blood and numerical advantage finally came to their senses after a devastating round of getting slaughtered. These 4 people before them were practically prehistoric beasts wearing human skin. Unknown combat was impossible, and group attacks only resulted in more beatings. The surviving freshmen instinctively retreated, trying to create distance. At that moment, several newcomers with auras clearly superior to ordinary people stepped forward. They were all top-ranked students from the college entrance exams, possessing genuine SS-level talents, and their expressions were more serious than anyone else's. Everyone, don't panic. Follow my commands. A burly young man raised his heavy shield high, his roar echoing throughout the arena with natural commanding presence. Shield warriors to the front. Establish a defensive line. Mages and archers fall back. Concentrate firepower for ranged coverage. Healers provide support. Agility classes flank and harass. Look for opportunities. That's right. No matter how strong they are, there are only 4 of them. We can wear them down. A second young man, surrounded by bursting sword energy, spoke with an icy voice. Leave all crowd control skills to me for coordinated deployment. We must restrict their movement. A third male student wearing glasses, with intense mental energy fluctuations, pushed up his frames and quickly added his input. Under the strong organization of these SS-level talents, the defeated freshmen finally managed to stabilize and began regrouping. Though still chaotic, they now possessed the basic framework of tactics. Shield walls rose with various defensive skills glowing. Magical arrows and elemental projectiles gathered frantically from the rear. Healing spells created intersecting green and white lights. Agility classes moved along the flanks, waiting for the right moment. The chaotic brawl was rapidly transforming into an organized siege. Lin Yang's gaze was sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the several SS-level freshmen commanding the troops. He growled, "Capture the leader first. I'll take out those commanders." Before his words finished, he exploded forward. Crimson fire elements and cyan wind elements instantly fused, creating terrifying propulsion. In the next second, the air tore with a thunderous roar. Bang! A deep sonic boom erupted. Lin Yang's figure instantly blurred, transforming into a shadow barely visible to the naked eye as he shot directly toward the SS-rank freshman at a speed far beyond normal human reaction limits. He had only promised not to use forbidden spell. She never agreed to avoid ordinary magic for movement acceleration and combat enhancement. Stop him. Quick. Block him. Don't let him get through. The SS-rank freshmen's faces turned pale instantly, their voices erupting in near-simultaneous roars. The defensive specialists in the front row reacted fastest, bellowing as they raised their massive tower shields and slammed them into the ground, attempting to create a steel barrier that would seal off all of Lin Yang's advance routes. They thought they could buy even a moment's time. But in the next second, the dual-element magical power beneath Lin Yang's feet exploded violently, and his body carved out a nearly right-angled zigzag trajectory in midair, completely defying the laws of physics. His speed didn't decrease, it increased. Over 2,000 base agility points combined with spell enhancement brought crushing mobility. These opponents, mostly in their 20s and equipped with rare gear, simply couldn't match his attributes. Lin Yang wasn't even wearing a single piece of armor, and his greatsword provided no agility bonus. Esh relied entirely on the terrifying passive boost from Earth Mother's Blessing, which granted half of all base attributes. What the? The lead freshman felt wind howling past his face, his vision blurring as Lin Yang's face, twisted in a slight snarl, appeared before them like a vengeful spirit. Hello there. The low greeting seemed to crawl up from hell itself. Lin Yang didn't slash, simply used his door-wide greatsword like a paddle, sweeping the blade horizontally in a casual swat, as if swatting flies. Clang. The dull crash of metal on metal made teeth ache. The lead shield warrior, clad in full rare-grade equipment, was struck head-on along with his massive shield by an indescribable torrential force. He felt like he'd been rammed by a raging mammoth. His tower shield let out a death wail before shattering, and his entire body launched into the air, tracing an exaggerated arc before crashing into the dense crowd behind, triggering a cascade of screams and chaos. How can he be so fast? Isn't he supposed to be a mage? The remaining melee fighters turned ashen, their voices trembling uncontrollably. It's not just speed. It's strength. It's several times more terrifying than mine, and I'm a full-strength berserker. I'm wearing rare-grade Wraith Knight armor. Another stared at his numb arm and slightly warped weapon in despair. What kind of monster is this Lin Yang? Though the freshmen had superior numbers, they lacked unified command and truly elite fighters. Lin Yang struck like lightning, targeting key points for surgical elimination. Just as their organization began to take shape, his violence tore it apart, spreading chaos once more. Several newcomers tried to step forward and rally morale, but Lin Yang was too fast, too powerful, moved like a battlefield phantom, always snuffing out their momentum the instant it began to build. Within mere breaths, two more SS-rank freshmen attempting to organize counterattacks were casually swatted away by his blade, completely losing their fighting capacity. As Lin Yang sent the third would-be leader flying into the crowd, his form hesitated slightly. A suppressed roar, filled with venomous hatred, suddenly erupted from the shadows behind him, sharp as a viper's hiss. Xiao Tianhao, who had been lurking in the crowd waiting for his chance, was certain he'd caught this fleeting opening and exploded into action. Lin Yang. Die. He emerged like a demon born from shadows, wielding a dagger coated with a sinister green poison. The blade's thin emerald glow flickered like a serpent's tongue, making his eyes appear even more menacing. As a level 25 shadow assassin, he compressed all his shadow power and malice into this single strike, approaching silently with a cunning angle as he thrust viciously toward Lin Yang's back. This strike was swift, ruthless, and deadly. Scritch. The dagger's tip tore through the fabric on Lin Yang's shoulder, scraping against his skin, but only produced a teeth-grinding sound like a dull blade cutting old leather. The expected scene of torn flesh and spurting blood never materialized. Lin Yang merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on the faint white mark beneath the torn fabric. The mark faded at a visible rate, as if it had never existed. He raised his hand and casually patted his shoulder, as if brushing away dust. The ferocity and wild joy frozen on Xiao Tianhao's face instantly crumbled, leaving only bewilderment, shock, and bottomless terror. The recoil from the dagger made his arm tremble uncontrollably. Ow! How is this possible? No damage. This strike had concentrated his shadow power, utilized a rare-grade dagger, and was coated with lethal poison. It should have been a killing blow. Yet his opponent's skin didn't even show a trace of blood. Absurdity and chilling dread extinguished all flames of revenge like ice water, leaving only bone-deep cold that trapped him in an icy abyss. Lin Yang's defense hadn't been broken, but his own had completely shattered. His psychological defenses collapsed in that instant. On the platform, supervising instructor Zhang Kaixian finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. Mixed emotions churned in his chest, deep disappointment intertwined with irrepressible excitement. He was disappointed that nearly 1,000 talents from across the nation had been scattered like loose sand by one person with one sword, their formation in complete disarray. Yet he was excited by the speed, strength, defense, and combat wisdom Lin Yang displayed, showing him infinite possibilities that transcended common sense and shattered conventional understanding. He suddenly understood why the dean had specifically instructed him to pay close attention to this freshman named Lin Yang before departing. Zhang Kaixian took a deep breath, his chest rumbling like thunder. The next second, his voice thundered down onto the training ground. The freshman challenge ends here. Everyone stop. Stand at attention. His authoritative command struck like lightning. The freshmen caught in chaos felt both relieved and jolted awake as if doused with cold water, freezing in place before hastily reforming their ranks. Though their formation remained crooked, they managed to stabilize the situation. Zhang Kaishuan's gaze swept over the group of mostly injured, dejected freshmen who dared not meet his eyes, his voice suppressing anger and reproach. Each class gets worse than the last. So many of you. Yet you were routed by a single person. What kind of disgrace is this? His voice rose again, his disappointment cutting straight to their hearts. The Demon God Academy doesn't exist to cultivate just one or two peerless talents. Its mission is to train thousands upon thousands of elites who can protect humanity. It's to teach you cooperation, to teach you to rise up in desperate situations, not to act like a flock of lambs for slaughter as you did today. Look at your performance today. Aside from those 4 students and a few other classmates who performed adequately, everyone else failed miserably. Chaos, cowardice, and every man for himself. On the training ground, all the freshmen felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. Zhang Kaishuan's gaze suddenly turned cold, his piercing stare like ice blades locking onto Xiao Tianhao, whose face had turned deathly pale as he shrank back into the crowd. There was even someone with such vicious intentions that he poisoned his own classmate. His voice thundered like lightning as he roared out the name, Xiao Tianhao. The air seemed to freeze. Zhang Kaishuan's voice struck like a hammer delivering final judgment. You are no longer worthy of being a student at the Demon God Academy. The academy spares your life, but now, immediately, get out of my sight. Xiao Tianhao was struck as if by lightning, staggering on the spot, his lips trembling but unable to utter a single word. 2 enforcement students stepped forward, grabbing his arms from both sides and dragging him away like a soulless dog. The entire assembly watched his figure disappear into the distance, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. After a brief, deathly silence, Zhang Kaixian surveyed all the freshmen, his voice steady yet sharp as a blade. Every detail of your performance today has been witnessed clearly by all the instructors present, including myself. The freshman competition is crucial. With today's pathetic display, which instructor would dare invest precious resources in any of you in the future? He proclaimed the harsh reality. Geniuses? The Demon God Academy has no shortage of geniuses. We can nurture and support students, but only if you prove yourselves worthy. His blade-like words cut through illusions, leaving many freshmen hanging their heads in shame, their faces burning red. Zhang Kaishuan's tone then softened slightly as he offered them another path. Victory should not breed arrogance, nor should defeat bring despair. Today's failure does not mean you'll never have another chance. You are all freshmen with long futures ahead, and there will be many opportunities to catch up. Remember this lesson, abandon your pointless pride, recognize the gap, and then fight desperately to close it. Shame, unwillingness, anger, and fighting spirit complex emotions surged across the training ground as the freshmen clenched their fists and breathed heavily. Seeing the moment was right, Zhang Kaixian announced loudly. Next, the academy's sorting. Everyone line up according to your primary profession. Instructors from each academy, you may now collect your students. As his words fell, the instructors who had been waiting on the side of the viewing platform all rose to their feet. Luo Zhong, the head of the Warrior Academy, stepped forward with a chest like an iron tower, his voice booming. Warrior Academy students, assemble over here. Those who can tank and fight, get your asses over here. Hong Yuero, head of the Magic Academy, gently shook her mage robes, her crystal staff refracting rainbow light as she spoke in gentle yet unquestionable tones. The Magic Academy is here. Elements, arcane arts, summoning. All students pursuing the path of truth, please follow me. The Support Academy instructor also raised a hand, speaking warmly. Support Academy students, protection, enhancement, healing, and crowd control are equally important. Please gather over here. The instructors from various academies, some smiling, others with appraising looks, guided the freshmen toward different directions. The crowds jostled shoulder to shoulder, breathing and heartbeats intertwining, as everyone understood that their choice of academy would determine their cultivation path and destiny for years to come. Thus began the freshmen's true academy careers. As for the few extremely rare life system prodigies, they had already been taken away by the academy as treasures and did not participate in this large-scale sorting ceremony. The training grounds buzzed with excitement as hundreds of new students lined up according to the sorting instructions. Just as everyone's attention turned to the magic department area, Luo Zhong, an instructor from the Warrior Academy, suddenly strode forward with heavy steps, blocking Lin Yang, who was about to leave the line. His rugged face wore what he thought was a kindly smile as his fan-like hand slapped down on Lin Yang's shoulder. Lin Yang, my boy, don't go chanting scriptures with those frail weaklings in the magic department. Come to the Warrior Academy. With those moves you just showed, you're definitely top-tier warrior material. I'll train you personally and guarantee you'll become the Academy's strongest warrior. Luo Sanpao, get the hell away. The voice erupted almost simultaneously. Hong Yuero, an instructor from the Magic Academy, had her delicate eyebrows raised in fury as she flashed in front of Luo Zhong, her fair finger nearly poking his nose. Stealing our magic department's genius right in front of me? Have you no shame? Lin Yang is a forbidden curse master. A forbidden curse master, do you understand? If he doesn't come to the magic department, is he supposed to learn how to pump iron with you? Bullshit. You don't know jack. Luo Zhong's neck veins bulged. Did you see that? His strength and speed? Which mage can do that? This is clearly the reincarnation of a war god. Putting him in your magic department would be a complete waste. You're the one talking bullshit. That's because he's naturally gifted, his profound magical power enhancing his physique. Hong Yuero refused to back down. Do you even understand law resonance, you brute? I don't understand shit. All I know is can knock away a shield warrior with a sword. That's a warrior. Luo Zhong spat as he spoke. The two instructors, both highly respected within the academy, were now bickering like market vendors fighting over discounted vegetables, their faces red and ready to come to blows at any moment. Nearly 1,000 new students watched in stunned silence, while Zhang Kaixian covered his forehead, indicating his eyes couldn't process what he was seeing. As the argument reached a stalemate, both suddenly turned their heads, their burning gazes locking onto the center of the controversy. Lin Yang, you tell us yourself. Who do you want to go with? Their voices thundered down like muffled thunder, carrying both expectation and threat, instantly focusing the entire field's attention on Lin Yang. Facing the interrogation from these two heavyweight instructors, Lin Yang remained calm. After a brief moment of contemplation, he looked up and slowly spoke, his words shocking everyone. Thank you both for your kind consideration. However, would it be possible for me to study at both academies simultaneously? Silence. The training grounds seemed to have been instantly drained of air. Luo Zhong was stunned. Hong Yuero was stunned. Zhang Kaixian was stunned. All the new students, senior students, and instructors present were completely stunned. Dual cultivation? It wasn't unheard of in Demon God Academy's history, but those who attempted it ultimately failed due to scattered energy and inability to manage both, eventually becoming mediocre or even abandoning their primary studies. Over time, specializing in one path had become an iron rule. And now, on the very first day of enrollment, someone proposed to tackle both the warrior and magic departments, the two most demanding and competitive academies? Lin Yang calculated in his mind. If not for wanting to avoid revealing his healing abilities granted by the life goddess's blessing too early, he would have even considered studying at the support academy as well. He insisted on dual academies solely because of his combat philosophy. Even as a mage, he wanted to possess close combat abilities rivaling ordinary warriors, capable of swinging a greatsword up close and casting forbidden spells from afar. Without close combat abilities, you're dead the moment those melee fighters get close to you. Zhang Kaixian snapped out of his shock, his gaze locking onto Lin Yang like a blade, as if trying to dissect every secret the young man held. After several moments of silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and solemn. Lin Yang, do you understand what enormous pressure and challenges come with studying at both academies simultaneously? This is no child's play. Lin Yang met his stare without flinching and nodded confidently. I understand, but I can handle it. Zhang Kaixian studied him for a long while, as if searching for some unshakable confidence in those calm eyes. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and announced a decision that would once again stun everyone present. Very well. I'll make an exception this once and allow you to enter both the Warrior Academy and the Magic Academy. However, if your grades fall short or you cannot handle the pressure, the Academy reserves the right to transfer you back to a single academy at any time. Do you agree? I agree, Lin Yang replied without hesitation. Then which academy do you plan to attend first? After enrollment, you must choose a mentor, Zhang Kaixian pressed. As Lin Yang weighed which academy to enter first and which mentor to choose, a cold yet commanding female voice suddenly rang out from behind. For close combat, let him follow me. I'll take him. And I want that bald one and the dark-skinned kid too. Don't bother coming to me. Anyone else, I don't have time to mentor more students. Everyone turned toward the voice to see a tall female instructor standing nearby, though no one had noticed her arrival. Her silver hair was cut short and neat, with a few strands falling across her forehead, and her delicate features appeared distant due to their coldness. A form-fitting black combat suit outlined her sleek muscle definition, with a dark red leather jacket casually draped over it. She stood like a blade sheathed in its scabbard, her mere presence making the new students feel breathless. Hey, that's going too far. Ning Hongya, Luo Zhong, a mentor from the Warrior Academy, finally couldn't contain himself and bellowed. There are only a few good prospects here, and you want to take 3 of them all for yourself? Leave some for the rest of us. Ning Hongya cast him a cold glance, her eyes icy. What? Got a problem with that? Her red lips parted slightly as she uttered 3 words. Want to fight? Before her words had fully faded, she raised her hand and grasped at empty air. In the next instant, a massive dark red sword materialized from nowhere, its blade gleaming with cold light. She casually hoisted the nearly 3-meter-long giant sword onto her shoulder, her seemingly delicate frame not budging an inch. The hilt alone was nearly a meter long, and the blade was wreathed in crimson light, its bloodthirsty aura so thick it seemed almost tangible. Heaven knows how many powerful beasts this weapon had slain. The giant sword sensed its master's fighting spirit and hummed ominously, its terrifying killing intent washing over Luo Zhong like a tide. Luo Zhong opened his mouth, then swallowed his retort, falling silent. Lin Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. This domineering presence reminded him of someone quite familiar. Yes, very much like Lin Anna. At the same time, this was his first time witnessing such a massive weapon in person, and he thought to himself, on a battlefield against beasts, this would absolutely be an unstoppable killing machine. From Ning Hongya's cold, elegant features and classical-sounding name, Lin Yang had expected her to be a graceful swordswoman in flowing white robes with an ethereal aura. He never imagined she would be this violent. At the mention of a fight, this heavy-armored warrior instructor, renowned for his bravery, fell unusually silent. His massive sword trembled slightly as a barely perceptible look of wariness crossed his face, his gaze instinctively turning toward Hong Yuro, the instructor from the magic academy nearby. Hong Yuro jumped back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, waving her hands frantically. Why are you looking at me? This has nothing to do with me. I can't interfere with the Warrior Academy's internal affairs. As she spoke, she turned to call out to the magic students, Zhou Shuier, and the rest of you. Come with me. Lin Yang, remember to report to the Magic Academy on time. Before her words had even finished, she practically fled with the new students in tow, as if Ning Hongya were some primordial beast ready to devour anyone in sight. Zhang Kaixian, who remained behind, rubbed his temples and made the final decision. That settles it then. Lin Yang, you'll train with instructor Ning Hongya at the Warrior Academy, and with instructor Hong Yuro at the Magic Academy. No objections, right? Just as Lin Yang was about to speak, Ning Hongya answered for him. He has no objections. Her voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable sharpness. I have objections. Luo Zhong raised his hand weakly with a bitter expression, like an elementary student asking for permission to speak. Ning Hongya's gaze turned cold, and the massive sword on her shoulder seemed to rise another inch. Luo Zhong shuddered in fright and quickly pointed at Jia Dequan. Fine, take Lin Yang and Lin Anna away. The indeed excellent prospects for offensive combat. But Jia Dequan is a top-tier prospect for defensive combat. You're from the offensive combat department. What do you want with a defensive fighter? Are you going to teach him to wield a massive sword and hack at people too? That doesn't make sense. After speaking, he looked pleadingly at Zhang Kaixian. Zhang Kaixian rolled his eyes helplessly, thinking to himself, you can't beat her yourself, so what's the point of telling me? I'd probably lose too. But Luo Zhong had a point. Jia Dequan's defensive talents were indeed outstanding, and having the kill-focused Ning Hongya train him would be wasteful. Fine then. He finally made the call. Jia Dequan goes with instructor Luo Zhong to study defensive combat. Everyone else, it's settled. Fearing further complications, Zhang Kaixian added, dismissed. Everyone go get familiar with the academy with your respective instructors. With that, he made his own quick escape. Ning Hongya glanced at the relieved Luo Zhong, but didn't argue further. She had wanted Lin Yang and Lin Anna all along. Demanding Jia Dequan was just to give the other party room to negotiate. She looked at Lin Yang and Lin Anna, issuing a brief command. You, and you, follow me. The terrifying massive sword instantly vanished without a trace as Ning Hongya turned and strode decisively toward the Warrior Academy, her retreating figure sharp and efficient. Lin Yang and Lin Anna exchanged glances, both seeing curiosity and eager anticipation in each other's eyes, then quickly followed after her. The storm over instructor assignments had finally come to an end. Next, the Academy would conduct the more tedious process of dividing theoretical classes at the Demon God Academy. While powerful strength was fundamental, it was by no means everything. The war against magical beasts was not merely a clash of forces, but a contest of wisdom and knowledge. The types and habits of exotic beasts, their weaknesses and vital points, elemental advantages and disadvantages, optimal timing and sequences for skill deployment, formulation and execution of team tactics, and so on. These complex and intricate details all had to be systematically mastered, one by one. The Academy's goal was never to cultivate mere brutes who only knew how to throw punches, but to forge true powerhouses who could stand on their own warriors with both wisdom and courage. Ning Hongya, Hong Yuero, and Luo Zonth mentors the freshmen had personally selected earlier would be responsible for their combat techniques, skill application, and practical training for years to come. They were the primary figures directly tied to the students' advancement and strength. The 1,000 freshmen were divided into 20 classes of 50 students each, based on their entrance exam scores and potential assessments. Since their career paths and specializations differed, specialized courses and practical combat classes naturally split into separate tracks. Lin Yang, Lin Anna, Jia Dequan, Zhou Shuer, and other top performers were all assigned to Class 1 for theoretical studies. Lin Yang's situation was even more unique. He was one of the rare dual academy students, required to study close combat, fighting, and physical limits at the Warrior Academy, while also delving into elemental properties, mental energy application, and more advanced spell model construction at the Magic Academy. His time was split in half, yet he couldn't afford to relax for even a moment. With mentor assignments finalized, the tumultuous orientation week finally came to an end. Ning Hongya, always one to cut straight to the point, led Lin Yang and Lin Anna through the connecting corridor into the main building of the Warrior Academia structure with sharp lines and cold gray walls. With a swipe of her finger on the terminal, both students' campus identities were immediately registered and their access permissions unlocked. Listen carefully. She stopped at the end of the hallway, her voice crisp and decisive. Classes officially start tomorrow. Go attend your theory classes obediently and skip a single one. I'll notify you in advance when practical combat classes begin. Until I give you notice, don't bother me. If you hit any bottlenecks or have questions about combat or skills, come find me at my dormitory directly. If I'm not there, leave a message. I'll respond when I see it. At this point, her gaze swept over the two students, her ice blue eyes harboring a barely perceptible sense of responsibility. I'm usually busy with many missions, but I'm only mentoring you too, she said, pointing at Lin Yang and Lin Anna. Compared to those mentors who handle dozens of students at once, we'll have relatively ample time together. Once your strength is sufficient for high-level dungeons, we'll have even more opportunities to work together. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving only one final, low reminder. Don't fixate on levels. True strength comes from here. She tapped her temple with her sword hilt. And here. She then thumped her chest with her fist. Her departure was swift and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. The sound of Ning Hongya's boots had just faded around the corner when Jia Dequan's towering figure appeared from the other end, his gleaming bald head reflecting the lights almost blindingly. Boss, how'd it go? That female mentor didn't give you any trouble, did she? He approached with his deep, rumbling voice, his expression full of concern. Not bad, straightforward, and doesn't waste words, Lin Yang replied with a smile, then asked in return, what about you? How was it with mentor Luo Zhong? Oh, don't even get me started. Jia Dequan rubbed his large bald head, his expression a mix of joy and helplessness. That old guy, mentor Luo, grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. Said I'm a defensive warrior genius that comes along once in a century. Exceptional bone structure, naturally born for tank roles. He was shouting about passing down all his secret defensive techniques to me. I thought he might have some special preferences or something. He let out a sigh, a hint of regret coloring his tone. I actually really enjoy charging in and hacking away with my axe. But forget it. With you leading the offense, boss, that's more than enough. I'll just tank up front for you. Rock solid. With that, he shrugged and hefted the broad shield onto his arm. Compared to the violent thrill of battle, he clearly preferred that simple, direct rush of combat. But for the team's stability, he chose the defensive path without hesitation, etching the words, meat shield, into his code of conduct. At that moment, Ning Hongya at the other end of the training ground sheathed her blood-red greatsword and turned to leave. Her intense, killing aura swept across the ground like a cold wind. Her overwhelming presence made many freshmen unconsciously slow their breathing. This teacher Ning doesn't look like someone to mess with. Her aura is terrifyingly strong. Wonder what her background is. Lin Anna blinked her bright almond eyes nearby, curiosity written all over her face. What? You two don't know yet. Jia Dequan's eyes went round as saucers at this. He quickly lowered his voice, looking like he was about to share earth-shattering secrets. I just got the scoop from old Luo. This one's recognized as the most fearsome person in our Demon God Academy. He deliberately slowed down when saying fearsome, as if recalling some horrifying scene, his neck unconsciously shrinking back in the direction Ning Hongya had left. Ning Hongya, peak level 69 powerhouse. SS rank hidden class God of Slaughter. God of Slaughter. Lin Anna gasped, but what burst from her eyes was excited battle intent rather than fear. An SS rank combat class? Lin Yang nodded inwardly. No wonder she had such an oppressive presence. A level 69 God of Slaughter, plus that ridiculously oversized blood-red greatsword, was like an Azura who had walked straight out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Jia Dequan grew more animated as he spoke. spilling all the rumors he'd heard. They say she regularly ventures alone into high-level beast lairs to exterminate them. Nobody knows how many Lord-level beasts have died by her hand. No one in the academy dares provoke her. Even many veteran instructors have to show her respect when they meet. A level 69 god of slaughter as a combat instructor. Lin Yang's lips curved into a meaningful smile. The tedium of theory classes became another form of cultivation for Lin Yang with his infinite mental power. A month flew by in an instant. He integrated the close combat force techniques and body control methods taught at the Warrior Academy into muscle memory, while systematically building a solid foundation of magical theory at the Mage Academy. Elemental properties, spell models, optimization pathways all absorbed into his mind. In these busy yet fulfilling days, time jumped to October. In class, the instructor's voice was steady yet compelling as he recounted that not so distant yet tragic and glorious history. Decades ago, the Pacific Plate underwent violent activity. Interdimensional passages, what we call beast lairs, happened on a massive scale with high frequency across the Japanese mainland and surrounding waters. The scale was enormous, the intensity unprecedented, far exceeding any previous records. Despite the resistance put up by the island nation's military and civilians, their defenses quickly crumbled before the endless waves of terrifying beasts, and their territory fell at an alarming rate. Except for a handful of elites who escaped through special means, the island nation was virtually annihilated within just a few weeks. The instructor's voice on the podium was deep and slow, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. In the lecture hall, over 200 students held their breath, as if witnessing the island sink into darkness amid flames and roars. However, the disaster did not end there. After occupying the island nation, the beasts turned the entire island into an impregnable nest, breeding frantically along the contaminated coastline and forming massive beast tides. The tide-like monsters crossed the strait and charged straight toward our eastern coastal borders, one of the darkest and most dangerous moments in the Republic's history. Suddenly shifting tone, the instructor's voice became passionate, like thundering war drums. But they underestimated the resilience and strength of this ancient people. To block the beast tide, the Federation assembled its most elite professional legions and regular forces, fighting bloody battles at dozens of coastal fortresses. After paying a terrible price, we not only kept the beast tide outside our borders, but also launched a counteroffensive. An unprecedented fleet and airborne forces crossed the ocean, landing once again on that island completely occupied by beasts and turned into a scorched hellscape. What followed was an arduous battle worthy of the history books. Building by building, clearing operations in urban ruins, high-temperature night battles at volcanic craters, underwater decisive battles in deep-sea harbors. After a series of fights that pushed human limits, the Federation forces and professionals finally eliminated the last beast on the island. The battle flag was planted atop the broken castle keep. The island was completely liberated and incorporated into the Republic's Territorial's East Sea Special Administrative Region. This victory not only crushed the largest westward invasion by beasts in history, but also marked the only time humanity had ever achieved recovery and complete purification of land fully occupied by beasts. The federal government designated the day of successful counteroffensive and liberation of the East Sea Islands as the Republic's National Day, to commemorate fallen heroes, celebrate victory, and warn the world, never forget the threat of the beasts. The classroom fell silent. Some clenched their fists, others had tears in their eyes. Lin Yang, sitting in the third row from the back, quietly listened to the entire account, his fingertips lightly tapping the desk, showing a thoughtful expression before murmuring softly, "Very reasonable." As National Day approached, the usually bustling Demon God Academy quickly quieted down. Most students packed their bags to return home for reunions or went out for training, leaving only scattered figures in the empty campus. Lin Yang had no intention of returning to Linhai City. There were no ties therein. With Zhou Tianhao temporarily entrusting Zhou Shuer to his care, he simply stayed at the academy. Seeing that Lin Yang wasn't leaving, Jia Dequan, Zhou Shuer, and Lin Anna also chose to stay and cultivate together. Next to the academy's residential area stood a particularly striking 15-story modern building. Dark gray alloy columns and floor-to-ceiling reinforced glass reflected cold light in the sunlight, with straight lines and minimalist design. This was the headquarters of the Demon God Academy Student Council. Unlike student councils at ordinary universities that focus on services and activity organization, the Demon God Academy Student Council functioned almost like a small, independent administrative system. Daily affairs management, disciplinary supervision, preliminary resource allocation review, and club approval all fell within its jurisdiction. They even maintained their own enforcement team, using forceful methods to handle student disputes and enforce academy regulations. Those who could enter the student council's upper echelons were exceptional in strength, background, and ability. In a sense, this was a miniature society within the academy, where members enjoyed privileges and resource advantages far beyond ordinary students. At this moment, during this somewhat quiet holiday period, A figure walked steadily into the first-floor lobby of the student council building. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.